Chuyun Xuan, by merely scanning the QR code on a snack's winning card, found himself transported to a world where every individual awakens their latent powers, amidst the rampant presence of monstrous beasts on Blue Star. In this realm, there exist 12 demon god temples, presided over by 12 formidable demon deities. The 8 great demon domains are dominated by 8 malevolent gods. The human race finds itself in a precarious situation. Failing to gain admission to a martial arts university at the onset, must one resign to an ordinary existence as a commoner, to be relegated to the status of a useless individual? The crowd scoffs, the school bell is broken up. Apologies, for I have awakened the infinite system, enabling me to randomly activate new systems each week. On occasion, a new system is unveiled daily, allowing one to revel in a relentless barrage of new abilities. Furthermore, completing system tasks yields substantial rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the equal match with anyone's system. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the infinite ultimate move system. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the defeated opponent system. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the goddess summoning system. Shortly thereafter, while his peers were still attending the martial arts university, Chuyun Xuan had already made headlines. What? That useless one has slain a deity. No way. We haven't even graduated, and he has already vanquished a god. What? He has even won the affection of one of the demon gods from the 12 demon god temples. Soon, Chuyun Xuan stood atop the pinnacle of martial prowess, facing inquiries from reporters. Reporter, may I ask, Divine Xian, what are your thoughts on standing at the apex of Blue Star? Chuyun Xuan shrugged in resignation and replied, a swift passage, quite tranquil. Chapter 1. The Infinite System Awakens. Congratulations, students, on your successful awakening and admission to your desired martial arts university. In the classroom, a male instructor cast his gaze upon the students, his countenance beaming with a smile. A wave of excitement surged among the students. Particular commendation goes to Jiang Hao and Ran Xiuxue, whose exceptional talents have led to their awakening of the rare lightning and ice attributes, respectively, and their admission to our city's prestigious Tianhua Academy. Wow! The crowd directed envious glances toward Jiang Hao and Ran Xiuxue. Ran Xiuxue sat upright, head held high, a hint of pride illuminating her features. Jiang Hao also wore a grin. It is all thanks to Teacher Wang's guidance. Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction before shifting his tone. However, his gaze fell upon a boy slumped over, asleep at his desk. Only one student in the class has failed to awaken and has thus been rejected. Chuyun Xuan. Teacher Wang exclaimed forcefully. The crowd turned to the figure with mocking expressions. Slowly, Chuyun Xuan sat up, bewildered as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Had he truly crossed over? Just moments ago on Earth, Chuyun Xuan had purchased a pack of snacks, which contained a winning card. He had taken out his phone to scan the QR code on the card, ready to claim his prize. And then, he found himself transported here. Damn it, has the business of crossing overexpanded? No longer limited to accidents or lightning strikes. It is utterly unpredictable. Chuyun Xuan, what are you daydreaming about? Teacher Wang frowned and scolded him. He then shook his head in resignation. Forget it. I know you're feeling down. Class dismissed. With that, Teacher Wang exited the classroom. The others began to excitedly discuss amongst themselves. Deservedly so, always slacking off. This is fate's decree. What good is good looks? He's still just a useless individual who cannot awaken and cannot cultivate, right? From now on, refer to me as Brother Liu. This is the fate of one who flaunts themselves daily in front of us. Ha ha ha. Continue to flaunt, will you? Chuyun Xuan pays no heed to their words, instead immersing himself in the understanding of this world. Launching, a realm where the populace awakens en masse and monstrous beasts roam unchecked, is fraught with chaos. The demon clans wield immense power, with 12 demon god temples, each presided over by a formidable deity. The demon realm comprises 8 great demonic domains, each ruled by a demon god. They continuously encroach upon the cities of the human race. For the students of the human race, the day of the college entrance examination holds paramount significance. On this day, they can awaken through the awakening stone. For those born into prestigious families, awakening can occur in their early years. However, possessing an awakening stone does not guarantee successful awakening during childhood. This feat is attainable only by a select few. For the average individual, a successful awakening during the college entrance examination allows them to enter their desired martial arts university, thus embarking on their journey in martial arts. They strive to enhance their cultivation, mastering martial techniques, and step into the demon realm to vanquish monstrous beasts. Yet, each year, many fail to awaken. They are left with no choice but to abandon their aspirations of becoming martial artists and lead the life of an ordinary person in the city. Clearly, Chuyun Xuan finds himself in this predicament. Moreover, the original owner of this body was far from virtuous. At such a tender age, he had committed numerous misdeeds. Relying on his handsome appearance, He became the object of fervent affection from countless young ladies, including some talented martial artist girls who harbored feelings for him, much to the annoyance of the boys around him. "Oh, what a waste," Jiang Hao remarked, perched on the table in front of Chuyun Xuan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How can he be anything but a useless individual incapable of cultivation? Day in and day out, he flaunts his prowess with martial artist girls before us, only to reveal himself as a mere wastrel." Ha ha! Laughter erupted among their classmates. Jiang Hao continued, TSK, why not get a job? My father's company is in need of a security guard. How does 3,005 a month sound? Chuyun Xuan chuckled softly, then retaliated with a swift slap, sending him tumbling off the table. "You dare to hit me?" Jiang Hao exclaimed, eyes wide with fury as he glared at Chuyun Xuan. "Look at you, flaunting yourself, forgetting how you used to call me Brother Xuan in my presence. You're still a 0 in cultivation. Aren't you clueless about how to unleash your lightning attribute?" Jiang Hao clenched his fists. Although Chuyun Xuan had yet to awaken, he trained in martial arts alongside his sister and was quite formidable in combat. Particularly, with his girlfriend often being a martial artist, few dared to provoke him. "Fine, just wait. You can only boast for so long. Once my cultivation improves, today's humiliation will be repaid," Jiang Hao declared angrily, pointing at Chuyun Xuan. "Today's humiliation will be repaid, you scoundrel." Chuyun Xuan responded with a kick that sent him sprawling far away. Chuyun Xuan then cast a glance at the boys who had reveled in his misfortune and sought to kick him when he was down. They all averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Chuyun Xuan smirked, then stood up, preparing to leave. Chuyun Xuan. At that moment, a girl who had been silent until now rose to her feet. "Oh dear, come here for a hug," Chuyun Xuan said, opening his arms. Ran Xiuxue, the school belle, and currently Chuyun Xuan's girlfriend, shook her head and took a step back, saying, "Let's break up?" Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. Ran Xiuxue continued, "From now on, we will inhabit different worlds, so please do not cling to me." "Ha ha! Chuyun Xuan, you're nothing but a clown," Jiang Hao exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, laughing heartily. "Tisk," Chuyun Xuan scratched his head and remarked, "How strange. Wasn't it just last week that you were begging to be with me? Now I'm the one clinging to you." Upon hearing this, Ran Xiuxue's expression shifted. "In any case, you can no longer reach my level. There's no need for us to meet again." With that, she held her head high in disdain and walked away. Chuyun Xuan remained unfazed. He shot a glance at Jiang Hao, casually delivering a slap that left him dazed. Then, Chuyun Xuan strode away confidently. "I'll make you pay for this." Jiang Hao's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in anger. On his way home, Chuyun Xuan scrolled through his phone. Breaking news. Linfeng City has succumbed completely at 8 a.m. today, currently occupied by the second demon God Temple. Shocking. The daughter of the God Alliance Master, Shan Guanyu, has displayed an unprecedented mastery of 4 attributes. The heir of the Judgment Society, Zhang Chuchen, slayed a demon dragon with a single sword strike, astonishing launching. "My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven." Zhang Chuchen is incredible. I hope he becomes my dorm supervisor, so I can keep track of my attendance. Milky White Snow commented, "No wonder he ranks high on the genius list. He's only 22 and already a formidable figure in the realm of laws." Neoda retorted, "Zhang Chuchen is merely a jester. If he were before me, I'd break his legs." Gazing at these reports, Chuyun Xuan sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. A classic tale of a useless beginning. According to the conventions of time travel, shouldn't I be initiating a system now? Chuyun Xuan muttered to himself. Ding. Infinite system has been activated. Chuyun Xuan. Web novels do not deceive me. Open the system. Infinite system. A new system will randomly activate each week. If a minor system is activated, it lasts only 1 to 2 days, ensuring that the host experiences a dizzying array of systems, such as Invincible System, World Split Evenly System, Infinite Skill System, Goddess Summoning Conquest System, and upon activation, completing system tasks yields rewards. Chuyun Xuan. What the? A high-end system? While others have but one system upon their traversal, I receive a new one each week. If it's a minor system, it implies lesser power and a brief duration of 1 to 2 days. Otherwise, its utility may be limited, so it's prudent to deactivate it early for a more potent system. Ding. 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds remain until the first system activation. Please wait patiently. Chuyun Xuan. Come on, I'm eager to see what system you will grant me. Chapter 2. Your egg is burnt. Chuyun Xuan returned to his doorstep, situated in a relatively upscale residential area of Tianhua City. The 3-bedroom apartment welcomed him with a waft of delicious aromas. As he stepped inside, a tall figure clad in an apron approached him with effortless grace, handing him a pair of slippers and casually placing his discarded shoes in the shoe cabinet. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty, in his experience. She was the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered. At that moment, she had simply tied her hair into a bun, exuding an air of effortless elegance. "I've washed your coat," she said as she took it from him, heading toward the balcony. "Dinner is ready, so hurry and eat." Linyar, adopted by Chuyun Xuan's parents when she was just 10 years old, had become an integral part of his life. He couldn't help but lament the cliched narrative of his existence, a typical tale of reincarnation. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the same old script, starting as a weakling, orphaned, with a beautiful sister or sibling without any blood ties. What an outdated trope this was. Years ago, Linyar had seemingly been attacked by a beast, and apart from her name, she had forgotten everything. Subsequently, the family resided in Tianhai City, until its downfall, which resulted in the tragic demise of Chuyun Xuan's parents. At 14, Linyar had wandered into Tianhua City with the 8-year-old Chuyun Xuan. Ever since, she had taken care of him. Remarkably, when his parents adopted Linyar, she had already awakened her powers. After moving to Tianhua City, she was invited to enroll in Tianhua University and had earned a reputation as one of the city's most formidable prodigies, possessing both ice and spatial attributes. Linyar was not one to engage lightly in frivolity. It seemed she had buried countless worries within her heart. Yet, she would always show a flicker of a smile exclusively for Chuyun Xuan. However, the original owner of this life had not maintained a good relationship with her. When Linyar was first adopted, she often secluded herself in her room, responding with mere murmurs of acknowledgement. The original owner had harbored resentment, believing Linyar was somehow responsible for their parents' deaths. When Tianhai City fell, the family was fleeing, and Linyar had been out in the beast territory for training the previous day, escaping the calamity. Chuyun Xuan's parents were attacked by beasts, succumbing to their injuries. The original owner had long held on to the belief that she, as the only martial artist in the family, had been betrayed by Linyar for venturing out to train. Feeling that Linyar owed her, as the years passed, Chuyun Xuan became a drifting misfit, while Linyar continuously cared for him, washing his clothes, cooking for him, and providing him with money. A decade had swiftly passed. Sighing internally, Chuyun Xuan pondered what fault lay with Linyar. She approached him, her gaze softening. "Eat. I've prepared 2 dishes you've never tried before." "All right." Chuyun Xuan nodded and took a seat. Linyar glanced at him, removing her apron as she said, "You eat first. Just leave the dishes on the table when you're done. I need to step out for a bit." He understood her intent, to venture into the beast territory. It was both a means for her to hone her skills and an opportunity to collect beast crystals that could fetch a handsome price. Watching her slip on her shoes, he cautioned, "Be careful." A sudden tremor coursed through her, freezing her in place for a moment. After 2 seconds, she responded with a soft Since arriving in Tianhua City, Chuyun Xuan had never displayed a hint of concern for her. Linyar quickly removed her shoes again. "I almost forgot. I'll fry you an egg." With that, she headed to the kitchen. "I'll do it," Chuyun Xuan said, following her inside. "Do you know how?" Linyar asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It's just frying an egg. How hard can it be? I'll make one for you too," he replied as he cracked an egg into the pan. "I want to eat it." She shook her head slightly. "But I made it myself," Chuyun Xuan insisted. "Then just have one," she conceded. Chuyun Xuan smiled as Linyar leaned against the wall, staring absent-mindedly at his back. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, "Xian." He turned to face her. As she gently adjusted his clothing, she continued, "I'll help you find a way to awaken." It was evident that she had learned of his previous failure to awaken through her own means. Yet, this had been expected. Years ago, Linyar had obtained an awakening stone for him, but it had resulted in failure. She had held on to hope that he might succeed during the college entrance exams. "It's all right," Chuyun Xuan smiled. "I understand what it means for a boy to be unable to cultivate, and I know you are not one to settle for mediocrity. In my eyes, my brother will surely become a formidable force. I will never forget the day I first met you and our parents, when you resolutely declared your intention to become strong and protect everyone. Disappointed, am I? I've been quite aimless these years," he laughed lightly. "No, I've seen the spark in your eyes, and that's why I believe in you. Please trust me. I will find a way to help you," Linyar said earnestly. "Xian," she suddenly gazed at him seriously. Linyar continued, "This world is inherently unfair. What we must do is strive to make it a bit fairer." Chuyun Xuan nodded, smiling, "I understand, but really, you needn't worry. Perhaps I am destined to awaken after all?" Linyar paused, taken aback by his words. "Would I deceive you?" he teased. A smile graced her lips, suddenly. She furrowed her brows and pointed ahead. "Xian, your egg." Chuyun Xuan instinctively looked down. "Your egg is burnt." Chuyun Xuan. After dinner, Linyar departed. Chuyun Xuan returned to his room and opened the system panel. Host, Chuyun Xuan. Age, 18. Realm, none. Attributes, none. Strength, 11. Average for ordinary people, 10. Speed, 11. Physique, 10. Mental power, 0. Mentality, 8. Talent skills, none. Rewards, none. His average attributes were slightly higher than those of an ordinary person, thanks to the years spent training with Linyar. Although their relationship was strained, the original owner was not foolish. Acquiring some self-defense skills was undeniably beneficial. He mused about what kind of system might be activated. At midnight, a sudden system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, you have randomly activated the defeated opponent system. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. Chapter 3. System, are you bugging me? The defeated opponent system? Eagerly. Chuyun Xuan hurriedly opened the system. Defeated opponent system. During the existence of this system, whenever the host defeats any individual and makes them their defeated opponent, rewards will be granted. The stronger the adversary, the more substantial the rewards. Remaining time for the system, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Upon reading this explanation, Chuyun Xuan was momentarily taken aback. As an ordinary person with no martial prowess, how could he possibly defeat anyone? If only ordinary opponents could be vanquished, what rewards could he expect? Chuyun Xuan found himself enveloped in a cloud of despair. Well, at least this system would only last for a day. Wait a moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A sly grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. System. Why do I sense an ominous premonition? Open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the explosive card. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the manifestation card. Explosive card, as the name suggests, usage, 1. Manifestation card, can only be used on others. Upon use, the manifestation will become a reality, limited to 3 occasions. This. Chuyun Xuan paused for a moment. Is this system for real? Unfortunately, the manifestation card has limitations. Otherwise, he could simply use it on himself to elevate his cultivation to the heavenly Tao realm, rendering him invincible. It is ineffective above the Shantian realm, but it would suffice. A series of ideas began to form in Chuyun Xuan's mind. The ranks of martial artists in the Blue Star are akin to those of demon beasts, Qi refinement realm, enlightenment realm, Shantian realm, divine ability realm, law realm, domain realm, heavenly sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, and heavenly Tao realm. Each major realm is further divided into 10 stars, awakening around the age of 18. Achieving 5 stars in the enlightenment realm by 20 is already quite sufficient. Attaining the Shantian realm is considered a mark of genius. If one possesses exceptional talent and awakens at a young age, they might even reach the Shantian realm by 20. Take for instance Zhang Chuchen, the young master of the Judgment Society, who awakened at 8 and is now apparently at the law realm, leading by a wide margin. Lin Yu is impressive too. It is unclear at what age she awakened, but by 10, she had already done so. Now, she is at the Shantian realm, poised to advance to the divine ability realm. It is worth noting that even the martial arts instructors at Tianhua University may not possess the Shantian realm cultivation. The Shantian realm is already a display of extraordinary power. Therefore, Lin Yu is correct. This world is inherently unjust. All one can do is strive to become stronger, working diligently to render everything relatively fair. The next day, you are mine, and I am yours. A mere glance could ignite an explosion, and drawing closer would lead to melting. Early in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Chuyun Xuan yawned and got out of bed, then stepped out of his bedroom. As he opened the door, he once again caught sight of that beautiful figure bustling in the kitchen. Chuyun Xuan felt a pang of sympathy. She was in her prime, yet had sacrificed so much and bore so many burdens. You're up so early today? Lin Yu turned her head to say. Morning, Xiao Yu. Chuyun Xuan grinned. Xiaoyet? Lin Yu frowned slightly. I think this way of addressing you feels more affectionate. Chuyun Xuan leaned closer and took her hand with a smile. Lin Yu gazed at Chuyun Xuan before her, feeling as if her brother had suddenly transformed into a different person. That's too cheesy. Go wash up. Breakfast is ready. Lin Yu said. Wait a moment. Come here. Chuyun Xuan beckoned. Lin Yu turned off the stove, her face a mask of confusion as she approached him. Let's have a little contest, Chuyun Xuan suggested. Lin Yu cocked her head slightly. Then you just pretend you're not my opponent and admit defeat. Although unsure of Chuyun Xuan's intentions, Lin Yu nodded nonetheless. All right, I'm coming, Chuyun Xuan announced. Bring it on, Lin Yu replied coolly. Subsequently, Chuyun Xuan pushed Lin Yu. She clutched her chest, stumbling back several steps before collapsing onto the sofa. You're too strong. I'm no match for you. I concede, Lin Yu said. There was no semblance of acting in her delivery, and her lines were stiff and devoid of emotion. Watching her performance, Chuyun Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Nevertheless, System, where's my reward? He urgently queried in his mind. System, huh? Chuyun Xuan continued the mental dialogue. Reward. I activated the defeated opponent system. And I just defeated my sister. Aren't you going to issue the reward? System. Chuyun Xuan, you're not trying to renege, are you? I defeated my opponent. Hurry up. Reward. System. Who is this person? I gave you a system to make you stronger, and you're using it to exploit my bugs? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the reward, gritting teeth, defeating an opponent at the Shantian 8-star level. Receiving rewards, cultivation raised to Qi refinement 10-star, lightning attribute, divine level cultivation talent. Chuyun Xuan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is incredible. What a thrill. Defeating an Shantian 8-star opponent. These rewards are simply unparalleled. Achieving the first major realm at 10 stars, one step away from the enlightenment realm. He also gained the rare lightning attribute, along with a divine level cultivation talent. This is a major breakthrough. Lin Yuter settled down, observing her brother who seemed to be lost in a daydream. Just now, it felt like a child's play. She couldn't quite understand why, but at that moment, little Xian. He surely doesn't think this counts as defeating an Xiantian 8-star opponent, does he? Silly boy, Lin Yuter murmured, yet a smile graced her lips. Sister, I love you so much. Chuyun Xuan snapped back to reality, scooping Lin Yuter into his arms and spinning her around several times. Put me down. Lin Yuter gently patted Chuyun Xuan's shoulder. Only then did he set her down. No more talking. I'm heading out, haha. Chuyun Xuan laughed heartily as he donned his coat. Breakfast. Lin Yuter called softly. Chuyun Xuan gulped down a bowl of porridge in 2 swigs, grabbed 2 eggs, waved goodbye, and dashed out. So strange, Lin Yuter mumbled. It seems everything has changed from before. Outside Tianhua University, a multitude of people bustled about. Having graduated yesterday, there was no such thing as a summer vacation. Today marked the start of their studies. After all, for martial artists, time equates to cultivation. Chuyun Xuan was also able to enter Tianhua University, thanks to Lin Yuter giving him a badge the previous night. In simple terms, she had opened a backdoor for him, although he could not officially enroll. He could audit classes if the academy's instructors allowed it. After all, the principal of Tianhua University was Lin Yuter's teacher, so this little favor was manageable. Chuyun Xuan followed the throng of new students into the campus. Oh, Chuyun Xuan, is this a place you can come to? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Hao stood before several freshmen, mockingly eyeing Chuyun Xuan. Behold, everyone, someone has lost all semblance of dignity. A failure who hasn't awakened and couldn't even gain admission to university dares to sneak in among the new students. Zhang Hao shouted derisively, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Chapter 4. When everyone perceives you as formidable, it is imperative that you truly are. Zhang Hao looked triumphantly at Chuyun Xuan. In high school classrooms, you, Chuyun Xuan, had grown accustomed to arrogance. But this is Tianhua University. Do you dare to act in such a manner here? Do you still have the audacity to strike someone? Chuyun Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Hao. Damn it. Although he had activated the defeated opponent system, he genuinely felt no desire to teach Zhang Hao a lesson. Having just awakened, he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. What reward could he possibly gain from punishing him? Zhang Hao, with a smile, approached Chuyun Xuan and taunted, "What about you? Why are you still lingering here? Just get lost." His face was awash with schadenfreude as he uttered those words. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chuyun Xuan slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated an opponent with 0 cultivation, earning a reward of 5 strength attribute points. I find it amusing how some individuals seem to thrive on being beaten. Is it that they feel unwell if they go a day without a good thrashing? Chuyun Xuan remarked, glancing at Zhang Hao, who was now clutching his face. His expression one of disbelief. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who is he? How audacious. Striking someone in front of so many in Tianhua Academy? Yet, he is undeniably handsome. My goodness, I have never encountered such a striking young man. Is he not a student of Tianhua University? Could he be here to apply for a dormitory manager? If he becomes my dorm manager, he could check my attendance. He is so handsome. Someone help me. Chuyun Xuan, if nothing else, possessed an unparalleled visage. Otherwise, those martial arts girls with considerable cultivation would not be chasing after him so fervently. The sight of him left these girls utterly captivated. How dare you? This is Tianhua University. You have the audacity to strike me? Zhang Hao exclaimed, incredulously staring at Chuyun Xuan. Are you out of your mind? You may be brazen outside, but this is the most prestigious institution in Tianhua City. He never expected that Chuyun Xuan would dare to assault him in front of so many people. Chuyun Xuan stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. What of it? Bang. What? Is there a problem with me hitting you? Bang. So what if I strike you? Bang. With each statement, Chuyun Xuan delivered a kick to Zhang Hao, who cried out in pain. I said, from now on, when you see me, bow your head and act like a decent human being. I had no intention of noticing you, yet you chose to intrude upon my space. Chuyun Xuan spat. The surrounding girls gazed at Chuyun Xuan with adoration. Well done, brother. You hit him perfectly. One girl dashed over to Chuyun Xuan's side and, almost instinctively, kicked Zhang Hao as well, then leaned against Chuyun Xuan with a dreamy expression. Brother, you are so handsome and so fierce. I absolutely adore you. Another girl chimed in. Step aside, I liked him first. Brother, could I have your number? Yet another girl approached. Brother, do you have time? You can come to my house. I can give you a massage. Zhang Hao, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet, bewildered as he beheld Chuyun Xuan surrounded by numerous girls. What is happening? He was beaten, publicly humiliated. Is there not a single person here to uphold justice? Is there no sense of fairness left in the world? Please, everyone else step aside. The one offering massages can stay, Chuyun Xuan said with a smile. Yay. The girl beamed, linking her arm with Chuyun Xuan's. The nearby boys watched with jealousy. Their teeth clenched. Is being handsome enough to act with impunity? Damn it. Yet they were merely freshmen, lacking any cultivation, and felt powerless to act. Wow. It has been ages since I encountered such an audacious freshman, a voice rang out. A somewhat handsome man, accompanied by a girl, approached with a smile. Brother sure. Zhang Hao exclaimed, rushing over and pointing at Chuyun Xuan. He is not a freshman. He is an unawakened waste who has snuck in. Oh, Shi Kaiwan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Chuyun Xuan. An unawakened waste, daring to act so arrogantly at Tianhua University? He then glanced at the disheveled Zhang Hao. Did he strike you? Yes. Zhang Hao affirmed. Shi Kaiwan smirked and casually gestured towards Chuyun Xuan, speaking to Zhang Hao. Whatever he did to you, return it in kind. A Zhang Hao hesitated. Shi Kaiwan chuckled confidently. Fear not. He wouldn't dare to retaliate. If he even attempts to strike back, I will incapacitate him. With that, Shi Kaiwan turned to Chuyun Xuan, revealing a self-satisfied yet subtly menacing grin. Right? Chuyun Xuan replied with a nonchalant expression. What the hell? How dare someone act so brazenly in front of me? Chuyun Xuan then broke into laughter. What are you laughing at? Shi Kaiwan asked, intrigued by Chuyun Xuan's reaction. Chuyun Xuan replied. I find it amusing how you think you're so impressive. You don't really believe you're handsome, do you? And looking at me, you expect me to agree? What kind of bravado is this? You're nothing but a clown. The surrounding crowd, initially intimidated by Shi Kaiwan, found Chuyun Xuan's words hilariously revealing, causing them to stifle their laughter. Shi Kaiwan's eyes narrowed. Very well. You truly are insufferably arrogant. It seems I must personally teach you a lesson, otherwise, you might think I am merely a paper tiger. With that, he pushed the girl in his arms aside, flames igniting around him, radiating an overwhelming presence. Cultivation level, Chi refinement stage 9 stars. Upon sensing his spiritual energy, the onlookers' expressions shifted. This could lead to serious trouble. Haha. Chuyun Xuan could not help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Shi Kaiwan shouted furiously, pointing at Chuyun Xuan. Apologies, I couldn't help myself. I merely thought you were a Chi refinement stage 9 stars cultivator. Given your earlier words and expression, I expected you to be some master strategist at the Shantian realm. Haha. The girl offering massages burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. How dare you? Shi Kaiwan roared, his fists engulfed in flames, ready to charge at him. Wait. Chuyun Xuan said with a smile, extending his hand to halt him. Are you scared? No, not at all. I just find this too amusing. That girl, come here. Chuyun Xuan beckoned to the girl he had previously embraced. Shi Kaiwan looked bewildered at the girl. The girl pouted, then ran to Chuyun Xuan in tears. Woo, brother Yunxian. I missed you. I'm sorry for what I did. I just wanted to make you jealous. I didn't mean it. Woo, I'm sorry. The crowd. Shi Kaiwan. Cough. Shi Kaiwan, feeling the backlash of his own spiritual energy, couldn't help but cough, staggering back a couple of steps while clutching his chest. Chuyun Xuan could not help but chuckle. Ha, my friend, do not take offense at my laughter. It is simply that when I saw you approaching, embracing my ex-girlfriend whom I had discarded, your expression was so prideful that I found it utterly amusing. Haha. The onlookers had already begun to feel a sense of embarrassment and shame for Shi Kaiwan. It seemed nearly impossible to find a more humiliating situation than the one Shi Kaiwan currently faced. How tragic, how pitiful. I will kill you. Shi Kaiwan, stripped of his dignity, appeared to lose his sanity. With a fiery punch, he disregarded whether Chuyun Xuan was an ordinary person and struck out recklessly. Crackle. Lightning coiled around Chuyun Xuan. In the next moment, the lightning engulfed the flames, and Shi Kaiwan was sent crashing away. Wow. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Did Zhang Hao not claim he was an unawakened waste? How could he dispatch Shi Kaiwan in one strike? He was also of the lightning attribute. Zhang Hao was rendered incredulous. What? A 10th star in the Chi cultivation realm? When did he attain such a level? Ding. Congratulations, you have defeated a 9-star Chi cultivator. You have received the rewards. Cultivation level raised to 1st star in the enlightened realm. 50 points to freely allocate. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chuyun Xuan approached Shi Kaiwan. Remember, when everyone believes you are formidable, it is best that you truly are. After speaking, Chuyun Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Zhang Hao. A jolt of fear struck Zhang Hao's heart. Slap. Chuyun Xuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Ah! Zhang Hao cried out in anguish. Chuyun Xuan sauntered away. Chapter 5. He struck me, and he still wants to thank me. As Chuyun Xuan strolled along the path of Tianhua University, he had already sent away the oil-pushing girls and Xiaoyu. Yet, due to his remarkable handsomeness, he found himself approached by bashful girls seeking to engage him in conversation. He had grown accustomed to it. Why had he come to Tianhua University? It was due to the defeated opponent system. Tianhua University was a haven for martial artists. He aimed to defeat as many individuals as possible. The system had only one day to operate. He could not afford to waste time. Having defeated Shi Kaiwan, he had elevated his realm to the enlightened realm, instilling him with greater confidence. System, allocate the 50 points to strength. Ding. Allocation successful. Chuyun Xuan glanced once more at his attributes. Host, Chuyun Xuan. Age, 18. Little brother, 18. Race, human. Realm, 1st star in the enlightened realm. Attribute, lightning. Strength, 253. Average for 1st star in the enlightened realm, 200. Speed, 201. Physique, 200. Mana, 2000. Mentality, 180. Talent skill, none. Rewards, lightning attribute, God tier cultivation talent. With attribute points allocated, his capabilities could far surpass others of the same realm in the future. Currently, his strength already exceeded that of a quarter of his peers at the same level. Therefore, it was time to challenge those in the enlightened realm. The rewards would be more substantial. However, he contemplated that easily defeating those weaker than himself was also a viable option. After all, the system did not impose a limit on the number of opponents. In the first class of the junior level, Chuyun Xuan stood before the classroom door, pondering. The junior class should consist of martial artists within their first year of enrollment. Freshmen would be in the freshman class. Thus, this entire junior class should comprise chi cultivators. Chuyun Xuan approached the entrance. A mentor appeared to be instructing a class of about 40 to 50 students inside. All eyes turned to Chuyun Xuan. He glanced around. Wow, there are several familiar female classmates here. Brother Yunxian. Upon seeing Chuyun Xuan suddenly appear at the classroom door, several girls in the class displayed expressions of delight. They mistakenly believed he had come specifically to reconcile with them. Is there something you need? The mentor inquired. Chuyun Xuan rubbed the tip of his nose and asked. Excuse me, do you need a sparring partner? The students exchanged bewildered glances. The mentor asked, what do you mean? To put it simply, I wish to challenge the students in this class. I wonder if that would be permissible? If it is a disturbance, then I shall not proceed. These words caused the male students in the junior class to bristle. What the hell? Who does he think he is? So arrogant. What does he think he is doing? Challenging me? I'm going. Don't stop me. Let me through. No one is stopping you. Go ahead, someone called out. Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. The mentor furrowed his brow. Which class are you from? He inquired. I'm a recent graduate from Detsai High School. Upon hearing this, the mentor chuckled. A freshman? Huh? No, you didn't get into university. Chuyun Xuan shook his head. What? Everyone was left speechless. The mentor pointed at Chuyun Xuan's chest and asked, then what is that academy badge on your chest? Chuyun Xuan touched the badge and said, this was given to me by my sister. She said that wearing it allows me to come and go from Tianhua Academy. If a mentor agrees, I can audit classes. The students exchanged glances. Wait, then why are you pretending? You didn't even get into a martial arts university. You probably didn't awaken successfully, did you? What do you mean? Are you defying fate, trying to test the strength of martial artists with an ordinary body? Who do you look down upon? Li Mentor, I'll take him on. A boy stood up. Li Mentor nodded. Very well, go ahead, but be careful. The rest of you, continue with the lesson. Clearly, Li Mentor did not take Chuyun Xuan seriously. Please. Chuyun Xuan followed the boy outside. Li Mentor continued. Next, I will discuss the common poisonous beasts of Blue Star. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the doorway. Li Mentor frowned, visibly displeased, and shouted, Zhang Meng, didn't I tell you to be careful? Why did you strike so hard? He then turned to the entrance. Zhang Meng clutched his chest, his hair frizzed from the lightning strike. With a woeful expression, he lamented, I've been thoroughly duped. Li Mentor, this guy is a fraud. I was defeated in an instant, damn it. Li Mentor. The crowd. Wow. The students in the junior class erupted in astonishment, all standing to peer out the window. Chuyun Xuan approached. Ding. Congratulations, you have defeated an 8-star chi cultivator. You have received the rewards. Realm raised by 1 star, speed attribute 20. Is there anyone else? Chuyun Xuan scratched his head and asked. Li Mentor's mouth twitched as he questioned. Didn't you say you didn't get into university? You dispatched an 8-star chi cultivator in 1 strike. And you are of the lightning attribute? Indeed. I was just humiliated upon entering the school gate. Chuyun Xuan replied candidly. Good heavens. How arrogant. I can't take it anymore. Damn it. I'm going in. Zhao Huai, you are a 10-star chi cultivator. Go get him. Li Mentor nodded. All right, Zhao Huai. Go ahead and give it a try. Zhao Huai stepped forward. Come on. Let me see what you're made of. Zhao Huai approached and grabbed Chuyun Xuan by the collar, intending to drag him out for a proper lesson. No need, Chuyun Xuan stated. Haha, look. Do you see how scared I am of my 10-star chi cultivation? Zhao Huai chuckled. Chuyun Xuan replied. What I mean is, there's no need for such fuss. Why don't you all come at me together? The crowd. Wow, how arrogant he is. Oh, fine. You said it. Don't you dare regret it. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. This is too much showboating. Where did such a braggart come from? Come on. Don't you regret it. Wow. Brother Yunxian is so handsome. A group of boys angrily rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. Instructor Li looked at his students. You guys, Instructor Li, you needn't worry. This concerns a man's dignity. Then, the group of boys pushed Chuyun Xuan forward. Come on. How shall we fight? They stood before Chuyun Xuan. Let us go all out, Chuyun Xuan said. Damn it. I really want to play by the rules. Brothers, let us go together. I want to see how far he can boast. Charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the warriors unleashed their spiritual powers, charging toward Chuyun Xuan. Thunder attribute. Crackle, crackle. Lightning coiled and surged forward. The first dozen boys, whether engulfed in flames or entangled by what attributes, were instantly obliterated by the thunder. Instructor Li leaned against the wall. Second star of the bright aperture realm? And yet he didn't get into university? He truly couldn't comprehend. The overwhelming superiority of their realms and the destructive power of the thunder left them utterly defenseless. Instructor Li watched helplessly as his male students fell one by one. Second star of the bright aperture realm, and with the thunder attribute, as long as he avoided being attacked, he should have no problems. In Chuyun Xuan's mind, system notifications echoed continuously. Various attribute points increased. He was also rewarded with a boost in his cultivation, now reaching the third star of the bright aperture realm. This feels incredible. Thank you all. Chuyun Xuan cupped his fist in gratitude toward them. The boys who had been defeated by Chuyun Xuan were left dumbfounded. Then they watched as he simply walked away. Ha ha ha, what a humiliation. I was beaten by him, and he still thanks me? Oh. Instructor Li frowned, watching Chuyun Xuan walk away. Then he helplessly observed as Chuyun Xuan knocked on the door of the classroom for the second class of the beginner level. Instructor Li's lips twitched. What does he intend to do? Does he want to challenge the entire beginner class? Moments later, he watched as dozens of boys from the second class stormed out in anger. Crackle, crackle. Oh. Instructor Li shook his head in resignation. The Chi cultivation realm, bright aperture realm, profound body realm, profound heaven realm, divine ability realm, law realm, domain realm, heavenly sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, and the Tao realm. Each major realm is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. Chapter 6. In the future, I'll sit at the kids' table. The news of Chuyun Xuan challenging the beginner class quickly spread throughout Tianhua University. A large number of students gathered around. They watched in awe as Chuyun Xuan single-handedly took on an entire class, knocking them down one after another, leaving them utterly astonished. Whoa, who is that? So impressive. Impressive? In your eyes as freshman, he certainly seems so, but that's because he is in the bright aperture realm and possesses the thunder attribute. Defeating a group of Chi cultivators is quite simple for him. Indeed, there are hardly any Chi cultivators above the 7-star level in a single class. Any bright aperture realm student could easily defeat them. A freshman in the bright aperture realm? Beneath a tree, a girl with a lollipop watched with keen interest. Pop. She pulled the lollipop out and murmured, interesting. Could it be that he awakened early? A boy walked over. Jiangying, what are you looking at? He flashed a gentlemanly smile. It was evident he had a liking for this girl. Jiangying did not look at him, casually replying, just browsing. Song Shuhing chuckled, glancing over as well, saying, this year's freshmen are rather interesting. He made such a stir right after enrolling. Jiangying responded dismissively, nothing much to see. Are we going to the monster beast realm for training today? Song Shuhing inquired. Not today. Song Shuhing smiled and turned to leave. A bright aperture realm, what is he showing off for? Beating a group of Chi cultivators really gave him a sense of superiority? Among the crowd, a few older boys, displeased by Chuyun Xuan's arrogance, approached him. Hey, kid. Zhang Haoan stepped forward. Chuyun Xuan glanced at him. What is so great about a bright aperture realm bullying Chi cultivators? Zhang Haoan scoffed. Isn't it just to show off in front of everyone? And you even attracted so many spectators. Are there really girls cheering for you? What a joke. Chuyun Xuan replied. I was thinking of heading over to the intermediate class, but they insisted I fight, and indeed, Chuyun Xuan had already challenged 3 beginner classes. His cultivation had now reached the 4th star of the bright aperture realm, with his attribute points having increased significantly. He genuinely intended to find those in the intermediate class. However, upon hearing the news, other classes, unwilling to back down, actively challenged Chuyun Xuan. This led to him battling 2 more beginner classes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoan burst into laughter. Oh, so you're saying you want to challenge the intermediate class? Ha ha ha, you must be out of your mind. Damn you, Chuyun Xuan retorted. Wow. The crowd gasped, stunned. This guy is so arrogant. That's Zhang Haoan, a senior from the intermediate class. I heard he is a 4-star in the bright aperture realm. Who is this guy? A challenger from another school? It's strange. He is in the bright aperture realm, but didn't he get into university? They expressed their confusion. Whatever. Let us see how Zhang Haoan teaches him a lesson. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Zhang Haoan's eyes narrowed. Seeking death. Clown. You needn't bother challenging the intermediate class. I accept your challenge. After we finish, you can leave in disgrace. Chuyun Xuan shot him a sidelong glance. What level are you? Zhang Haoan. Damn it. Are you looking down on me? Zhang Haoan shouted angrily. Another boy approached, patting Zhang Haoan on the shoulder, saying, all right, don't stoop to his level. It's beneath you. Jingu, I need to teach him a lesson. I heard this kid isn't from our Tianhua University, and he is being arrogant here? Bullying the beginner class really gave him some misplaced confidence, huh? Zhang Haoan grumbled. Li Jing glanced at Chuyun Xuan and said to Zhang Haoan, all right, let us wrap this up quickly and make him leave. Fine. Zhang Haoan then turned to Chuyun Xuan. Come on. Chuyun Xuan pointed at Li Jing, casually saying to Zhang Haoan, you go aside. Let him come, wow. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. I can't believe how cocky he is. I've never seen anyone this arrogant before. A solitary individual daring to challenge the martial artists of Tianhua University could be excused, but to speak so brazenly to the members of the intermediate class? Zhang Haoan, at the 4th star of the enlightened realm, ranks amongst the upper echelon of the intermediate class, while Li Jing is reputed to be among the top 20 experts of the same class, having reportedly attained the 7th star of the enlightened realm. What a fool. Who are you calling a fool? A young woman retorted angrily at him. Did I address you? What business is it of yours? You said he's incapable. She shot back. Are you his girlfriend? What does it concern you? Of course it concerns me. A former girlfriend counts as a girlfriend. Huh. Am I supposed to fear a mere ex-girlfriend? Just then, another young woman approached. What if there are 10 of us? What? Sisters, someone has insulted brother Yunxian. Teach him a lesson. With that, a throng of young women descended upon the hapless man, unleashing their fury upon him. Li Jin chuckled softly, bemused. Truly lacking in awareness, Zhang Haoan. I'll take responsibility for breaking one of your arms. Excellent. That's all I needed to hear, Jin Ge. With that, Zhang Haoan's fists ignited in flames. The temperature around him rising dramatically. Kid, I acknowledge your prowess, but Tianhua University is not a playground for your recklessness. In a flash, Zhang Haoan lunged forward. That's the end of him. The onlookers lamented, shaking their heads in resignation. They could only conclude that he had provoked someone he should not have. Crackling with thunder, Chuyun Xuan's right fist surged forth, striking with formidable force. A shriek pierced the air as Zhang Haoan was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What just happened? Isn't Zhang Haoan at the 4th star of the Enlightened Realm? This guy is also at the 4th star and didn't even unleash a martial technique. How could he have been dispatched in a single blow? Isn't this the same guy who was just at the 2nd star of the Enlightened Realm? Expressions of shock spread across the crowd. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is he really that powerful? Thunder attribute indeed possesses tremendous destructive potential. Yet, given they are both at the same realm, this shouldn't be possible. With a crunch, Jiang Ying bit into her lollipop. Congratulations on defeating a 4th star opponent. You have earned the reward. Earth level 1-star martial technique. Thunder Calamity. Earth level martial techniques and spirit artifacts are of the same caliber. The hierarchy consists of yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven, with legends of realms beyond Heaven. Earth level martial techniques or artifacts are exceedingly rare, while Heaven level techniques are almost mythical. Chuyun Xuan's ease in defeating an opponent of the same realm can be attributed to 2 factors: his thunder attribute and the substantial attribute points he has accumulated, elevating his strength to nearly double that of his peers. Casting a glance at the distant Zhang Haoan, he remarked, I told you to step aside. Yet you insisted on joining the fray. Turning his gaze to the now unsettled Li Jin, he added, it's your turn. Should you lose, you'll be relegated to the children's table at future banquets. Understood? Chapter 7. The Incompetent Ally. The echo of Chuyun Xuan's words reverberated in the minds of the onlookers. Each one wore a look of astonishment directed at him. Wow, how audacious. Logically speaking, in a confrontation where neither side utilized martial techniques, it should merely be a matter of the thunder versus fire attributes. Yet the disparity is staggering. That was futile. He attempted to show off before Li Jin and met an impenetrable wall. Now, the more he boasts, the more embarrassed he will be. Wait, isn't that Chu Yunxian? Chu Yunxian? That name sounds familiar. My ex-girlfriend broke up with me because she claimed to have feelings for him. Could it be that his sister is Senior Linyar? Jiang Ying unwrapped another lollipop. Chu Yunxian is the brother of Senior Linyar. How strange. I recall several years ago, she gave him an awakening stone, which failed. Yet now, he possesses the cultivation of the enlightened realm? Jiang Ying mused to herself. Li Jin fixed his gaze on Chu Yunxian, his eyes narrowing slightly. Good. Very good. The thunder attribute is indeed formidable, but, crackling with energy, Li Jin spread his right hand, thunder coiling around his arm. Did you think you were the only one with a thunder attribute? Xian level 3-star martial technique. Thunder roar. Before Li Jin, the thunder coalesced into the shape of a dragon. The ground beneath them fracturing instantly. Many spectators hastily retreated. Let's see how Chu Yunxian maintains his arrogance. With the 7th star of the enlightened realm, paired with a Xian level 3-star thunder technique, he could very well be in peril. I can't stand this Chu Yunxian. Li Jin, teach him a lesson. I want to see how he receives this attack. Chu Yunxian smiled. Just the opportunity one needed to test my skills. Thunder calamity. In an instant, a surge of thunder erupted from Chu Yunxian, completely overpowering Li Jin's lightning. The force of Li Jin's martial technique merely caused the ground beneath him to crack, while Chu Yunxuan's attack shattered the earth around him, sending debris soaring, suspended around him. Li Jin frowned. I'll show. Break it. With a roar, the thunder dragon surged toward Chu Yunxian. Yet the colossal thunder around Chu Yunxian met it with an unstoppable force. As the two powers collided, a powerful shockwave sent nearby students staggering backward. The thunder dragon was instantaneously engulfed by Chu Yunxuan's lightning, surging toward Li Jin. Li Jin's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated this outcome. Instinctively, he released his spiritual energy to defend himself. However, bang, the thunder propelled him away. The onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment. Their shock palpable. What? How is this possible? Who truly stands at the 7th star of the enlightened realm? A mere 4th star, transcending 3 realms to instantaneously defeat a 7th star? This must be a joke. Once one reaches the enlightened realm, how could such a leap be feasible? This is madness. I am his classmate. Just yesterday in class, it was announced that he was the only student who didn't pass the university entrance exam, while the crowd was stunned. For Chu Yunxian, It all made perfect sense. Although he was at the 4th star of the enlightened realm, his attributes had already reached the level of the 7th star. With an Earth-level martial technique, it would indeed be strange if he did not dominate. Congratulations on defeating a 7th star opponent. You have earned the reward, access to the first system shop. With all eyes upon him, Chuyun Xuan strode toward the still recovering Li Jin. Bang! Then, with a swift kick, he knocked Li Jin back to the ground, placing his foot upon his face. The crowd gasped, their pupils dilating in shock. How dare he tread upon Li Jin's head? You dare treat me this way? Do you know who I am? Li Jin roared, his face contorted in rage. What was it you said earlier? That you would break my arm? Chuyun Xuan inquired coolly. Release me now and kneel to apologize, and I may spare your life. Li Jin shouted in fury. Subsequently, Chuyun Xuan exerted a slight force beneath his feet. Ah! The cries of anguish from Li Jin echoed as he was mercilessly trampled. With an air of indifference, Chuyun Xuan inquired, did you not just declare your intent to cripple one of my arms? Yes. So what? Li Jin bellowed in fury. So what? Chuyun Xuan chuckled lightly, then positioned his foot upon Li Jin's right arm. The crowd's pupils constricted. Could it be? Was he truly intending to retaliate by breaking Li Jin's arm? How could that be possible? Surely, he would not dare. Li Jin's background was formidable. Zhang Haoan limped over, pointing at Chuyun Xuan. What do you mean, kid? Do you wish to cripple Brother Jin's arm? He continued to shout. If you have the guts, go ahead and try to break one of mine. Let's see if you dare. Li Jin, despite being under Chuyun Xuan's foot, felt a strange calm. He could not believe that this person would actually dare. However, upon hearing Zhang Haoan's words, he began to panic. No, that's not it. Crack. With the sound of bones shattering, Li Jin's wails filled the air. Zhang Haoan stood there, stunned. Chuyun Xuan turned to him and remarked, my apologies. I am quite susceptible to provocation. Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. What the hell? He's gone mad. A mere outsider came to Tianhua University and broke Li Jin's arm. That's Li Jin we're talking about. His father is a member of the tribunal. Regardless of his own background, who would dare to act so brazenly at Tianhua University? Incredible. Just wait. Even if he isn't a student here, for this act alone, the dean will surely punish him, and reporting him to the tribunal would not be excessive. Brother Jin. Zhang Haoan hurried over to assist Li Jin. Damn it. He was too arrogant. How dare he cripple you? He exclaimed in frustration. Slap. Li Jin retaliated with a backhanded strike. How dare he? He wouldn't have dared. Damn it. You fool. You're such an idiot. I'll kill you. Brother Jin. What have I done wrong? Meanwhile, in the office of the dean at Tianhua University. Knock, knock, knock. Dean. A female instructor entered. Dean, there's something important. Qin Jinhai rubbed his temples and nodded. Lu, what is it? It's about Chuyun Xuan. He has arrived at our Tianhua University. Oh, Chuyun Xuan? Qin Jinhai's eyes widened in alarm. Is he little Ya's brother? Oh no. He began to pace anxiously. Where's my granddaughter Yao Yao? Is she at the academy? Hurry and find her. Do not let her encounter Chuyun Xuan. Dean, is it really necessary? What do you know? Although Chuyun Xuan may seem useless, for some inexplicable reason, he attracts nearly every girl, woman, and female around him. If Yao Yao finds out about him, the Qin family is doomed. Hurry. The female instructor nodded fervently, understood. By the way, the dean continued, is Yao Yao's mother at the academy? Yes, Qin instructor is here. Keep an eye on her as well. She must not meet Chuyun Xuan. It's better to be safe than sorry. The female instructor was left speechless. Chapter 8, The Spirit Viewing Eye. Qin Jinhai took a seat and could not help but slap himself across the face. Why did I ever relent to little Ya's request to allow Chuyun Xuan to audit classes here at Tianhua University? I should never have agreed. He lamented his decision. Regrettably, it was because I thought he would never actually come. I feared he would charm both my granddaughter and daughter away. That was no exaggeration. The phone rang. Hello. This is Qin Jinhai. What? Chuyun Xuan has crippled Li Jin's arm? Huh. Do you think I'm senile? Isn't Chuyun Xuan the one who couldn't even pass the university entrance exam? Mingxiao realm. For stars, lightning attribute? But Li Jin is at the Mingxiao realm. 7 stars. What? He was defeated with a single blow? Qin Jinhai hung up the phone, gazing out the window in disbelief. Am I still dreaming? The news of Chuyun Xuan's rampage at Tianhua University spread rapidly. Few knew him personally, but many recognized his name. He was the renowned heartthrob of Tianhua City, captivating thousands of young women with his striking visage. His rise to fame stemmed from a notable incident. Tianhua City boasted 4 martial arts universities, and by coincidence, each of their deans had a granddaughter. This young man had charmed the granddaughters of 3 of those deans, inciting their ire. That day, the 3 deans intended to confront Chuyun Xuan, yet their granddaughters pleaded with tears, even threatening to take drastic measures to stop them. Thus, the matter was left unresolved, and Chuyun Xuan became a legend. As a result, the vicinity of Jiangshanyu community, where Chuyun Xuan resided, was colloquially known as a forbidden zone by many in Tianhua City. Households with daughters, wives, or granddaughters often cautioned them to play outside. But to avoid the Jiangshanyu area, they feared their daughters might develop feelings for Chuyun Xuan. Consequently, the property prices within Jiangshanyu plummeted by 20%. As Chuyun Xuan strolled along the pathways of Tianhua University, he felt utterly innocent. It was not his doing. It was the original owner's actions. He had merely traversed into this world. He was a model citizen. The system continued to challenge him throughout the day, and he surmised that evening would offer little opportunity for further contests. Seizing the moment, he sought to challenge more students from Tianhua City. Could he attempt to challenge those at the Xianti realm? After some contemplation, he shook his head. It was too difficult, as he was only at the Mingxiao realm. For stars. Approaching the intermediate class, he sensed they were aware of his recent confrontation with Li Jin, as no one dared approach him to provoke. Is there anyone willing to accept my challenge? Chuyun Xuan inquired of the group. They exchanged glances, but no one responded. Li Jin, ranked among the top 20 of the intermediate class, had been defeated with a single strike. Who would dare step forward? They certainly did not wish to lose face. Yet, would their silence spare them from embarrassment? Is there truly no one? Chuyun Xuan pressed. Still no one spoke. If that's the case, I will challenge your entire class. Just like I did with the beginner class. Is anyone willing to accept? The crowd was taken aback. Damn, he's too arrogant. How can anyone tolerate this? But honestly, if someone were to win, it would be an entire class defeating him, so would that not save face? Was there truly no one willing to put him in his place? Seeing those girls fawning over him was more unbearable than death itself. At that moment, a voice broke through the air. What a disgrace. Is this how the intermediate class of Tianhua University conducts itself? While others are riding high. Not one of you dares to utter a word? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. A young man, embracing a beautiful girl, approached. Qinyang. Finally, a formidable ally to uphold justice, someone murmured. Qinyang ranked among the top 3 in the intermediate class, likely already at the Xianti realm. And it wouldn't be long before he was promoted to the advanced class. With Qinyang taking action, there was bound to be no unforeseen consequences, right? Oh. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. The girl in Qinyang's arms was beaming with joy, but her expression shifted slightly upon seeing Chuyun Xuan. Qinyang glanced at Chuyun Xuan and spoke. So you are Chuyun Xuan? I've heard of you. It's one thing to flaunt yourself outside, but to be so ostentatious at Tianhua University is quite another. Ignoring him, Chuyun Xuan turned to the girl, Ran Xiuxue, and chuckled. Is this the best you could find? Qinyang frowned. None of your business. Ran Xiuxue interjected, having just learned of a certain Chuyun Xuan challenging the students of Tianhua University. She thought it was a coincidence. But upon seeing him, she was taken aback. Wasn't he declared unsuccessful in his awakening and failed to enroll just yesterday? Qinyang laughed. Ah, I see. A useless person rejected by Xiuxue, seeking to vent his frustrations or prove himself in front of her by challenging Tianhua University. Ha, ha ha. Chuyun Xuan also laughed. How curious. You're clinging to a girl who once desperately begged to be with me, and you seem to treasure her? Qinyang's frown deepened. No, he.s. lying. I broke up with him. How could I have begged to be with him? He was the one persistently asking. Ran Xiuxue hurriedly explained. Qinyang chuckled, looking at Chuyun Xuan. So, you're just saving face and trying to act tough? The famous Chuyun Xuan, with countless girlfriends, it seems they all come to you willingly. Huh, ha ha. Laughter erupted from those around them. Chuyun Xuan took out his phone and played a voice recording. Brother Yunxian, please be with me. I'm willing to do anything. I just want to be with you. I sent you 2 pictures of me in a uniform. Do you like them? Brother Yunxian, you're so annoying. Okay, I'll change into a black silk outfit. You promised you'd be my boyfriend, right? With a smile, Chuyun Xuan asked. Would you like to hear more? Ran Xiuxue's expression changed dramatically. Qinyang's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, Chuyun Xuan leaned closer. If you doubt me, here is her account, right? Gasps echoed around them. Disgusting. How could someone so beautiful have such a filthy heart? What a disgrace. Some girls couldn't help but curse. Ran Xiuxue was left flustered. Qinyang, gritting his teeth, felt his face burn with humiliation, his anger boiling over. You bastard. Qinyang shouted at Chuyun Xuan, his aura surging as he prepared to strike. In an instant, Chuyun Xuan created distance and warned, just a heads up. This girl is toxic. I haven't touched her, but any guy who does, well, you know, do you think I'm a fool? Bring it on. Qinyang bellowed as he charged forward. However, just a few steps in, a loud bang erupted from his body. Explosive card, as the name suggests. Uses 1 Qinyang fell to the ground, clutching his pants in agony. The crowd was bewildered. I warned you. You didn't believe me. Chuyun Xuan sighed. The male students felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell? They stared at Ran Xiuxue, astonished. Unbelievable. Ran Xiuxue was in shock. That is not me. I didn't do anything. She quickly explained to Qinyang. You. Qinyang trembled, pointing at Ran Xiuxue and then at Chuyun Xuan. Hey, don't blame me. Do you think I have the power to make that happen? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He looked down and saw nothing. It's gone. It's really gone. His friends, come back. Please. With a thud, Qinyang fainted from rage. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a 1-star Xianti realm opponent. You have received the reward Spirit Eye. Spirit Eye can probe specific information of targets not exceeding 10 stars above oneself, can discern the flow of spiritual energy, mechanisms, traps, barriers, and illusions. Jiang Ying watched the entire scene with excitement. pulling out her phone to make a call. Hello, Mentor Xiao, come to the intermediate class. It's absolutely thrilling. You can't even imagine. The other end replied, I can't. I'm busy making money. Rent is due tomorrow, or I'll be homeless. Jiang Ying persisted. It's truly spectacular, Mentor Xiao. If you can't pay rent, you can come stay at my place tonight. Absolutely not. Your nails are untrimmed. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Wow, Mentor Xiao, you're quite the flirt. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Chuyun Xuan. Everyone turned to see Dean Qin Jinhai striding towards them, furious. He was livid. Many boys relished the unfolding drama. Chapter 9. The outraged Dean of Tianhua University. Qin Jinhai was livid. You can audit classes at Tianhua Academy. That is fine. You can challenge others. That is fine. But you just broke Li Jin's arm. Now Qin Yang is down. Have you lost your mind? What a colossal mess you've created. His well-being was of no concern to Qin Jinhai. However, his heart ached for Linyar. He truly wished to shield her from any trouble Chuyun Xuan might bring. Dean Qin, Chuyun Xuan greeted with a smile, having a decent impression of him. Although Qin Jinhai didn't treat him well, he genuinely cared for Linyar and had offered considerable help. You. Qin Jinhai pointed at Chuyun Xuan, glancing at the unconscious Chen Yang, his hands trembling with rage. Chuyun Xuan, very well. You treat Tianhua University as your home, don't you? Today, I will teach you a lesson and hand you over to the disciplinary committee. At this, the crowd erupted in gleeful anticipation. Do not, Director Qin. Have I truly done anything wrong? I merely came to challenge, murmured Chuyun Xuan. You broke Li Jin's arm, as if I were unaware, thundered Qin Jinhai, his anger palpable. Chuyun Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Director Qin, he repeatedly threatened to cripple me. My actions were merely a matter of self-defense, at worst an excessive reaction. And what of him? Qin Jinhai pointed towards the fallen Qin Yang. Raising his hand, Chuyun Xuan declared, by heaven's conscience, with so many witnesses present, I neither unleashed any spiritual power nor did I lay a finger upon him. Indeed, Director, I can attest to that. Brother Yinxian did not strike Qin Yang, echoed another. Yes, we all witnessed it. He truly did not lift a hand. It was that Ran Xiuxue, she is toxic and explosive, added another voice. Exactly. Brother Yinxian even warned Qin Yang, yet it seems they had prior dealings. This is certainly not Brother Yinchuan's fault. Qin Jinhai was momentarily taken aback by their fervor. How could I have underestimated his popularity among the girls? However, as the president of Tianhua University, he felt compelled to take action to maintain his dignity. Chuyun Xuan, you audacious outsider, you have committed a plethora of transgressions at my Tianhua University. As the president, I bear the responsibility and authority to impose punishment. Therefore, I hereby decree that you shall face the wrath of thunder and be handed over to the adjudication committee. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, eyes widening in astonishment. Deservedly so, came the murmurs. With a crackling energy, Qin Jinhai appeared to be enveloped in a storm of lightning. Cough, cough. Chuyun Xuan cleared his throat. Director Qin, please reconsider. If you were to strike me, Yao Yao would be heartbroken. At the mention of his granddaughter, Qin Jinhai shuddered violently. Ah, Chuyun Xuan, how dare you threaten me? You. Qin Jinhai stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Deflating, he finally conceded. However, given that what you said holds some truth and there is no evidence linking you to Chun Yang's incident, I believe this matter requires further deliberation. The crowd was left bewildered. With a grin, Chuyun Xuan bowed. Your wisdom is commendable, Director. Casting a sidelong glance at Chuyun Xuan, Qin Jinhai barked, follow me. He then turned to the other students. Quickly, find Instructor Liu and have her treat Qin Yang with attribute abilities. With that, Qin Jinhai strode away. And Chuyun Xuan cheerfully followed him in silence. Inside Qin Jinhai's office, the door slammed shut. Bang! He slammed his palm on the desk, glaring at Chuyun Xuan. You scoundrel! Can you not spare your sister some worry? How much has she sacrificed for you over the years? Do you even comprehend that? I am only giving you leniency out of compassion for her. Chuyun Xuan nodded repeatedly. Enough. Qin Jinhai waved his hand dismissively. I will suppress this incident for you. But I cannot guarantee what they might do behind the scenes. You must promise me one thing. Speak, Director. Keep your distance from my granddaughter. Qin Jinhai gritted his teeth. Not a problem. I shall not intentionally appear before her. Qin Jinhai nodded, suddenly recalling something. And you must also avoid my daughter. Chuyun Xuan replied. Well then, you cannot bar me from Tianhua University. Director, you are the president of Tianhua University. You cannot strip a student of their right to learn. What the hell? You were never a student of Tianhua University to begin with. Where do you derive this right to study here? Fine. I can have my daughter transfer with my granddaughter. Is that acceptable? Qin Jinhai hissed through clenched teeth. Chuyun Xuan feigned innocence. Qin Jinhai sank into his chair with a sigh. Once I transfer them, you may enroll at Tianhua University. I will make an exception for you. Chuyun Xuan shook his head. Huh. Your university won't accept me. If I enroll at Tianhua University and achieve fame, it would merely bring glory to your institution without any merit on my part. That is unacceptable. Qin Jinhai was taken aback. You. Shameless. If Tianhua University won't accept you, does that mean you failed your entrance exam? Whose fault is that? And you expect to gain fame later? Tianhua University will benefit from you? Nonsense. Fine. Suit yourself. Just get out. Qin Jinhai snapped. As Chuyun Xuan turned to leave, Qin Jinhai called out, wait. He tossed a letter to Chuyun Xuan. If you seek lightning abilities, go to the Tianhua University convenience store and find Xiaoqiyue. She can assist you. And do not come to me again. Hee. Thank you, Director. Chuyun Xuan grinned. As he was about to leave, something struck him. Still not departing? Qin Jinhai glared. Chuyun Xuan rubbed his nose. Cough. Director, how about you allow me to push you and then admit that you are not my match, conceding defeat? Qin Jinhai was dumbfounded. The system chimed in. Please refrain from exploiting bugs. Such behavior is shameful and will not count. The system continued to alert him, growing increasingly urgent. Chuyun Xuan chose to ignore it. What do you intend to do? One last request, Director. If you agree, I swear I will never meet your granddaughter. Qin Jinhai took a deep breath. What do you gain from this? The Director is a formidable opponent. I cannot defeat you. Yet cannot I not enjoy this moment of victory? I swear, she will never see me. Chuyun Xuan beamed. You scoundrel. You better keep your word. Or I will make you regret it. Yes. I will absolutely not go back on my word. Chuyun Xuan nodded vigorously. Then come forth. Chuyun Xuan extended his hand, giving Qin Jinhai a gentle push. The system chimed again. Not counted. This does not count. Qin Jinhai clutched his heart, collapsing into his chair, muttering, you are too strong. I am no match for you. I concede. With a glare at Chuyun Xuan, he added, is that satisfactory? Yes, thank you, Director. That was exhilarating. Haha. Farewell, Director. Qin Jinhai observed Chuyun Xuan's retreating figure, contemplating. This lad must have encountered significant fortune. Otherwise, how could he have transformed overnight? Alas, it seems I have acquired an extraordinary student. Perhaps I should do something for Xiaoya. Outside, Chuyun Xuan exclaimed, System, rewards. The system retorted, this system has already warned you. Exploiting bugs is disgraceful. No rewards will be granted. You are correct, but you should have informed me earlier. During that incident with my sister, although you countered me, you did not establish clear rules until now. I ask, can rules set in the moment hold any weight? Is it I who am being unreasonable, or is it you? System. Chuyun Xuan. Am I right? Is it you who has been unreasonable? We must reason this out. Quickly, the reward. System. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent of the 8-star divine realm, earning rewards. Godly comprehension. Spatial attribute. Tenfold increase in spiritual power, regardless of realm. This is 10 times the normal martial artist's spiritual power. System value. 1,000,000, with a sense of grievance. Ding, during the existence of the defeated opponent system. The host must truly defeat, emphasis, their opponent to receive rewards. Chuyun Xuan grinned widely. What a reward. Godly comprehension. He also acquired the spatial attribute. Space and time are indeed the two rarest and most potent attributes, and the most challenging to cultivate. Normally, even after centuries of cultivation in spatial attributes, one might only grasp 50%. Moreover, a tenfold increase in spiritual power is no trivial matter. Currently, his 4-star Mingxiao stage spiritual power is 5,000. Now transformed to 50,000. If he reaches the Xiantian realm, a typical martial artist possesses 200,000 in spiritual power, while he will boast 2 million. That is the implication. His spiritual power will be ample. No longer will he be in a position where unleashing a few powerful martial techniques drains his reserves. Tenfold is indeed invigorating. You are truly delightful, he remarked to the system. System. Chuyun Xuan then sauntered towards the convenience store with a contented demeanor. At the Tianhua University convenience store, 2 young women were inside. Jiang Ying observed Xiaoqiyue, who was organizing the shelves. Instructor Xiao, you truly suffered a great loss. That was simply too thrilling. Chapter 10. Did you really consider this fairy to be a bug? Jiang Ying was still savoring the recent events. One must admit, she genuinely admired Chuyun Xuan for today's actions. Although he is certainly a scoundrel, he possesses remarkable audacity. As she spoke, her delicate hands toyed with an exquisite dagger, which danced through the air under her command. Xiaoqiyue turned around, rolling her eyes, and deftly caught the airborne dagger, saying, can excitement be consumed? This fairy might starve. And by the way, mind your address, it's fairy instructor. Jiang Ying chuckled. Now that's more like it. Xiaoqiyue smiled broadly, then settled down, resting her chin on her hand, murmuring, to think this fairy, so astute, would be troubled by financial matters. How challenging, how challenging. Jiang Ying stretched lazily, then inquired, fairy instructor, why did you leave your respectable position at Tianhua University to run a convenience store? What prompted this? Goodness, what do you know? No one is perfect. But everyone can face demise. How much could a tutor possibly earn? I must embark on my own entrepreneurial journey to achieve financial freedom. Jiang Ying shrugged. Are you certain it's not because you are constantly besieged by complaints from students and parents, leading to a deduction in your salary, prompting you to open this store? Cough cough. Xiaoqiyue cleared her throat. Xiaoqiyue is Jiang Ying's instructor. They are of similar ages. Jiang Ying is 23, while Xiaoqiyue is 25. It is said she hails from another city. Upon her arrival at Tianhua University, She created quite a stir due to her exceptional beauty, especially being a mentor. Which male student could resist? Typically, she is carefree and nonchalant, completely devoid of the demeanor expected from a divine instructor, leading students to affectionately refer to her as fairy instructor. She often leads students in gambling, shedding tears of grievance when she loses, feigning innocence. She even collects protection fees from students. Complaints are frequent, and complaints lead to salary deductions. Although she may be unreliable and frivolous, she is genuinely kind-hearted. Despite collecting fees, when students are bullied outside of school, she leads the charge to fight back. However, upon returning, she imposes fines. Enough of this chatter, where S. Xiao Chushua. Call her over to support this fairy S business, Xiao Chiyue said. Let us skip that. Your goods are dubious at best. What? Where are my goods dubious? Xiao Chiyue retorted, clearly displeased. Jiang Ying pointed to a bracelet. This bracelet is worth at most 30, yet you sell it for 320. This fairy handcrafted it. Note, it is this fairy who handcrafted it. It is worth that price. Jiang Ying pointed to another item. This healing liquid. Outside it costs 1,005. Yet you charge 3,000. This fairy concocted it. Besides being a healing liquid, it is infused with this fairy's boundless affection. Is it not worth 3,000? Xiao Chiyue became anxious. Cough, cough, cough. It's worth it, worth it. Jiang Ying nodded vigorously. These students are truly something. They splurge lavishly when pursuing girls. Yet this fairy-esque convenience store has been open for quite some time, and they merely glance and flee. What does that mean? It hasn't even officially opened. Xiao Chiyue lamented. By the way, she shifted the topic. Wasn't there that perverted creep who kept harassing you? He showed up at your door in his boxers late at night. What happened with that? Castrated, Jiang Ying said casually while toying with the dagger. Really castrated? Indeed. It was so minuscule that it was swinging there. How could I not? He is currently recuperating in the hospital. Xiao Chiyue, impressive. At that moment, a notification chimed on her phone. Xiao Chiyue glanced at it. The stingy principal said he arranged for a student for me to mentor. If I keep an eye on him, I'll earn 12,000 a month. Wow, he is quite generous. Xiao Chiyue's eyes sparkled. Who is it? Jiang Ying inquired curiously. Xiao Chiyue shook her head, her eyes twinkling. I don't know. Just said he would come find me shortly. Wow. This is it for the fairy convenience store. Just then, Chuyun Xuan's murmurs could be heard from outside as he entered. He thought having a master of lightning attributes provide him with guidance was quite beneficial, so he came to take a look. Upon seeing Chuyun Xuan, Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. It's him. And upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chiyue's eyes lit up. She quickly approached Chuyun Xuan with a cheerful smile. Oh, young sir, are you here to shop? Come take a look. Everything here is genuine, reasonably priced, and fair to both young and old. Chuyun Xuan gazed at them, utterly astonished. This truly is a fairy convenience store. These two young women, each more enchanting than the last. The one before him, toying with a dagger, has beautiful chestnut locks, her lips slightly pursed like delicate cherry blossoms, with eyes that are both lively and enigmatic. The crystal earrings, tinged with pink, glimmer, while the W pendant bracelet on her wrist sparkles radiantly, and she dons white riding boots that are utterly captivating. Meanwhile, the woman beside him, flattering him, possesses a devilishly alluring figure, her golden wavy hair radiating brilliance, her long legs adorned in a pale yellow skirt, showcasing her flawless physique. If Chuyun Xuan had previously considered Lin Yar as the most beautiful, now he had two more contenders. Xiao Chiyue's enthusiasm left Chuyun Xuan momentarily at a loss. I came to find someone, he stated. Xiao Chiyue, with a beaming smile, gently guided him to a seat. No rush, first have a look and buy something. If you make a purchase, this fairy will assist you for free. What do you say? Xiao Chiyue sweetly proposed. Alright. Chuyun Xuan was then browsing the small shop. It's the fairy mentor, that's him, Jiang Ying whispered to Xiao Chiyue. Indeed, it's her. The first pot of gold on my entrepreneurial journey. Xiao Chiyue replied with a smile. Jiang Ying helplessly rubbed her forehead. Soon, Chuyun Xuan approached with a bag of spicy strips and inquired, how much? Xiao Chiyue stumbled, a bag of spicy strips? Yes. Xiao Chiyue's expression darkened. 4 yuan. So expensive? Damn, this is a black shop. Spicy strips outside are only 2 yuan. That's the price here. Chuyun Xuan, resigned, took out a 5 yuan note and handed it over. Xiao Chiyue accepted it, glanced at the note, and said, no change? This lollipop is 1 yuan. So it adds up to exactly 5 yuan. I want to ask for change. Chuyun Xuan replied, but this lollipop costs only a few dimes. I don't want it. I just need 1 yuan. Xiao Chiyue frowned and handed him a sausage, saying, this sausage is 2 yuan. I'm even giving you a discount of 1 yuan. This should work, right? Chuyun Xuan still shook his head. I'm not hungry. Why would I want a sausage? Just give me my 1 yuan. Xiao Chiyue retorted. Big brother, I haven't opened yet, so I don't have change. Chuyun Xuan replied, but I don't eat sausages. You can transfer me 1 yuan on your phone. Isn't that reasonable? Xiao Chiyue looked down at her account balance. 12 yuan. She sniffled, feeling wronged. Fine. 2 sausages, and I'm losing you 3 yuan. Is that okay? Xiao Chiyue insisted. Beautiful lady, I said I'm not hungry. Then you can feed the stray cats. Chuyun Xuan said. Damn, Why don't you feed them yourself? I just want my 1 yuan. Is it so difficult for you to transfer me 1 yuan on your phone? Xiao Chiyue was furious. I'm not selling it anymore. Hand over the spicy strips. She reached out to Chuyun Xuan. You're the one selling it, and you're the one not selling it. I'll file a complaint against you. Hearing Chuyun Xuan's words, Xiao Chiyue paused. You. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and said, all right, consider it my bad luck. I'll gift you this bag of spicy strips. I want to ask for your money. As she spoke, Xiao Chiyue handed the 5 yuan to Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan accepted the 5 yuan. You said it's a gift to me? Yes, a gift. Now go, hurry up. Xiao Chiyue insisted, trying to usher Chuyun Xuan away. Chuyun Xuan stroked his chin and placed the 5 yuan on the counter. What are you doing? Xiao Chiyue asked. I want another bag of these spicy strips. Xiao Chiyue. The next second, she erupted. Do you take this fairy for a bug card? I'll take you down. Jiangying. Chapter 11. The King of Empty Promises, Xiao Chiyue. Jiangying watched as Xiao Chiyue chased after Chuyun Xuan with a kitchen knife, going quite a distance. These two are truly a match, Jiangying mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Both were troublemakers. It was hardly surprising that they collided in such a spectacle. I'm so furious. Xiao Chiyue grumbled as she rolled up her sleeves and stormed back. Damn it, this fairy gave him a gift. And he wants more. I can't believe it. Still fuming, Xiao Chiyue turned to shout at the distant Chuyun Xuan, don't let me see you again, or I'll have my little Ying castrate you. Jiangying, fairy mentor. He is the Chuyun Xuan I mentioned, a guy who didn't get into college and came to challenge us? Exactly. And then what? He broke Li Jin's arm and made a mess of Chunyang. Xiao Chiyue exclaimed, wow. No wonder he is so foolish. He dares to take advantage of this fairy. It drives me crazy. Gasping for breath, Xiao Chiyue and Jiangying re-entered the shop. From a distance, Chuyun Xuan patted his chest, thinking, is it really necessary? Women are truly terrifying. She is so beautiful, yet when she gets angry, who can withstand it? Nevertheless, he had to go inside to find someone. Although Chuyun Xuan possessed a system, he was uncertain about what rewards the system would yield. He still needed formal training in various aspects of knowledge, martial arts, practical skills, and the use of spiritual tools, especially regarding thunder attribute cultivation. After organizing his thoughts, Chuyun Xuan walked over. Xiao Chiyue was animatedly chatting with Jiangying when Jiangying suddenly pointed to the door. Xiao Chiyue looked over and saw Chuyun Xuan's head peeking in. Damn. You dare to come back? I'll give you a good beating. Xiao Chiyue stood up, rolling up her sleeves. Wait. It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. I'm here to find someone. Chuyun Xuan quickly clarified. Who are you looking for? Xiao Chiyue asked, displeased. I heard that mentor Xiao Chiyue was at this small shop. I only saw this one, so it must be here, right? Xiao Chiyue sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, what do you want from mentor Xiao Chiyue? The dean recommended me to her for guidance. Cough, cough. Xiao Chiyue nearly choked. What? It's you? She stared blankly at Chuyun Xuan. Huh. Chuyun Xuan displayed a puzzled expression. Jiangying wore a smile, thinking it was amusing. So, the student that the dean assigned to Xiao Chiyue is actually him? This is getting interesting. The two of them coming together was quite the spectacle. Tianhua University. Oh no, Tianhua City might just descend into chaos. No way. Xiao Chiyue waved her hand dismissively. What is this? Handing such a troublesome person to this fairy? Only 12,000 a month? Are they trying to send me a beggar? Chuyun Xuan muttered. What is this? That old coot found me such an unreliable one. Damn that dean. After exchanging glances, they both exclaimed, wow. You still look down on this fairy? Xiao Chiyue instantly became agitated. Mentor Xiao Chiyue, you misunderstood. Call me fairy. Xiao Chiyue rolled her eyes. Chuyun Xuan quietly shook his head. Unreliable? Wow. Ying, he even looks down on me. This is a great humiliation. Xiao Chiyue said to Jiangying with a pained expression. What should we do? Jiangying inquired. This fairy will talk to the dean. I don't want to teach this person, Xiao Chiyue declared. But you can't even afford your rent, Jiangying pointed out. Just as Xiao Chiyue was about to grab her phone, her body froze. She sniffled. Feeling wronged. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. I look up, only to feel sorrow. After her lament, she turned to Chuyun Xuan. All right, let us resolve the rent issue first. You can follow me from now on. Chuyun Xuan was somewhat reluctant to follow her, feeling that she was unreliable. What knowledge can you teach me? Chuyun Xuan asked. Postures? Xiao Chiyue immediately eyed him warily. Pervert. Knowledge. It's knowledge. Chuyun Xuan reiterated. Cough, cough. Xiao Chiyue cleared her throat. I can teach you anything. It all depends on what you wish to learn. Very well, Chuyun Xuan nodded. I heard you didn't get into university? Xiao Chiyue inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Chuyun Xuan replied as he took a seat. But you defeated Li Jin, didn't you? How could you possibly not gain admission to university? You are at the 4-star level of the Mingxiao realm, in the intermediate class. Xiao Chiyue expressed her confusion. Chuyun Xuan shrugged, remaining silent. With a thunder attribute, what weapon do you prefer to use? Xiao Chiyue continued to probe. A sword, he answered succinctly. Xiao Chiyue extended her hand, and before her appeared a spatial wormhole. She reached inside and drew out a sword, tossing it to Chuyun Xuan. Wow, a spatial master. Chuyun Xuan exclaimed, astonished. With such skills, his sister Lin had yet to comprehend the essence of space. Perhaps he had misjudged Principal Qin. Here, take this for now. Help me with some odd jobs over the next couple of days. And if you perform well, this fairy shall impart my ultimate skill to you. What ultimate skill? Chuyun Xuan asked, intrigued. The ceiling dust celestial transformation technique. Jiang Ying coughed lightly. Ahem. The grand dreamer, Xiao Qiyue. She told herself the very same thing 2 years ago and has not mentioned it since. Why are you so familiar with me? You know my realm, my attributes. You aren't secretly investigating me because you like me, are you? Chuyun Xuan questioned, looking at her. Uffed. Xiao Qiyue spat out her drink. Asked Jiang Ying. She is your little fan. Xiao Qiyue pointed at Jiang Ying. Chuyun Xuan turned to Jiang Ying. Hi. She greeted him with a beaming smile and a wave. Chuyun Xuan shook his head. Sorry, but we are not compatible. I prefer someone more mature. Jiang Ying's smile instantly froze. Uffed. Xiao Qiyue burst into laughter. I advise you not to provoke her. Little Ying has quite the reputation. Chuyun Xuan. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Just then, 3 young women entered, holding hands. Upon seeing Chuyun Xuan, their eyes lit up. Wow, he is really here. Hi, can I get your contact information? We've finally found you. You're so handsome. We're having a party tonight, filled with beautiful ladies. Would you like to join me as my date? I saw him first. I invited him first. They clamored, vying for his attention. Just as Xiao Qiyue was about to interject, several more girls squeezed into the small shop. We found him. Sisters, he's in here. Quick, come in. Xiao Qiyue stroked her delicate chin, seemingly contemplating something. Hey, you all, she called out. Fairy mentor. They quickly exclaimed. Do you like my handsome student? Xiao Qiyue asked with a smile. Wow, he is your student? Yes, we like him. We adore him. Fairy mentor, you have no idea, just in this short time. He has already topped the school's handsome rankings on the Tianhua University forum. It's a landslide victory. Although I know his reputation isn't great, I just can't help but like him. Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she bore a smile. Come, buy something. And I'll have him share his contact details with you, alright? Wow. Yes. Chuyun Xuan's lips twitched. Chapter 12. Talent, shared life, not death. The sky gradually darkened. Yet, at the fairy's convenience store, a long line formed outside, all comprised of girls. They stood on tiptoe, eagerly gazing ahead. Several notices were affixed to the store's entrance. Spend over $898 at the store and receive a handsome photo of Chuyun Xuan, suitable for profile picture. Spend over $1898 for an opportunity to take a photo with Chuyun Xuan. Spend over $3,898 to obtain Chuyun Xuan's contact information. Jiang Ying stepped outside. Everyone, please don't line up. We've sold out of everything, and we haven't tea restocked yet. Come back tomorrow. The girls outside instantly displayed expressions of disappointment. Jiang Ying, please tell the fairy mentor that I won tea by anything. I'll just transfer her $3,898 directly. I want Chuyun Xuan's contact information. Yes, me too. I want tea by anything. Just give me Chuyun Xuan's contact details. Jiang Ying, please tell Chuyun Xuan that I have nurses, teachers, cheerleaders, and maid outfits at home. I beg you. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Heavens. I admit that Chuyun Xuan is ridiculously handsome, but these girls are even more outrageous. They're completely insane. She walked back inside. Xiao Qiyue sat there, her eyes gleaming with greed, almost with a hint of madness, counting the money. Wow, I'm rich. Who said this fairy has no business acumen? Chuyun Xuan twitched his lips. Damn it. I've boarded the thief's ship. He. Xiao Xian here. Xiao Qiyue handed him a stack of cash, estimating around 10,000 yuan. Is this for me? Of course. Then she handed a bundle of cash to Jiang Ying as well. Little Ying gets a share too. It's hard work following this fairy around. I promise you'll enjoy the benefits. She glanced outside. It's getting late. You all should head back to rest. This fairy still needs to restock and continue tomorrow. Continue? Chuyun Xuan looked at Xiao Qiyue, bewildered. Oh, my dear cash cow. I mean, Xiao Xian. Xiao Qiyue smiled sweetly, linking her arm with his. The assessment period is 3 days. Your performance today has been commendable. You wouldn't want to give up halfway, would you? I assure you. This ceiling dust celestial transformation technique is no exaggeration. I am the only one on the entire continent who can master it. What grade is it? Chuyun Xuan inquired. What is the highest grade of martial arts and mental techniques in this world? Holy banishment level, right? This is indeed the holy banishment level. Chuyun Xuan regarded her with skepticism. Really, truly. Xiao Qiyue nodded earnestly. Very well then, Chuyun Xuan replied. He. Make sure to rest well, moi. Xiao Qiyue blew him several kisses from a distance. Clearly, after an afternoon spent together, Chuyun Xuan had fully accepted Xiao Qiyue. How ridiculous. The invincible cash tree. I adore her. I'll head back first, Chuyun Xuan said. Bye, Jiang Ying added. I'll be leaving too. I might not come back tomorrow, as I might go out with Shi Chuxue to hone my skills tonight. Chuyun Xuan. Are you going to bleed out? Xiao Qiyue nodded. Be careful. Jiang Ying and Chuyun Xuan walked out together. Are you close with Shi Chuxue? Chuyun Xuan cast a glance at Jiang Ying, inquiring. This woman is quite dangerous. Don't be fooled by her frequent smiles and somewhat carefree demeanor. She is undoubtedly the type to be ruthless. Why? Do you know her? Of course, she is recognized as the most beautiful woman in Tianhua City's 4 martial artist universities, but I have yet to meet her. Wow, so you don't know me? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes at him. Heard it before, you must be the 3rd or 4th one, right? Meeting you today indeed makes sense, but the number of people who fancy you should be rather few. Jiang Ying glanced at Chuyun Xuan. Why? It's the icy beauty like Chuyun Xuan that everyone admires. Someone like you, a little punk, is simply forgettable. Jiang Ying. Do you believe I can take you down? Jiang Ying said fiercely. Then Xiao Qiyue will take you down. Chuyun Xuan chuckled. Get lost. I bid you farewell. With that, Jiang Ying vanished beside Chuyun Xuan. My goodness, are they all this formidable? Chuyun Xuan opened his mouth in exasperation. At this very moment, at the First People's Hospital of Tianhua, Li Jin lay on the hospital bed, one arm wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. Dad, that Chuyun Xuan is too arrogant. I want him dead. Li Jin shouted with reddened eyes. His father replied, we certainly cannot let this matter slide easily, but for now, it has been suppressed by Qin Jinhai. The director? What right does he have to intervene? Li Jin asked, agitated. You were the one who caused trouble, injuring his arm, thereby providing others with a reason to suppress it. Even if there are penalties and compensations, they won't amount to much. It's meaningless. Damn. Li Jin gritted his teeth. Rest assured, we will find a way. Take it easy. I've specifically invited the vice president of the tribunal to assist in your treatment, or else your arm would be ruined. Li Jin clenched his jaw. At that moment, a nurse wheeled in another bed. The bed gradually came to a halt beside Li Jin. He turned his head to glance. Lying on the bed was a familiar male student, staring blankly at the ceiling. Qinyang? Li Jin furrowed his brow. Qinyang turned his head, dazed, and looked at Li Jin. What happened to you? Then he glanced at the bandaged parts of Qinyang. Hiss. Who did this? Qinyang's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists. Chuyun Xuan. He gritted his teeth. Li Jin. He couldn't help but sniffle. The two had always been at odds, yet at this moment, there was a sense of mutual understanding. Good brother. Chuyun Xuan was feeling quite exhilarated today. He had thought that this defeated opponent system was somewhat useless, but the rewards had far exceeded his expectations. He had acquired earthly-level martial techniques, spatial attributes, and had reached the 4-star Bright Aperture realm. He garnered a substantial number of attribute points. His 4-star Bright Aperture realm values had even surpassed those of others at the 7-star level. Oh right, the system shop. Chuyun Xuan hurriedly opened the system shop. The first system shop, Attribute Exchange, can exchange speed, physique, strength, and spirit, doubling the values for a duration of 3 minutes. Same attributes cannot stack. Cost and system points, 10,000. Hypocrisy card. After using on a target, their responses and actions will contradict their true thoughts. Cost and system points, 10,000. Dodge card. After use, for the next 3 minutes, the host will be in an infinite dodge state, able to evade all attacks, effective below the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Usable once per day. Cost and system points, 10,000. Common Attribute Exchange. Can exchange for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. Cost and system points, 200,000. Rare Attribute Exchange. Can exchange for wind, darkness, light, thunder, and ice rare attributes. Cost and system points, 500,000. Super Rare Attribute Exchange. Can exchange for time or space attributes. Cost and system points, 1,000,000. Deadly Strike. After exchange, the next attack's power is increased by 100 times. Cost and system points, 1,000,000. Usable once per day. Talent Exchange. After exchange, a random talent will be obtained. Cost and system points, 1,000,000. Usable once in a lifetime. Pink Spray. Can only be used on the opposite sex. Cost and system points, 2,000,000. Yama's Note. After exchange, write the name on Yama's note, simultaneously conjuring related information about the person in the mind, ignoring realms, and instantly eliminating them, regardless of distance. Cost and system points, 50,000,000. What? Chuyun Xuan was utterly stunned. The preceding items were acceptable, but the final Yama's Note, holy cow, is this even a real thing? My goodness, how domineering is that? Moreover, the attribute exchange means that as long as he has enough system points, he can possess all attributes. This talent exchange. Talents are non-existent in Blue Star. Warriors only have laws and realms. Above the Xuantiang realm is the Divine Passage realm, and above that is the Law realm. Upon reaching the Law realm, warriors can comprehend laws to assist in battle. Talents should be a gift bestowed independently by the system, something others cannot possess, akin to laws. He currently only has 1,000,000 system points. Which should he exchange? Clearly, having an additional attribute or talent would be the most beneficial. Chuyun Xuan contemplated. Exchange for talent. Ding, are you sure? Confirmed. Ding, you have consumed 1,000,000 system points to exchange for a talent. Ding, the talent is being randomly distributed. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the talent, Life Shared, Death Apart. Chuyun Xuan. Chapter 13. A Desire to Annihilate the Demon God. Chuyun Xuan stood frozen in place. What is this? It's supposed to be life shared and death together. This talent, life shared, death apart? What effect does it have? Chuyun Xuan quickly checked. Life shared, death apart. A talent skill bestowed by the system, ignoring realms after use. Allows the state of the user to be exchanged with a chosen target within the field of vision. Cooldown, 6 months. Chuyun Xuan. Holy cow! Chuyun Xuan was astounded. This talent is simply extraordinary. How to comprehend it? Suppose he is gravely wounded, even on the brink of death, while the other party is in peak condition. By using this talent, their states would be directly exchanged. He, Chuyun Xuan, would become robust, while the other party would be grievously injured. It's that domineering, mindless. This essentially means that every 6 months, he has a sort of immunity against death, right? My goodness. And it even ignores realms. Now, if a celestial god were before him, as long as they do not kill him, merely bringing him close to death, he could instantly rejuvenate himself with life shared, death apart. If worst comes to worst, he could even injure himself to the brink of death and then utilize it. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This is too ruthless. Chuyun Xuan opened his mouth. Damn. A desire to annihilate the demon god surged within him. While his defeated opponent's system is still active, if he were to eliminate the demon god, wouldn't he become invincible? However, that was merely a thought. It was evidently unrealistic. The nearest to Tianhua City is the 5th demon god palace, which lies deep within the beast domain. He would hardly survive the journey there. Who knows what new systems will unfold tonight? Chuyun Xuan had begun to feel a sense of anticipation. Click. He opened the door, and Lin Yu rose from the sofa. It seemed she had just been practicing. She approached Chuyun Xuan, adeptly tidying away the shoes he had just removed and retrieving a pair of slippers for him. I didn't expect you to come back so late. The meal has gone cold. I'll warm it up for you, she said before heading toward the kitchen. No need. Xiao, I can manage myself, Chuyun Xuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Chuyun Xuan address her in such an endearing manner, Lin Yu turned her head away, feeling slightly embarrassed. I quite like it when you call me that, she admitted, though she chose not to pursue the matter further. She was undoubtedly aware of the events that had transpired with Chuyun Xuan that day. Despite his mistakes, the dean had intervened. What made her happier was that Chuyun Xuan had actually become a 4-star thunder element martial artist in the enlightened realm. This revelation brought her immense joy. Have you eaten? Chuyun Xuan inquired. At the mystic sky realm, one doesn't easily feel hunger, Lin Yu replied with a slight shake of her head. Then let us dine together, he suggested. After warming the meal, the two sat across from each other. I've heard about what happened today, Lin Yu said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan scratched his head. I've gotten into trouble again. Just be more cautious in the future. Now that you're a 4-star in the enlightened realm, you've officially stepped into the ranks of martial artists, and you should be able to unleash some more powerful martial techniques. So, work hard on your cultivation. Of course. Chuyun Xuan smiled. Has the dean enrolled you yet? Lin Yu asked, taking a bite of her dish. I haven't been officially enrolled, but he found someone to teach me. He replied. Who? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Chiyue. Xiao instructor owes the dean a significant favor now, Lin Yu pondered aloud. A favor? Chuyun Xuan asked, intrigued. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, although Xiao instructor is around my age, she is extraordinarily capable. In terms of spatial attributes, she far surpasses me. In my understanding, her mastery of space at her age is unparalleled on the entire Blue Star. I learned a great deal from her regarding spatial techniques, and she has assisted me immensely. Space is incredibly difficult to cultivate, he replied. Though I have just obtained some knowledge, I can only manage a few meters of spatial teleportation. It's exceedingly challenging. The profundity of space is beyond imagination. Spatial jumps, spatial explosions, spatial collapses, spatial compression, 2-dimensional space, 3-dimensional space, and so forth. Once truly mastered, it is indeed formidable. She is that powerful. What realm is she in? Chuyun Xuan asked. Lin Yu responded. She is likely in the Divine Passage realm and has not yet advanced to the Law realm. A 25-year-old in the Divine Passage realm? Isn't that akin to matching the genius Zhang Chuchen from the Judgment Council? Chuyun Xuan exclaimed. But she can defeat those in the Law realm? Yes. She saved my life once, Lin Yu recalled. Chuyun Xuan frowned. What happened? Last year, while I was training in the beast domain, I inadvertently encountered a Law realm phantom evil tiger. I attempted to escape using spatial techniques, but the tiger shattered my spatial escape. Fortunately, I encountered Xiao instructor at that moment. I witnessed her in the Divine Passage realm drive back the Law realm phantom evil tiger. She is that strong? Chuyun Xuan was astonished. She possesses a unique mental technique, the strength of which exceeded my expectations. Under its influence, she can elevate her combat prowess in the Divine Passage realm to that of the Law realm. It's quite impressive. She mentioned it to me. It's called sealing dust. When Lin Yu spoke of cultivation, her demeanor became especially earnest. For her, there were only two things in her world, cultivation and Chuyun Xuan. Is it the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique? He asked. Yes. Lin Yu looked at Chuyun Xuan. How did you know? She mentioned she would teach me, but I thought she was boasting. Turns out she's genuinely remarkable. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback. Lin Yu cleared her throat. It was clear she was aware that Xiao Chiyue had a tendency to exaggerate. I'll accompany you to Tianhua University tomorrow to visit my teacher and Xiao instructor, Lin Yuter stated. All right, can I hold you while we walk around the school tomorrow? Or perhaps you could take my arm. Chuyun Xuan asked with a smile. Lin Yuter blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, why? It would be impressive, he replied. Fine. She answered candidly. Her personality was refreshingly straightforward, never concealing her true thoughts. When she said something was so, it was so. When it was not, it was not. Sometimes her forthrightness was endearingly innocent. Recalling a previous match where she faced a formidable male opponent, he had declared that if she lost, she would have to be his girlfriend. Lin Yuer had regarded him for a moment, seemingly contemplating, before responding nonchalantly. No, that won't work. You're too ugly. And I don't like you. The memory of that moment brought a smile to his face. She was incredibly candid, and her tone had a light-hearted seriousness that made it all the more charming. Oh, by the way, Lin Yuer said, looking at Chuyun Xuan. Don't provoke a few girls at Tianhua University. She understood Chuyun Xuan's romantic tendencies. He was likely to be drawn to beautiful girls. However, she felt it necessary to caution him. Who? He inquired. Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue, she replied. What about them? Chuyun Xuan asked. They're formidable. I worry you might suffer. If you like them, consider pursuing them only after you become stronger, especially Jiang Ying. Why? Chuyun Xuan chuckled. She has harmed boys before, Lin Yuer stated flatly, but earnestly. Looking directly at Chuyun Xuan, Chuyun Xuan suppressed a laugh. Ah, that sister is too adorable. All right, speaking of Shi Chuxue, I haven't met her yet. Is she beautiful? He asked. Beautiful. She is recognized as the most stunning beauty among the 4 universities in Tianhua City. I remember Xiao Yer. You're also the first, right? You're on par with her, he remarked. Who do you think is more beautiful? Chuyun Xuan inquired with a playful smile. Lin Yuter blinked at him and without hesitation replied me. Uffed. That was too cute. The key was that she was being entirely sincere and not just saying it for effect. I think so too, Chuyun Xuan chuckled. Chapter 14. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. In the dead of night, Chuyun Xuan sat on his bed, cultivating. At exactly midnight, a notification chimed. Ding, defeated opponent system, deactivated. Ding, congratulations, you have randomly activated benevolent system. Coughing lightly, Chuyun Xuan couldn't help but voice his confusion. What is this? This system seems overly expansive. The previous one was defeated opponent system, and now it has completely shifted to a benevolent system. He quickly examined the system description. Benevolent system. During the system's active period, if the host's actions cause emotional fluctuations in the opposite sex, or if the hostess' behavior is altruistic, rewards can be obtained. The greater the emotional fluctuation, the higher the reward. Additionally, the system will trigger corresponding tasks when encountering suitable opposite-sex candidates. Completing these tasks will yield rewards. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Is this what you call a benevolent system? I truly feel embarrassed to point this out. Chuyun Xuan murmured to himself. Another day of the system. If it were a week-long system, it would undoubtedly be a grand one. This one is bearable, though I remain curious about the rewards. He then continued his cultivation. The following morning, Chuyun Xuan awoke early, feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated. A stark contrast to the torment of rising before he had attained any proficiency. Stepping out of his bedroom, he found Lin Yuer had just completed breakfast, seafood noodles. One of his favorites, exemplifying simplicity yet exquisite flavor. As he gazed at Lin Yuer, information materialized before him. Name, Lin Yuer. Age, 24. System rating, 991. Attributes, ice, space. Realm, Shantian Realm 9 stars. Affection, 90. Life and death bond. The notion of such profound affection, where one would willingly share life and death, is a rarity in this world. Ding. Target Lin Yuer identified. Triggering task, Lin Yuer's affection. Achieving affection levels of 30, 60, and 80 will yield successive rewards, remaining effective even after the system concludes. Ding. As the target's affection has reached the task limit, the task has been modified to push to 0 Lin Yuer. Task reward, 9 Calamity Dark Thunder. Chuyun Xuan. Huh, this system is utterly ridiculous. Push to 0? Is that even feasible? Even if it were, how could I bring myself to do it? Wait a moment. A mischievous smile crept across his face. System. Huh, that smile seems oddly familiar. Come here, my dear you, Chuyun Xuan said with a grin. Lin Yuer frowned slightly, commenting, that's more nauseating, no, even more revolting. Yet, she approached him nonetheless. What is it? I need you to be pushed. Lin Yuer tilted her head in confusion. Is it the same as yesterday morning? Exactly. But you don't need to recite any lines. All right. Lin Yuer nodded, uncertain of Chuyun Xuan's intentions, but complied nonetheless. I'm coming. Okay. With that, Chuyun Xuan gave her a gentle push, and she fell gracefully onto the sofa. System. Rewards. Rewards. Chuyun Xuan excitedly communicated with the system in his mind. System. Ding. The host has not completed the task regarding Lin Yuer. No rewards will be granted. Hey, are you kidding me? What is the task called? Ding. Push to 0 Lin Yuer. Chuyun Xuan. But I just pushed her down, didn't I? System. Ding. This push is not that push. It does not count. Chuyun Xuan. Is this some kind of trick? Isn't a physical push still a push? Did I not accomplish the task as you specified? Why does it not count? Are you playing games with me again? Why couldn't you clarify this beforehand? Hurry, give me my reward, or I shall file a complaint. System, ooh, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving reward, 9 Calamity Dark Thunder, gritted teeth. Ding. Please note, physical pushes will no longer be considered as task completion. Chuyun Xuan felt a surge of delight. So adorable. He then turned to Lin and said, let's eat. After finishing their meal, Chuyun Xuan and Lin headed toward Tianhua University. Along the way, they chatted amiably. I suppose I found a job, Chuyun Xuan announced. What kind of job? Lin inquired. I'm helping Xiao Qiyu. She sent me a salary of 10,000 yesterday, he replied with a smile. But isn't Mentor Xiao rather poor? Chuyun Xuan. Is Xiao Qiyu's poverty so notorious? Yet, she is incredibly talented. Why is she so destitute? Not recently. She's doing quite well. At that moment, they noticed an elderly man struggling with a tricycle laden with cardboard, precariously high as he ascended a slope. Lin, with her kind heart, approached to assist him. Chuyun Xuan followed suit, lending a hand. Thank you, you two. You are both so handsome and kind-hearted. The old man expressed gratefully. Not at all, sir. You are quite advanced in age, yet you seem remarkably strong, managing such a heavy load, Chuyun Xuan remarked with a smile. Of course, to be honest. Although I'm older, I'm still in better shape than many who are a decade younger than me. The old man replied, smiling. Impressive. With your vigor. Why not work as a clerk at a convenience store? The old man chuckled. Oh, young man. To be honest, I've done it all in my youth. White collar, sales, waiter. Even a teacher. Just a couple of years ago, I was a train attendant. Chuyun Xuan's jaw dropped. Really? That's remarkable. And you were still a train attendant just 2 years ago? Indeed. But I must admit, I've never worked as a clerk. My body can't handle that anymore. Chuyun Xuan laughed. I still have much to learn from you. With such a wealth of experience. The old man blinked, scratching his head. Huh? Young man. Were you talking about work? Chuyun Xuan. Wow. Incredible. You, sir, are truly something else. I must be on my way now. He then took Lin by the hand and walked away. What's wrong? Lin asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chuyun Xuan replied awkwardly. Oh, before long. They arrived at the university entrance. Link arms with me, Chuyun Xuan suggested with a smile. Lin replied lightly, linking her arm with his. Ding. The system detects Lin nervousness. System value 10,000. Chuyun Xuan glanced at her. Feeling nervous? A bit, but if it gives you face, then it's worth it. He chuckled softly, and they strolled together. Wow. So beautiful. Who is she? Wow. Chuyun Xuan. Damn it. You lucky guy. Lin the senior? No wonder she is so stunning. How infuriating. How did Chuyun Xuan get so lucky? I envy him for having Lin on his arm. Lin, a mesmerizing ice attribute warrior, was rumored to have shattered records with her icy prowess. Numerous elite factions and academies had extended invitations to her, all of which she had declined. Curse it. If it weren't for Chuyun Xuan, Lin would have soared by now, undoubtedly at the divine realm level. Ding. The system perceives the infatuation of 32 female classmates. System value 150,000. The sensation of envy emanating from 107 female classmates enveloped him. With the system value soaring to 310,000. Chuyun Xuan exclaimed, fantastic. As he turned, 2 young men approached. It was Tang Xiaosan, undeniably handsome. Although Tang Xiaosan was merely an ordinary wood element user, his mastery in this attribute was unparalleled. His signature technique, wood entanglement, was honed to perfection, capable of binding even fire attribute users of the same realm, rendering them immobile. Wow. It's the illustrious Tang Xiaosan from the advanced class. Someone murmured. Forget it. I've lost interest in him. I now admire Chuyun Xuan. Indeed, Chuyun Xuan is my ultimate favorite. Is that Senior Lin? One of Tang Xiaosan's companions inquired. Tang Xiaosan cast a glance, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Indeed, it has been ages since she last graced Tianhua University. Why is she linking arms with a man? He mused, furrowing his brow. Oh, it's Chuyun Xuan. But that is problematic. Senior Lin is the woman that young Master Shun has always favored. Since Chuyun Xuan lacks any familial ties to her, young Master Shun, with his possessive nature, would surely be displeased upon discovering this. Tang Xiaosan nodded decisively. Correct. I must teach Chuyun Xuan a lesson on Shun's behalf. Who knows? If Shun is pleased, he might reward me handsomely. Yet, Senior Lin was right beside him. Tang Xiaosan chuckled. As long as I have a reasonable justification, I can discreetly reprimand Chuyun Xuan, and she would find it difficult to intervene. With that, Tang Xiaosan approached confidently. Chapter 15. Brothers in adversity at the hospital. Over the years, Lin had scarcely ventured out with Chuyun Xuan. It was because Chuyun Xuan had never shown any affection towards her. Suddenly, his demeanor towards her shifted entirely, leaving her perplexed yet elated. It was also the first time Lin realized just how much admiration Chuyun Xuan garnered from the girls around them. As they strolled through Tianhua University, she could distinctly feel the hostile glares directed at her from numerous female classmates. While witnessing their excitement upon seeing Chuyun Xuan, Tang Xiaosan and his companion drew closer. That must be Senior Linyar, Tang Xiaosan remarked. And you are? Linyar replied. Tang Xiaosan, a friend of young Master Shun, he responded with a smile. I've heard of you. Linyar acknowledged with a slight nod. Chuyun Xuan recalled that Shun Qianjun was among the top 5 powerhouses at Tianhua University, often lauded alongside Shichu Shui and a few others as a once-in-a-century genius. Additionally, Shun Qianjun was Linyar's most ardent admirer. Tang Xiaosan, as a sycophant, was thriving under Shun's influence. Tang Xiaosan felt a surge of pride. I never imagined that Senior Linyar knew me. However, I must be so bold as to mention. He glanced at Chuyun Xuan and continued. Yesterday, Chuyun Xuan, acting as an outsider, challenged both the junior and intermediate classes. As a member of Tianhua University, I feel obliged to restore our honor. With a grin directed at Chuyun Xuan, he asked, I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge? Chuyun Xuan activated his spirit eye. Name, Tang Xiaosan. Age, 23. Attribute, wood, realm, Xian body realm, 1 star. He then remarked, if memory serves. You are at the bottom of the advanced class, are you not? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaosan's eyes narrowed slightly. He chuckled. True, my ranking is not high. But in other martial arts universities, it remains quite prestigious. Enough. Just answer if you are at the bottom or not. There's no need for qualifiers. To an uninformed person, it might sound as though your rank isn't too low, Chuyun Xuan stated. Linyar glanced at Chuyun Xuan but remained silent. You. Tang Xiaosan pointed at Chuyun Xuan. His teeth clenched in rage, wishing he could tear him apart. The surrounding girls gasped, wow, Chuyun Xuan is so handsome. He exudes such dominance. I'm utterly smitten. They were captivated by his charm, whispering amongst themselves. You superficial women. He may be flaunting himself now, but just wait until Linyar steps in. You'll see how Tang Xiaosan handles Chuyun Xuan. Indeed, what is he trying to prove? Does he think he can act tough in front of a Xian body realm user? Does he really believe Tang Xiaosan is like those in the junior and intermediate classes? Someone scoffed. When it comes to bravado, you are the master. But do you dare to accept my challenge? Tang Xiaosan laughed. Of course. What fear could I have against a waste who can't even manifest a basic skill? Ding. The manifestation card was successfully utilized. Remaining uses, 23. Tang Xiaosan's eye sharpened. Don't get too arrogant. Did I say something wrong? You know Xiao Wu, right? My ex-girlfriend. What of it? She once told me you're a eunuch. Chuyun Xuan chuckled. That essay lie. Tang Xiaosan seethed. Fine. You force my hand. With that, he turned to Linyar, saying, Senior Linyar, I hope you want to interfere. I'll be measured in my actions. Chuyun Xuan looked at Linyar, who appeared concerned, and reassured her, he is merely a eunuch. The vines he releases from his wood attribute are bound to be limp. Even in the Xian body realm, it won't matter. Ding. The manifestation card was activated again. Remaining uses, 13. Ha ha ha. The surrounding girls erupted in laughter at Chuyun Xuan's remark. Alright, another one who underestimates the wood attribute. Tang Xiaosan scoffed. Then prepare to experience my ultimate technique. Wood entanglement. Suddenly, dozens of sturdy vines shot forth, hurtling towards Chuyun Xuan. Aren't you going to dodge? Tang Xiaosan sneered. However, the next moment left everyone dumbfounded. As the vines approached Chuyun Xuan, they instantly wilted, collapsing uselessly to the ground. The crowd blinked in disbelief. Hey, get up. Tang Xiaosan urged, attempting to manipulate the wood entanglement, but the vines remained limp, utterly unresponsive. Get up. Attack. Wood entanglement. Frustrated, Tang Xiaosan unleashed his spiritual power once more, yet the vines lay there, inert. The manifestation card had rendered his vines utterly ineffective. The spectators erupted in laughter. Is it really true? So wood attribute users are useless, and their vines are all limp? I can't believe it. I thought Chuyun Xuan was just boasting. But it turns out he was telling the truth. Ding. The system registered the delight of 33 individuals of the opposite gender, increasing the system value to 100,000. You. What sorcery have you employed? Tang Xiaosan stammered, trembling as he pointed at Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan approached him, patted his shoulder, and said, You should get that treated. With a smile, he walked away, leaving Tang Xiaosan in a state of utter despair. Brother San, you can't be serious. His companion ventured cautiously. Nonsense. I have it. I am not a eunuch. Tang Xiaosan shouted vehemently. He cast a glance at the mocking gazes and the pointed fingers of those around him. How could this be happening to me? Tang Xiaosan tugged at his trousers and lowered his head to take a look. Tang Xiaosan. It's gone? How could it be gone? One could only say that the manifestation of spoken words is truly formidable. Where did it go? Hey, don't joke with me. Where are you? Come back. Damn it, come back. At the First People's Hospital of Tianhua City, Li Jin and Qinyang lay in their hospital beds. It just exploded? Li Jin asked in bewilderment. Qinyang nodded, devoid of hope. How could this happen? Li Jin furrowed his brow. However, rest assured. I sent a message to the advanced classes Tang Xiaosan last night. He is at the first star of the Xian body realm. And I asked him to teach Chuyun Xuan a lesson. Qinyang gritted his teeth. He must be taught a severe lesson. Absolutely. At that moment, a nurse pushed another hospital bed over. Lying on it was none other than Tang Xiaosan, looking utterly despondent. Tang Xiaosan. Upon seeing him, Chen Yang and Li Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Nurse, what happened to him? Li Jin hurriedly inquired. Just like the person next to you, the nurse replied. Chen Yang. Li Jin. Chapter 16. Chuyun Xuan, I shall never coexist with you. Chuyun Xuan made his way to the fairy convenience store. While Lin Yu had gone to visit the dean first. This benevolent system rewards based on the emotions of the opposite sex, primarily bestowing system points, which I currently require in abundance, and I cannot afford to squander them. Chuyun Xuan pondered. Before long, he arrived at the fairy convenience store, which was devoid of any merchandise. Ah, little Xianyuan has arrived. Come, have a seat. Xiao Qiyue approached with a warm smile. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the task, Xiao Qiyue's favor. Achieving favor levels of 30, 60, and 80 will yield rewards, and the system remains effective even after its disappearance. Name, Xiao Qiyue. Age, 25. Score, 99. Attributes, Thunder, Space, Cultivation, 5 stars and Divine Ability Realm. Favor, 23. Friendly. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. This system indeed has a discerning eye. Only those with scores above 90 can trigger a task. Are we not selling anything today? He inquired. The goods haven tea arrived yet. Please rest while I prepare some tea for you. Xiao Qiyue replied with a smile. Where's senior sister Jiang Ying? Chuyun Xuan asked. She should also be able to trigger a task. Did my little brother miss me? Jiang Ying's voice chimed in as she entered with a smile on her lips. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the task, Jiang Ying's favor. Achieving favor levels of 30, 60, and 80 will yield rewards, and the system remains effective even after its disappearance. Name, Jiang Ying. Age, 23. Score, 987. Attributes, Dark, Wind, Cultivation, 7 stars in Xiantian Realm. Favor, 15. Friendly. How is it that everyone is so formidable these days? Rare attributes abound. Weren't you supposed to go to the monster beast domain? Chuyun Xuan asked. Don't mention it. I wanted to join Shichu Shui. But she is too competitive. She must be terrified that I might surpass her in cultivation. So she went secretly, Jiang Ying muttered. Xiao Qiyue interjected. Come on. Little Chu Xue is famously diligent. When it comes to hard work and cultivation at Tianhua University, only Chuyun Xuan's sister can rival her. Jiang Ying shrugged. Since there's no merchandise, I'll take my leave to tend to my own affairs, Chuyun Xuan declared. What are you up to? Jiang Ying asked curiously. Chuyun Xuan smiled. You'll find out shortly. An hour later, a throng of girls gathered at the entrance of the fairy convenience store. What is going on here? Why are there so many people? Chuyun Xuan was here yesterday, and a multitude of girls came just to obtain his contact information. This bunch of women has truly lost their composure. Is it really necessary? A passing boy remarked with irritation. That is not the reason at all. Then what is it? Chuyun Xuan is holding an audition for girlfriends. The crowd gasped. What on earth? I've had enough. Moreover, the audition is only for today. This is absurd. So many girls have come. They really have no sense of shame. I cannot believe it. Can being handsome truly allow one to act with impunity? I'm so envious. Chuyun Xuan is simply too arrogant. It drives me mad. Why are there 2 boys in line over there? Are they competing too? The crowd buzzed with discussion. The boys watched this scene unfold, their teeth clenched in resentment. Yet, they were filled with envy and jealousy. This is outrageous. One boy exclaimed. They are truly forsaking their dignity for mere looks. Zhao Deijing chuckled and replied. They are just common folk, incomparable to your sister-in-law. Exactly. Sister Tingting is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and not vulgar. I truly envy Deijing for having found such a perfect girlfriend. Zhao Deijing smiled. Yes. I indeed consider myself fortunate. Deijing, look. Is that your sister-in-law? One younger boy suddenly pointed at a girl at the audition site. Zhao Deijing looked over. What the hell? Damn it. Ah, Chuyun Xuan, I am your nemesis. Lu Tingting, congratulations on passing the audition, skipping the 2nd and 3rd rounds, and advancing directly to the finals. Jiang Ying handed Lu Tingting an advancement card. Yay. She immediately displayed an expression of excitement. Chuyun Xuan sat nearby. Ding. Sensing Lu Tingting's excitement, system points awarded. 30,000. Ding. The host's actions reflect an immense benevolence. System points awarded. 100,000. Ding. Sensing the tension among the girls. System points awarded. 100,000. Ding. The system notifications echoed continuously in Chuyun Xuan's mind. He was nothing short of a genius. He was truly making the most of this benevolent system. The system points were pouring in. Jiang Ying, intrigued, decided to accompany Chuyun Xuan for some fun. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Only Chuyun Xuan could achieve such a feat truly impressive. Chuyun Xuan announced, all right, everyone. Please allow those shorter than 163 centimeters to leave first. Instantly, a group of girls stepped out of the queue. Ding. Sensing the disappointment of the girls. System points awarded. 200,000. Ding. Chuyun Xuan continued. Next, please allow those weighing over 105 jin to exit, unless your height exceeds 1.7 meters. Another group of girls left in disappointment. Ding. Sensing the disappointment of the girls. Then, please, those with an A cup size may exit. The remainder will advance to the second round, while those with C cups or above will be directly entered into the third round. Ding. Countless students gathered around to witness the spectacle, their teeth grinding in envy. What is happening? Song Shuheng approached, gently patting a boy's shoulder. Brother Song, you won't believe it. This Chuyun Xuan is insufferably arrogant. I truly want to take him down. The boy recounted the events leading up to this moment to Song Shuheng. There's no need to be upset. He's actually quite remarkable, remarked Song Shuheng with a smile. Upon a sudden furrowing of his brows, he inquired, Jiangying, what is she doing by Chuyun Xuan's side? Brother Song, you are indeed the epitome of humility and charm. You are so perfect, while I am but an ordinary person, lacking the breadth of your character, she laughed. Song Shuheng maintained his flawless smile before asking, is Jiangying present? Yes, Senior Jiangying is assisting him with the auditions, came the reply. Though Song Shuheng's smile remained ever so perfect, a flicker of something unusual passed through his gaze. The woman he admired was frolicking with Chuyun Xuan? Absurd. He then approached them. Chuyun Xuan, we still have classes to attend. Perhaps you should take a break? Song Shuheng spoke to Chuyun Xuan with a calm demeanor, a hint of a serene smile lingering on his lips. Upon seeing Song Shuheng, many eyes lit up. Wow, it's Song Shuheng. So handsome, they whispered amongst themselves. Song Shuheng is a suitor of Senior Jiangying. He must have noticed how close Chuyun Xuan and Jiangying are. But Song Shuheng is the most gentlemanly and cultured individual I've ever seen. He'll likely just caution Chuyun Xuan. He's among the top 10 experts at Tianhua University. He could easily reprimand Chuyun Xuan, yet he's so kind and gentle, truly a perfect male deity. Indeed, I've never heard him utter a curse. Whenever a student is injured, he is always the first to lend a helping hand. He is genuinely wonderful. Chuyun Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng then turned his attention to Jiangying, displaying a gentle smile as he inquired, Jiangying, what are you doing here? I'm helping Chuyun Xuan with the auditions. She replied, aren't you supposed to be training? Song Shuheng asked, this is so much fun. I almost want to join in. Jiangying responded with a beaming smile. Clearly, she did not harbor any affection for Song Shuheng, perhaps even disdain. Is that so? Chuyun Xuan questioned. Of course, Jiangying affirmed. Then how about I promote you directly to the finals? Chuyun Xuan suggested with a grin. Wow, that would be amazing, Jiangying exclaimed. All right, you are now in the finals. Yay, Song Shuheng. His face retained that humble, gentlemanly smile. Chapter 17, The Beastly Heart Beneath a Human Facade. Song Shuheng adjusted his glasses and softly remarked, Chuyun Xuan, you are quite the popular one. Not too shabby. I've heard you are also very well liked, Chuyun Xuan replied. Haha, not compared to you. Well then, I won't intrude any longer. Until next time, Song Shuheng said before turning to leave. You seem quite averse to him. Chuyun Xuan quietly asked Jiangying, having discerned her deliberate rejection of Song Shuheng during their previous exchange. Yes, Jiangying nodded. He's not bad, I suppose. Though I don't feel any attraction, he is one of the few boys I don't dislike. I've heard he is humble, warm-hearted, and has even adopted many stray cats. Indeed, Chuyun Xuan acknowledged. Then why do you seem to dislike him? Even if you don't like him, there's no need for such aversion, Jiangying queried. How should I explain it? He is indeed persistent in pursuing me, and while he is genuinely kind and well-liked by everyone, I just feel an unsettling sensation when he is around. Something about him just doesn't sit right. Is it possessiveness? Not really. But I would advise you to keep your distance from him, Jiangying cautioned. Female intuition? Yes, it's quite accurate, she affirmed. Meanwhile, clad in a suit, Song Shuheng returned home to his charming little villa, which was immaculately clean, revealing his penchant for order. In the living room, numerous cats, stray ones, no less, played about. Yet they appeared well-groomed, as if bathed regularly. The moment Song Shuheng stepped into the room, the frolicking felines scattered. Methodically, he proceeded to the bathroom to wash his hands. Emerging, he retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, pouring himself a glass and settling onto the sofa, gently swirling the wine. He appeared contemplative as he swirled the glass, but then, with a sudden clatter, a cat knocked the remote control off the television cabinet. Song Shuheng glanced over, set down his wine glass, and walked over to retrieve the remote, placing it back in its spot. You little rascal, he murmured, cradling the cat in his arms as he settled back onto the sofa, tenderly stroking the creature with affection in his eyes. The other cats, stationed in various corners, observed him intently. You mustn't run or jump about in the house, he gently admonished, continuing to pet the cat. Little one, you need to be affectionate, well-behaved, and obedient. A smile graced his lips. If you aren't well-behaved, no one will want you. His voice was soft and gentle, his face perpetually adorned with a modest smile. However, the pressure of his grip gradually intensified. The cat let out a piercing cry, struggling in vain as it gradually grew still. Blood seeped through Song Shuheng's fingers, which had sunk into the flesh of the cat. He continued to exert pressure, his smile morphing into a grotesque expression as he crushed the creature's insides. Eventually, he set the cat's lifeless body down and softly remarked, Remember to be good from now on. He then sat back on the sofa, producing a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Chuyun Xuan, Song Shuhing lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. You brought this upon yourself. After tidying up, Song Shuhing approached the mirror, his face reflecting a cold, ruthless demeanor. Yet in the next moment, he donned the warm smile familiar to all, as if practicing. He then exited his home. In the afternoon, Chuyun Xuan returned home with Lin Yu. Today is the day the instructor takes the beginner class to the monster realm for training. You could have joined them, as a martial artist. Experiencing the monster realm would be beneficial, Lin Yu suggested. Never mind. I'm not a student at Tianhua University, and I don't want to be the subject of gossip. Chuyun Xuan replied. Then you could let Instructor Xiao take you out, or I could accompany you, Lin Yu offered. Chuyun Xuan nodded with a smile. Sure. Just let me know whenever you want to go. I'll head back to the monster realm one more time and return early tomorrow to make you breakfast. Be careful. After Lin Yu left, Chuyun Xuan began his training at home. After a while, he opened his eyes, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Reaching out his hand, a crackling sound erupted as dark gray lightning crackled within his palm. This is the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder he acquired after toppling Lin Yu. Regarding the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder, he remains oblivious to its true nature. He merely comprehends that within this world, certain celestial treasures possess immense power, such as divine flames and divine thunder. If a martial artist were to absorb them, they could wield these supreme flames and thunders, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their combat prowess. For those at the celestial sovereign level, or even above, these treasures are invaluable. The emergence of a formidable divine flame or divine thunder could even incite a storm of bloodshed. Thus, the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder should be no exception. Chuyun Xuan conducted a brief online search and discovered that it ranked 3rd on the continent's Divine Thunder leaderboard. It is a top-tier divine thunder, possessing the strongest destructive capability among all divine thunders, and it can annihilate spiritual energy. Martial artists can release their spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around themselves, shielding them from certain forceful impacts. However, the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder can directly breach this spiritual defense, allowing for a surprise attack. Therefore, I must refrain from revealing it too easily. Extending his hand, without activating the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder, ordinary blue lightning flickered into existence. Should I expose myself, I would invite dire repercussions. If they were to kill me, others would seize the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder within me. A double-edged sword indeed. Chuyun Xuan pondered for a moment. Ding, Universal Love System, deactivated. Ding, congratulations, you have randomly activated the Instant Kill System. Instant Kill System? Chuyun Xuan hastily glanced at it. Instant Kill System. During the existence of this system, any attack initiated by the host with the intent to kill can instantly slay the target. For each target slain, rewards will be granted, proportional to the target's realm, effective below the divine ability realm. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. How astonishing. Chuyun Xuan gaped. This implies that if a group of 10-star Xiantian realm warriors were to confront me, I could effortlessly eliminate them? That is the Xiantian realm. Lin Yu is only at the 9-star Xiantian realm. Xiantian realm martial artists are already formidable beings. A single martial skill can obliterate a small mountain. To the beast domain. Chuyun Xuan immediately conceived this thought. Otherwise, who would I slay to acquire rewards? I hope to encounter a Xiantian realm beast. That would be worthwhile. In close proximity to the human territories, Xiantian realm beasts are indeed rare. Commonly, one encounters Qi refining realm and Mingxiao realm beasts. Even Xiantian realm beasts are scarce. Otherwise, Tianhua University would not permit instructors to lead only Qi refining or Mingxiao realm martial artists into the beast domain for training. Setting forth, Chuyun Xuan departed from his home, took a shared bicycle, and rode towards the beast domain. Chapter 18. Entering the beast domain approximately 2 hours later, Chuyun Xuan arrived at the outskirts of Tianhua City. Over the years, the demon and beast races have continuously encroached upon human territories. City after city has fallen into their grasp. Tianhua City is the southernmost city of Huagua, bordering the beast domain. Further south lies Tianhai City, Chuyun Xuan's hometown, which fell to conquest a decade ago. If the 5th demon god temple were to strike again, it would undoubtedly be Tianhua City next. Consequently, the housing prices in Tianhua City have plummeted, prompting many to vacate the area. After all, who would want to remain in the city closest to the beasts? Nevertheless, the human race possesses a robust sense of territorial awareness. They understand that each city lost diminishes their presence. Thus, a considerable number of strong individuals congregate around Tianhua City. The light energy barrier. Chuyun Xuan gazed at the distant barrier that isolates Tianhua City from the beast domain. This is a method employed by humans to protect their cities, ensuring that beasts cannot easily infiltrate human territories. Thankfully, over the years, forces such as the Divine Alliance, the Tribunal, and the Celestial Domain have provided protection. Chuyun Xuan sighed with appreciation. The human race is safeguarded by several major factions, akin to national powers. The Tribunal primarily oversees the judgment of martial criminals. The Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain boast countless strong warriors and recruit annually. They safeguard the entirety of the human race. Once upon a time, the original owner of this body aspired to join a place like the Divine Alliance or the Celestial Domain. However, now, Chuyun Xuan finds little desire to affiliate with them. Upon reaching the light energy barrier, he observed many soldiers standing guard. In the vicinity of the Beast Domain, human sentinels are stationed at intervals. Most of them are martial artists from the Celestial Domain and the Divine Alliance. Are you heading out? A member of the Divine Alliance inquired, looking at Chuyun Xuan. Yes. Be cautious and do not venture too far. Thank you. With that, Chuyun Xuan passed through the light energy barrier and entered the Beast Domain. The moment he crossed over, the scent of the air changed dramatically. While humans can traverse the barrier without impediment, beasts trigger a powerful backlash upon contact. Where to now? Chuyun Xuan retrieved his phone. The signal was poor. Once inside the Beast Domain, the maximum signal range dwindled to 3 kilometers. He had previously downloaded an offline map. Sonley Slope, a location frequently visited by Tianhua University students for training, is 5 kilometers from the light energy barrier of Tianhua City. He certainly did not wish to encounter others. Since Chuyun Xuan activated the instant kill system, he must slay beasts to earn rewards. Therefore, he decided to head towards the Tianhai Forest, located in another direction, commonly frequented by ordinary martial artists. It lies 7 kilometers from human territory. Chuyun Xuan then proceeded towards the Tianhai Forest's location. As he ventured further from the city in his line of sight, the surroundings grew darker. Fortunately, the moon was particularly bright tonight. The sounds of rustling leaves and distant animals filled the air. Being in such a place inevitably heightened one's tension. The Beast Domain is indeed perilous. Just a few steps in, danger already loomed. Chuyun Xuan spotted a monkey-like beast concealed in the trees and pondered for a moment. Activating the spirit gaze, he observed, one-eyed demon monkey, attribute, none, realm, chi refining realm, 5 stars. Demon skill, heart-piercing strike. The one-eyed demon monkey's most common tactic, typically hiding and accumulating spiritual energy to launch a surprise attack on the target's heart region. Description: one-eyed demon monkey, a low-level demonic creature, one-eyed, agile, and ferocious in temperament. The spirit gaze is truly useful. In fact, every martial artist, aside from acquiring common knowledge, learns extensively about the continent's various creatures, their attributes, temperaments, common skills, and weaknesses. The depth of their bloodlines and the maximum realms they can attain are also studied. The more one learns, the more adept they become at recognizing and responding to such beings. Under the spirit gaze, all this information is laid bare. Crackling. Chuyun Xuan summoned a bolt of lightning and hurled it forward. Instant kill. Ding, instant kill, one-eyed demon monkey. Reward obtained. 5 points to allocate among attributes. Chuyun Xuan continued to delve deeper. After traversing for over 10 minutes and encountering 2 rather feeble chi training realm beasts along the way, a sudden blaze streaked past Chuyun Xuan's ear, landing ahead and creating a fiery pit in the ground. Chuyun Xuan turned his head to see a red rodent, nearly the size of an adult, with blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Its sharp teeth oozed a repugnant slime, and at that moment, flames appeared to engulf the creature. Flame mouse. Attribute: fire, realm, 1 star of the Mingqiao realm. In the next instant, the flame mouse lunged at Chuyun Xuan, its razor-sharp claws seemingly aiming to slice through his neck. In response, Chuyun Xuan hurled the stone he had been clutching at the creature. The flame mouse made no attempt to evade. After all, it was merely a stone. What was there to dodge? However, when the stone made contact, the flame mouse was instantly obliterated, crashing heavily to the ground. Ding. Instant kill system activated. Killed 1-star Mingqiao realm, flame mouse. Reward: permanent increase of 0.1 in thunder attribute power. This reward was indeed commendable. Although the increase was only 0.1, it was permanent. As Chuyun Xuan's realm ascended, even this modest enhancement would prove significant. He approached, drawing the ordinary sword that Xiao Qiyu had given him, and subsequently severed the flame mouse's head, extracting a small, fiery red demon crystal from within. This crystal served as the source of the beast's power, which martial artists could absorb and refine to enhance their cultivation or sell for profit. After completing his task, Chuyun Xuan continued onward. The number of beasts along this route was quite substantial, and this was still near the human cities. Ding. Killed demon raccoon. Reward: 10 points to allocate freely. Ding. Killed blue-spotted demon spider. Ding. Chuyun Xuan fought his way to the Tianhai Forest, which now loomed into view. Recent news indicated the presence of an 8-star Xiantian realm beast in the Tianhai Forest, prompting Chuyun Xuan to head in that direction. Ideally, he hoped to encounter a Xiantian realm creature. After all, he could dispatch them in an instant. Suddenly, amid the darkness, Chuyun Xuan discerned a flicker of blue ghostly light at the forest's edge. This light bore an eerie resemblance to will-o'-the-wisps. Furrowing his brow, he quickened his pace toward it. In the Tianhai Forest, the 3rd class of the intermediate level was currently undergoing training. Well done. Everyone should learn from Yu Qianren, who, On his second venture into the beast domain, managed to slay a 5-star Mingxiao realm beast, the demonized raccoon. This is commendable. Applause erupted among the group. Hee. All that practice at the academy pays off, Yu Qianren chuckled, scratching his head. The instructor remarked. This is precisely why I have you all trained diligently at Tianhua University, to hone your practical combat skills so you can face beasts without fear and fight bravely when the time comes. Especially the girls, who scream at the sight of spiders and rats larger than themselves. If you do not overcome these fears, how will you confront the more formidable beasts in the future? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yu Qianren declared, once I return, my progress will be rapid. I will definitely avenge the grievances against Chuyun Xuan from our intermediate class. Yes, I can't stand this Chuyun Xuan. He is so full of himself. Even participating in the Tianhua University selection for girlfriends. This is intolerable. The mention of this fueled their determination to train harder and teach Chuyun Xuan a lesson. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson. The male students chorused in unison. The instructor's lips twitched slightly. This Chuyun Xuan had indeed stirred the ire of many. Suddenly, the instructor's gaze sharpened, focusing on a nearby disturbance. Instantly, everyone became alert. Chapter 19, The Netherworld Evil Tiger. The Tianhai forest was essentially a vast expanse of woodland, dense with trees, making visibility poor, particularly at night. Every rustle of the grass or whisper of the wind demanded attention. The students anxiously observed where the instructor was looking. There is certainly a disturbance. It must be a beast. Leave it to me, Yu Qianren proclaimed, flames dancing around the blade of his sword. Just then, a figure approached. Chuyun Xuan. The group paused in surprise, including the instructor. I heard you all shouting about teaching me a lesson from afar. What's wrong? Chuyun Xuan queried, bemused. What do you think? Aren't you the one challenging Tianhua University? But I haven't challenged you. I have no connection to you. Yu Qianren retorted. I simply find you insufferable. Is that a problem? All right. The instructor turned to Chuyun Xuan and asked, did you come alone? Chuyun Xuan nodded. Though you are not a student of Tianhua University, it is still perilous for a novice martial artist to venture into the beast domain alone. You should accompany our third class for safety. Chuyun Xuan replied. I saw a blue light at the forest's edge, but I couldn't find it when I approached. The instructor explained, that is quite normal. It's merely ghost fire. Nothing to be alarmed about. He then elaborated, the so-called ghost fire is actually phosphorus fire, a common natural phenomenon. The bones of both humans and beasts contain significant amounts of calcium phosphate. When a body decomposes underground, various chemical reactions occur, converting phosphorus into phosphine, a gaseous substance with a low ignition point that ignites upon contact with air at room temperature, resulting in what you see as ghost fire. The students nodded in understanding. The instructor continued, the beast domain is filled with creatures of countless species, and it is entirely normal for them to engage in brutal conflicts for survival. Thus, one can often encounter the carcasses of beasts, many of which are in various stages of decay. Therefore, if you see the blue so-called ghost fire in the beast domain, there is no need for excessive concern. It generally follows this principle. Everyone seemed enlightened. Chuyun Xuan, do you understand now? Chuyun Xuan nodded, I comprehend. Good, let us continue deeper. Stay close to your classmates and do not lag behind. Keep honing your skills. Chuyun Xuan, you should stick with us as well. Yu Qianren interjected, Instructor Liu. Why bring him along? It disrupts our training. Exactly. Isn't he capable enough to venture out alone? Why not let him continue alone? You have a point. Why bring him along? The others chimed in. Enough. Regardless of your grievances, in the beast domain, we are all part of the human race, brothers and sisters. We must stand united, the instructor declared. Understood. Yu Qianren glanced back at Chuyun Xuan. Humph. He then rejoined the main group. Chuyun Xuan followed them not out of fear, but because the instructor was correct. Initially, he too believed it was ghost fire. However, he thought he had seen the ghost fire moving, though it might have been too distant to discern clearly. Curious, he desired to investigate further. Suddenly, a blaze shot towards them from ahead. Master Lu swiftly stepped forward, extending his hand to block the attack. Yu Qianren, a 3-star in the bright aperture realm, it's your turn. All right. Yu Qianren flashed a smile, drawing his sword and charging ahead. However, in the next moment, Chuyun Xuan sped past him. What the hell? Are you stealing my kill? Yu Qianren's speed surged as he dashed forward alongside him. A flash of blue lightning illuminated the scene. The red flame frenzy lizard was instantaneously vanquished. Huh. Yu Qianren's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it dead already? He was utterly bewildered. Master Lu furrowed his brows. While the lightning attribute is indeed formidable, Chuyun Xuan is essentially a 4-star in the bright aperture realm. It couldn't be that he struck a fatal blow that led to such instantaneous defeat, could it? Is his power truly that overwhelming? You wouldn't have been able to defeat it either, Chuyun Xuan remarked while collecting the monster crystals. I couldn't defeat it? Are you joking? A 6-star in the bright aperture realm is not something so easily handled, Yu Qianren retorted. Master Lu nodded. It is my oversight. I misjudged the situation, thinking it was only a 3-star, allowing Chuyun Xuan to handle it with ease. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 4-star in the bright aperture realm can instantaneously defeat a 6-star? Is that even possible? Wow. I could even take down a 5-star in the bright aperture realm. And now 6 stars too, Yu Qianren said, visibly displeased. Alright, taking on 2 stars higher is overly perilous. Chu Yunxian has effectively saved you. TCH, Yu Qianren scoffed. Master Lu then instructed, Chu Yunxian, handle the formidable foes, while the weaker ones can be left for my class to hone their skills. Understood, Chu Yunxian nodded. At that moment, a girl pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, Master Lu, there's ghost fire. The group turned their gazes, but due to the distance and the obstructive trees, they could only make out a blue glow. If I were alone, I would definitely be terrified, but now I find that blue light rather beautiful. Indeed, indeed. I want to see it up close. One curious girl ventured forth. I'm going to. Be careful, Master Lu called out. Alright. The 2 girls clasped hands and proceeded forward, their backs radiating excitement. Suddenly, in the darkness, the blue light erupted violently. A stream of blue breath surged forth, instantly engulfing the girl on the left. What? Master Lu's pupils constricted. Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow sharply. The other students widened their eyes in horror. The girl on the right, grasping her friend's hand, felt her hair whip about from the force, momentarily stunned. She slowly turned her head to the left. The girl beside her had vanished. Yet, her hand still held the warmth of her friend's right hand. Except now, it was merely a right hand and half an arm. The next second, she screamed. Run! Master Lu bellowed, rushing forward at full speed. He yanked the girl back, shielding her. Get back! Quickly! Master Lu shouted at her. The girl had gone limp with fear. She desperately attempted to flee but collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. She found herself unable to stand, crawling towards the others in tears. The students of Class 3 were also in shock, their legs trembling. Chu Yunxian rushed over, helping the girl back. Thank you, she sobbed, expressing her gratitude to Chu Yunxian. Quickly, back to the academy. Chu Yunxian, Master Lu shouted. At the same time, the beast emerged. It was over 5 meters long, a tiger engulfed in ghostly blue flames. The specter hell tiger of the Xiantian realm. Master Lu's pupils dilated. Whoosh. In the next moment, he charged forward. Chapter 20. The specter hell tiger of the divine ability realm. Chu Yunxian felt that blue light moving, yet he was uncertain. Especially after Master Lu mentioned ghost fire, he suspected it might be true. However, he soon realized that it was no ghost fire. It was the specter hell tiger, a powerful beast that commanded blue flames. Previously, Linyar was rescued from one by Xiao Qiyue. It too was a specter hell tiger. This creature possessed a formidable lineage, capable of evolving into a celestial sovereign. We must retreat. Chu Yunxian shouted to his classmates. Are you not leaving? Yu Qianren inquired, looking at Chu Yunxian. What? Do you want to stay and keep me company? Chu Yunxian teased. No, you're amazing. Yu Qianren gulped nervously. Led everyone back. Retracing our steps should pose little danger. The Xiantian realm specter hell tiger is likely something Master Lu has only just reached. It will be difficult to contend with. Alright. However, just as Chu Yunxian turned to instantly eliminate the specter hell tiger, a girl behind him raised her hand, trembling as she pointed towards the approaching direction. Her voice quivering. Is that ghost fire, or? Chu Yunxian whipped around, and his pupils contracted. Another specter hell tiger. It blocked their escape route. The specter hell tiger slowly advanced toward the group. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed through the night. Thud. Instantly, nearly every studentess' legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground. Wah wah wah. The girls cried out in despair. I don't want to die. The boys also wore expressions of hopelessness. They gazed at the approaching specter hell tiger, each step drawing nearer, filled with dread. Whoosh. Chu Yunxian dashed in front of them. Kid, you're in for a rough time now. With unwavering confidence, Chu Yunxian threw a small stone at the beast. However, as the stone struck, the specter hell tiger let out a painful roar, caught off guard by the fact that a bright aperture realm individual could inflict pain upon it. Chu Yunxuan's pupils constricted. This is bad. The specter hell tiger of the divine ability realm. If it weren't for the divine ability realm's power, I could have been instantly killed under my own system. Damn it. How could there be 2 specter hell tigers here? Previously, Linyar encountered one only after venturing dozens of kilometers into the beast territory. Roar. The specter hell tiger roared in fury, evidently angered by Chu Yunxuan's attack. Crap. In the next moment, Chu Yunxian bolted away. Whoosh. The specter hell tiger disregarded the other dozens of students and turned to chase after Chu Yunxian. After a long while, the roar of the beast faded into the distance, and the students slowly regained their senses. Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Chu Yunxian. Yu Qianren stood up, watching the direction in which Chu Yunxian had fled. The girls continued to sob. Stop crying. Yu Qianren shouted, wiping away tears that had unknowingly streamed down his face. Hurry back and notify Tianhua University. We must save him, he cried out. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian found himself unable to outrun the spectral evil tiger. He had to dodge the trees in his path, while the tiger barreled straight ahead with unrelenting force. I yield. There are so many people over there. Why are you pursuing just me? Aren't you ashamed? He lamented, exasperated. He had initially thought the spectral evil tiger might merely be at the Xiantian realm, easily defeated with a simple stone. Little did he know, it was a being of the divine ability realm. Now, the tiger was enraged, relentlessly chasing him. Had he known it was a creature of such power, he would have discreetly fled. Only a fool would stand before a crowd and hurl stones at it. As he ran, he threw stones at the spectral evil tiger. Although the instant kill system could not annihilate a being of the divine ability realm, his own attacks were augmented by the system's power. A simple stone, when it struck the divine ability realm tiger, could inflict some damage and effectively impede its pursuit. It was even possible that it could be knocked back. What can I do to eliminate it? Chuyun Xuan mused. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, an evade card. Evade card, upon use. The host will enter an infinite evasion state for the next 3 minutes, capable of dodging all attacks, effective below the celestial sovereign realm, usable once per day. System value consumption, 10,000. Using the evade card would render him invincible for a time. But what about after 3 minutes? Could he defeat the spectral evil tiger within that time? If he attacked, the tiger would surely flee. How could he possibly stop it? At that moment, Chuyun Xuan was determined to take down this divine ability realm creature. The rewards for such a feat would be immense. There was another option. Deadly strike. After exchange, the next attack's power is increased 100-fold. System value consumption, 1,000,000. Usable once per day. This item is available in the first system marketplace. With a 100-fold increase in power, supported by the instant kill system, he should be able to annihilate the tiger, right? System, is the deadly strike feasible? Chuyun Xuan promptly inquired. Ding. The instant kill system can annihilate beings below the divine ability realm. If power is increased 100-fold, it can instantly kill a being of the divine ability realm. That was reassuring. However, 1 million system values was quite a hefty price. Yet, there was no other option. It was a matter of life and death. He could exchange for the deadly strike, then throw a stone, which would surely result in a kill. But the spectral evil tiger was not only pursuing him, it had begun to evade the stones he threw. If he missed, it would be disastrous. Exchange, speed doubled. With a surge in speed, Chuyun Xuan ran faster. The spectral evil tiger, too, was clever. It could leap directly in front of him, but it refrained, knowing that it could not retaliate while airborne. At that moment, if Chuyun Xuan threw a stone or attacked, it would still be in danger. He hurled another stone. This time, he did not activate the instant kill system. The tiger instinctively dodged. He threw another stone, and it dodged again. Finally, the third stone struck it. The spectral evil tiger felt no pain. It realized it could now pursue him without concern for the stones. With a burst of speed, it closed in behind Chuyun Xuan. Here I come, he thought. Exchange, deadly strike. In the next moment, he hurled yet another stone. This time, the tiger did not evade it. Thud. The spectral evil tiger collapsed to the ground, instantly slain. Who would have expected someone to wield such power? Ding. Instant kill of a divine ability realm 1 star. Spectral evil tiger grants rewards. Cultivation level raised to Xiantian realm 1 star. Great primordial pill. Randomly obtain 1 attribute, and at full mastery. Random talisman. System value, 2 million. Chapter 21. How could he possess such noble qualities? Instantly killing a being of the divine ability realm rewarded him with such treasures. Yet, Chuyun Xuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was a being of the divine ability realm. Previous impressive rewards included godly cultivation talent, godly comprehension, and 9 calamity dark thunder. This time, he received merely a pill, an attribute, a talisman, 2 million system values, and a mere elevation to the Xiantian realm. It felt rather anticlimactic. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained fire attribute. Ding. Fire attribute at full mastery. Each attribute, once acquired, required practice. For instance, mastering space and time was notoriously challenging, but once achieved, one became immensely powerful. Having mastered the fire attribute, his fire control ability increased, and the fire attribute's potency intensified. Now, he had reached full mastery. However, he lamented, this reward is lackluster. The random attribute ended up being fire. While fire attributes were not weak, being second only to lightning in pure destructive power, they were still inferior to space in terms of destructive potential. Thus far, no human had been able to cultivate space to a level of destruction surpassing that of lightning. Therefore, under ordinary circumstances, lightning attributes were considered the most destructive. What kind of pill is this? Chuyun Xuan inquired as he examined it. Great primordial pill. Effect. If one still has a breath of life, it can revive them. Chuyun Xuan, I apologize for raising my voice earlier. He exclaimed, this is a bit outrageous. In the continent, martial artists typically healed themselves with healing liquids and revival liquids. Aside from wood and water attributes, as 1's realm increased, the effectiveness of these liquids diminished significantly, leading to the creation of high-grade healing liquids. Ultimately, healing primarily depended on wood and water attribute cultivators. Thus, a team required such a healer. Moreover, there existed no pills or alchemy in this world. Hence, this was a unique reward from the system. This is excellent. Chuyun Xuan carefully stored it away. Binding talisman. Choose a target. immobilizing them and rendering them unable to move or channel spiritual power for 1 minute, effective below the law realm. This was a good item as well, which he also stored away. Now at the 1-star Xiantian realm, he was diligently striving to catch up with the talented martial artists. Chuyun Xuan approached the corpse of the spectral evil tiger and kicked it a few times in a fit of anger, venting his frustration. After venting his frustration, he exerted considerable effort to extract the demon crystal from the infernal evil tiger. After all, at the Divine Passage realm, his physical strength was already formidable. The demon crystal from the Divine Passage realm possesses immense value. Merely refining it could elevate his cultivation by several stars. Lacking a spatial ring, Chuyun Xuan hastily stowed these items into a small satchel he carried. Upon his return, he would need to devise a means to acquire a spatial ring, otherwise, he would have nowhere to store his belongings. Standing up, Chuyun Xuan surveyed his surroundings. Where on earth is this? He was utterly oblivious as to which direction he had fled or for how long. He found himself within a canyon. With the instant kill system at his disposal, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. He resolved to continue hunting. Surely, he wouldn't encounter another Divine Passage realm beast. However, the appearance of a Divine Passage infernal evil tiger so close to human habitation was undeniably peculiar. Yet, armed with an evade card and the recently acquired immobilization talisman, he felt emboldened to take risks. Meanwhile, at Tianhua University, Director, do you not fear the whispers of others summoning me to your office at such an ungodly hour? I, too, am apprehensive, remarked Xiao Chiyue, reclining with her legs crossed. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned an apple from the table, biting into it with nonchalance. Xiao Chiyue, I still need to inquire why you are loitering about Tianhua University at this hour instead of returning home, Qin Jinhai admonished, shooting her a glare. Xiao Chiyue replied cheerfully, hee, I'm restocking. I've garnered enough experience. With business booming, one must seize the opportunity to procure supplies late at night, lest I be unable to sell them in the morning. You are a mentor at Tianhua University, leading students in gambling, collecting protection fees, instigating brawls, extorting students from other schools. Each day, I receive 100 complaints about you. And now, you've turned your little shop into such a spectacle. My dear, do you think I am not old enough for this? Qin Jinhai sighed in exasperation. One Xiao Chiyue was already a headache. Now, with Chuyun Xuan in the mix, tranquility at Tianhua University seemed an elusive dream. Regret washed over him. Director, I truly appreciate you. Little Xian is indeed my golden goose. Did you know? In just 2 days, I've earned the equivalent of 2 years' salary. Qin Jinhai's lips twitched in disbelief. Who could still claim to be a mentor under such circumstances? Suddenly, the office door burst open. What on earth are you all up to at this hour? Qin Jinhai roared at the figure who rushed in. Director, there has been an incident. Both Qin Jinhai and Xiao Chiyue furrowed their brows in concern. What happened? Qin Jinhai pressed urgently. The third class out in the field encountered an infernal evil tiger. Their pupils dilated in shock. What? An infernal evil tiger? Were they not headed to the Tianhai forest? How could they possibly encounter one there? The instructor gasped for breath. Indeed, it was in the Tianhai forest, 2 of them. One at the profound heaven realm and another at the Divine Passage realm. What? Qin Jinhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression turning vacant. The instructor continued. Yu Qianren just relayed the news. Mentor Lu is currently engaged in battle. And the others? Is there not another Divine Passage infernal evil tiger? Chuyun Xuan lured it away to ensure everyone's safety. What? Both stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Can he possess such noble qualities? Xiao Chiyue scoffed. Not daring to waste another moment, she executed a spatial leap, vanishing from sight. Quick, follow me to rescue him, Qin Jinhai shouted. Meanwhile, after landing, Xiao Chiyue dashed out of the beast territory. Mentor Xiao, over here. Yu Qianren waved his hand anxiously, leading a group of students towards the energy barrier. Upon seeing her students, Xiao Chiyue breathed a sigh of relief. Mentor Xiao, please save Chuyun Xuan. He lured the infernal evil tiger away for us. Yu Qianren's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Which direction? She demanded. That way. Yu Qianren pointed. Is anyone injured? Xiao Chiyue questioned urgently. We're fine. It's Lu Yu, he replied. Xiao Chiyue patted Yu Qianren's shoulder. Return to safety. The Academy's personnel will arrive shortly. With that, she unleashed her spatial powers, transporting dozens to the energy barrier's vicinity. With a rush, Xiao Chiyue surged toward the battle site. Pooh! Mentor Lu spat blood, kneeling on the ground. Damn it, beast! He snarled, blood staining his teeth. Suddenly, the infernal evil tiger lunged at him. I'll fight you to the death. A spatial barrier formed, immobilizing the approaching beast. Mentor Lu glanced back, and then, boom, a deafening explosion resounded. When the dust settled, the infernal evil tiger lay lifeless. Mentor Xiao? Mentor Lu exclaimed. The Academy's personnel are on their way. You need to rest. Where is Chuyun Xuan? Chuyun Xuan? What has happened to him? Mentor Lu pressed anxiously. Another infernal evil tiger at the Divine Passage realm has been lured away by him. What? Mentor Lu's pupils constricted. Enough, I'll search for him. Xiao Chiyue sped towards the direction indicated by Yu Qianren, her heart heavy with worry. Fool! With your cultivation, how dare you lure a divine passage infernal evil tiger? On the other side, Chuyun Xuan, poised to continue his slaughter, suddenly realized if he did not return, his companions would surely worry, especially Linyar. Best to head back. If only there were a signal here to inform them. Just as he prepared to depart, a thunderous roar echoed from not far ahead. Damn it, what beast is this? Is the fifth demon god palace planning something significant? Chuyun Xuan frowned. At this moment, deep within the canyon, the beast's roar seemed to emanate from the canyon's end, not too far away. After contemplating, he hastened towards the sound. As he reached the canyon's exit, a frown creased his brow. Another infernal evil tiger. However, this one was drenched in blood, evidently gravely wounded. The surroundings were in disarray, and beneath its massive paws lay a figure. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired here not long ago. The previous roar must have been its triumphant cry after claiming victory. Beneath the infernal evil tiger's claws lay a girl in a blood-stained white dress, gravely injured, her face smeared with blood. If the beast exerted any further pressure, she would surely perish. At that moment, her head turned toward Chuyun Xuan, as if she had spotted him. Chuyun Xuan picked up a stone. With a swift motion, he hurled it at the infernal evil tiger. Instant kill, he murmured to himself. Thud! The stone struck the tiger, sending it reeling several meters away before it immediately regained its footing, its blood-red eyes fixated on Chuyun Xuan. Is it yet another manifestation of the divine realm? Why can't it be a mere Xiantian realm beast? Chuyun Xuan lamented inwardly. A moment later, the furious netherworld evil tiger lunged at him. Damn it! I'm utterly exasperated. Is this some sort of team-building exercise for you netherworld evil tigers? How infuriating! Chuyun Xuan cursed, taking flight. Whoosh! The netherworld evil tiger pursued relentlessly. Stop chasing me. Damn it! You barely managed to defeat that person. Why are you coming after me instead? As he fled, he hurled stones at the beast. Cough, cough. A woman coughed, struggling to rise. Her gaze fell upon Chuyun Xuan, who was being chased by the netherworld evil tiger. Xiantian realm, she murmured. Her feet twitched, as if instinctively wanting to follow him. But in the next instant, pain from her wounds contorted her face. She stood there, staring in that direction until he became indistinguishable. Only the distant roars of the beast reaching her ears. Xiantian realm. How could he possibly survive against the netherworld evil tiger of the divine realm? He saved me. A mere Xiantian realm cultivator, witnessing my life hanging by a thread, even throwing stones at the netherworld evil tiger, he sought to rescue me. He succeeded, but he will surely perish. In his desperation, he ran while hurling stones at that beast. Why? Why are you willing to save me? Don't you fear death? She whispered. Lost in thought, turning away, she bit her crimson lips slightly. In her mind, she saw herself crushed beneath claws, turning her head to witness him throwing stones at the netherworld evil tiger. Perhaps she would never forget this moment. He was being pursued, fleeing while desperately throwing stones. She too would not forget. I'm sorry. With that, her figure staggered away toward Tianhua City. Wait, why aren't you chasing me anymore? Chuyun Xuan shouted at the netherworld evil tiger, which had collapsed to the ground, gasping in pain. This creature was severely injured, having been struck multiple times by his stones. Courtesy of the instant kill system, the injuries had worsened, leading to its downfall. The netherworld evil tiger attempted to rise, but failed. Curse you! Chuyun Xuan summoned the 9 calamities dark thunder. Is the divine realm so impressive? I merely threw stones at you. What is the big deal? Just endure it. You had to chase me down. Thunderstorm. Boom. The Earth level 1-star martial technique, Thunderstorm, infused with the 9 calamities dark thunder, coupled with the high and low limits of the instant kill system, struck the beast down after 2 consecutive hits. Ding. You have instant killed a 5-star divine realm, netherworld evil tiger, receiving rewards, big roulette, heaven level martial technique, burning heaven, 3 million system points. Permanent increase of 20 in thunder attribute power. Goodness. A 5-star in the divine realm. That person just severely injured a 5-star netherworld evil tiger. How formidable. The previous one I took down was only a 1-star in the divine realm. At this level, the difference between 1 star is monumental. However, the system rewards seem a bit underwhelming, don't they? The heaven-level martial technique is impressive, but considering the system's caliber, it falls short. 3 million system points aren't much either. The permanent increase of 20 in thunder attribute power is decent, but combined, they don't measure up to the rewards from killing a 1-star in the divine realm, which at least yielded a major prize, a divine origin pill. So, this time the major prize must be the big roulette. Big roulette can be spun once every 3 days, randomly yielding anything. Now I understand. This big roulette is indeed a treasure. Martial techniques, mental methods, spiritual artifacts, celestial materials, talents, attributes, and so forth. Who knows, I might even draw a divine origin pill. Or perhaps something even better, if luck is on my side. Chuyun Xuan felt reassured. The Burning Heaven technique is a heaven-level 10-star martial skill. Heaven-level 10-star martial technique. Burning Heaven, an instant cast fire attribute martial technique, activated with fire attribute and spiritual power. Is this all there is to a heaven-level skill? No. Instant cast. Such abilities are nearly non-existent in this world. Even when using teleportation, there's a brief moment of spatial release. If the opponent is strong enough, they could shatter your instant movement. Yet, as an offensive martial skill, it is instant cast. Burning Heaven. Chuyun Xuan unleashed it against a nearby tree. Boom. In the next moment, that tree was engulfed by the suddenly appearing flames. Though the power was not as terrifying as anticipated, it was still considerable. The key reason for its heaven level status is indeed the instant cast. As a 1-star in the Xiantian realm, simply releasing it consumed 1/5 of his spiritual power after it was amplified tenfold. Under normal circumstances, given his current state as a 1-star in the Xiantian realm, he might not even be able to unleash a typical heaven-level grand move once his spiritual power was depleted. Thus, the Burning Heaven technique proves quite beneficial, emphasizing the element of surprise. How can an opponent evade it? They can only predict. Only through prediction can they hope to dodge. Meanwhile, on another front, Director. I'm so sorry. Instructor Liu trembled as he approached Qin Jinhai, his eyes red-rimmed. I failed to protect Liu Yu. It's my fault. If I hadn't allowed her to go, she wouldn't have met with misfortune. Qin Jinhai sighed, gently patting his shoulder. It's not entirely your fault. Focus on recovering. Don't think about anything else. Understood. The two supported Liu as they departed. Hurry. Find Chuyun Xuan immediately. Qin Jinhai shouted again, though deep down, he had nearly lost hope. How could he possibly survive against the divine realm netherworld evil tiger? It was inconceivable. Yet, why couldn't they find his body? So much time had passed, and the divine realm netherworld evil tiger had not returned. Odd. Logically, even if he had lured the beast away, he would have been eliminated in an instant. Whoosh. Xiao Qiue's figure suddenly appeared. Bang. With a resounding crash. The corpse of the netherworld evil tiger was brought forth by the spatial rift, landing on the ground. What? The onlookers gaped at the scene before them. They hadn't found Chuyun Xuan, but they had discovered the corpse of the netherworld evil tiger, its demon crystal removed. Did Chuyun Xuan do this? No. Qin Jinhai immediately dismissed that thought. Where was it found? Over 5 kilometers from here. Upon hearing this news, Qin Jinhai's heart sank. There was no way Chuyun Xuan could have run 5 kilometers while being pursued by a divine realm beast. Xiao Qiue understood this as well. It seemed he was in grave danger. It was likely that the beast had been dealt with by some passing expert. He was a hero. Without him, none of the 45 students in Class 3 would have survived. An instructor sighed deeply. Yu Qianren approached, standing silently without uttering a word. Not dead yet. Keep searching. Qin Jinhai bellowed. In truth, everyone harbored the understanding that Chuyun Xuan would surely not survive. At that moment, a voice echoed. Hey, over here, here. The crowd was momentarily stunned, all turning their gaze towards the distance. Chuyun Xuan waved at them from afar. Everyone. Huh. The group was bewildered. At this moment, it felt utterly surreal. Chuyun Xuan had lured away the infernal phantom tiger, and he was still alive? He seemed to be brimming with vitality? Huh. Yu Qianren rubbed his eyes. Dean, it really is Brother Xian. Am I hallucinating? Yu Qianren exclaimed, pointing in that direction. In the next instant, a surge of spatial energy transported Chuyun Xuan directly before them. Holy cow. Yu Qianren gaped at Chuyun Xuan in astonishment. Damn it. This isn't an illusion? What is going on? Qin Jinhai hurriedly inspected Chuyun Xuan. I'm injured. It's excruciating, Chuyun Xuan replied. Where? Chuyun Xuan extended his hand, revealing a bruise on his arm. Qin Jinhai and Xiao Qiue twitched at the corners of their mouths. You bastard. Qin Jinhai slapped Chuyun Xuan on the head. What kind of injury is this? Damn it. Qin Jinhai couldn't help but curse. Compared to his death, this was nothing. Wow. This is just a bruise. Doesn't that count? Hey, don't be so stingy. I still want to apply for compensation from the academy. You're not even a student of Tianhua University. What compensation are you talking about? Get lost. Qin Jinhai cursed again, though inwardly he felt joyous. That brat. Xiao Qiue looked at Chuyun Xuan with a beaming smile. Ding. Xiao Qiue's affection for you increased by 12, current affection, 35. Ding, universal love system, affection level reached 30, reward, spatial control, level 5. Chuyun Xuan's eyes lit up. Although the universal love system had been deactivated, the affection tasks triggered by Xiao Qiue and Jiang Ying remained permanently effective. This reward was splendid. Spatial control, level 5. Do not underestimate this level 5. A typical spatial warrior might not achieve this even after a decade of cultivation. Brother Xian. Yu Qianren gazed at Chuyun Xuan. Thud. The next moment, Yu Qianren dropped to his knees before Chuyun Xuan. Holy cow. You've left me utterly speechless. Chuyun Xuan quickly supported him. I was just about to treat you as the antagonist. This completely caught him off guard. Brother Xian, you saved my life. I'm sorry I was wrong before. I spoke disrespectfully to you and looked down on you. Now that I think about it, I was truly foolish. Brother Xian, this life you've given me, I will repay it with my own life if need be, without any hesitation. All right, get up, Chuyun Xuan replied. Brother Xian, I truly mean it. My life is so precious. Chuyun Xuan responded. Whose life isn't precious? They're all the same. Yu Qianren shook his head. Not the same. My family owns dozens of properties, countless luxury cars, and innumerable beauties pursuing me. If I were to die, it would be such a loss. I can't even imagine. Yu Qianren looked at Chuyun Xuan with a mournful expression, as if this were his sincerest thought. Chuyun Xuan's mouth twitched. Get lost. Damn. Xiao Qiyue interjected. All right. Let us hurry back. We need to have the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain investigate if the demon race is planning something major. Chu Yunxian nodded. Just then, a figure descended from afar. Linyer looked at Chu Yunxian before her delicate frame trembling slightly. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes appeared somewhat disordered. Upon learning that Chu Yunxian was in trouble, it felt as though her world had crumbled at that moment. She frantically searched for him. Gripped by fear, genuine fear. Seeing Linyar, Chu Yunxuan's first reaction was one of joy. However, upon witnessing her state and recalling the circumstances, a wave of unease washed over him. Linyar dashed toward Chu Yunxian. Xiaoyar. Just as Chu Yunxian was about to say something, Linyar enveloped him in an embrace. Tears flowed steadily, with immense force, as if she were clutching her most treasured possession, unwilling to let go. Chu Yunxian could distinctly feel the tremors of her delicate body. I have only you left. Linyar's voice, tinged with grievance, fear, helplessness, and a sob, reached him softly. Although her words were faint, they weighed heavily on Chu Yunxuan's heart. In that moment, his heart ached deeply. Chu Yunxian reached out to gently pat her back. See, I'm fine. Linyar continued to hold him tightly, softly murmuring an affirmative. It was a sound so pitiful, so helpless, and so filled with grievance. Chu Yunxian felt as if his heart was melting. TSK, Xiao Qiyue stood to the side, observing the scene. Feeling a sense of happiness, Qin Jinhai exchanged glances with Xiao Qiyue. The two silently prepared to step away. Xiao Qiyue nudged Yu Qianren, who was watching the two. Only then did Yu Qianren snap back to reality and hastily follow the pair away. Don't worry, I won't let you be concerned anymore. I will never venture alone into the beast domain again. Chu Yunxian consoled softly. Alright. You are the well-known Ice Mountain of Tianhua City. Why are you acting like a little girl? Chu Yunxian said with a smile. Linyar released him. Let us go home. Okay, let us go home. Chapter 24. Boys are so creepy. Upon returning home, Linyar eagerly examined Chu Yunxian's injuries. When she discovered that he only had a bruise on his arm, she let out a long sigh of relief. I told you, it's just a bruise on your arm. You're really fine. Chu Yunxian grinned. Linyar fixed her gaze on Chu Yunxian, her red lips parting. You mustn't do that again. Alright. Chu Yunxian nodded repeatedly. You must understand that everything should be predicated on your own life. Sometimes being a good person isn't necessarily the right choice. Chu Yunxian looked at her. But you often save others, aren't you the same? Linyar replied. That's under the premise of ensuring my own safety. In today's situation, if I were you, I would be foolish to act that way. In truth, Chu Yunxian felt wronged. He had never intended to lure the infernal phantom tiger away, for its realm was far too high, beyond the detection of his spirit eye. Chu Yunxian pondered, given its proximity to the human race. It must be at the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm, right? He intended to swiftly eliminate it to earn rewards. This included the encounter with the woman who had nearly been killed by the infernal phantom tiger. He had thrown stones not to attract the tiger's attention, but merely to trigger the instant kill system. As for saving lives, that was merely a byproduct. If he didn't possess the system, he would be a fool to take such risks. Who loves whom, and what relevance does it hold? Yet, it is undeniably awkward. On 2 consecutive occasions, he encountered the formidable phantasmic evil tiger of the Divine Passage realm. He pondered that merely tossing a stone would suffice to eliminate it. Who could have anticipated that, by some twist of fate, they would pursue him? They even mistakenly believed that he, Chu Yunxian, was risking his own safety to rescue others. Such noble integrity, such lofty character, willing to make sacrifices, enough to make the world bow in admiration. Alas, Xiaoyar, you know me. I am simply too kind-hearted. My virtues too exalted, too grand. Had I been within the ranks of the Divine Alliance or the Celestial Domain, they would have surely appointed me as a minor leader. Linyar gently caressed her delicate chin, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Yunxian, and murmured, however, all these years, I have never perceived your character to be so lofty. It is truly peculiar. Ahem. Unable to stifle a cough, Chu Yunxian interjected. I say, Xiaoyar, perhaps you might consider tempering your forthright remarks about me a tad. Linyar, with her beautiful eyes fixed on him, nodded earnestly. All right. She continued. I have always felt that your character is exceptionally grand. Chu Yunxian responded with a smile. Linyar, noticing the look in his eyes, affirmed, indeed. Very well, he replied, a smile gracing his features. How utterly charming. Ah, by the way, Linyar recalled something. How did you manage to escape from the Divine Passage realm beasts that were pursuing you? They were even slain. Chu Yunxian had already concocted an explanation. By sheer luck, I encountered a master who effortlessly dispatched them. Speaking of which, he produced the crystal from the Divine Passage realm. That master was rather ostentatious, yet undeniably dashing. After dispatching the phantasmic evil tiger in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving me to claim this crystal. Perhaps heaven was moved by your noble character, wishing to spare you from harm, Linyar suggested. Indeed, indeed, Chuyun Xuan nodded eagerly. Rest now and refine the crystal. Your cultivation can still improve. All right, and you should rest as well, Linyar replied with a slight nod. Chuyun Xuan then returned to his chamber. Linyar approached the portraits of her parents. Father, mother, she whispered softly, Xiao Xian has grown up. He has become responsible and accountable. He is even willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. You can rest easy now. In his room, Chuyun Xuan held the crystal from the divine passage realm and began the process of refining it. A surge of spiritual power was continuously absorbed by him. It was rather extravagant for someone of the profound body realm to refine a crystal of the divine passage realm. After a while, he suddenly realized something. I should use the big wolf first. The sooner I use it, the sooner it cools down. I wonder what treasures it might bestow upon me. Anticipation bubbled within him. The grand wheel. Lottery. Subsequently, in his mind, a massive wheel began to spin. A spiritual artifact would be quite splendid. He currently possessed no artifacts. And he did not seek anything overly extravagant. A low-grade artifact would suffice for his current level. If not, martial techniques would also be acceptable. Or perhaps a random attribute would do. With several million system points and several hundred attribute points, he would be content. Surely, he wouldn't draw a reward that would elevate him several major realms, would he? Directly to the divine passage realm? Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn inflatable doll. Chuyun Xuan was still lost in anticipation when the sudden system notification jolted him back to reality. What? He stared blankly at the exquisite doll that had appeared on his bed. He was utterly befuddled. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected to draw such an item. What use could it possibly serve? No, it couldn't be that simple. Chuyun Xuan felt that, most likely. It was something that appeared absurd, but was actually quite remarkable. Indeed, it had to be that way. He quickly conducted a thorough examination of it. He scrutinized it from every angle and inside and out. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he wore a grim expression. He was convinced. This was undoubtedly a simple, ordinary doll. Damn it. Surely, you aren't doing this on purpose, are you? Chuyun Xuan directed his thoughts to the system. Are you holding a grudge for me exploiting your bugs earlier? He pondered, but surely it couldn't be that petty. Just then, Linyar entered, pushing the door open. By the way, Xiao Xian, I have a lightning attribute martial technique you might find useful. What grade is it? Chuyun Xuan inquired. Yet Linyar offered no answer, as her gaze had already fixated on the doll that lay bare on his bed. Following her gaze, Chuyun Xuan exclaimed, wait, not that. Don't misunderstand. This is a. At a loss for words, he struggled to explain. What a twisted guy. Linyar's unfiltered thoughts slipped out. Chuyun Xuan. Linyar's beautiful eyes shifted back to him. Do you lack a girlfriend? No, that can't be right. Xiao Xian surely cannot be without one. So why would he secretly hide this in his room? Oh, Linyar's face lit up with realization. No, do you think I need this? Linyar said, it's all right. I can understand. Understand what? Chuyun Xuan asked. Linyar tilted her head slightly, seemingly contemplating. There's a saying, after indulging in lavish feasts, one might occasionally crave a change of taste with something simpler. Yes, that's the sentiment. Chuyun Xuan. From now on, I will knock before entering. I forgot earlier. You should keep this martial technique for your training, Linyar said, leaving the technique behind as she turned to leave. Suddenly, she spun back around and asked that, pointing at the doll, would you like me to help you clean it? Chuyun Xuan realized she was not teasing him. Her inquiry was genuinely sincere. No need, he replied, twitching his lips. Just focus on your training. With that, Linyar exited. Chuyun Xuan scowled. Damn system. You've utterly ruined me. That evening, in a small villa courtyard in Tianhua City, a woman clad in a white dress was painting under the glow of the setting sun. One must admit, the afterglow of the evening sun, the beautiful garden, and her exquisite silhouette and visage at that moment resembled a captivating painting. Jiang Ying strolled from the living room into the backyard, a lollipop in her mouth, leaning against a tree as she silently observed the scene. Hey, are you busy? Jiang Ying asked abruptly. The woman slightly shook her head. No? Jiang Ying approached, standing behind Shi Chuxue, and remarked, you are quite fortunate to have escaped from beneath the very nose of a phantasmic evil tiger of the divine passage realm. Otherwise, I would have lost a worthy rival. Shi Chuxue gazed at the painting on the table, her red lips parting slightly. I was supposed to be dead. And then? Jiang Ying arched an eyebrow. As Zichixu turned to face her, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Someone saved me. So your life was meant to persist. What about others? A hint of desolation flickered in Zichixu's enchanting gaze. They are dead. Jiang Ying furrowed her brows. Dead? To save you? Zichixu nodded gently. Jiang Ying's frown deepened as her gaze fell upon the painting before Zichixu. Is it him? She inquired. Zichixu's eyes fixated on the artwork. I merely painted it from memory. Why did he save you? Zichixu shook her head. Subsequently, she tenderly closed the painting. He was merely at the Shantian realm. Yet he drew away the nether tiger for me. I shall never forget how he ran, desperately tossing stones at the beast. Zichixu bit her red lips slightly. Jiang Ying patted her shoulder. So you don't even know his name? Zichixu shook her head in melancholy. All right, don't dwell on it. Let's go out and have some fun. Zichixu stood, but shook her head again. No, I'm fine. Your injuries should be mostly healed by now, right? How about a trip to the beast realm? Zichixu continued to shake her head. Are you still the Zichixu I know? Jiang Ying sighed in resignation. Zichixu remained silent. Jiang Ying observed her closely and asked, You haven't developed feelings for him, have you? Zichixu said nothing. Oh, what a challenge it is to win the affection of the illustrious Zichixu. It seems one must pay with their life to earn it. Chapter 25. The New System, the Dream-Making System. Time passed swiftly, and a day and a half had slipped by. Chuyun Xuan did not attend Tianhua University. Instead, he focused on refining demon crystals at home. As midnight approached, he concluded his training. 4 stars in the Xiantian realm. A single demon crystal of the divine realm had elevated his cultivation by 4 stars. He finally comprehended a truth. Those born of privilege, provided their talent is not lacking, typically experience rapid progression in their cultivation. Their standings can never be low. With connections, resources, and an abundance of demon and spirit crystals for training, how could their cultivation be anything but lofty? Thus, life is inherently unfair, and this world harbors no semblance of equality. The new system was about to be activated, and he wondered what it would bestow upon him this time. Each new system activation filled Chuyun Xuan with immense anticipation. It was far more thrilling than unboxing a mystery box. At that moment, a message pinged on his device. It was from Yuqianren. Brother Xian, still training, or have you gone to bed? Ever since he believed that Chuyun Xuan had lured the divine realm Nether Tiger away to save them, Yuqianren held him in high esteem. His previous unkindness towards Chuyun Xuan weighed heavily on him. This was someone Chuyun Xuan felt he could befriend, loyal and honorable. Chuyun Xuan replied, Not yet. Is there something you need? Yuqianren responded, Well, Brother Xian, since you didn't come to Tianhua University today, that Li Jin, whom you incapacitated, has returned. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, he is back? Not quite, Yuqianren clarified. He is in a cast. But given that his father is a member of the Judgment Association, several formidable wood element warriors are aiding in his recovery. He should be fine after a while. And then? Chuyun Xuan pressed. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for you and has vowed to retaliate. So be cautious, Brother Xian. Yuqianren added. There's one more thing. Senior sister Jiang Ying mentioned that you are young. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback. Why? Yuqianren explained. It seems you've been getting closer to her lately, and rumors suggest that she has a fondness for you. She clarified that you are too young for her tastes. Chuyun Xuan was incensed. How dare she? This girl is clearly seeking revenge. After all, during their first meeting, he had remarked on her youth as well. All right. Thanks for the heads up. Yuqianren replied. No problem. I just wanted to inform you. I won't disturb you any longer. Chuyun Xuan set his phone down, brooding over the comment about his youth, which he could not tolerate. Li Jin. He pondered further. His father was a member of the Judgment Association, and it appeared he held a notable position, as evident from his audacity. Nevertheless, Chuyun Xuan dismissed him as a threat. Such a background often brought more complications than benefits. He would need to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Ding. Instant kill system deactivated. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the dream-making system. Oh, Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. What sort of system is this? Dream-making? Dream-making system. The host may create dreams for a target. The created dream must include the host's presence. System task. Successfully create 2 dreams. The system will deactivate after 2 successful dream creations. How does one even explain this system? In simple terms, it allows the creation of dreams for others. The content of the dream is determined by the host, but the host must feature in the dream. After the dream concludes, to receive rewards, a condition must be met. Whatever transpires in the dream must occur in reality as well. This is the only way to earn rewards. For instance, if Chuyun Xuan crafted a dream where he and Lin Yer held hands joyfully while shopping, then in reality, they must also hold hands while shopping for him to complete the task and receive rewards. If the dream occurs but does not manifest in reality, no rewards will be granted. It would merely be a whimsical fantasy. This peculiar system sparked a wicked thought in him. Jiang Ying had remarked on his youth, hadn't she? What if he devised a dream where he overwhelmed her? It would frighten her. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Such a prank would yield no rewards. To gain rewards, they would both need to engage in that act in reality, which was evidently impossible. The rewards were of greater importance. Eureka! Chuyun Xuan suddenly had an idea. He needed a sword. Not just any sword, but a spiritual weapon. He could create a dream for someone, wherein the content implied that they would gift him a spiritual weapon. If, in reality, they did indeed give him the weapon, he could claim both the weapon and complete the task for rewards. This could work. As long as the dream's narrative was believable enough, perhaps reality would align with it. However, it couldn't be too outrageous. If he dreamt of someone gifting him a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon, the likelihood of them actually doing so would be slim, thus nullifying any system rewards. A brilliant idea struck him. The president of the Bounty Association in Tianhua City possessed a spiritual weapon, an earth-grade sword known as the Flame Sun Sword, adorned with a powerful fire attribute crystal. Earth-grade spiritual weapons, if placed on the market, could fetch over 100 million. Moreover, they were not easily obtainable, being valuable yet rare. The Earth-grade spiritual artifact, while indeed precious, is quite scarce in the entirety of Tianhua City. However, it would be an exaggeration to say that one would rather perish than part with it, wouldn't it? The target of this dream fabrication is none other than Chuyun Xuan, the president of the Bounty Guild. The content of the dream requests the gift of the Flame Sun Sword. Ding, please provide specific details for the dream, host. Chuyun Xuan subsequently detailed the nuances of the dream to the system. Ding, dream creation successful. Should the target bestow the Flame Sun Sword upon the host in reality, rewards will be granted. The current dream must conclude prior to the creation of another. Chuyun Xuan smiled. Time to attend to serious matters. For the sake of an Earth-grade Flame Sun Sword, a bit of trouble is certainly worthwhile. The following morning, Chuyun Xuan set off for Tianhua University. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan, the president of the Bounty Guild, awoke at home, gasping for breath, his once dark temples now dampened with sweat. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Chuyun Xuan pondered how he could have dreamt while in meditation. For decades, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. And this dream was even stranger. A powerful being had cursed him. Should he fail to present the Flame Sun Sword to someone named Chuyun Xuan, his life would be forfeit. In the dream, his refusal to comply resulted in excruciating pain, rendering him in a state worse than death. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and rushed to Tianhua University to present the Flame Sun Sword to Chuyun Xuan, at which point the torment dissipated, and he awoke. Perhaps he had simply been overworked lately, Chuyun Xuan mused, shaking his head. As the president of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City, his responsibilities were immense. The Bounty Guild is one of the continent's most formidable forces, almost on par with the Celestial Domain or the Divine Alliance. The distinction lies in the fact that the Bounty Guild is predominantly a personal power. Numerous tasks abound within the guild, and its members undertake these missions to earn commissions. These commissions are not limited to mere currency. They encompass a variety of spiritual artifacts, martial techniques, monster crystals, and cultivation resources such as elemental essence crystals. Consequently, the Bounty Guild has flourished, with countless bounty hunters emerging. Opening the door, Chuyun Xuan intended to head to the Bounty Guild. Suddenly, he felt a jolt coursing through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 26. He is at the Shantian realm. You are in grave peril. Chuyun Xuan stared in astonishment at the door of his home, which bore a cross-like symbol. It appeared to be painted. This detail, however, was inconsequential. What mattered was that this very cross had also appeared in his dream. According to the curse laid upon him by the powerful entity, the emergence of the cross signified the activation of the curse. He had initially believed it to be merely a dream, yet never did he expect to find such a cross on his own door in reality. Could this be a coincidence? He refused to entertain such a notion. It could not be mere happenstance. How could such a coincidence exist? Chuyun Xuan reached out and wiped the cross's symbol on the door. It could indeed be erased, yet it was meaningless, for this cross had no bearing on the curse. It served as a mark from the powerful being, designed to instill in him the belief that he had indeed been cursed. Who was orchestrating this? Why? Why compel him to present the Flame Sun Sword to Chuyun Xuan? With a heavy heart, Chuyun Xuan stepped outside. Should he go? He must. After all, is his life not worth far more than an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? It seemed likely that his dream from the previous night was a warning from the mysterious being. The entity did not wish to kill Chuyun Xuan. Its sole aim was to threaten him with the curse, compelling him to relinquish the Flame Sun Sword to Chuyun Xuan. Should he comply, he might just escape unscathed. Upon reaching the entrance of his community, he observed 2 security guards erasing yet another cross symbol from the wall. Chuyun Xuan shuddered. This very place had also featured a cross in his dream. This was no coincidence. Absolutely not. This cross was the mark left by the powerful being, designed to convince him that he had been cursed. Chuyun Xuan, it would seem, had an intriguing background. A formidable ally was evidently aiding him. Alas, it was merely an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. In comparison to his life, it was of little consequence. He resolved to follow through. Chuyun Xuan sighed. Yet, why had this powerful being chosen him? With urgency, he hurried toward Tianhua University. As for reviewing the surveillance footage, he deemed it unnecessary. It would bear no significance. No one could have come to paint it. Such a feat was but a thought away for that powerful entity. The 2 cross symbols had been drawn after Chuyun Xuan concluded the dream fabrication, deliberately orchestrated for Chuyun Xuan to witness upon awakening. The intent was to assure him that this was not a dream, but rather a message from the powerful being. He had indeed been cursed, and to survive, he must adhere to the dream's directives. A typical person encountering such a situation would indeed be hesitant to gamble. It was too outrageous, too coincidental. How could such coincidences exist? It could only mean that the dream was genuine. At this very moment, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the gates of Tianhua University. Brother Chun, what brings you here? A subordinate inquired curiously. To teach that Chuyun Xuan a lesson, Chun Haobin replied nonchalantly. Chuyun Xuan? Damn. My ex-girlfriend was the one who brought him up when she broke up with me. She was my childhood sweetheart. His subordinate fumed. Chun Haobin smiled. He bore no animosity towards Chuyun Xuan. However, he was a close friend of Li Jin, who had solicited his assistance in eliminating Chuyun Xuan. Murder was, of course, Out of the question, as the Judgment Council was always watching. If one were to kill, it could only be in the realm of monsters or in certain exceptional circumstances. As a compromise, Li Jin requested that he help incapacitate Chuyun Xuan's arm, offering a generous reward in return. Thus, he felt compelled to assist. Especially since he had heard numerous tales about Chuyun Xuan's exploits and found him rather insufferable, too arrogant, too boastful. Is there a problem? An instructor questioned as he observed Chun Haobin at the entrance. Chun Haobin from Tianyang University, here to challenge Tianhua University, Chun Haobin stated. You're here to challenge alone? If Chuyun Xuan can come to challenge alone, why can't I? Chun Haobin retorted. Come in. For the academy, such challenges were rare, yet when they occurred, they were rarely declined, as they pertained to the institution's dignity. May I ask where I can find Chuyun Xuan? Chun Haobin inquired. Chuyun Xuan is not a student of Tianhua University, he was informed, but he is a student of one of your instructors. I am here to challenge him. Chun Haobin asserted. The fairy convenience store, over there, the instructor indicated a direction. Thank you. The news of Chun Haobin's challenge to Chuyun Xuan spread rapidly, with many following him towards the destination. Chun Haobin from Tianyang University was coming to challenge Chuyun Xuan. That was not merely a challenge. It was a bloodbath waiting to unfold. He seems to be nearing the Xiantian realm, doesn't he? As a formidable expert from the advanced class of Tianyang University, does he not feel humiliated by challenging Chuyun Xuan? It is evident to anyone with discernment that he is merely using the guise of a challenge to teach Chuyun Xuan a lesson. Surely, there is animosity between them, and a spectacle is about to unfold. Finally, we shall witness Chuyun Xuan being humiliated. However, Chuyun Xuan has saved countless lives. I don't care. I simply find him displeasing. What does it matter that he has rescued many? It's of no concern to me. I just want to see him suffer. At this moment, behind the fairy convenience store, in a small courtyard. The fairy convenience store is modest in size, and passing through the shop leads directly to a small yard. The yard is quite untidy. In truth, both this yard and the convenience store are abandoned. They have merely been repurposed by Xiao Qiyue for her small business. In the front, Xiao Qiyue sells her wares, while in the back, Chuyun Xuan practices his punches. The martial arts techniques he employs are taught to him by Xiao Qiyue. She instructed him to practice his punches first, after which she would teach him a martial arts technique. Bang, bang, bang. Chuyun Xuan relentlessly strikes the sandbag before him. Let you call me small, he mutters to himself as he punches away. Upon closer inspection, one can see a photo of Jiang Ying affixed to the sandbag. In reality, Chuyun Xuan is delivering blow after blow to her photograph. Call me small. Chuyun Xuan will remember this forever. Jiang Ying is finished. Breathing heavily, Chuyun Xuan wipes the sweat from his brow. The photograph of Jiang Ying bears the marks of his relentless assault. How satisfying. For now, it's just a photo. Soon, he will confront the real person. Small? Chuyun Xuan challenges her to ascend to the heavens. Let us see if she dares to call herself small again. At the entrance of the fairy convenience store, Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkle with excitement. Wow, so many people. She feels her fortune is about to turn. Chun Haobin approaches, trailed by a throng of students eager to witness the unfolding drama. So beautiful, Chun Haobin remarks, unable to suppress a gulp. Ahem, I heard Chuyun Xuan is here? He inquires. Xiao Qiyue nods enthusiastically. Yes, yes. He is practicing in the courtyard. Are you looking for him? Indeed. Xiao Qiyue continues, however. He is in the midst of training and cannot be disturbed. I am here to challenge him, Chun Haobin asserts. Even challenges must be timed appropriately, Xiao Qiyue retorts, frowning. Unless a cunning glint appears in her eyes. If you spend over 1,000 at my little shop, I'll let you through. Without hesitation, Chun Haobin pulls out a wad of cash and hands it to Xiao Qiyue. No need for the goods. Can I go find him now? Xiao Qiyue's eyes light up. Wow, we're in for a windfall. Please, come in. Chun Haobin leads his entourage inside. Xiao Qiyue then turns to the onlookers. What are you here for? To watch the challenge, they reply. Tickets for the challenge viewing are 100 each, Xiao Qiyue states. No problem. We're in for a treat, she exclaims, her eyes filled with excitement. Chun Haobin and his companion traverse the fairy convenience store and enter the courtyard. Chuyun Xuan wipes his sweat and glances over. You are Chuyun Xuan? Chun Haobin asks, his eyes narrowing slightly. And you are? Chuyun Xuan replies. Allow me to introduce myself, Chun Haobin. Xiao Qiyue leans against the entrance to the courtyard, casting a glance at the growing crowd. She announces, here, payment is required. Once paid, you may enter the courtyard, 100 per person, mind you. Make way, make way. A thrilling show is about to begin. Jiang Ying, lollipop in hand, strolls past Xiao Qiyue and into the courtyard. Chuyun Xuan looks her way. Don't mind me. You all carry on with your fight. I'm merely here to spectate. Jiang Ying smiles. Chuyun Xuan then turns to Chun Haobin, shaking his head. Chun Haobin, I don't know you. You needn't know. I've heard you're quite arrogant. So I've come to challenge you. Do you dare accept? If you don't, simply crawl through my legs, and we shall consider the matter closed, Chun Haobin taunts. Jiang Ying, with an expression of amusement, moves closer to Chuyun Xuan and whispers, Chun Haobin, from the advanced class of Tianyang University, likely nearing the Xiantian realm. You're in for it. Chuyun Xuan retorts, damn it. Nearing the Xiantian realm. I might truly be outmatched. Jiang Ying, reveling in the unfolding drama. Moves aside to continue watching. Suddenly, she notices her photograph on the sandbag, battered and unrecognizable. What the? They're bullying me. They're bullying me, she exclaims, her heart aching at the sight. Who did this? Who has turned my picture into such a state? It is clear that this individual harbors deep-seated animosity towards me. How infuriating. Chuyun Xuan had intended to tell Chun Haobin to leave, but then he caught sight of Jiang Ying, trembling with anger as she clutched the photo. What is it to be? Are we fighting or what? Chun Haobin, frowning, impatiently demands an answer from Chuyun Xuan. Meanwhile, more students continue to flock in to witness the spectacle, but Chuyun Xuan remains oblivious to them. He approaches Jiang Ying. Did you do this? She asks. Chuyun Xuan points at Chun Haobin. He did. Chun Haobin furrows his brow. What are these two up to? Chuyun Xuan nods vigorously. Your stunning photograph was so captivating that I was admiring it when this guy barged in and started pummeling it. I was astonished. Do you have a grudge against him? Why does he seem so angry upon seeing your photo? Jiang Ying furrows her brow and glances at Chun Haobin. I'm puzzled too. Do I have a grudge against him? Chuyun Xuan laments. From the few punches he threw at your photo just now, it was evident he harbors some hatred towards you. Jiang Ying's eyes narrow as she coldly responds. I can see that too. Hey, she turns to Chun Haobin. What do you mean? What are you insinuating? Chun Haobin appears perplexed. Jiang Ying brandishes the photo. Do I have a grudge against you? You enter here and destroy my photo like this? Nonsense. I didn't do it. Chun Haobin protests. Chuyun Xuan gestures towards himself. Could it possibly be me? Who else could it be? Chun Haobin, bewildered, inquires, if not you. Then who? Jiang Ying casts a glance at Chuyun Xuan. Come on, I possess such noble character. You know that, right? I risk my life to save people. Do you think I could commit such an act? There is some validity to her words. Jiang Ying feels a hint of doubt, but she can't shake the feeling that Chuyun Xuan is indeed capable of such mischief. Fairy Mentor, you've been here the whole time. You saw it, didn't you? Jiang Ying questions. Xiao Qiyue blinks her beautiful eyes. Chun Haobin watches Xiao Qiyue with anticipation. I didn't do anything upon entering. She saw it. I never threw a punch. She witnessed it. Xiao Qiyue clears her throat. It should not have been Xiao Xian, right? Chun Haobin. Jiang Ying, infuriated, exudes an aura of rage that even Chuyun Xuan finds daunting. A dagger inexplicably materialized in Jiang Ying's hand, spinning rapidly at her fingertips. You harbor such animosity towards me. Before you challenge Chuyun Xuan, let us settle our scores first, she remarked, a hint of a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. You. Chun Haobin pointed accusingly at Xiao Qiyue, whose innocent, wide eyes blinked innocently. Chun Haobin bellowed. Lu Tao, you entered with me. Tell me. Did I lay a hand on her? No, replied his subordinate hastily. Brother Chin didn't even approach her. Jiang Ying interjected. Do you truly think me a fool? Can I trust the words of two imbeciles like you? Chuyun Xuan nodded vigorously. Exactly. My sister Jiang is astute and far from foolish. You. Chun Haobin gestured frantically between Chuyun Xuan, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue, his frustration boiling over. Damn it. You from Tianhua University think you can bully people, huh? Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed. Enough of this nonsense. Let us settle our accounts. With that, she vanished like a wraith. In the next moment, a shadow of black was seen attacking Chun Haobin with astonishing speed, leaving him no room to retaliate. His cries of anguish echoed as Jiang Ying relentlessly pummeled him. The spectators, who had paid to witness Chun Haobin's thrashing of Chuyun Xuan, were left utterly bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be Chun Haobin who was going to beat up Chuyun Xuan? How could it be Jiang Ying who was now administering a beating to Chun Haobin? Cough, cough. Chun Haobin spluttered, his face bruised and battered. Get lost. From now on, every time I see you, I will hit you. Jiang Ying glared at him menacingly. Damn it. Chun Haobin gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he glared at the smug Chuyun Xuan. You really think I'm easy to bully? Just wait. My grandfather is the president of the Tianhua City Bounty Guild. Chuyun Xuan, just you wait. He pointed accusingly at Chuyun Xuan, his anger palpable. And you, Jiang Ying. You may be someone at Tianhua University, but it won't matter. Just wait for me. Tonight, I will take you down. Damn you. At that moment, several figures rushed through the crowd, including Dean Qin Jinhai, accompanied by an elderly man of similar stature but notably robust. Grandfather. Chun Haobin's eyes brightened at the sight. Look at me. Look at how your grandson has been wronged. Bring me justice. He lamented, his expression one of despair. I did nothing. The people from Tianhua University colluded to slander me and beat me up. This is outrageous. He pointed at Chuyun Xuan and the others, his expression darkening. You are finished. Chuyun Xuan, you're done for. Damn it. Xiao Qiyue recoiled slightly, preparing to make a swift exit, but was intercepted by Dean Qin Jinhai. With a sheepish grin, she attempted to charm him. The surrounding crowd murmured in amazement. Wow. Chun Haobin's grandfather is the president of the Bounty Guild. His status is almost equivalent to that of the commander of the Divine Alliance and Tianyu in Tianhua City. And he seems to be a master at the Xiantian realm, close to the Divine Passage realm. If he sets his sights on Chuyun Xuan, trouble is surely brewing. It seems Jiang Ying will also be in hot water, given that she assaulted Chun Haobin. He personally came. Perhaps he is prepared. Chen Haobin might be the bait to lure Chuyun Xuan in. And then Chun Zainin will capture him. Ugh, President Chen, what is going on here? Dean Jinhai felt a headache coming on. Why did Chun Zainin rush to Tianhua University, explicitly seeking Chuyun Xuan? As the president, he was utterly bewildered. What trouble had Chuyun Xuan gotten into this time to warrant Chun Zainin's personal visit? But in the next moment, the crowd was stunned as Chun Zainin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his grandson, Chen Haobin. The slap was delivered without restraint, sending Chen Haobin's teeth flying and causing him to spin several times in the air before crashing to the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, what? Did Chun Zainin just slap his own grandson, Chen Haobin? The force of the blow had drawn blood and dislodged teeth. The crowd was incredulous. Such bizarre occurrences were common, but this year seemed particularly rife with them. Jiang Ying blinked in surprise. She had anticipated a calamity, but did not expect Chun Zainin to strike his own grandson. Dean Jinhai was equally perplexed. Upon witnessing Chun Haobin's state and recalling Chun Zainin's explicit intention to confront Chuyun Xuan, a chilling realization dawned upon him. Chuyun Xuan was indeed in trouble. However, the next scene left him utterly baffled. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Chen Haobin, too, was taken aback. His grandfather, Chun Zainin, was the one who had arrived, yet he was the one being struck? What the hell? Kneel before Chuyun Xuan and apologize. Chun Zainin thundered at his grandson. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Apologize to Chuyun Xuan? For what reason? Even if Chun Haobin had erred, why should he kneel? Grandfather, I'm your grandson, Chen Haobin, he protested, looking bewildered at Chun Zainin. Slap. Chun Zainin struck again, without hesitation. Do I need to repeat myself? Kneel down and apologize to Chuyun Xuan. The onlookers were left speechless. Why should I? I was the one being bullied. Suddenly, Chun Zainin kicked him behind the knee, forcing Chun Haobin to kneel before Chuyun Xuan. I said apologize. Chun Zainin demanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. Chen Haobin clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing. Why? What had he done wrong? Even if he had made a mistake. His grandfather was the president of the Bounty Guild. Why was he being forced to kneel before Chuyun Xuan in front of so many witnesses? Hurry up. Chun Zainin roared again. With gritted teeth and a lowered head, Chun Haobin muttered, I'm sorry. The crowd was left in stunned silence, and Chun Zainin turned to Chuyun Xuan, offering a reluctant smile. I'm truly sorry, Chuyun Xuan. My grandson has been spoiled and lacks understanding. If I have offended you in any way, please bear with me. The crowd. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. What on earth just happened? Who truly is Chun Zain's grandson? Why does Chun Zain seem to regard Chuyun Xuan with such trepidation? This is perplexing, considering he is the president of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City. Does Chuyun Xuan possess some hidden background? Not at all. He merely has a formidable sister. I'm utterly bewildered. Is that really Chun Zain? Chun Haobin approached aggressively to challenge. Only to find himself in such a predicament, Chuyun Xuan then remarked, best not to roam about recklessly in the future. Chun Haobin clenched his fists tightly. What does he mean? Does he regard me as a dog? Chun Zain wore a forced smile, responding, indeed, you said it. He then barked at Chun Haobin. Did you hear that? Yes, Chun Haobin replied weakly. Jiang Ying observed Chuyun Xuan with curious eyes. This is rather interesting. Quite handsome. Ding Jiang Ying's favorability towards you has increased by 3, current favorability, 20. Get lost. You're embarrassing me. Chun Zain shouted in anger. With a grim expression, Chun Haobin got up and walked away. Chun Zain then extended his hand, and with a flash from his spatial ring, a fiery red sword appeared in his grasp. The moment the sword materialized, everyone around could distinctly feel the temperature rising. Ahem, Chuyun Xuan, this is for you. Chun Zain offered the sword to Chuyun Xuan. The crowd. The Flame Sun sword? That's a tier 3 Earth grade spirit weapon. In all of Tianhua City, aside from this Flame Sun sword, I can't think of another Earth grade spirit weapon. He just gave it to Chuyun Xuan? He is simply gifting it to him? What is going on? I'm utterly lost. What could have transpired? Could it be that Chun Zain's wife or daughter-in-law has taken a liking to Chuyun Xuan? Is this a means to keep Chuyun Xuan away from them? This is the only explanation I can fathom to account for the events unfolding before my eyes. It seems plausible, especially given the circumstances surrounding Chuyun Xuan. Feigning ignorance, Chuyun Xuan asked, for me? Yes, for you. Chun Zain nodded fervently. However, Chuyun Xuan shook his head, replying, I don't want it. The crowd watched the Flame Sun sword with longing. What? He offers you a gift, and you refuse? Qin Jinhai appeared equally perplexed. Is he still half asleep? This is the Flame Sun sword, a tier 3 Earth grade weapon. Chun Zain urged, you must accept it. Chuyun Xuan continued to shake his head. I still don't want it. Why not? Chun Zain inquired. It's a hot potato, and besides, offering kindness without reason is often a guise for ulterior motives. I cannot accept it, Chuyun Xuan explained. Chun Zain grew anxious. If he did not give away the sword, the formidable being who had cursed him would certainly come for his life. Upon witnessing his grandson disrespect Chuyun Xuan, he felt a jolt of fear, worried about provoking the powerful entity behind Chuyun Xuan. Thus, he hastily made Chun Haobin kneel and apologize. Truly humbling. But which is more important, face or life? Chuyun Xuan, please take it. I do not expect anything in return. I simply feel a connection with you and wish to gift it to you. Chun Zion implored. President Chun, do you truly believe that? Chuyun Xuan asked. Absolutely. Chun Zion exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. I swear before all these witnesses. I have no ulterior motives and no schemes. It is simply a gift. Jiang Ying then discreetly pointed at Chuyun Xuan and looked towards Xiao Qiyue, her meaning clear. Is he involved with Chun Zion's daughter-in-law? Xiao Qiyue shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. This is still inappropriate, Chuyun Xuan replied, shaking his head. Thud. Chun Zion dropped to his knees before Chuyun Xuan. Please accept it. I beg you. Consider it my plea. The crowd gaped in astonishment. Jiang Ying gestured a to Xiao Qiyue, implying that the situation might not just involve his daughter-in-law, but at least two people. Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. President Chun. This is unnecessary, Chuyun Xuan insisted. Chun Zion pressed. It is necessary. Please accept it. I implore you. Very well. If you insist, I shall accept it. Chuyun Xuan extended his hand to receive the Flame Sun sword. Seeing this, Chun Zion exhaled a sigh of relief. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Chuyun Xuan examined the Flame Sun sword in his hand, murmuring, but I have no use for it. I would prefer a spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Chun Zion quickly produced a spatial ring. I have one. Here. Chuyun Xuan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. How embarrassing. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Accept it. I, Chun Zion, wish to be your friend. Chuyun Xuan clasped his fist, replying, your sincerity is commendable, President Chun. I, Chuyun Xuan, likewise wish to be your friend. Chun Zion sighed deeply. At last, he felt he had survived this ordeal. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Chun Zion hurriedly departed, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. This was undoubtedly the strangest day they had ever experienced. Chapter 29. Has the hierarchy changed? The crowd watched Chun Zion leave with expressions of utter confusion. They then turned their attention back to Chuyun Xuan, filled with admiration. There are no words, only admiration. Disperse. Disperse. Qin Jinhai called out. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Chuyun Xuan, Qin Jinhai, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue in the courtyard. The three of them fixed their gazes on Chuyun Xuan. What is your relationship with Wang Min? They all asked in unison. Chuyun Xuan replied. Who is Wang Min? The daughter-in-law of Chun Zion, a prominent figure in the provincial bounty guild. Chuyun Xuan, what? I don't even know her. What are you talking about? Jiang Ying remarked. If that's the case, why would he act like that? What other explanation is there? Xiao Qiyue added. He must be worried that you would cause turmoil in his family, leading to disaster. Unless he secretly intends to eliminate you, he knows that threats are futile. His daughter-in-law will go to great lengths to protect you. Qin Jinhai speculated. I believe there might be someone else besides his daughter-in-law. Wang Min, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue nodded in agreement, indicating a shared understanding. Chuyun Xuan's lips twitched. I won't discuss this with you any longer. I'm going to practice my sword. Outside, the crowd was equally shocked, spreading the news throughout Tianhua University. Meanwhile, Chun Zion caught up with his grandson. Grandpa, why? You must tell me why. I am the one who has been bullied. Why does Chuyun Xuan deserve this? Chun Haobin was beside himself with rage. Fool, I saved your life, and you dare question me? I am your grandfather. I only wish what is best for you. Chun Haobin was left stunned. What? You saved my life. You need not know more. From now on, do not provoke Chuyun Xuan. Chun Zion reminded him. Chun Haobin gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I want to kill him. Do I not want to? Chun Zion also clenched his teeth. He then continued. Someone has long sought me to eliminate him. I accepted the task. If there had been a favorable opportunity, I would have acted by now instead of waiting for this predicament. Has anyone threatened Grandpa? Chun Haobin inquired. Chun Zion nodded. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Therefore, from this moment forth, you must remain compliant on the surface. Certain matters shall be entrusted to me. Grandpa, you must ensure his demise. Chun Zion's gaze hardened. I will. This situation rapidly spread throughout Tianhua University. In a certain intermediate class, students were meditating. One person suddenly spoke up. Have you heard? The president of the Bounty Guild, Chun Zion, personally delivered the yin-yang sword to Chuyun Xuan and even knelt before him, insisting he accept it. Is that true? The crowd expressed disbelief. It sounds implausible. Wang Xiaozhu remarked. The individual retorted, Zhang Xiaozhu, don't be skeptical. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there were hundreds present at the scene. Why would I deceive you? The crowd gasped. Why would this happen? I suspect that the president's daughter-in-law or granddaughter has developed feelings for Chuyun Xuan. He fears that Chuyun Xuan might cause turmoil in his household. At his age, family is of utmost importance, so he must plead for Chuyun Xuan's mercy. The crowd nodded in agreement. That seems to be the only explanation. I'm only sharing this with you. Please don't disclose it to others. Zhang Xiaozhu reassured them. Rest assured. In the cafeteria, the group was dining. Zhang Xiaozhu, just finished with his meal, sat beside a few others. Hey guys, have you heard about the situation with Chuyun Xuan and President Qin? Zhang Xiaozhu asked. Yes, we heard that President Qin gifted him the yin-yang sword. It's absurd. What is the reason behind it? It's said to involve his daughter-in-law. After all, it is Chuyun Xuan we're talking about, and those in the know understand. Zhang Xiaozhu smiled mysteriously, shaking his head. Not at all. When pressed for details, Zhang Xiaozhu nodded. Of course. The group grew intrigued. Then why is that? Zhang Xiaozhu lowered his voice. Let me tell you, the reason President Chun gifted the yin-yang sword to Chuyun Xuan is that Chuyun Xuan possesses leverage against him. Is that true? Zhang Xiaozhu chuckled. Consider this. Given President Chun's status and power, if his daughter-in-law has feelings for Chuyun Xuan, what does it matter? He has a myriad of ways to resolve this. Yet, he kneels and presents the yin-yang sword. Does that seem reasonable? The group exchanged glances. It makes sense. It must be substantial leverage that compels him to act this way, something that could ruin him. Zhang Xiaozhu, what leverage are you referring to? Yes, tell us. Zhang Xiaozhu replied. You must promise me not to share this with anyone. You can count on us. Especially you, Lu Tian. Your tongue can be quite loose. Lu Tian replied. When it concerns President Chun, I wouldn't dare speak carelessly. Zhang Xiaozhu nodded and then whispered. Do you know what status President Chun's daughter-in-law, Chun Haobin's mother, holds? Isn't she the daughter of a certain bigwig in our province's bounty guild? I recall that President Chun's son is a son-in-law. So Chun Haobin's identity is quite impressive. Exactly. How much do you think a person like her could embezzle each year? The group gasped in shock. Lu Tian's eyes lit up. Got it. Chuyun Xuan must have some dirt on President Chun's daughter-in-law. And certainly, President Chun himself is not clean. Once the leverage is revealed, the Chun family is finished. Understood. In the afternoon training session, Lu Tian entered the restroom accompanied by 3 others, including Yu Qianren. Hey guys, have you heard about the situation with Chuyun Xuan? Lu Tian asked while attending to nature's call. Yu Qianren replied, I've heard. It's incredible. Lu Tian laughed. It's not that simple. Oh, is there some insider knowledge? I always thought Brother Xian was extraordinary. Yu Qianren's eyes brightened. The insider info is massive. I can only tell you, but you mustn't share it with others, Lu Tian insisted. Rest assured, spill it. After some contemplation, Lu Tian said, Forget it. I can't say much. I'll only mention that President Chun and his daughter-in-law, who is Chun Haobin's mother, are not clean. That is all. I have class now. Yu Qianren exchanged glances with a few others. That evening, in the dormitory, one of the boys remarked, Hey, did you hear about Chuyun Xuan's incident today? Who hasn't heard? It seems Chuyun Xuan might be in trouble as he possesses leverage over President Chun, and it's significant. I wonder what it is. I truly want to know. I've heard that President Chun has some dirty dealings. Really? Is that true? Yu Qianren chuckled. What is so funny, Yu Qianren? They asked. I laugh because you all know so little, he responded. Their eyes widened with curiosity. What do you know? Tell us. Well, the so-called dirty dealings. How do you interpret that? Corruption, of course. Yu Qianren laughed. Youthful naivety. Is there more to it? Yu Qianren continued. I've heard some solid insider information. It's indeed dirty. President Chun and Wang Min are involved. That is what I'm saying. What is wrong with that? Yu Qianren corrected. You're entirely mistaken. It's President Chun and Wang Min who are both compromised. That is not wrong. But they are mutually compromised. Do you understand? The group's eyes widened. Are you implying that these two are secretly involved? This leverage is indeed substantial. Yu Qianren added. It gets even juicier. Chun Haobin is not actually the son of his father, Chun Sheng, to be precise. Chun Sheng ought to refer to Chun Haobin as his younger brother. The crowd gasped in disbelief. At the Bounty Guild, that night, in the office, Chun Zion was seated beside Chun Haobin, facing another individual. Li Hu, you are someone I have personally nurtured, and I trust you implicitly. President, whatever you need. I will handle it with absolute diligence. Chun Zion stated, eliminate a person. He pushed a photograph of Chuyun Xuan towards Li Hu. Li Hu glanced at it, then burned the photo. Aside from President Chun, Haobin, and myself, absolutely no one else can know. Chun Zion nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open, and a middle-aged man stormed in angrily. Son, what are you doing? Chun Zion frowned at his son, Chun Sheng. Dad. Chun Haobin looked at Chun Sheng in confusion. Why? Why are you treating me this way? Chun Sheng glared at Chun Zion. What is going on? Chun Zion appeared bewildered. Everyone is saying that Haobin and I are brothers, not father and son. Why are you and Wang Min treating me like this? What have I done wrong? Chun Zion. Chun Haobin. Wait, has the hierarchy changed? Chapter 30, The Second Dreamweaver. That night, Chuyun Xuan was in his room cultivating. A surge of energy slightly rose, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of the Xian body realm. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first dream-making objective of the dream system and receiving the reward, Shadow Step Martial Technique. Ding. The host is now able to undertake the second dream-making. Oh, Chuyun Xuan opened his eyes. Shadow Step, a celestial grade 1-star agility technique, capable of creating afterimages at minor mastery and traversing thousands of miles in an instant at major mastery. Remarkably, it is a celestial grade agility technique. There are many forms of martial arts, yet agility techniques are among the rarest. Achieving a celestial grade agility technique is likely nearing the pinnacle of this continent. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate key. This adage holds profound truth. Why are the dark and wind attributes considered rare? Because these two attributes are closely associated with speed. As for the second dream making, he had not yet made up his mind. He would decide later. Chuyun Xuan exited the room. Where to? Linear, practicing in the living room, opened her beautiful eyes and inquired. I'm heading out to find a spacious place to practice my martial techniques. I'll accompany you. Linear arose. No, it's all right. Rest assured, I won't venture into the beast territory, just seeking an area in the suburbs. Agility techniques don't create much commotion. After pondering for a moment, Linear nodded and said, all right, I'm off then, goodbye. Chuyun Xuan left his home, arriving at a remote new district in Tianhua City. Rather than a new district, it resembled a neglected area. This place was once intended for the construction of a new city. However, after Tianhai City fell, Tianhua City surely followed suit. The developers abandoned the project. Even if construction were completed, it could vanish overnight. Moreover, who would willingly develop a city that could be overrun by beasts at any moment? The area was sparsely populated, but the roads were already paved. Chuyun Xuan sat by the roadside, at the edge of a small grove, contemplating Shadow Step. Celestial grade techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Fortunately, he possessed divine level comprehension. Time passed, and it was now 3 in the morning. Chuyun Xuan opened his eyes. Channeling his spiritual energy, he executed Shadow Step. Whoosh! Chuyun Xuan's figure surged forward at a speed far exceeding that of a 5-star Xian body realm practitioner, racing ahead. Due to his rapid velocity, afterimages trailed behind him. Upon halting, he exclaimed in astonishment. Thanks to his divine level comprehension, he had already attained minor mastery. The ability to create afterimages was accomplished. Activating Shadow Step, his speed reached 10 times that of a typical 5-star Xian body realm practitioner. However, this agility technique consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was also tenfold that of an ordinary martial artist. If only he could exchange for a wind attribute, combined with Shadow Step, wouldn't his speed ascend to another level? Chuyun Xuan opened the panel. Host, Chuyun Xuan. Age, 18. Young brother, 18. Race, human. Realm, 5-star Xian body. Attributes, thunder, fire, space. Strength, 2100. Speed, 1900. Physique, 200. Spiritual energy, 200,000. Mentality, 1900. Talent, life and unity. Death and separation. Rewards, divine level comprehension, divine level talent, spirit piercing eyes, first system mall. System value, 412,0000. For million system value. System, exchange for wind attribute. Ding. Are you sure you want to consume 500,000 system value to exchange for the wind attribute? Yes. Ding. Wind attribute exchanged successfully. For attributes, 3 of which are rare. Chuyun Xuan grinned. In the future, he would possess all attributes. Though he still had plenty of system value, he needed to retain some for unforeseen circumstances. Chuyun Xuan then secretly activated the wind attribute. In the still air, a gust arose. Leaves were swept from the trees. Wind blade. Chuyun Xuan effortlessly condensed a wind blade, which instantaneously severed a tree before him. The wind attribute, being rare, could provide martial artists with extraordinary speed. Moreover, one should not underestimate the destructive power of the wind attribute. Next, he needed to devise a way to enhance his control over thunder, space, and wind attributes. Mere possession of attributes without mastery held little utility. Just then, a wind blade suddenly shot from the shadows towards Chuyun Xuan's neck. Chuyun Xuan frowned. Xian Tian realm. He swiftly dodged. The wind blade carved a several-meter-long gash into the ground. A figure clad in black emerged from the darkness. Xian body realm? Just a few days ago, you were merely in the bright aperture realm? Have you concealed your cultivation? The black-clad man gazed at Chuyun Xuan in astonishment. Who are you? Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brow. The one who will kill you. Subsequently, he activated his wind attribute, instantly appearing before Chuyun Xuan. Just as Chuyun Xuan prepared to engage, the man's body abruptly froze in place. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback. Soon after, he watched as the man's body became encased in ice. Linear stepped forth. Xiaoyer. Chuyun Xuan's face lit up with surprise, followed by a wave of emotion. She must have been worried about him, stealthily following and silently protecting him. Linear approached the ice-encased figure, ready to dispose of him. Wait, let's question him first, Chuyun Xuan urged. Linear nodded. The ice covering the figure's head melted away. Chuyun Xuan pulled down the mask. Speak. Who sent you to kill me, Chen Zion? Chuyun Xuan inquired nonchalantly. The man's eyes were filled with terror at the thought of dying. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. Speak. Li Jin. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed this individual needed to be dealt with. However, there was an awkward predicament. The city was filled with members of the Judgment Association and various powerful factions. Killing someone proved exceedingly difficult. Once discovered, the consequences would be dire. The man before him had relied on his Xian Tian realm cultivation and the remoteness of this location to take action. In the next moment, he was once again encased in ice. With a shatter, the ice sculpture fragmented, and his body was reduced to countless pieces. I'll find an opportunity to help you deal with him, Linear said, her beautiful eyes regarding Chuyun Xuan calmly. Chuyun Xuan smiled. No need. I have a plan. Lin Yurter tilted her head slightly. Trust me, leave it to me. Just then, Chuyun Xuan noticed a badge beside the deceased figure. Lin Yurter picked it up. A member of the Assassin's Alliance? Could Li Jin also be part of the Assassin's Alliance? Lin Yurter remarked, you have no evidence. The Assassin's Alliance is an evil faction among humans. Exceedingly powerful. Their members blend into the populace. Possibly even your classmates or family could be members. Assassin's Alliance members live by accepting assassination contracts. They also slay other martial artists in the Beast territory, killing for treasure. One must understand that Assassin's Alliance members are concealed within the cities, and one can never discern who they are. Perhaps, when you venture into the Beast territory for training, one of your teammates could very well be an Assassin's Alliance member. In your tranquil struggle, you remain oblivious to the fact that in his eyes, you are merely a target awaiting the opportune moment for assassination. The various factions are incessantly hunting for members of the Assassin's Alliance, aiming to eliminate them. Otherwise, fear will reign. It is best to return home. Indeed, upon arriving home, Chuyun Xuan entered his bedroom. System, commenced dream creation. Target, Li Weimin, a member of the Assassin's Alliance. Although 99% of the Assassin's Alliance members remain concealed, a small fraction has had their identities unveiled. Li Weimin is one among them. A formidable member of the Alliance and one of the most wanted individuals by the major factions. Chuyun Xuan's objective is to orchestrate Li Jin's demise without directly intervening himself. In doing so, the adjudicators will be unable to trace the act back to him. It is not that he lacks the capability to kill Li Jin. Rather, it is simply implausible within the confines of the academy. However, with the aid of the system, it becomes a much simpler task. Ding. Please begin detailing the dream. Chapter 31. Li Weimin, member of the Assassin's Alliance. Simultaneously, before dawn, in a forest within the Beast realm, a figure appearing to be around 50 years of age rested against a stone. Beside him, a fire crackled, and the remnants of a devoured rabbit lay discarded nearby, along with an empty flask of wine. Suddenly, Li Weimin jolted awake, gasping for breath. Li Jin. Li Jin. His eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, his face etched with murderous intent. He had just experienced a dream. In this dream, at Tianhua University, there was a student named Li Jin who had the audacity to insult his deceased mother. In the dream, he approached to exact vengeance upon him. He even found himself standing before Li Jin, who continued to hurl insults. After slaying him, another named Chuyun Xuan emerged, challenging him. Although he was weak, for reasons unclear to Li Weimin, he found himself reluctant to harm him within the dream. Yet, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Li Jin had insulted his late mother. Was it merely a dream? No. He had attained the realm of the laws. How could he possibly dream? For decades, he had not experienced such a phenomenon. Moreover, this dream felt strikingly real. Regardless of its veracity, he must investigate. For his mother is his Achilles heel. Li Weimin retrieved a tattered notebook, within which he had scrawled several notes, some words composed phonetically due to his inability to write them correctly. 1. Mother said I must eat well. 2. Mother hopes I find a good girl to marry. 3. Mother wishes for me to be a good person. 4. Locate the family with the surname Chu that my mother belonged to 35 years ago. 5. Slay 10,000 beasts to avenge my mother. Mother, I have listened to your words carefully. Though I have reached the realm of the laws, I still ensure to eat well every day, never missing a meal. Furthermore, although your son has joined the Assassin's Alliance, he has never harmed the innocent. Those he has slain are deserving of their fate. He is purging the social scum. Thus he should be deemed a good person. I have yet to find the Chu family that saved you all those years ago. They must be well. I shall repay them in full. Li Weimin tenderly caressed the notebook as though it were a cherished treasure. Then, he silently penned a final note. 6. Exterminate all who insult my mother. Mother, I will go, though it was merely a dream. I must seek the truth. With that, Li Weimin's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished into the night. The following morning, Chuyun Xuan arrived at Tianhua University. Chuyun Xuan, not far away, Li Jin froze upon seeing the unharmed Chuyun Xuan. Confusion washing over him. Hadn't he been informed just last night that Chuyun Xuan had been spotted in the suburbs, easily within reach for an assassination? How could he appear unscathed at Tianhua University? Li Jin furrowed his brow in disbelief. It was illogical. He had invested heavily to employ a powerful assassin from the Assassin's Alliance to eliminate Chuyun Xuan. How could he remain unharmed? Chuyun Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Jin amidst the crowd. Li Jin's pupils constricted. He watched in disbelief as Chuyun Xuan approached him. What do you want? Li Jin, bandaged and wary, retreated nervously. With a swift motion, Chuyun Xuan struck him to the ground and walked away. Li Jin gritted his teeth. Chuyun Xuan, damn you. Just wait. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan arrived at the ferry convenience store. Really? Little Chu Xue has been so downcast lately? Xiao Qiyue remarked. Jiangning nodded repeatedly. Indeed. She is an obsession with martial arts, yet shows no interest in the beast realm anymore. Sigh. Xiao Qiyue continued. It's only natural. She hasn't moved on yet. Imagine. In your moment of despair, a boy appears and saves her, only to lose his life because of it. It's no surprise she struggles to recover in such a short time. It's untraceable, but seeing her like this makes me uncomfortable. Jiang Ying lamented. Just then, Chuyun Xuan entered. Xiao Qiyue's eyes brightened. Little Xin Yuan, come, come. She eagerly poured him a cup of tea. Tea time, hee hee hee. Teacher Xiao. Call me fairy teacher, Xiao Qiyue replied cheerfully. All right, fairy teacher, can you teach me the sealed celestial transformation technique you promised before? Jiang Ying cleared her throat. Casting a furtive glance at Xiao Qiyue, the king of empty promises. Ah, the sealed celestial transformation technique. Well, you're not quite ready yet. Hey, you said you would teach me after 3 days of the trial period. Chuyun Xuan exclaimed. Xiao Qiyue offered an awkward smile. Relax, relax. You just realized that? Our Tianhua University is renowned for its king of empty promises, Xiao Qiyue. What? I'm out. I'm done. Chuyun Xuan waved dismissively, preparing to leave. Wait. Xiao Qiyue quickly grabbed his arm. It's not that this fairy won't teach you. I can teach both Little Ying and Little Chuxue as well. But they are simply not suited for it. Really? Jiang Ying inquired. Of course. In fact, I've already secretly taught both of you, but you couldn't grasp it. Jiang Ying pondered. Was that time when you were teaching me the sealed celestial transformation technique? Xiao Qiyue nodded. Indeed. She then glanced at Chuyun Xuan, this spiritual technique. At present, I have yet to find another capable of learning it throughout the entire Blue Star. Even little Xuan Yuan's sister could not master it. Isn't that just another empty promise? Teach me. I'll give it a try, Chuyun Xuan insisted. All right. Have a seat, Xiao Qiyue replied. Chuyun Xuan settled down before her. I will transmit the first layer of the sealed celestial transformation technique to you. If you show even a hint of promise, I shall continue to instruct you. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Jiang Ying rested her chin in her hand, watching with interest. Xiao Qiyue, however, held little hope. After the transmission, she suggested Chuyun Xuan practice in the courtyard while she attended to the customers. After a brief moment, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the courtyard, accompanied by an aura that was all too familiar to Xiao Qiyue. She was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly rushed over. This is easy. At this very moment, lightning coiled around Chuyun Xuan's body, and his momentum was escalating. Wow. Xiao Qiyue's mouth fell agape. A look of astonishment and disbelief etched on her face. Jiang Ying stood beside her. Is this a success? Jiang Ying inquired. Xiao Qiyue replied. This is not merely a success. He has already attained minor proficiency in the first layer. Jiang Ying responded. Is it truly that simple? I can't shake the feeling that you, dear mentor, are pulling my leg. Xiao Qiyue, equally bewildered, thought to herself. Am I not in shock too? It took me an entire month to achieve minor proficiency in this spiritual technique's first layer. Did Chuyun Xuan achieve this in just an hour? Chuyun Xuan then retracted the lightning, looking at Xiao Qiyue with surprise. I think I have reached minor proficiency in the first layer. Xiao Qiyue coughed lightly, unable to suppress a dry cough. I can only say that you are well suited for cultivating this spiritual technique. I shall consider teaching you. Chuyun Xuan replied. But I don't think it's as difficult as you claim. It has only been an hour, and I have already achieved minor proficiency. Cough. Xiao Qiyue remarked. You think you are impressive? It took me merely 5 minutes to reach minor proficiency in the first layer of the dust ceiling celestial transformation technique. Chuyun Xuan asked. Then how long did it take for you to reach major proficiency? Cough. 3 days. Just 3 days. Xiao Qiyue asserted. Let me give it a try. With that, Xiao Qiyue led Jiang Ying back to the convenience store. Mentor, didn't you tell me that it took you 3 months to achieve major proficiency in the first layer? And a year for the second layer? Nonsense. I never said that. An hour later, another wave of energy resonated within the courtyard. I have achieved major proficiency in the first layer. Chuyun Xuan exclaimed. Xiao Qiyue. Chapter 32. What kind of genius is he? Xiao Qiyue, bewildered, dashed into the courtyard. Look, Chuyun Xuan is unleashing the first layer of the dust ceiling celestial transformation technique. His momentum soared rapidly. Xiao Qiyue was left dumbfounded. No way. He truly achieved major proficiency? It took me 3 months to reach major proficiency in the first layer. What kind of genius is he? Chuyun Xuan smiled at Xiao Qiyue and said, You're not up to par. You took 3 days to reach major proficiency, while I did it in just 1 hour. I only said that to relieve your pressure. In reality, it took me merely 30 minutes to achieve major proficiency. Xiao Qiyue retorted defiantly. Jiang Ying glanced at Xiao Qiyue and subtly shook her head. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Chuyun Xuan. So impressive. Truly remarkable. Ding. Jiang Ying's affection for you reached 30, earning the reward. Wind attribute control 30. System value 500, 000. Can you teach me everything? Chuyun Xuan hurriedly inquired. Teach. I shall teach. Xiao Qiyue replied with irritation. How can I, who consider myself a genius, be so far behind Chuyun Xuan? This is outrageous. Chuyun Xuan was elated. Xiao Qiyue truly wasn't exaggerating. The dust ceiling celestial transformation technique has but one effect. An exceedingly simple effect. It enhances one's cultivation level. Upon achieving major proficiency in the first layer, his level surged directly from the 5th star of the Xian body realm to the 6th star. Does this mean that the second layer will elevate him by 2 stars? The third layer by 3 stars? and the 7th layer. Wow, is this truly a spiritual technique that can exist in the blue star? Typically, formidable enhancement techniques only elevate one's cultivation by 1 star, which is already impressive. Once one's level increases, the disparity of a single star becomes immense. The dust ceiling celestial transformation technique consists of 7 layers. Can it elevate one by 7 stars? How absurd. No wonder Xiao Qiyue could repel beings of the law realm with her divine abilities. Meanwhile, Li Weimin had arrived at the gates of Tianhua University. A few students emerged, and Li Weimin stopped them, asking, "Excuse me, is there a student named Li Jin at Tianhua University?" Li Jin? Yes. Li Weimin's brow furrowed. There really is? Is he an intermediate class 8? Yes. Intermediate class 8. Are you looking for him for something? Li Weimin clenched his fists tightly. It truly is. Just as in my dream. This is evidently unreasonable, but the reality stands before my eyes. Since these events mirror my dreams so precisely, it implies that Li Jin's insults toward my deceased mother are indeed true. It must be so. The only explanation I can conceive is that someone has employed some method to convey this information through dreams. As for who that person is, it matters not. Li Weimin suppressed his fury. Please inform your university's dean that Li Weimin requests an audience. Li Weimin? The person was momentarily taken aback. What? The Li Weimin of the Killing Alliance? Huh. Are these people so audacious nowadays? Please wait a moment. Soon. Qin Jinhai hurriedly arrived at the entrance of Tianhua University with a group. Upon seeing Li Weimin, he could not suppress his shock. It's really him. What is going on? I am Qin Jinhai, the principal of Tianhua University. May I inquire what brings you here? Li Jin is a student at your school, correct? Intermediate class 8, Li Weimin asked coldly. Fearing he might do something to threaten the students, Qin Jinhai replied, "Yes, I advise you to refrain from any rash actions. Strong forces from the Divine Alliance in Tianyu are likely on their way." Nonsense about the Divine Alliance in Tianyu. I couldn't care less. Now, take me to see Li Jin immediately, or I shall ensure that everyone at Tianhua University pays the price. Qin Jinhai's brow knitted in concern. Please follow me. He dared not disobey, for Li Weimin was a being of the law realm. The only course of action was to placate him for the moment, ensuring everyone's safety while waiting for the arrival of the Divine Alliance and Tianyu's strong forces. Thank you, Li Weimin said. Jingu. Jingu. Zhang Haoan rushed towards Li Jin. Damn, why is it you again? Li Jin felt irritated at the sight of Zhang Haoan. Zhang Haoan hurriedly said, Jingu. Li Weimin has come. He is looking for you. What? Li Weimin? The Li Weimin of the Killing Alliance? Li Jin appeared bewildered. Yes. What the hell? Li Jin's face turned pale with fear. What does he want with me? Why did he specifically come looking for me? Did you tell anyone about the incident where I insulted his mother? The world knows that Li Weimin is a notorious villain, yet he is also a mama's boy. His mother is his Achilles heel. Zhang Haoan raised his hand. I swear on heaven and earth. Jingu, I have said nothing to anyone. If I did, I would be a dog. Li Jin furrowed his brow. Then what could he want with me? He is a member of the Killing Alliance. I should be avoiding him at all costs, yet he dares to come so openly to Tianhua City? Zhang Haoan asked. Is there a possibility that he is here to take you as his disciple? Otherwise, how would you explain his specific visit to find you? Are you sure you haven't told anyone about my insults towards his mother? Li Jin questioned. I have never spoken to anyone about this, not even my family. If I had, do you think I would be standing before you now? Li Jin then remarked. Perhaps I might actually become his disciple. Who knows? He might see some hidden talent in me. However, he is affiliated with the Assassin's Alliance, and if I were to train with him, wouldn't I also become a target? Zhang Haoan replied. Brother Jin, this is the realm of laws. If he can guide you in your training, it matters not whether he belongs to the Assassin's Alliance. You can decline openly while secretly, he whispered. Indeed, understood. Please remember me when you achieve greatness, Brother Jin. Li Jin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Of course. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan sensed through the system that the target of his dream was drawing ever closer. He stood up, eager for the impending spectacle. Given Li Weimin's character, it was certain he would seek to eliminate Li Jin. Without hesitation, he would kill him, to obtain his reward. He needed to manifest in Li Weimin's dream. Thus, within that dream, Chuyun Xuan challenged him, deliberately implanting a subconscious reluctance to inflict severe harm upon himself. If, in reality, he were to challenge Li Jin and, akin to the dream, concede defeat, then the reward would be his. Chuyun Xuan dashed out. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Qiyue called out. To see a good show. A good show? Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Ying, tend to the shop for this fairy, she declared before sprinting away. Jiang Ying silently locked the door. A good show? She couldn't miss that either. Elsewhere, Qin Jinhai and others anxiously led Li Weimin along. Having covertly notified the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain, they could only hope to delay matters. Nothing must go awry. Yet, considering Li Weimin's principles, despite being with the Assassin's Alliance, he had refrained from barging in, instead opting to notify them first. This is the place for Class 8 of the intermediate level, Qin Jinhai stated, frowning at the throng of students surrounding them. Damn it, are these students reckless? Why are they just standing around? Where's Li Jin? Li Weimin bellowed. At that moment, Li Jin emerged from the class, a smile on his face. Senior Li Weiman. Li Jin clasped his fist in greeting. Li Weiman's gaze fixed on him. It's him. Exactly as in the dream. A surge of rage coursed through him. He dares to smile? He has insulted my deceased mother, and he still smiles? Huh, how outrageous. Li Weiman seethed within. Li Jin continued. Senior Li Weiman, I sincerely apologize. While I hold you in high regard as a formidable expert, I must respectfully decline your offer of apprenticeship. The divide between righteousness and evil is clear. Li Weiman's expression morphed into disbelief. Chapter 33. When heaven demands your death, you must comply. Li Weiman was infuriated. Not only was he faced with someone still smiling, but he was also being publicly humiliated. What did this mean? An apprenticeship? Did he truly believe he had come to take him as a disciple? Chuyun Xuan merged into the crowd. A splendid show. He grinned. A splendid show. Xiao Qiyu crept behind him. A good show indeed. Jiang Ying also joined, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Seeing that Li Weiman remained unfazed, Li Jin assumed his rejection had disappointed him. Senior Li Weiman, are you listening? Li Weiman glared at Li Jin. Li Jin. He pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting. You have insulted my deceased mother. Do you dare to admit it? What? Li Jin's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd gasped. What audacity! Li Jin has truly dared to insult Li Weiman's mother? Everyone knew that Li Weiman's greatest vulnerability was his mother. Despite being a wanted expert of the Assassin's Alliance, he was renowned for his filial piety, consistently ranked among the top 10 figures in Blue Star. Li Jin was done for. He had dared to insult Li Weiman's mother. Given Li Weiman's temperament, even if taken by various factions, he would seek vengeance for his mother's honor. A moment of silence for Li Jin was warranted. What? Qin Jinhai was also stunned. Did Li Jin insult Li Weiman's mother? Damn it. As the dean, I cannot protect him. This was a fate he had brought upon himself. Surely, Li Weiman could not be slandering Li Jin. He might exaggerate, but he would never sully his deceased mother's name. Moreover, for someone of his caliber, why would he need to defame a mere student? It must be true. Chuyun Xuan couldn't help but smile. I didn't. Li Jin swallowed hard. Panic etched across his face. You insulted Zhang Haoan next door. How could you betray me? He glanced at Zhang Haoan, who looked equally bewildered. He had done nothing. He had never spoken of it to anyone. Li Weiman's eyes narrowed. Very well. You refuse to confess? I promised my mother that aside from demonic beasts, I would not harm the innocent. I will discern truth from falsehood myself. You should be aware of the light attributes illusion. With your cultivation level, once ensnared, you can only speak the truth. With that, Li Weiman unleashed a wave of light attribute energy toward Li Jin. Li Jin froze in place. This is bad. Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brow. To kill a petty thief, he is being overly cautious. Under the influence of the illusion, Li Jin's eyes dulled. Li Weiman stood poised, hands clasped behind his back. I ask you, did you insult my mother? Yes, Li Jin responded. The crowd was taken aback. Chuyun Xuan thought, well then, your demise is justified. Truly, when heaven demands your death, you must comply. You. Li Weiman ground his teeth in fury. Very well, very well. The next moment, Li Weiman roared, unleashing an overwhelming force of law. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth. The crowd swallowed hard, faces filled with terror. Was this the terrifying might of the realm of laws? For insulting my mother, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. With that, Li Weiman charged at Li Jin. No, don't kill me. Li Jin snapped back to reality. Fear etched on his face as he beheld the terrifying Li Weiman. Dean, save me, he bellowed. Qin Jinhai frowned. Despite his transgressions, as the dean of Tianhua University, he could not turn a blind eye. With a crackle, Qin Jinhai unleashed a torrent of thunder towards Li Weiman. Get away. Li Weiman's terrifying aura sent Qin Jinhai flying. The realm of divine powers was no match for the realm of laws. In the next instant, Li Weiman snapped Li Jin's neck with ease. With a swift kick, he crushed the skull beneath his foot. A few girls let out blood-curdling screams. Those who insult my mother shall face no mercy. Li Weiman's gaze hardened. Jiang Ying remarked. Well deserved. Even if you manage to keep him alive today, it is only a matter of time before Li Weiman kills him. Xiao Qiyu responded. Indeed. Should he survive today, it will not be just one Li Jin who perishes. Qin Jinhai sighed. The crux of the matter was that he could not truly engage Li Weiman in combat. After all, they were all students. If a real fight broke out, it would spell doom for everyone involved. Nevertheless, he genuinely believed Li Weiman to be a person of loyalty and honor, distinctly different from those in the Assassin's Alliance. Li Weiman, another life now rests on your conscience. The Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain will not let you off easily, Qin Jinhai stated, gazing at him. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Having killed this man, I ought to take my leave, Li Weiman replied. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. That won't do. Your task remains unfinished. Hold on, he called out. Everyone was taken aback, casting puzzled glances at Chuyun Xuan. He then stepped toward Li Weiman, who turned to him, his brow furrowing. Wasn't this the individual who had appeared in his dream, named Chuyun Xuan? In that dream, after he had slain Li Jin, this man had stood up to challenge him, yet Li Weiman could not bring himself to strike him down. The reason was unknown. Was this scene actually unfolding in reality? May I challenge you, senior? Chuyun Xuan inquired. The crowd responded with astonishment. What? Is he insane? Chuyun Xuan is challenging Li Weimin? What is he thinking? Wait a moment. Could it be that he wishes to avenge Li Jin's death by confronting Li Weimin? Could he possess such noble character? Oh right, he did save an entire class 3. Wow, he bears a grudge against Li Jin, yet upon witnessing Li Jin's murder, he stands up for justice? Is he courting death? Has he lost his mind? Xiao Qiyue's mouth gaped slightly. This world is growing increasingly peculiar, Jiang Ying remarked. Qin Jinhai looked utterly bewildered. Brother, what are you doing? Are you really going to challenge me? Li Weimin asked Chuyun Xuan, his expression tense. Yes, Chuyun Xuan affirmed. Why? Li Weimin queried again. If I must provide a reason. I suppose it is because I am a person of emotion, flesh, and kindness, Chuyun Xuan replied. The crowd was left speechless, although I hold a grudge against him. You came to Tianhua Academy and brazenly killed him before everyone. I still wish to stand up for him, Chuyun Xuan declared. Chuyun Xuan, stand aside, Dean Qin Jinhai bellowed, pointing at him in anger. Wait, Li Weimin suddenly recalled something. Chuyun Xuan, is your surname Chu? He scrutinized him intently. Yes. Ha. Li Weimin burst into laughter, looking skyward. I understand now. I comprehend everything. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Mother, is that you? Is it truly you? Chuyun Xuan appeared puzzled. Brother, let us reenact the dream. I shall challenge you, and you, in your mercy, will defeat me effortlessly before making your escape. How simple is that? What are you doing? Why the tears? Chapter 34. Such clumsy acting. Li Weimin understood. He grasped the entire situation. It was his mother. This dream was not a warning from a powerful being, but rather a message directly from her. She had informed him that someone was insulting her. Thus, he had come and killed Li Jin. As for why there was a Chuyun Xuan challenging him in the dream, he had been unable to decipher until now. Now, it dawned on him. Chuyun Xuan. He bore the surname Chu. Many years ago, a family by that name had saved his mother's life. Therefore, this Chuyun Xuan before him was a descendant of that Chu family. No wonder his mother had included him in her dream. She had instilled in him the compassion not to harm Chuyun Xuan because he was his benefactor. Mother, your son has understood your good intentions. Li Weimin murmured to himself. Wiping away his tears, he turned his gaze to Chuyun Xuan. Very well, I accept your challenge. The crowd collectively swallowed. Although they were perplexed, they sensed that Chuyun Xuan was doomed. A being of the law realm could vanquish him without even lifting a finger. Was this person out of his mind? My apologies. Chuyun Xuan then gathered the thunder, hoping that, like in the dream, Li Weimin would not strike him down with full force. Yet, Chuyun Xuan dared not take chances and prepared to use his evasion card at any moment. With a rush, Chuyun Xuan charged at Li Weimin, striking him with a palm. Meanwhile, Li Weimin stood still, unyielding. To the onlookers, it was evident. A being of the law realm need not even evade. Thud. Chuyun Xuan's palm collided with Li Weimin's chest. The crowd shook their heads. Ineffective. Even if Li Weimin did not block, this thunderous strike would not harm him. What is he trying to accomplish? Qin Jinhai frowned. Yet, in the next moment, Li Weimin suddenly clutched his abdomen, retreating in distress, his face contorted in agony. Such terrifying power. I cannot withstand your blow. I concede. Chuyun Xuan. The crowd. Everyone stood dumbfounded in place. How peculiar. This was the singular thought racing through their minds. Just utterly bizarre. Since Chuyun Xuan's arrival, Tianhua University had been rife with oddities. A mere mortal from the profound body realm had defeated a being of the law realm? What is happening? Clearly, Li Weimin was feigning defeat at the hands of Chuyun Xuan. The crowd's lips twitched in disbelief. Even those who had previously worried, like Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying, could not help but smirk at this scene. Such poor acting. Qin Jinhai had been prepared to intervene to save Chuyun Xuan. But the unfolding spectacle made him question if he was dreaming. As for Chuyun Xuan, he was at a loss. No, brother. Why are you pretending to be defeated by me? I need to lose. Only by losing can I align with the dream's narrative and earn my reward. You cannot want to win. And brother, I struck your chest. Why are you clutching your abdomen in pain? As Li Weimin clutched his abdomen, his body bent. He cast a furtive glance at the reactions of those around him. Observing their astonished expressions, with mouths agape, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They must have been deceived by his performance. Surely, they believed that Chuyun Xuan was exceptionally formidable, having effortlessly defeated him, leaving them in a state of shock. How splendid. After all, he was his benefactor, and he could not allow his benefactor to lose face, nor could he harm him. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon a thunderous ovation erupted. Impressive, impressive. The crowd exclaimed in unison, admiring Li Weimin's acting prowess. Li Weimin misinterpreted their admiration as praise for Chuyun Xuan's prowess in defeating him. He joined in the applause, echoing, impressive. Isn't this bizarre? Xiao Qiyue queried, glancing at Jiang Ying. Recently, an air of strangeness seemed to permeate everything. Jiang Ying merely mumbled in response. Chuyun Xuan smirked slightly and remarked, that doesn't count. Everyone can see you are holding back. It doesn't count. Let us do it again. However, Li Weimin protested, holding back? Impossible. That was my full strength. The crowd was taken aback. Predecessor, you are in the law realm, while I am merely in the profound body realm. How could that be? Chuyun Xuan was bewildered. Really? Though your realm seems low, it conceals a terrifying power. I can sense the immense strength within you. I am not your match. Li Weimin insisted. No, no, no. This won't do. Let's have another go. Just one last time. Chuyun Xuan declared. Li Weimin furrowed his brow. Was his benefactor still unsatisfied? Perhaps he hadn't let him put on a proper show. All right then. You may strike first, Chuyun Xuan suggested. Very well. Li Weimin responded, his aura surging. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Prepare yourself. In an instant, Li Weimin appeared before Chuyun Xuan, delivering a powerful punch. The crowd's pupils constricted. Was he serious? Chuyun Xuan's eyes widened in shock. This was real. He was about to use his evasion card. The task must be accomplished. And he couldn't let anyone get hurt. Yet, in the next moment, as Li Weimin's fist was about to connect with Chuyun Xuan, he felt an invisible force pushing him away. What was this power? I cannot draw near you. Li Weimin's eyes widened in astonishment as his body was forced backward. In the next instant, he was propelled several meters back, crashing to the ground. Li Weimin then looked at Chuyun Xuan. I told you you are strong. I cannot approach you due to that power. I concede. I submit wholeheartedly. The crowd was left in confusion. Chuyun Xuan, overwhelmed, exclaimed, what is happening? This is not how it's supposed to go. I need to lose for the rewards. He approached Li Weimin, grasping his hand. Brother, let me lose. Please. Let me lose. Li Weimin replied. I am not your opponent. How can I let you lose? Strike me. Come on. Hit me. Chuyun Xuan urged Li Weimin to punch him. However, Li Weimin continuously withdrew his hand. Just once. I beg you. Just hit me once. The crowd observed this peculiar scene in disbelief. How odd. What a pitiful request. Fine. Li Weimin relented, lightly tapping Chuyun Xuan's chest. Just a slight touch. Whoosh. Chuyun Xuan leaped backward and flew several meters away, landing on the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Had Li Weimin truly struck him? Yet, Chuyun Xuan clutched his chest, crying out, I lost. The crowd remained perplexed. What an acting performance. Truly remarkable. Chapter 35. All I can say is, what a fitting demise. It seemed the crowd had forgotten about Li Jin's death. His body lay on the ground, head crushed. Yet, everyone's attention was now fixated on Chuyun Xuan and Li Weimin. Were these two engaging in some peculiar display? Is it truly this bizarre? Li Weimin, are you not a member of the Killing Alliance? A mere profound body realm challenger dares to confront you. Should you not feel your dignity has been insulted? What is the meaning of this? What does Chuyun Xuan intend? Is this all just a performance? Ding. Congratulations on completing the second dream-making task. Task rewards. 500 points to allocate freely. Second system mall unlocked. Ding. All dream-making tasks have been completed. Dream-making system, shutting down. Please await the activation of the new system. Upon hearing the system notification, Chuyun Xuan rose to his feet. Indeed, even though I longed for revenge for Li Jin, I lacked the ability to do so. The chasm between our realms is insurmountable. After speaking, Chuyun Xuan clasped his fists together, saying, good and evil cannot coexist, yet I remain grateful for your mercy, senior. Just as Li Weimin was about to respond, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. His pupils contracted as he looked at Chuyun Xuan and said, kid, your courage in challenging me is commendable. Your advocacy for others is noble. However, he shifted his tone. I have said before, I do not kill the innocent. So I will not harm you. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. Indeed, Li Weimin was a man of principle. It seemed reasonable that he would refrain from heavy-handedness toward Chuyun Xuan for this reason. Li Weimin continued, but, should you act in such a manner again in the future, I will not show you mercy. With that, he vanished, leaving behind his words as he suddenly realized that treating Chuyun Xuan too favorably might lead others to believe they were colluding. That would not do. Thus, before departing, he clarified to the crowd why, despite being in the law realm, he did not kill Chuyun Xuan, hoping they would accept and not doubt his integrity. After Li Weimin left, Chuyun Xuan could clearly sense several powerful forces pursuing him. Sun, the father of Li Jin, accompanied by several members of the Divine Alliance, approached the crowd, trembling as he knelt before them. My son, in the next moment, he seized the arm of a Divine Alliance member, exclaiming with fervor, kill Li Weimin. You must avenge him. Kill him. We certainly will. Pointing at Chuyun Xuan, Li Jin's father continued, it was him. He must have colluded with Li Weimin. He is certainly connected to the Killing Alliance. Take him away. I will personally interrogate him. Qin Jinhai stepped in front of Chuyun Xuan. Captain Li, we understand your grief over your son's death. While there are indeed past grievances between Chuyun Xuan and Li Jin, this matter has nothing to do with him. Li Jin was killed because he insulted Li Weimin's deceased mother. Li Weimin's mother holds immense significance in his eyes, a sentiment you likely understand well, right? Many girls nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Yinxian bears a grudge against Li Jin. Yet do you know what he just did? He boldly stepped forward to challenge Li Weimin, advocating for justice over Li Jin's untimely demise. Yes, you should express your gratitude to him instead of harboring doubts. It is truly disheartening to see goodwill misconstrued as malice. As a member of the Divine Alliance, one should uphold fairness and not act impulsively. Everyone is watching. Chuyun Xuan then remarked, let us not speak further. After all, a son has perished, and it would be unjust to blame Captain Li. He intentionally emphasized the phrase son has perished. He continued, to have raised a son for over 20 years. And to lose him so suddenly, with his head crushed and brains oozing out, is simply tragic. No one could remain composed in such a scenario. I empathize with you, Captain Li. Please accept my condolences. Chuyun Xuan understood that unless Li Jin was a member of the Killing Alliance, it would be difficult to find a member from the Xiantian realm to carry out such an act. There must be some involvement from Li Jin's father. Disgusting. Cough cough. Upon hearing Chuyun Xuan's words, Li Jin's father was filled with rage, unable to suppress a few coughs. You. Is this person not pouring salt into his own wounds? It must be intentional. Very well. Just wait. He furiously pointed at Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan frowned. Do you not have any sense of shame? Do you think being a member of the Divine Alliance makes you superior? I kindly spoke up for your son. And you dare tell me to wait? I can go to hell for all I care. I can only say he died well. What nonsense. With that, Chuyun Xuan turned and walked away. Well said. Indeed. Is this the kind of person in the Divine Alliance? Fire him. Such disgrace to the Alliance. Even if Chuyun Xuan is not a benefactor to your family, at the very least, you should acknowledge his efforts, right? What kind of attitude is that? Although I may not particularly like Chuyun Xuan, I must admit that whether in saving lives or in this matter, he has indeed shown himself to be a man worthy of respect. The Li family, how shameful. Chuyun Xuan. Crack, crack, crack. Li Jin's father clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan cheerfully made his way home. Xiao Qiyu had imparted her spirit technique, the sealing heaven and transforming technique, to him. This required diligent practice. The sealing heaven and transforming technique consists of 7 layers. Xiao Qiyu mentioned she practiced for 20 years and had only reached the 6th layer. With his divine level comprehension, Chuyun Xuan would surely not require such a lengthy duration. System, allocate all attribute points to strength. Ding. Attribute points successfully added. Chuyun Xuan instantly felt his strength surge. Although he was at the 5-star level of the Xiantian realm, he sensed that his pure strength now rivaled that of a 7-star Xiantian realm cultivator. Engaging in battles across realms would be effortless. He opened the second system shop. Second system shop. Attribute exchange. Use system points to exchange for attributes. Every 1,000 system points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Explosive card, as the name suggests. Effective against those below the Xiantian realm. Consumes system points. 10,000. Attribute immunity card. Upon use, designate a specific attribute to be immune to all attacks of that attribute for the next hour. Usable once per day. Consumes system points. 100,000. Spirit Flame Explosion. After exchange, can condense the Spirit Flame Explosion, capable of annihilating beings below the rule realm. Consumes system points. 500,000. Usable once a month. Salty Lollipop. A lollipop that is both salty and bitter. Consuming it can increase the host's favorability by 20. Each target may only use it once. Consumes system points. 500,000. Divination card. Exchange for a divination card to divine matters of interest. The simpler the question, the more detailed the result. Consumes system points. 1,000,000. Talent skill exchange. Upon exchange, randomly obtain a unique talent skill from the system. Consumes system points. 1,000,000. Celestial card. Upon exchange, gain the cultivation of a 1-star celestial realm being for the next minute. Consumes system points. 10,000,000. May be exchanged once for life. I won't discuss the others for now, but don't blame me for my imagination regarding the salty lollipop, Chuyun Xuan muttered. Another talent skill exchange. I thought there could only be one. It seems each system shop can offer one. He recalled the previously acquired skill, life and death together. This remained his most anticipated ability. Without hesitation, he spent 1,000,000 system points to exchange for a talent skill, wondering what random talent he would receive this time. Chapter 36. The Martial Arts Competition of the 2 Academies. Chuyun Xuan was quite eager about the power of the talent skill. Although it was random. What if he were to randomly acquire something akin to life and death together? Wouldn't that render him even more invincible? If he were to obtain another skill of such caliber, he could truly confront the demonic gods. Ding. Congratulations, you have randomly acquired the talent skill, Rebirth. Feeling somewhat let down, Chuyun Xuan glanced at the effects of the talent skill, Rebirth. Rebirth. Upon using this talent skill, the host state will instantaneously revert to peak condition, including spiritual energy. Cooldown time, 1 month. This skill was purely a survival boost. Chuyun Xuan sighed. However, it must be said that this Rebirth was indeed exceedingly remarkable. As long as Rebirth is not on cooldown, he could fight recklessly. Who could possibly surpass him? Chuyun Xuan then returned home. Linear was seemingly still in the beast realm and had not yet returned. Nevertheless, she had left food prepared for him. After having a meal, he began to meditate. At midnight, ding. Congratulations, you have activated the new system, Combat Power Doubling System. Combat Power Doubling System. During the existence of this system, the host's combat power will be doubled. For every target defeated, rewards will be granted. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chuyun Xuan opened his eyes. What a letdown. Compared to the previous systems, this one seemed lackluster. It merely doubled his combat power. At 5 stars in the Xiantian realm, doubling his combat power still wouldn't reach the Xiantian realm. What use was that? And it lasts 2 days? He was too disinterested to even venture into the beast realm, where one could easily encounter Xiantian realm creatures and the sinister Yiming tiger. With this system, he could hardly fathom how he might perish. It was better to diligently cultivate, endure these 2 days with this system, and await the activation of a more formidable one. During the day, Linya returned. Seeing Chuyun Xuan practicing, she chose not to disturb him. Another day passed. It wasn't until the following morning that Chuyun Xuan concluded his training. Refreshing. His cultivation had reached 6 stars in the Xiantian realm. Yet, this was not the critical part. The essential aspect was that the sealing heaven and transforming technique had reached the 3rd layer's perfection. Now, when he activated the sealing heaven and transforming technique, his realm surged directly to 9 stars in the Xiantian realm, coupled with his innate superior attributes. He should have no trouble engaging in battles across realms against the Xiantian realm. The system would only update at midnight. Chuyun Xuan contemplated whether he should simply cultivate until the new system activated. However, even with his divine level comprehension, it would likely be quite challenging to reach the 4th layer of the sealing heaven and transforming technique in such a short time. Visit Tianhua University and seize the opportunity to outshine others. Rewards ought not to be overlooked. The cooldown for the grand prize will has concluded. Activating the grand prize will now. Ding. You have successfully acquired the Xian Stage 8-star martial skill, Dragon Roar Fist. A mere Xian Stage martial skill, rather unremarkable. Chuyun Xuan rose and stepped outside. Linya had prepared breakfast and left a note. She had ventured into the beast territory for training. Little Yura must be striving to break through to the divine passage realm. Unfortunately, I am unable to assist her. Chuyun Xuan pondered momentarily. Subsequently, he arrived at Tianhua University, which bore a unique atmosphere today. Numerous students had gathered, as though witnessing a spectacle. Upon Chuyun Xuan's approach, he discerned many girls displaying expressions of excitement. Hey, Brother Xian. Yu Qianren cheerfully approached. What is going on? Inquired Chuyun Xuan. Yu Qianren replied. Today marks the day of sparring between our Tianhua University and Tianyang University. Chuyun Xuan recalled this tradition, understanding its significance. It was indeed a crucial day for martial arts universities, tied to honor and the institution's reputation. Tianhua University had earned its title as the foremost martial arts university in Tianhua City through numerous such contests. However, the peak era belonged to Linya, Jiangying, Song Shuheng, and Shi Chuxue from the previous 2 cohorts. Now, with the intermediate and beginner classes, Tianhua University seemed to be on a downward trajectory. Chuyun Xuan had his own thoughts. It was a perfect opportunity to leverage this occasion to challenge those from Tianyang University and fulfill a system task. Nevertheless, he felt little urgency. He had no pressing need to enroll in such an institution as Tianhua University. Learning spatial techniques from Xiao Qiyue and studying thunder arts would suffice. Brother Xian, I must hurry back. I was fortunate to be selected for the challenge team, Yu Qianren said with a grin, scratching his head. Each year, the Martial Arts Academy selected only 30 individuals from various grades for the challenge. Clearly, the strongest from the current intermediate and beginner classes would be chosen. All right, go ahead. Chuyun Xuan replied, watching Yu Qianren dash off. A male student approached him, stating, Chuyun Xuan, the dean is looking for you. Understood, thank you. In the dean's office, Qin Jinhai paced back and forth, fretting, what shall we do? This year, Tianhua University will undoubtedly be surpassed by Tianyang University. Several instructors stood before him. Dean, it's beyond our control. After the likes of Shi Chuxue, Jiangying, and Song Shuheng, the overall enrollment quality of Tianhua University has declined compared to Tianyang University, especially since they suddenly received support from the Provincial High-Level Martial Arts Academy a few years ago. Their faculty is indeed superior to ours, one instructor lamented. Qin Jinhai sighed. Our intermediate class can't even muster 20 practitioners at the Xian body realm. Will we not be utterly humiliated by Tianyang University? Typically, martial artists in the intermediate class are at the Mingxiao realm. Li Jin stands at Mingxiao 7 stars, the 20th strongest in the intermediate class. Currently, Tianhua University's intermediate class boasts a mere 15 practitioners at the Xian body realm, while Tianyang University has at least 25. Most absurdly, the top student of Tianyang University's intermediate class, Zhao Shiji, has already reached the Xian Tian realm. There is no chance of victory, Qin Jinhai exclaimed. Zhao Huayang, not even assigned to the advanced class. What a disgrace. Dean, there is nothing to be done. Zhao Shiji is the strongest talent of his cohort. In a couple of years, he may rival Song Shuang. It's reasonable that he remains in the intermediate class alongside us, the instructor replied. I know. Qin Jinhai sighed again. This battle, Tianyang University will undoubtedly prevail. They are merely waiting to surpass Tianhua University and claim the title of the premier martial arts university. Qin Jinhai was acutely aware of the inevitable loss. However, he wished to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Has Chu Yunxian arrived? He inquired hastily. He should be here shortly. We must have him join the 30-man team of the intermediate class. At least we would gain a formidable contender, potentially securing an additional victory. An overall triumph against Tianyang University is impossible, but I just hope we don't lose too disgracefully. He pondered the peculiar situation of Chu Yunxian, who had failed to enroll in university not long ago, yet now seemed to be at the Xian body realm. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jinhai dismissed the thought. For now, let us not dwell on that. If he can help Tianhua University win even one match, it would improve our standing. A knock echoed at the door. Dean, you called for me? Chu Yunxian announced. Ah, Chu Yunxian, come in quickly. Qin Jinhai approached with an ingratiating smile. What is the matter? Chu Yunxian asked, eyeing him warily. What are you thinking? Please, sit down and have some tea, Qin Jinhai offered. If you have something to say, please do, Chu Yunxian replied directly. I wish to invite you to join the intermediate class of Tianhua University for the sparring against Tianyang University, Qin Jinhai stated. What is in it for me? Chu Yunxian asked bluntly, uninterested in clarifying his student status at Tianhua University. Aware of Chuyun Xuan's prowess, Qin Jinhai was prepared with a compelling offer. Just as well. Chu Yunxian was eager to leverage his remaining time with the battle power doubling system to acquire rewards, a Xian Stage 10-star lightning martial skill. Additionally, there is a sum of 30,000 yuan, Qin Jinhai added. Do you have any idea of the value of a Xian Stage 10-star lightning martial skill? And you expect 30,000 yuan as well? Chu Yunxian teased. The crux of Qin Jinhai's intention was merely to bolster the intermediate class's appearance with Chu Yunshuan's presence. Winning a match would be ideal, yet this young man sought monetary compensation. 30,000 was merely a token to enhance their standing. The martial skill was a reasonable price for his contribution. Chu Yunxian flashed a grin. You know what? You ought to realize that because of you, my granddaughter transferred schools. Otherwise, Tianhua University could have gained another practitioner at the Xian body realm. Shouldn't you fill that vacancy? Chu Yunxian found himself momentarily speechless. All right. He finally conceded with a nod. Qin Jinhai beamed, patting Chu Yunxian on the shoulder. Don't worry, you won't need to do much. If you can defeat just one opponent, it will improve Tianhua University's reputation. At Tianyang University, Qin Jinhai had already led his group into the arena. Xiao Qiyue had also come to witness the event. At this moment, all eyes were on Chu Yunxian, who was surrounded by a throng of female students from Tianyang University. Akin to a celebrity. Who will you be cheering for? He called out. Brother Yun. Very well. When you cheer for me, the loudest shouter will earn a date with me. How does that sound? Wow. Yay. Don't fight with me. The crowd exclaimed, bewildered. As the surrounding crowd bore witness to the unfolding scene, their frustration was palpable. Damn. Is that Chu Yunxian? How utterly ostentatious. One exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Doesn't anyone care? My girlfriend is in his arms. Can someone intervene? This is outrageous. I can't endure this any longer. I genuinely wish to eliminate him. Another voice rose in protest. Wait, isn't Chu Yunxian not even a student of Tianhua University? How can he participate in the academy competition? He should be expelled. Isn't this rather amusing? Drawing hatred and then receiving a beating. Surely, you all wish to witness his downfall? Qin Jinhai observed as Chu Yunxian captivated the female students from Tianyang University. His face flushed with triumph. Indeed, Tianhua University may face defeat. But first, let us strike a blow to your morale, Tianyang University. How fortuitous that Chu Yunxian has come. The president of Tianyang University, Zhao Huayang, trembled with rage as he saw his own female students flocking around Chu Yunxian, cheering for him. Those are our students. He seethed. Ah, this old rascal. Zhao Huayang glared at Qin Jinhai, feeling the sting of treachery. What are you playing at, Qin Jinhai? Qin Jinhai retorted. What do you mean by that, Director Zhao? Zhao Huayang pointed at Chu Yunxian. Is he truly a student of Tianhua University? Qin Jinhai replied. However, Chu Yunxian is indeed a student of my esteemed mentor, Xiao Qiyue. Very well. I shan't argue with you. I hope you won't regret this. Zhao Huayang exclaimed in exasperation. So, you wish to pit Chu Yunxian against us? Perfect. I have ample anger to unleash on him. In the crowd, Chun Haobin's eyes narrowed as he spotted Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian, he thought, clenching his fists tightly. This very individual had nearly shattered his family. His grandfather, Chun Zhan, the illustrious president of the Bounty Hunters Guild, had almost been dismissed from his position, all thanks to Chu Yunxian. Zhao Shiji. Chun Haobin called out to a passerby. Chun Xiao, what is it? Zhao Shiji inquired. If you find yourself in a duel against Chu Yunxian, please do me the favor of teaching him a lesson, Chun Haobin urged. Zhao Shiji smiled. I shall honor your request, Chun Xiao. Rest assured. Thank you, Chun Haobin replied courteously. I must prepare for the competition. Zhao Shiji cast a glance at Chu Yunxian, his expression hardening. Just you wait. Zhao Huayang and Qin Jinhai stood together, and Zhao declared, the annual Academy Martial Arts competition officially commences. Now, it is Tianyang University against Tianhua University. Qin, please announce the competition rules. Qin Jinhai responded. The rules are straightforward. The junior and intermediate classes will each have their respective arenas, with 30 participants from each side. The competition will adopt a random 1v1 format. The loser will be eliminated, while the victor advances, until one university has been entirely defeated. With a sigh, Qin Jinhai pondered the inevitable outcome. Regardless of the format, Tianhua University cannot prevail. In terms of student prowess, we are utterly outclassed. Even Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University was at the Xiantian realm. Meanwhile, their strongest student, Lu Hao, was merely at the 8th star of the Xuani realm, an insurmountable gap. Now, let us turn our attention to the big screen for the first round of battles. The screen displayed Tianyang University, S. Li Dezhu versus Tianhua University, S. Lu Xiaojing. The two stepped onto the arena. Tianhua University, S. Lu Xiaojing. First star of the Xuani realm, I humbly request your guidance. Tianyang University, S. Li Dezhu. First star of the Xuani realm, I humbly request your guidance. With a swift motion, they charged at one another. I declare, Tianyang University, S. Li Dezhu, is the victor. Lu Xiaojing walked off the stage, clutching his chest, dejected. Zhao Huayang smirked with satisfaction. How can Tianhua University hope to compete when they lose even among equals? Qin Jinhai's brow furrowed. The next match, Tianyang University S. Xiedagan versus Tianhua University S. Huang Xiaojin. I declare, Tianyang University S. Xiedagan is victorious. As the matches progressed, Qin Jinhai's expression grew increasingly grim. After 4 battles, Tianhua University had only managed a single win. They were being thoroughly outmatched. The next match, Tianhua University S. Chuyun Xuan versus Tianyang University S. Chui Xiaoxing. I will take the stage, Chuyun Xuan declared, striding confidently onto the arena. As he ascended, a chorus of female students erupted in cheers. Ah, go, Chuyun Xuan. Brother Yunxian, we love you. Zhao Huayang's lips twitched in irritation. Silence. Which university do you belong to? He barked at the group of Tianyang University female students. Meanwhile, Qin Jinhai felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Trouble looms. Chui Xiaoxing, at the 7th star of the Xuani realm, has fallen victim to bad luck, encountering such a formidable opponent. I had hoped Chu Yunxian could secure a victory for Tianhua University. Beside him, Xiao Qiyue wore a smile. Fear not, little Xian cannot possibly lose. Qin Jinhai regarded her with confusion. Xiao Qiyue explained. Little Xian just pointed at her and mentioned she looked familiar. Familiar? Qin Jinhai blinked in surprise, then turned his gaze back to the arena. As the next chapter unfolded, a striking young woman stepped onto the stage. Zhao Huayang regarded Chu Yunxian with disdain. Chu Yunxian, you dare to sully my granddaughter's name. And you, Qin Jinhai, think to send Chu Yunxian to disrupt the morale of Tianyang University? Futile. This top university in Tianhua City is mine to claim. The students from Tianyang University exchanged glances, delighting in the misfortune that befell Chu Yunxian. What terrible luck for him to face Chui Xiaoxing, a 7th star of the Xuani realm. He is bound to be soundly defeated. Some felt a tinge of regret. Had he faced one of their male students, the thrashing would have been even more severe. If only he had encountered Lu Shiji, now that would have been entertaining. Regardless, Chui Xiaoxing will surely trounce Chu Yunxian. How arrogant. As the match commenced, Chu Yunxian faced Chui Xiaoxing. Chu Yunxian, 6th star of the Xuani realm. I humbly request your guidance. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Chu Yunxian, 6th star of the Xuani realm? Is this a jest? Wasn't he unable to even gain admission to a university before? How is it possible for him to possess a higher realm than I? Such incredible luck. They murmured. He must have received assistance from Linyar. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Yet, Chui Xiaoxing was a 7th star. With a lightning attribute at her disposal, victory was assured. Zhao Huayang frowned. A 6th star of the Xuani realm? No matter. Chui Xiaoxing is a 7th star, and despite being female, she ranks among the top 10 in the intermediate class. She can just as easily overpower Chu Yunxian. Chui Xiaoxing gazed intently at Chu Yunxian, biting her lips slightly. Tianyang University's Chui Xiaoxing, 7th star of the Xuani realm, please bestow your guidance. Upon finishing, her expression turned defiant, her eyes glistening with determination. Prior to this moment, it seemed she had restrained her emotions for an extended period. In the next instant, Chui Xiaoxing dashed toward Chu Yunxian, tears streaming down her face, and threw herself into his embrace. Woo, brother Yunxian, I miss you. The crowd stood in stunned silence, mouths agape and eyes wide, utterly bewildered. What? Are you kidding me? This is allowed. Xiao Qiyue remarked to Qin Jinhai. See? As I predicted, he looks familiar. He must be the ex-girlfriend. There's no way to lose here. Qin Jinhai swallowed hard. Then a smile crept across his face. This rascal, how is this even possible? On the competition stage, Chui Xiaoxing released herself from Chu Yunshuan's embrace, wiping away her tears. I won't lay a hand on you, brother Yunxian. Then she declared, I concede. With that, she leaped down from the stage. The crowd? Zhao Huayang. He cleared his throat a few times, staggering back a step, clutching his chest. What a travesty. An uproar erupted among the onlookers. What on earth? This is absurd. How did Chu Yunxian win? I can't accept this. Chui Xiaoxing, my goddess. Chu Yunxian, I could just kill you right now. Chen Haobin clenched his fists. This is utterly infuriating. At that moment, Chuyun Xuan engaged with the dialogue system. System. Rewards. Ding. Under the battle power doubling system, the host must defeat the opponent to receive a reward. Chuyun Xuan. How many times must I remind you? She conceded. I won. Doesn't that mean I've defeated my opponent? Is there an issue? System ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 7-star opponent in the Xiantian realm, earning a reward. System value 500,000. Chuyun Xuan grinned widely. Delightful. Meanwhile, the female referee from Tianyang University glanced awkwardly at the dean. I declare Chuyun Xuan from Tianhua University the winner. Brother Xian is awesome. Yu Qianren shouted enthusiastically. Ha! Much appreciated. Qin Jinhai exchanged a friendly fist bump with Zhao Huayang. Phew. Zhao Huayang took a few deep breaths, finally calming himself. Next group. He bellowed. Wait. Chuyun Xuan called out, prompting puzzled looks from the crowd. Deans, how about we settle this quickly? Instead of random matches, let us have a direct arena challenge. If I defeat everyone from Tianyang University, wouldn't that mean Tianhua University wins? The crowd. What audacity. I can't believe this guy. I'm losing my mind. How can someone be so arrogant? This is infuriating. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow. What is this kid planning? What a foolish act. Chen Haobin remarked. Zhao Shiji scoffed. A clown. What realm does he think he is in to challenge the throne? Does he think he is me? Nevertheless, I must admit, he could learn a thing or two about showmanship from Chuyun Xuan. Zhao Huayang smirked. What an arrogant Chuyun Xuan. Fine. I agree. Dean Xin, what is your stance? Well, it's not out of the question. Haha. Great. You, Chuyun Xuan, take the throne. Now, the big screen will randomly match someone from Tianyang University to challenge you. Let us begin. Zhao Huayang crossed his arms. This kid thinks he is impressive with a 6-star in the Xiantian realm? Even if he defeated Tianyang University's Cui Xiaoxing. Was it really due to skill? Let us see how this plays out. The big screen stopped scrolling. Chuyun Xuan versus Yang Wu. The crowd erupted in laughter. Haha. Still think you can be the champion? Yang Wu will wipe the floor with you. Although Yang Wu and Cui Xiaoxing were both 7-star in the Xiantian realm, Yang Wu was even stronger, possessing both water and wind attributes. This champion will be knocked off the stage in the first match. Hilarious. The audience wore expressions of mockery. What bad luck to face someone of the 7-star realm right off the bat. Qin Jinhai frowned. Is it really possible for him to be dethroned right away? How embarrassing. Calm down, Xiao Chiyue chuckled. Qin Jinhai stared at her in disbelief. He can't possibly say that Yang Wu looks familiar, right? Indeed, Xiao Chiyue nodded. Qin Jinhai. Yang Wu stepped onto the stage. Zhao Huayang chuckled inwardly. You think you can be the champion? You plan to defeat everyone from Tianyang University? Ridiculous. However, Brother Yunxian. Yang Wu dashed toward Chuyun Xuan, throwing herself into his embrace. I miss you too, Wu Wu. Zhao Huayang's cold smile faltered. The crowd. What? The audience's eyes widened once more. No way. This can't be happening. Qin Jinhai's lips moved soundlessly, but his expression clearly read, incredible. With a gentle tiptoe, Yang Wu planted a kiss on Chuyun Xuan's lips. Just seeing you is enough, she said. Zhao Huayang snapped back to reality. Yang Wu, you. Simultaneously, Yang Wu shouted, I concede. She then leapt off the stage. Coughing, Zhao Huayang clutched his heart and staggered back several steps. What sins have I committed in my past life? Ding. Defeated a 7-star opponent in the Xiantian realm, earning a reward. System value 500,000. Chuyun Xuan then called out. Next. Crackling sounds echoed as everyone focused on Chuyun Xuan, teeth gritting in frustration. Match me up. Zhao Huayang roared. The big screen began to roll. Chuyun Xuan versus Xiao Yufan. Qin Jinhai glanced at Xiao Chiyue. This Xiao Yufan. Xiao Chiyue nodded with a smile. She looks familiar too. Qin Jinhai. Xiao Yufan stepped onto the stage. Whispers filled the air. Surely she can't be another one, right? This would be too outrageous. Xiao Yufan, also a 7-star in the Xiantian realm, was known alongside Yang Wu and Cui Xiaoxing as the 3 strongest girls in the intermediate class. She should have no trouble handling Chuyun Xuan. My only fear is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Chuyun Xuan defy the odds? My goddess, my 2 goddesses are gone. Surely Xiao Yufan can't be lost too, Wu. Zhao Huayang pointed at Xiao Yufan, shouting, Xiao Yufan. I don't care what your situation is. If you dare concede, I will expel you. Hearing this, the boys collectively sighed in relief. Now it's certain she won back down. Qin Jinhai frowned. This could lead to trouble. However, it's acceptable. Chuyun Xuan has already taken down 2 formidable opponents for Tianhua University. Xiao Yufan bit her lip slightly. Something feels off. The crowd sensed her unease as she bit her lip, a foreboding feeling washing over them. Xiao Yufan was entwined with chilling energy, calling out, Brother Yunxian. Crack. At that moment, countless hearts shattered completely. He, Chuyun Xuan, had defied the heavens. Chuyun Xuan gazed at Xiao Yufan, who continued, The dean has spoken. I must treat this with utmost seriousness. Come on. Chuyun Xuan replied. Here I come. Xiao Yufan exclaimed, and with a punch imbued with cold energy, she charged directly at Chuyun Xuan. Thunder coalesced around Chuyun Xuan, and he met her strike with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided. In the next instant, Xiao Yufan clutched her abdomen, a look of agony on her face as she staggered backward, eventually kneeling on the ground. You're so strong. I'm no match for you. I concede. Zhao Huayang. The crowd? Zhao Huayang stumbled back, thankfully supported by a mentor. Dean, are you alright? Zhao Huayang wore a face of despair. What a calamity. What have I done? You both exchanged a punch. You're not his match. Fine. No problem. I believe it. But why are you clutching your abdomen in pain? Did Chu Yinxian hit your stomach? Chapter 39, One Move. Chu Yinxian had triumphed over 3 7-star martial artists from Tianyang University. Regardless of how he won, victory is all that matters. At this moment, in stark contrast to Zhao Huayang, Qin Jinhai wore a smile that bordered on maniacal. This kid, wahaha. Qin Jinhai could hardly contain himself. Tianhua University was destined to lose, and he had prepared himself for that. He initially thought to let Chu Yinxian win one match, at least to spare Tianhua University from a humiliating defeat. But now, with Chu Yinxian winning 3 matches, even if Tianhua University lost, their record looked considerably better. Qin Jinhai was already satisfied. The crowd gaped in disbelief. This seemed to be the most outrageous thing they had ever witnessed in their lives. Who could withstand this? Is this even a plot that could exist in reality? Moreover, they were not ordinary girls, they were martial artists. And some ranked highly in the intermediate class of Tianyang University, future powerhouses. One was already astonishing, but 3 in succession? Chu Sheng, I'm dreaming. Although we despise Chu Yinxian, I truly wish I could swap roles with him. My goodness, is this real? Chen Haobin was dumbfounded. This was too absurd. He could no longer tolerate it. Why wasn't he in the intermediate class of Tianyang University? At that moment, he regretted having advanced to the Xintian realm so early. Zhao Huayang, the dean of Tianyang University, regained his composure, his expression turning furious as he shouted, "Continue the matches." The large screen began to roll again. Chu Yinxian of Tianhua University versus Gua Hao of Tianyang University. Upon seeing this, everyone wore expressions of righteous indignation. Gua Hao, finally, a man has come. I can't take it anymore. Gua Hao, teach him a good lesson. I can't stand it. He is too arrogant. Bring him down. Although Gua Hao was also at the 6-star Xintian realm like Chu Yunxian, his combat prowess was exceptionally fierce. Previously, it was merely luck that allowed Chu Yunxian to win. This waste should be able to defeat him within the same realm. Gua Hao. Zhao Huayang looked at his student. Dean, Gua Hao replied. Zhao Huayang said, if you dare concede, I will expel you on the spot. Gua Hao's lips twitched. Dean, I'm a man. I don't care. Give it your all. Yes. Gua Hao then stepped onto the combat stage. Qin Jinhai turned to Xiao Qiyue beside him and asked, has Chu Yinxian mentioned that he recognizes him? Xiao Qiyue. Her lips twitched. Dean, what are you thinking? You can't possibly think anything could happen between Chu Yunxian and the boys, right? Qin Jinhai chuckled awkwardly. It's already outrageous enough. If it gets any more absurd, I wouldn't be surprised. Xiao Qiyue. On the combat stage, Gua Hao shot a disdainful glance at Chu Yunxian, brimming with arrogance. Chu Yunxian, if you're wise, kneel and admit defeat now, relinquishing the title to me, so I can defeat everyone from Tianhua University. If you don't kneel, I'll make you wish you hadn't been born. Hearing Gua Hao's taunts, those who were already displeased erupted with excitement. So cool. What a scathing retort. Damn, this is so satisfying. Keep going. Chu Yunxian, hurry up and kneel. Ha. You were just lucky in the first 3 matches. Do you really think that was your skill? Chu Yunxian glanced at Gua Hao, slowly raising his right hand and extending his index finger, calmly stating, one move. Gua Hao frowned. The crowd? Ha. In the next moment, the surrounding boys burst into laughter. Wait, did I just hear that correctly? Chu Yunxian said one move? He is going to defeat Gua Hao with just one move? Ha. This is hilarious. Is he really so deluded to think that his previous 3 victories were due to skill? What a clown. Lu Shiji couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow slightly. One move? How is that possible? They are in the same realm. On the stage, Gua Hao snapped back to reality. Ha. He laughed heartily, nostrils flaring at Chu Yunxian. What did you say? You think you can defeat me with one move? What else? Chu Yunxian replied coolly. How audacious. You truly are something, Chu Yunxian. Losing wouldn't be shameful, but now you're spouting such nonsense. If you lose, it will be utterly humiliating. With that, Gua Hao's body was enveloped in a golden glow. Come on, let me see how you plan to defeat me with one move. Ha. Whoosh. With thunder crackling around him, Chu Yunxian charged at Gua Hao, swinging his fist with incredible speed, so fast it caught Gua Hao off guard. However, you clown. Do you think you're invincible just because you have lightning attributes? Gua Hao concentrated his energy into his right fist and met the strike head-on. Lightning attributes were indeed formidable, but they were in the same realm. Moreover, Gua Hao wielded metal attributes, which maximized both defense and power. Chu Yunxian hadn't even unleashed his martial skills. How could he possibly win a fistfight against Gua Hao's metal attributes? In fact, he intended to crush Chu Yunxian's fingers with this punch. believing that releasing thunder made him invincible and challenging a metal attribute head-on. Was that not foolishness? Lu Shiji, the only Xiantian realm student in the intermediate class of Tianyang University, appeared unfazed, as if he could already envision the outcome. Bang! In the next moment, their fists collided. In that instant, an immense force erupted from their bodies. Following that, a piercing scream echoed as Guo Haofei was hurled off the combat stage. Thud! In the next moment, Guo Hao crashed heavily to the ground. Clutching his arm, Guo Hao writhed in agony. At that instant, the audience widened their eyes. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. What? Just one move. Truly, a single strike. How could this be possible? They were of the same realm. Chuyun Xuan had not even unleashed a high-grade lightning attribute martial technique. Guo Hao was even of the metal attribute. How could this happen? It was absolutely inconceivable. Under the same circumstances, a mere punch imbued with lightning had obliterated Guo Hao, who wielded the metal attribute. By all accounts, Guo Hao should have emerged victorious. While the lightning attribute indeed boasted formidable destructive power, in terms of raw strength in close combat, the metal attribute was unrivaled. What justified this outcome? So impressive. The girls cried out in a frenzy. What is this? Zhao Huayang frowned, fixating on Chuyun Xuan. How could this be? Even if you summoned the most formidable Shi Chu Xue of Tianhua City, or Jiangying, they could not possibly defeat a metal attribute warrior of the same realm in such a manner with a single strike. If a powerful martial technique had been employed, it would be understandable, but that was not the case. At this moment, the gleeful laughter of Qin Zhenhai resounded. Ha ha ha, Director Zhao, my apologies, I concede. Our Chuyun Xuan from Tianhua University has achieved a 4-win streak. Ha ha. You. Zhao Huayang pointed accusingly at the smug Qin Zhenhai, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Guo Hao stood up. It doesn't count. I was careless. It doesn't count. Let us go again. Although he was astonished by Chuyun Xuan's power, he genuinely believed it was his own negligence that had led to his defeat. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. If Guo Hao had indeed been careless, it was somewhat understandable. That was terrifying. I thought this Chuyun Xuan was exceptionally formidable. Zhao Huayang snapped. To be defeated by a single punch at the same realm. Are you not embarrassed? Do you wish to embarrass yourself again? Guo Hao gritted his teeth, but found himself at a loss for words. Chuyun Xuan felt quite pleased. This system only rewards system points. Yet each time it amounts to hundreds of thousands. By the end of this bout, it must total 3 to 4 million? Next competitor. Chuyun Xuan casually tapped his ear and said with a light-hearted demeanor. Hearing Chuyun Xuan's tone and words, the crowd was incensed. At that moment, a boy approached Guo Hao and disdainfully remarked, what a useless waste, a metal attribute warrior defeated in a single strike by someone of the same realm. You might as well sit at the children's table from now on. You. Guo Hao gritted his teeth and glared at him, speechless. Whoosh. Then, he leapt onto the combat stage, addressing Zhao Huayang. Director, since it is a tournament, there is no need for a random draw on the big screen. Anyone who believes they can defeat him may step up. Zhao Huayang nodded. Agreed. Lu Sheng, do not be careless. Give it your all. You must win. Lu Sheng smirked dismissively before turning to Chuyun Xuan. If I lose, I'll chop off my own head. Lu Sheng is impressive. Lu Sheng, take him down. Damn it. Chuyun Xuan, how do you plan to fight Lu Sheng? He is at the 7th star of the Xiantian realm and has defeated opponents at the 9th star. You are finished. I suggest you concede and leave gracefully. The crowd shouted in unison, as if they had already envisioned Lu Sheng brutally overpowering Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan looked at the confidently arrogant Lu Sheng and smiled. Subsequently, he raised his hand, extended his index finger, and his lips moved. One move. The crowd. Chapter 40. Xiantian Realm. One move again. As Chuyun Xuan's voice fell, the arena fell into a profound silence. This was soon followed by a chorus of laughter. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. This guy is utterly ridiculous. How can he be so pretentious? One move to defeat Lu Sheng? That Lu Sheng we're talking about, 7th star of the Xiantian realm, 1 star above you, and he has defeated 9th star opponents at the 7th star. One move? Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone, watch me. If Chuyun Xuan can defeat Lu Sheng with one move, I'll drink a whole septic tank from Tianyang University. I swear it. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Me too. Add me to that. This is just absurd. I'm dying. Even Xiao Qiyue, who generally believed in Chuyun Xuan, found herself growing anxious upon hearing this. Lu Sheng had quite a reputation. Once one reached the 5th star of the Xiantian realm or above, defeating opponents 2 stars higher was a rarity. In a sense, Lu Sheng could even be defined as a 9th star of the Xiantian realm. Defeating Lu Sheng in one move at the 6th star of the Xiantian realm? How could that be? Zhao Huayang remarked to the nearby instructors. This is a classic case of a nouveau riche mentality. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, awakened, and ascended to the 6th star of the Xiantian realm, leading him to believe himself invincible. Clearly, he has never faced adversity. A little setback now will do him good. The instructors nodded in agreement, each viewing Chuyun Xuan as a mere joke. Lu Sheng paused, unable to suppress his laughter. You? One move? Defeat me? Lu Sheng regarded Chuyun Xuan as if he were watching a comedy show. Chuyun Xuan asked, are your ears deaf? Ha ha. Lu Sheng burst into laughter once more. All right. Let me see how you intend to defeat me with just one move. With that, Lu Sheng summoned a surge of lightning. Xiantian Realm Tinstar Martial Technique, Thunder Fist. He drew his right arm back, gathering lightning in his fist. Observing this, Zhao Huayang felt reassured. At the very least, Lu Sheng was not taking this lightly. Flames coiled around Chuyun Xuan. A fire dragon coalesced and surged into his fist. Xiantian Realm 8-star Martial Technique, Dragon Roar Fist. The crowd's eyes widened. Fire attribute. Dual attributes of lightning and fire? Damn. On what grounds? Why does he possess dual attributes? This world is so unfair. He is so handsome and possesses dual attributes? Huh. No, what are you trying to prove? What is the point of having dual attributes? You clearly have a stronger lightning attribute that you're not using. Why resort to fire? Is that not courting death? One move? You must be joking. The crowd was astonished by Chuyun Xuan's dual attributes of lightning and fire. While dual attribute warriors were not unheard of, Tianhua City had a dozen or so. They were undeniably stronger. However, seeing it in Chuyun Xuan was simply unacceptable to them. Lu Sheng sneered. So it's dual attributes. However, why would you choose to use your fire attribute instead of your evidently stronger lightning attribute? Oh, I see. You realize you cannot defeat me with one move. So you opt for the fire attribute to make your eventual failure less embarrassing. Is that it? Ha ha. Lu Sheng laughed heartily, then charged at Chuyun Xuan with a fist crackling with lightning. Chuyun Xuan pushed off with his right foot, shattering the combat stage beneath him, and met the strike head-on with his own fist. Bang! The clash of lightning and fire erupted. Everyone anticipated that the ensuing spectacle would see Chuyun Xuan instantly obliterated by Lu Sheng's lightning fist. At the very least, he would be thoroughly overwhelmed. However, whoosh! Several girls' hair danced wildly. They were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, it seemed as though something streaked past them at an astonishing speed. Boom. Then, a deafening crash echoed. Behind the crowd, Lu Sheng had created a crater in the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Gulp. In that fleeting moment, many instinctively swallowed hard. Just moments ago, if they had not been mistaken, at the instant of the clash of their powers, Lu Sheng had been propelled outward with tremendous force. The speed at which he flew away was astonishing, a consequence of the overwhelming impact he had endured, resulting in a significant dent in the ground. Chuyun Xuan extinguished the flames on his fist and remarked nonchalantly, I had overestimated you. The battle power doubling system, combined with his fully mastered fire attribute, alongside his already formidable strength far exceeding his level, had culminated in this overwhelming display. Even though his martial skills were somewhat inferior, and his attributes weaker than lightning, he still managed to dominate so decisively. The scene was enveloped in silence. It felt as if Tianyang University had transformed into a library. So profound was the stillness. The next moment, a gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd as they stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. What just happened? A single strike? I can't comprehend it. How is this possible? The fire attribute, inherently weaker than the lightning attribute, coupled with Chuyun Xuan's lower cultivation level, and facing an opponent as formidable as Lu Sheng, how could such a crushing defeat occur? It was illogical, utterly implausible. Was Chuyun Xuan truly at the Xiantian realm? No, he was merely at the 6th star of the Xiantian body realm. One strike? Truly just one strike? Oh. Brother Yinxian is so handsome. What of those who had just spoken of drinking from the cesspool? Step forward and drink. Cough, cough. Zhao Huayang clutched his heart, staggering back several steps, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? He murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. He, a practitioner at the divine ability realm, could not fathom the scene before him. How could this be? Zhao Shiji, the top expert of the intermediate class at Tianyang University, frowned. He believed it was beyond his capabilities. What was the situation? Was Chuyun Xuan truly that powerful? Or had he secretly unleashed other martial techniques? Or perhaps he possessed some sort of enchanted artifact that amplified his strength. It was simply inconceivable otherwise. Good. The previous competitor, Guahao, who had lost to Chuyun Xuan, repeatedly cheered. Damn it, am I supposed to sit at the children's table? You got crushed in one move too. So why don't you join me at the kids' table, haha? Xiao Qiyue's mouth fell open in astonishment. Wow, so handsome? Qin Jinhai was also taken aback, uncertain of how to explain the spectacle. Damn, why didn't we recruit him back then? It felt as though Chuyun Xuan could genuinely become a formidable force. However, it was not entirely their fault. During the college entrance examination, he had indeed failed to awaken successfully, hence his non-acceptance. Was he merely pretending? Or had something extraordinary occurred in recent days? After the shock wore off, Qin Jinhai could not help but burst into a triumphant laugh. Director Zhao, ha, you've been outdone. Chuyun Xuan has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Ha, cough, cough. Zhao Huayang trembled with rage. How infuriating. How infuriating. Is it possible that Tianyang University, the foremost martial arts institution in Tianhua City, could be brought to ruin by this Chuyun Xuan? Absolutely not. I shall not allow it. Another figure stepped forward, shouting. Zhao Huayang glared at him. Step back. Director, I fear him not. I am at the 9th star of the Xiantian body realm. Zhao Huayang barked again. Step back. He then turned his gaze to another figure. Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji responded. Here. You go. After you defeat him, I want you to sit atop the platform and conquer everyone from Tianhua University. Can you do that? Zhao Huayang demanded loudly. Zhao Shiji replied coolly. Simple. Good. Off you go, Zhao Huayang instructed. He cast a wary glance at Chuyun Xuan, feeling an odd sense of foreboding. It was imperative to let Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, take the stage. Otherwise, if anyone else were to lose, Tianyang University would lose face. Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, could not possibly lose. He must defeat Chuyun Xuan and then, with overwhelming force, triumph over all the competitors from Tianhua University to reclaim the dignity that Chuyun Xuan had so brazenly stripped away. Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, could not possibly be defeated. He stepped onto the competition stage with an air of nonchalance. Although the crowd was still reeling from Chuyun Xuan's prowess, upon seeing Zhao Shiji take the stage, they felt a sense of security. Zhao Shiji, the only genius at the Xiantian realm in this year's intermediate class across the 4 academies, was on par with talents like Song Shuing. Surely, the Xiantian realm could not possibly lose, right? This Chuyun Xuan was indeed outrageous. Managing to defeat Lu Sheng with a single strike, and now compelling Zhao Shiji to step forward. Initially, it was believed that Zhao Shiji would not even need to lift a finger to achieve victory. Nevertheless, with the Xiantian realm now present, Chuyun Xuan would undoubtedly lose. Yet, he had already made a name for himself by defeating Gua Hao and Lu Sheng. Even if he were to lose to Zhao Shiji, it would not tarnish his reputation, as losing to someone at the Xiantian realm was not a disgrace. The crowd gritted their teeth in anticipation. Zhao Shiji regarded Chuyun Xuan before slowly raising his hand. Mimicking Chuyun Xuan's earlier gesture, he extended his right index finger and calmly declared, 1 strike. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. What? Trying to show off in front of me? I see you're imitating my style. A smile played at the corners of Chuyun Xuan's lips as he observed Zhao Shiji. It was inconsequential. What mattered was that indeed 1 strike was all that was required. Zhao Shiji replied coolly, it truly only takes 1 strike. Chuyun Xuan chuckled softly. Some things are not for you to boast about. Chapter 41. Is this what you call a dimensional strike from the Xiantian realm? Chuyun Xuan could hardly contain himself. Zhao Shiji, you may flaunt your prowess, but to appropriate my own style, you too claim it will be 1 strike? While the crowd found nothing unusual about Zhao Shiji's imitation of Chuyun Xuan's earlier declaration, they knew that a battle between the Xiantian realm and the Xiantian body realm could not possibly conclude in a single move. Although Chuyun Xuan had indeed performed the extraordinary by defeating opponents of equal rank and even Lu Sheng, who was at the 7th star of the Xiantian body realm, this was where it would end. Haha, some things are not for you to boast about. Are you implying that a mere Xiantian body realm can boast? Zhao Shiji scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Chuyun Xuan. With unwavering confidence, Zhao Shiji continued, I simply wish to inquire. How many moves will it take for you to defeat me? Chuyun Xuan smiled, slowly lifting his hand and signaling just 1 with his fingers, stating, 1 strike. The crowd erupted once again. Gasps of disbelief followed by familiar uproarious laughter ensued. Madness. Even a Xiantian realm can be defeated in 1 strike? Haha. I admit he is indeed impressive, but at this moment, I can only label him a jester, a deluded jester. How absurd. A 6-star Xiantian body realm claiming he can defeat a 1-star Xiantian realm in 1 strike? Haha. You summoned Shi Chuxue, yet she dared not utter these words. Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, how many could achieve such a feat? Truly impressive, indeed. Haha. Zhao Shiji erupted into hearty laughter, his face alight with mirth. 1 move? To defeat me? He proclaimed, standing firm. Come now, let me witness your prowess. No, no, no. Chuyun Xuan chuckled while shaking his head. You go first. Did you not boast of resolving me with a single strike? Proceed. Zhao Shiji replied. If I defeat you in 1 blow, you shall have no chance to retaliate. Chuyun Xuan responded nonchalantly. Very well. But let me remind you, should you fail to vanquish me in 1 move, it shall be a most embarrassing spectacle. Zhao Shiji laughed heartily. Huh? I recall a fellow saying that if you could defeat Lu Sheng in 1 strike, he would drain the sewage reservoir of Tianyang University, correct? Thus, if I cannot defeat you in 1 strike, I shall take his place. How does that sound? Haha. The audience erupted in laughter, mocking Chuyun Xuan, depicting him as a mere fool before Zhao Shiji. With that, a formidable gust of wind emanated from Zhao Shiji, causing the hair and garments of students far and wide to flutter wildly. His hair and clothes danced in the tempest. Allow me to demonstrate what a dimensional strike from the Xiantian realm truly entails. Wind sweeps away the clouds. Then, a terrifying wind-based martial technique surged toward Chuyun Xuan. Where it passed, the ground of the dueling platform was scoured, leaving numerous scratches upon the shattered stones. Zhao Shiji stood there, patiently awaiting the moment his strike would obliterate Chuyun Xuan. Enveloped in flames, Chuyun Xuan unleashed the dragon roar fist, sending forth a fire dragon to meet the oncoming assault. Uft, foolishness, Zhao Shiji scoffed disdainfully. You dare to counter my Shantian realm's wind sweeps the clouds with such a mere fire-based technique? How absurd. A chorus of schadenfreude graced the faces of the spectators. Zhao Huayang exhaled, relieved that it was nearing an end. He thought Chuyun Xuan might have faltered badly this time. But thankfully, Zhao Shiji was there to prevent disaster. Boom. The clash of forces erupted, yet contrary to expectations. Wind sweeps the clouds did not instantly annihilate the fire dragon of the Dragon Roar Fist. The two powers momentarily held in a stalemate. Zhao Shiji's smile abruptly vanished. What? His brow furrowed deeply. How could this be? I am of the Shantian realm, and I unleashed my martial skill. How is it not an overwhelming victory? Although the flames of Dragon Roar Fist were ultimately consumed by wind sweeps the clouds, its strength had been diminished significantly. As wind sweeps the clouds approached Chuyun Xuan, he remained unmoved, merely releasing his defensive spiritual energy. He stood resolute against the oncoming force until it dissipated, emerging unscathed. What the hell? The onlookers gaped in disbelief. This was illogical. The wind-based martial skill belonged to the Shantian realm. Chuyun Xuan, being at the 6th star of the Shantian body realm, should have struggled immensely to withstand such a blow. How could he do so with such ease? With merely a fire-based technique and a defensive energy release, he emerged unscathed? What magnitude of strength does he possess? Zhao Huayang, the president of Tianyang University, widened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't defeat him? This defies reason. Qin Jinhai was equally astonished. What is the situation with Chuyun Xuan? A 6th star of the Shantian body realm exhibiting such formidable combat prowess? Absurd. A sly smile danced on Chuyun Xuan's lips as he regarded Zhao Shiji. Is this what you call a dimensional strike from the Shantian realm? Are you jesting with me? You. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, furiously pointing at Chuyun Xuan. Hush. From the audience, numerous girls began to boo. Yu Qianren laughed heartily. What utter garbage. Ha. Is this all there is to the Shantian realm? And you call it a dimensional strike? Spare me the laughter. Another voice from the intermediate class of Tianhua University chimed in. You've made me laugh to tears. It turns out to be a paper tiger. Don't you dare explain yourself. You unleashed your Shantian wind-based martial skill, so don't claim you weren't serious. What a disgrace. Is this the so-called first genius of Tianhua City, following in the footsteps of Shichushue and others? Is this truly it? And you spoke of a single strike? Hearing the jeers from the girls and the taunts from Tianhua University, Zhao Shiji's eyes brimmed with resentment, his fists clenched. What humiliation. Such profound disgrace. Had he not attempted to mimic Chuyun Xuan's boastful claim of a single strike, he might have been better off. However, he had made that claim and failed to deliver. In fact, Chuyun Xuan stood there, unharmed. At this moment, he was but a jester. Chuyun Xuan tapped his ear and nonchalantly remarked, as I said, some things are beyond your pretense, even for you in the Shantian realm. Oh jester. Hey, jester, I'm addressing you. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth in indignation, snarling. I curse you. Ha ha ha, the jester is panicking. What a disgrace indeed. You swaggered in boasting of a single strike, yet you couldn't even graze my clothes. And you claim to be of the Shantian realm? Ha ha. Chuyun Xuan laughed heartily. Come on. You claimed a single strike, did you not? Come on. Zhao Shiji, now on the defensive, accused Chuyun Xuan furiously. Chuyun Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Hold on a moment, jester. Before you proceed, shouldn't you honor your earlier promise? If you fail to defeat me in one strike, you must drain the sewage reservoir of Tianyang University? You can't fight me on an empty stomach. You should eat first, right? With that, Chuyun Xuan flashed him a grin. How dare you? Zhao Shiji roared, unleashing a powerful aura. Heart of the wind. Leaves of the gale. In his fury, he charged at Chuyun Xuan. I'll kill you. But Chuyun Xuan's smile gradually faded. Earth-level 1st star martial skill, Thunder Calamity. Crackling thunder surged forth, seemingly overshadowing Zhao Shiji's fierce aura. Then, Chuyun Xuan surged forth, crackling with lightning. You dare approach. Zhao Shiji ground his teeth in fury. Boom. The two immense forces collided. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave sent nearby students flying several meters away. Will Chuyun Xuan survive? Some girls wore expressions of concern. It was evident that Zhao Shiji was holding nothing back. Although the reason behind that earlier technique's failure to harm Chuyun Xuan remained a mystery, Zhao Shiji was undeniably a genuine Shantian realm 1st star. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan was indeed a 6th star of the Shantian body realm. Zhao Shiji's unrestrained and powerful martial skill could easily slay someone at the 6th star of the Shantian body realm. Chen Haobin's eyes glinted with excitement. His expression twisted. Die. I hope you die. Chuyun Xuan had provoked Zhao Shiji, and that was for the best. Only then might Zhao Shiji act impulsively and kill Chuyun Xuan. Clearly. While Chuyun Xuan had astonished the audience. However, no one believed that he could emerge unscathed when facing the full force of Zhao Shiji. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brows. Xiao Qiyue's delicate brows were slightly knitted. Was he not going to unleash the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique? She found herself puzzled. Having observed that Chuyun Xuan had not employed this technique to enhance his combat prowess. Surely it couldn't be? It was also because Chuyun Xuan possessed the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique that Xiao Qiue was convinced he would at least be out of mortal danger. In the next instant, whoosh, a figure soared forth from the dust. All eyes turned in unison. The following moment, every pupil constricted, then widened in disbelief. Chapter 42, One's Power, Reversing the Universe. In utter disbelief, everyone gazed at the figure that had emerged, charred and crashing heavily to the ground. It was Zhao Shiji. What? At the scene, everyone was utterly bewildered. Zhao Shiji clambered back to his feet, though scorched and bearing some injuries. He had not reached the point of losing his combat capabilities. Ha! You think you can defeat me with just one move? What do you take yourself for? A waste. After his tirade, Zhao Shiji attempted to charge forward to continue battling Chuyun Xuan. However, just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why was the arena so far away? He glanced down, then back up, and froze in shock. Had he been knocked off the competition stage? Zhao Shiji stood there, stunned. Only at that moment did he seem to feel the burning pain radiating from various parts of his body. He had lost. The scene erupted in chaos. What? Zhao Shiji had lost. How could this be? Chuyun Xuan had defeated Zhao Shiji with a single move? Insanity. This world had gone mad. How could Chuyun Xuan, at the 6th star of the profound body realm, achieve such a feat? Good heavens. How is this possible? Zhao Shiji had clearly expended nearly all his strength just moments ago. A full power strike from a practitioner of the profound heaven realm had been defeated by a single move from a 6-star practitioner of the profound body realm? What manner of monster was Chuyun Xuan? All present widened their eyes, trembling slightly in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Chun Haobin frowned, unable to comprehend. Xiao Qiue's mouth hung slightly open, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Is it really that exaggerated? He hasn't even utilized the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique that I taught him. What terrifying combat power! What a monster! Just how formidable was his strength? This defied all logic. Zhao Shiji was a practitioner of the profound heaven realm. He had unleashed his full might. Qin Jinhai could not help but curse. They had struck gold at Tianhua University. No, damn it. Chuyun Xuan was not even a student of Tianhua University. This wouldn't do. He had to find a way to recruit him to Tianhua University. With such terrifying strength, he had surely surpassed even Shichuxue and her peers, right? Zhao Huayang stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Disbelief etched across his face. Coughing, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Dean. Several instructors hurried to help him up. He lost. Zhao Huayang could hardly believe his own eyes. Zhao Shiji, a mid-level practitioner of the profound heaven realm from Tianyang University, had been regarded as one of the strongest talents in Tianhua City, following Shichuxue and Jiangying. Yet now, Chuyun Xuan, a waste who had not even awakened during the college entrance examination, had somehow transformed into a 6-star practitioner of the profound body realm. He could accept that. However, how could a 6-star practitioner of the profound body realm defeat the genius Zhao Shiji with a single move? Crucially, he had witnessed Zhao Shiji unleash formidable martial techniques and power with his own eyes. Even if he hadn't revealed his trump card, he must have used all his strength. He had been defeated in a single blow? As the dust settled, Chuyun Xuan stood there, a smirk upon his lips. I told you, some bravado is beyond your capabilities. Even at the profound heaven realm, you cannot pretend to be anything before me. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Shiji, humiliated beyond measure, clenched his fists tightly, his throat growling. Chuyun Xuan, his teeth nearly bit into his own flesh. Yu Qianren snapped back to reality and shouted excitedly, Brother Xian, you're incredible. Clap, clap, clap. The arena erupted in applause. Brother Xian, you're incredible. Brother Xian, you're incredible. The students of Tianhua University chorused in unison. Ha ha. Qin Jinhai laughed heartily, glancing at Zhao Huayang. My apologies, Dean Zhao, 6 consecutive victories, just a moment. Suddenly, Qin Jinhai realized something. If Chuyun Xuan had defeated Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University, then that must mean his position as the champion of the arena was secure? Who could possibly defeat him now? Did this mean Tianhua University had won? Tianhua University, thanks to Chuyun Xuan, had maintained its reputation as the foremost university in Tianhua City? What? As this realization struck, Qin Jinhai was left dumbfounded. Damn. He had initially invited Chuyun Xuan to participate in hopes of securing at least one victory, so that even if Tianhua University lost, they could retain some semblance of dignity. And now, Chuyun Xuan, relying solely on his own strength, had defeated 6-star and 7-star opponents, and with a single move had vanquished a practitioner of the profound heaven realm. It was as if he were traversing an empty realm. He had turned the tide for Tianhua University? What? Ahaha. Qin Jinhai's joyous laughter echoed far and wide. While to Zhao Huayang, it sounded particularly grating. Zhao Shiji bellowed, that doesn't count. I was careless. Let's go again. With that, he charged toward the competition stage. Get down. Zhao Huayang shouted in anger. Zhao Shiji glared at Zhao Huayang, his eyes bloodshot as he cried out, I was careless. Is that not enough humiliation? Zhao Huayang roared in response. Zhao Shiji clenched his fists tightly, then pointed at Chuyun Xuan, shouting, He must possess some powerful combat artifact. It's unfair. Even a fool knows that as a practitioner of the profound heaven realm, how could I possibly lose to a 6-star practitioner of the profound body realm? Yet others, while struggling to accept the outcome, could not deny the truth. In the atmosphere just moments ago, where was the power of any artifact involved? A loss is a loss. Stop spouting nonsense. With that time, one should focus on diligent cultivation, Zhao Huayang stated firmly. Zhao Shiji lowered his head, silently clenching his fists. Chuyun Xuan grinned. Dean Zhao is absolutely correct. However, while you are busy cultivating, do remember to drink the filth from Tianyang University dry. If you find that too much, perhaps you could break it down into smaller goals, tackling a bit each day. You, Zhao Shiji furiously pointed at Chuyun Xuan. Then, Chuyun Xuan called out. Is there anyone else? Silence fell over the crowd. Zhao Huayang felt deflated. Who would have thought? He looked toward Qin Jinhai and could tell that he too had not anticipated this. Qin Jinhai clasped his fist respectfully. Dean Zhao, my respects. Dean. The female host trembled as she regarded Zhao Huayang. Zhao Huayang took a deep breath, then weakly nodded. The female host announced. I hereby declare that in this contest between Tianhua University and Tianyang University, Tianhua University emerges victorious. With a radiant face, Qin Jinhai led the students of Tianhua University back. At that moment, many students and mentors from Tianhua University awaited at the entrance. Their expressions were rather despondent. The vice dean and others had already devised a plan to console everyone. However, upon witnessing the jubilant return of a few individuals, they were momentarily taken aback. One of the mentors approached Qin Jinhai and said, Dean, it's all right. What do you mean, it's all right? Qin Jinhai replied with a smile. Yu Qianren looked at the crowd and exclaimed, everyone, we have won. We have won. Victory. Haha, can you believe it? We won. Xiangu is incredible. Xiangu is truly remarkable. What? The people at the entrance of Tianhua University were utterly bewildered. One, can they really win? Huh, what does Xiangu is incredible mean? You have no idea. Xiangu defeated Zhao Shiji, a 1-star in the Xiantian realm, with a single move. It was unbelievably impressive. What? Defeated in one move? Huh. At the back of the crowd, Song Shuing stood there, his eyes narrowing slightly. That day, the news of Chuyun Xuan's victory over Xiantian spread like wildfire across the entire Tianhua city. No, it wasn't just Tianhua city. This news also stirred quite a commotion online. A 6-star in the Xiantian realm defeating a 1-star in the Xiantian realm is indeed a remarkable feat in the entirety of Blue Star. Upon returning home, Chuyun Xuan reflected on the immense benefits he had gained from the day's events. However, he regretted that if today had been the day for the pretentious face-slapping system or the shock system, the rewards might have been even greater. Click. Chuyun Xuan opened the door. Xiaoyar, I'm back. Are you at home? He called out with a smile, eager to share the good news with Linyar. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing a faint metallic tang of blood in the air. Chapter 43, The Half-Human Demon King. How could there be a faint smell of blood in his home? Chuyun Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. This was his home, and Linyar was the only one here. Xiaoyar. Chuyun Xuan called out anxiously, rushing towards Linyar's bedroom. Just as he was about to open the door, Linyar opened it from inside. You're back, she said softly, attempting to conceal her distress. However, disregarding the scent of blood, her pallid complexion immediately alerted Chuyun Xuan that something was amiss. Are you injured? He asked. Linyar replied. Just a minor injury. Chuyun Xuan gazed at her intently. While it was indeed common for martial artists to sustain injuries, seeing Linyar's pale face stirred his heart with concern. However, he felt helpless. Should he exchange for wood attributes to heal her? There were plenty of wood attribute martial artists far more skilled than him. Did you not seek treatment from a wood attribute martial artist? Chuyun Xuan inquired. Linyar emerged from her room and sat on the sofa. I've been treated, and with some rest, I'll be fine. It's mainly internal injuries, she nodded. How did you get hurt? Linyar looked at Chuyun Xuan, saying, during a trial, I encountered a half-human demon king at the level of the law realm. Generally, demon beasts require reaching the Tianzuan realm to assume a human form, but there are exceptions where some can achieve this earlier due to their bloodline or fortuitous circumstances. Aided by certain celestial treasures, any demon beast that has transformed into a human form possesses considerable strength. A law realm demon king that has already taken on a half-human form is exceedingly rare, unless they have an exceptionally strong bloodline. They must have had a fortuitous opportunity to achieve transformation ahead of time. After speaking, Linyar furrowed her delicate brows. Recently, there have been increasingly powerful demon beasts outside Tianhua City. It feels like the second demon god temple might be planning something. Where did you encounter it? Chuyun Xuan asked. In Nanhai Town. Nanhai Town was a small town that had already been overrun by demon beasts, located about 40 to 50 kilometers from Tianhua City. Chuyun Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were just one demon beast, that would be one thing, but a half-human demon king. This ignites a deeper sense of anger within Chuyun Xuan. He glanced at Linyar, sensing her chaotic energy and weakness, realizing her injuries were severe. Unless it was an exceptionally skilled wood or water attribute martial artist, the healing effects would not be significant. You should rest well. I will seek out the dean to see if I can find a quicker method to treat you, Chuyun Xuan said gently. Linyer shook her head slightly. It's nothing serious. Cut it out. You must be in pain for at least half a month. If there's a way to reduce your suffering, that would be for the best. Linyer looked at Chuyun Xuan, revealing a hint of a happy smile. That's within my capabilities. Of course, I'll be off now. Take good care of yourself. Chuyun Xuan then left the house. The moment Chuyun Xuan closed the door behind him, Linyer spat out a mouthful of black blood. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan lingered at the entrance, not having truly departed. Utilizing his 6-star Shintian hearing, he detected the commotion inside the home. Chuyun Xuan frowned. This won't do. I need to act quickly. Her injuries are far more severe than I imagined. Dean. Chuyun Xuan rushed into Qin Jinhai's office. I say, can't you knock? You're just like Xiao Qiyue. Qin Jinhai rolled his eyes. Dean, my sister is injured. Chuyun Xuan said urgently. I know. I'm in the process of contacting someone. Qin Jinhai nodded. Chuyun Xuan asked, have you reached any powerful wood attribute martial artists? The strongest I've contacted is at the Shintong realm. Isn't that sufficient? Chuyun Xuan inquired. Qin Jinhai paused for a moment. Ah yes. Absolutely. They're on their way. Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brow. Dean, are you hiding something from me? Oh, what could I possibly keep from you? Qin Jinhai chuckled. Which university did Yao Yao attend? Qin Jinhai immediately grew anxious, pointing at Chuyun Xuan. You rascal. What are you planning to do? Chuyun Xuan smiled. Please don't be angry. Dean, I'm just teasing you. I only want to know what's going on with my sister. Sigh, she wouldn't let me tell you. Chuyun Xuan sat in front of him, his expression serious. I have the right to know. Besides, I am no longer the Chuyun Xuan of the past. Sigh. Qin Jinhai sighed once more. He looked at Chuyun Xuan and said, your sister's injury is actually minor. The main issue is the poison. Poison? Chuyun Xuan frowned. She was injured by the transformation of a half-human 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. The poison of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon is untreatable. Chuyun Xuan frowned. Indeed. At present, the human race has yet to develop an antidote for the poison of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. Chuyun Xuan sat there, pondering. But I recall that although an antidote for the poison of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon has not been developed, there should be a saying that one can detoxify it without using an antidote, right? Qin Jinhai nodded. The difficulty in developing an antidote for the poison of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon lies in the fact that each one's poison is unique, far too complex. There is a method, and it is the simplest one. What is it? Qin Jinhai gazed at Chuyun Xuan and remarked. The demon crystal of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon must correspond to the specific creature. If we were to slay another, it would not alleviate the poison. He continued. I am attempting to establish contact. If I can reach someone of the law realm for assistance, there remains a significant opportunity. However, Chuyun Xuan understood that in Tianhua City, it is exceedingly challenging to connect with a formidable being of the law realm. Even if contact were made, what incentive would they have to assist? Unless substantial benefits could be offered, which, given their status, the inhabitants of Tianhua City could scarcely provide. What about Xiao Qiyue? Chuyun Xuan inquired. A voice drifted in from outside. Remember to address me as the fairy mentor. With that, Xiao Qiyue entered. Ah, you have arrived. Qin Jinhai glanced at her. Xiao Qiyue sighed as she settled into a chair, saying, this task is quite arduous. It was evident that she was already aware of the situation's intricacies. She then added, the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon of the law realm is a challenge even for me, a being of the celestial realm. I could attempt to engage, but success is not guaranteed. If the opponent is intent on fleeing, we cannot impede them. Moreover, should we fail and they elude us, Little Yer could only await her demise. Thus, this endeavor allows for but a singular opportunity, and success must be assured, which is no small feat. Xiao Qiyue shook her head. If I were of the law realm, it would be a different matter. Yet I am not. Should we fail to enlist a law realm expert, we can only gather a few allies and attempt it forcibly. Qin Jinhai mused, furrowing his brow. Xiao Qiyue cast a glance at Chuyun Xuan, saying, do not fret too much. I have repelled beings of the law realm 2 years prior. With a few more skilled allies and some spiritual artifacts, we stand a decent chance. Rest assured, you should return and leave this matter to us. My apologies for the trouble, Chuyun Xuan replied. It's a trivial matter. Merely treat us to a meal upon your return. Nodding, he departed with a heavy heart. Chapter 44. Are you putting on a show for me? As Chuyun Xuan strolled through the night in Tianhua City, he realized that locating even a few permanent residents of the law realm was nearly impossible. It was known that the commander of the God Alliance's branch in Tianhua City was of the law realm, yet he could hardly be expected to intervene, as his duty was to oversee the city and respond to unforeseen events while ensuring success. What about the Grand Divine Essence Pill? Chuyun Xuan mused. Grand Divine Essence Pill. Grade. Level 10. Effect. If one still draws breath, it can revive them. Ding. The Grand Divine Essence Pill can save those on the brink of death, yet it cannot dispel poison. Chuyun Xuan. Isn't that a bit misleading? Shouldn't you have noted that beforehand? This means the pill must possess a detoxifying function. Ding. Please refrain from exploiting bugs. The Grand Divine Essence Pill is a tangible item, and its properties cannot be altered. Then exchange it for one that can detoxify, Chuyun Xuan insisted. No response. What the? It can save lives, but not cure poison? Chuyun Xuan cursed. Then I must take matters into my own hands. I can ensure success. I possess the Heavenly Sovereign card. However, Heavenly Sovereign card, upon redemption, grants 1 minute of Heavenly Sovereign first star prowess. System value consumption, 10 million, redeemable once in a lifetime. His current system value was insufficient to redeem the Heavenly Sovereign card. Perhaps the spiritual energy flame blast could be of use, at the very least. It should heavily injure him. Spiritual energy flame blast, upon redemption, can condense a spiritual energy flame blast capable of instantaneously vanquishing those beneath the law realm. System value consumption, 500,000, redeemable once a month. Yet the issue lay in the fact that Nanhai Town, 40 to 50 kilometers away, was already categorized as a dangerous area where Xiantian realm beasts frequently roamed. Encounters with celestial realm entities were also a possibility, and he was ill-equipped to deal with them. He wondered what kind of system would manifest. At midnight, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on randomly activating the even match system. Chuyun Xuan, even match system. During the existence of this system, the host will be evenly matched against any opponent. With the system's assistance, the damage output and defensive capabilities of the lower realm will be elevated to match those of the higher realm, though visual aspects remain unchanged. While this system is active, defeating opponents will yield rewards proportional to their realm. Remaining system duration, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chuyun Xuan, this system. Should I deem it powerful or merely a novelty? In essence, it means I am evenly matched with anyone. Currently at the 6th star of the Xiantian realm. If I were to face a demon god of the heavenly path, while my realm remains unchanged, I could contend with them on equal footing. My damage capability would be effective against a heavenly path demon god, and I need not fear being effortlessly obliterated by their pressure. However, a mere practitioner of Qi could also inflict damage upon me at an elevated level. Thus, anyone could potentially kill me, and my efforts against them would equate to that of a normal individual. But, Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This also meant he was evenly matched against the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon of the law realm. Given that, with his 9 tribulations dark thunder, spatial attributes, and the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, he merely needed to find the dean and others to guide him. He would be the one to resolve the issue with the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. After contemplating, he hurriedly dialed Xiao Chiyue. The line was busy. He then called the dean. Also busy. They had already set off. Chuyun Xuan frowned, concluding that they had ventured deep into the beast territory, resulting in a lack of signal. What to do now? He needed someone to escort him, as even encountering a Qi realm beast would pose a life-threatening risk. He was facing an even match with Qi realm beasts. It would take him several days to traverse the distance of dozens of kilometers. An idea struck him. Hello, big brother, do you not check the time? Why are you calling? Jiang Ying's voice came through. Chuyun Xuan, I need a favor. Go ahead. Chuyun Xuan, take me to Nanhai Town. Jiang Ying, big brother, I seldom venture there for training. What are you planning? She asked, bewildered. Just take me there. Nothing else is required. I can offer the yin-yang sword as a reward and owe you a favor, Chuyun Xuan replied. Jiang Ying pondered for a moment. She could sense Chuyun Xuan's urgency. Forget the yin-yang sword. I'll accept the favor. Where shall we meet? Outside Wuyue Square. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Not a minute had passed before someone tapped him from behind. Turning, he saw Jiang Ying. Is this the power of darkness? The sovereign of the night. Chuyun Xuan chuckled. Enough talk. Let us go, Jiang Ying replied nonchalantly. Thank you. Hom. Jiang Ying revealed a faint smile before proceeding forward. From the shadows, a figure emerged. His gaze fixed upon the departing duo. It was, surprisingly, Song Shuang. Chuyun Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, Song Shuang produced his mobile phone. The person you wish to eliminate has already ventured into the realm of demonic beasts. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Afterward, he extracted the SIM card and crushed it, casting it aside. What are we doing? Jiang Ying inquired as she hurried along. There is a semi-transformed 1,000 venom blood flood dragon in Nanhai Town. My sister has been poisoned by it. Jiang Ying's delicate brows knitted together as she halted. Her captivating eyes fixed on Chuyun Xuan. Wait a moment, a semi-transformed 1,000 venom blood flood dragon? Is it at the law realm? And you? Jiang Ying, exasperated, rubbed her temples. What have I done to deserve this? What if something happens to you? Wouldn't that mean I have caused your misfortune? Chuyun Xuan replied. I am not foolish. I certainly have my methods. Moreover, Xiao Chiyue and the dean are already on their way. Jiang Ying furrowed her brows, shaking her head in resignation. Really, let's move. It was peculiar. Despite the unreasonable nature of the situation, she inexplicably felt that Chuyun Xuan possessed some capability to confront the law realm. Then why didn't you allow them to take you? Jiang Ying asked. They were moving too quickly. By the time I contacted them, I could no longer reach them. All right. In the next moment, Jiang Ying activated her dark attributes, and the two vanished into the shadows. When they reappeared, they had already left Tianhua City. Jiang Ying, Utilizing her dark attributes, swiftly transported Chuyun Xuan towards Nanhai town. Jiang Ying paused. No, this is exhausting my spiritual energy too much. We have already penetrated over 10 kilometers into the realm of demonic beasts. If we don't conserve some energy, encountering danger would be troublesome. Chuyun Xuan nodded in agreement. They then began to run forward on foot. After a few seconds, they both stopped simultaneously. A wild boar, 2 meters in length with blood-red eyes, stood before them. This is a demonic beast at the Mingxiao realm, 3rd star. You handle it, Jiang Ying said nonchalantly. Chuyun Xuan coughed lightly and said, perhaps you should take care of it. Brother, after I painstakingly brought you to Nanhai town, you expect me to take on the role of your enforcer? A Mingxiao realm beast, and you want me to fight? You are at least at the Xiantian realm. For goodness sake. Fine. Chuyun Xuan then approached the demonic wild boar. Honestly, with such a significant difference in realms, you could easily dispatch it without my assistance. Why should I have to step in? Jiang Ying muttered as she unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth. Suddenly, she froze. Bang, bang, bang. Before her, Chuyun Xuan was engaged in an intense battle with the demonic wild boar. As their forces collided, Chuyun Xuan staggered back several steps, nearly losing his footing. Jiang Ying stood in disbelief. You seriously want me to take you to Nanhai town in the dead of night, and now you want me to play the enforcer? And against a Mingxiao realm demonic wild boar, you expect me to stand by? Chapter 45. Ensnared, deeply entrapped. Jiang Ying stared in bewilderment at the scene before her, where Chuyun Xuan battled with the Mingxiao realm demonic wild boar. Was this some sort of performance? He was an existence capable of dispatching beings of the Xiantian realm with a single strike, yet now he was evenly matched against a Mingxiao realm beast. It appeared as though this demonic wild boar could take his life at any moment. Chuyun Xuan was equally helpless. What could he do? The system allowed him to maintain a 50-50 chance against anyone. How infuriating. However, Chuyun Xuan was indeed Chuyun Xuan, as he unleashed a ground-tier martial skill, Thunder Calamity. He swiftly eliminated the demonic wild boar. Ding. You have slain a Mingxiao realm demonic wild boar, earning a reward of 10 points to allocate freely among attributes. Jiang Ying twitched her lips. From her perspective, it was strange. Chuyun Xuan's every attack displayed the power of a 6-star Xiantian realm cultivator. Yet he could not defeat the Mingxiao realm demonic wild boar without resorting to a ground-tier lightning attribute martial skill. Brother, Jiang Ying approached in confusion. Stop pretending. You dispatch Xiantian realm beings with ease, yet you struggle against a Mingxiao realm demonic wild boar? Chuyun Xuan rubbed his nose, at a loss for how to explain. He smiled sheepishly. It's better to be cautious. This isn't about caution. You're putting on an act. What's this, if I refuse to assist? You decide to act out? Chuyun Xuan hurriedly retorted. There's absolutely no such possibility. I've just been feeling a bit off lately. Jiang Ying replied. Off to the point where battling a Mingxiao realm beast is such a challenge? Get lost. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll step in. Jiang Ying couldn't resist casting another exasperated glance at Chuyun Xuan. Alright, for beings of the Xiantian realm or above, I'll take care of it. Jiang Ying regarded Chuyun Xuan with skepticism. You're struggling against a Mingxiao realm beast, yet you'll handle the Xiantian realm and above? She shook her head in resignation. Let us go? Coming. Chuyun Xuan followed suit. Jiang Ying glanced at the offline map. Nanhai town should be around 7 kilometers ahead. Hurry up, Chuyun Xuan urged. Wait a moment, Jiang Ying interjected. She gestured angrily ahead. Chuyun Xuan looked over and noticed a massive spider hanging on a rock formation. Activating her spiritual eye, she assessed, bloodthirsty poison spider, realm. Description? The eye could not discern its details, but it was evident that the bloodthirsty poison spider was at least at the 7-star Xiantian realm. Jiang Ying stepped forward and calmly stated, allow me. It's a Xiantian realm bloodthirsty poison spider. Chuyun Xuan countered, I'll handle it. Oh, Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Previously, he had insisted she confront the Mingxiao realm beast, yet now he was eager to engage the Xiantian realm creature? Well, you're bound to be swiftly defeated since it's at least 5 stars in the Xiantian realm, she remarked. Without hesitation, Chuyun Xuan charged forward. During his advance, he summoned the Sunfire Sword from his spatial ring. Thunder Calamity. The Sunfire Sword condensed the power of thunder, and Chuyun Xuan flickered forward. Hey, Jiang Ying shouted, utterly perplexed by Chuyun Xuan's logic. Be careful. Seeing him rush head first, it seemed he had underestimated the bloodthirsty poison spider. In the next moment, the enormous spider, akin to teleporting, suddenly appeared behind Chuyun Xuan. A dark light flashed as its front pincers lunged toward him. Oh no, this is likely an 8-star bloodthirsty poison spider. Jiang Ying cried out, rushing forward. However, she witnessed Chuyun Xuan block the spider's attack effortlessly. Jiang Ying was momentarily stunned. What is happening? A 6-star Xiantian realm cultivator can withstand the attack of an 8-star bloodthirsty poison spider? Flames erupted as one of the spider's legs was severed by Chuyun Xuan's strike. It distanced itself, seemingly in disbelief. How could a mere Xian body realm practitioner exhibit such prowess? Under normal circumstances, having lost a leg, it would have fled. Yet, in its eyes, This human appeared far too feeble, easily dispatched. Thus, the bloodthirsty venom spider coalesced a beam of darkness. Be cautious, the light of death, Jiangying cautioned. This malevolent technique of the bloodthirsty venom spider possessed formidable strength, with minimal destructive capability but overwhelming lethality. Even a 1-star practitioner of the divine power realm should avoid recklessly confronting an 8-star bloodthirsty venom spider's deathlight, lest they be pierced through. However, Chuyun Xuan gathered lightning and charged forward. You reckless fool, Jiangying exclaimed, releasing an attribute of darkness as she rushed to assist. Yet the next moment, she stared in disbelief as Chuyun Xuan's lightning held firm against the deathlight. Jiangying. She was utterly astonished. This was an 8-star Xian Tian realm opponent. You are merely a 6-star Xian body realm practitioner. Defeating a 1-star Zhao Shiji of the Xian Tian realm was somewhat acceptable to Jiangying, but how could she comprehend the scene unfolding before her? With a swift motion, Chuyun Xuan lunged forward, cleaving the bloodthirsty venom spider's head from its body, prompting Jiangying to snap back to reality. Ah, she gasped, witnessing Chuyun Xuan extract the demon crystal. He then turned to Jiangying and said, "Let us go." Ah, okay. Jiangying followed, bewildered. Big brother, what just happened? Who truly is the 8-star Xian Tian? This surpassed Jiangying's understanding. A 6-star Xian body realm defeating an 8-star Xian Tian realm so effortlessly? In truth, since acquiring this system, Chuyun Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. A misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, he also held the capability to dispatch any other beings. He possessed the celestial grade 10-star martial skill, Burning Heaven, which consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy due to its high grade. Hence, he intended to reserve it for the 1,000 venom blood flood dragon. Burning Heaven. This martial skill was not easily evaded. Chuyun Xuan remarked, strength meets strength. Nonsense. Jiangying scoffed, disbelieving his words. How on earth did you accomplish that? Jiangying inquired. It feels as though I might not even be able to best him myself. She mused silently. This is utterly absurd. Chuyun Xuan replied. When you find yourself intrigued by a man, it marks the beginning of your downfall. Jiangying. Subsequently, she winked at Chuyun Xuan. Then this young lady has already succumbed. Care to explain? Succumbed? Chuyun Xuan queried. Indeed, ensnared beyond escape. Just look at Nana first. Jiangying. Very well. Shall I pluck out your eyes for a closer look? Jiangying brandished a dagger. Whoosh. Chuyun Xuan sped off, towards Nanhai town. Don't run. I'll show you. If you dare, don't escape. Jiangying gritted her teeth, pursuing him. In the shadows, a team stealthily followed behind. Captain. Is that Chuyun Xuan? Indeed. The figure's eyes narrowed. He then addressed his comrades. Brothers, you have stood by me for many years, and I have never asked anything of you. This time, I owe you a favor. Captain, that is nothing. Young Master Li Jin surely met his demise due to Chuyun Xuan. Rest assured, we will carry this out flawlessly, and no one else will be the wiser. Li Jin's father, Li Hai, patted their shoulders. Thank you, brothers. Let us proceed according to our plan. Understood. Chapter 46, A Masterful Use of Another's Blade. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan's gaze fell upon the outlines of human dwellings. Though a decade had passed, everything lay in ruin, yet some structures still stood resolute. Jiangying pointed ahead. That's Nanhai town. From here on, we must exercise extreme caution. As you mentioned, the 1,000 venom blood flood dragon is here, which signifies that the former overlord of Nanhai town has been dealt with by it. Now, the 1,000 venom blood flood dragon reigns supreme. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Jiangying glanced around and remarked, it's rather quiet. Either the battle has concluded, or it has yet to commence. What do you think? Chuyun Xuan shook his head. Uncertain. I have no idea when they set out. However, if they do engage, it requires utmost caution and precision. It's highly probable they haven't clashed yet. Perhaps stealthily infiltrating. Jiangying sighed. It's challenging. Nanhai town isn't small, and who knows where the 1,000 venom blood flood dragon is. In the process of searching for it, will likely be discovered. Discovery is inconsequential, as long as it doesn't realize that we are its targets. If it perceives us merely as martial practitioners seeking experience, it won't flee, Chuyun Xuan stated. Jiangying shot him a glance. Well, you also need to be able to defeat it. Having arrived, there must be a way, he replied. Suddenly, Jiangying's brows furrowed. There's movement. She quickly led Chuyun Xuan into concealment within the shadows. Li Hai and 3 others stealthily approached. Where are they? Li Hai frowned. He had received a call from a mysterious individual indicating that Chuyun Xuan had ventured into the realm of demon beasts. He did not know who the caller was, but it was evident they were an enemy of Chuyun Xuan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was willing to act as this weapon. He was determined to eliminate Chuyun Xuan and avenge his son, Li Jin's tragic fate. Li Hai was the captain of a martial team within the Divine Alliance of Tianhua City. The 3 were his most trusted teammates. Have they entered? A member of the Divine Alliance inquired. With so many ruins, trees, and vines, it's plausible they snuck in under the cover of night. Moreover, I noticed Chuyun Xuan has a girl with him. Who is she? Li Hai responded. I can't see clearly, nor have I seen her make a move. Could it be Linya or? If it were Linya How could we possibly kill Chuyun Xuan under her very nose? Li Hai chuckled, rest assured. It is not Linya. She is injured, and the dean of Tianhua University even sought help from the Divine Alliance to treat her. Upon hearing this, the group let out a sigh of relief. Li Hai continued, with our 4 at the Xintian realm, as long as that person isn't Linya, it doesn't matter who she is. Moreover, our plan doesn't necessitate direct confrontation. Once we gain their trust, we will eliminate Chuyun Xuan and depart. Avenging my son is all that matters. Gaining their trust is quite simple. Encounter them and claim to be members of the Divine Alliance, here to execute a secret mission. This place is perilous. They should accompany us. Wearing masks, they can casually explain that their task is classified and that the masks are an organizational mandate. Understood. Move. The group stealthily infiltrated Nanhai town. Meanwhile, not far from them, in the veil of night, Chuyun Xuan and Jiang Ying were indeed hiding nearby, overhearing their conversation. Damn it. They followed us here for revenge? Chuyun Xuan exclaimed. That must be Li Jin's father, Li Hai, captain of a martial team in the Divine Alliance of Tianhua City. Jiang Ying noted. We need to eliminate them, Chuyun Xuan asserted. That's difficult, for at the Xintian realm, and they are from the Divine Alliance, certainly. They possess various tactics. To resolve this, we must leave no one behind, which complicates matters for me, Jiang Ying replied. Chuyun Xuan felt similarly constrained. His primary objective was the 1,000-venom blood flood dragon. Now there exists a system of equal chances for all. Engaging in combat with these 4 has proven to be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Chuyun Xuan was struck by a thought. I have an idea. Oh, what is it? Let us give it a try. Help me conceal our presence. Subsequently, under the shroud of darkness, the 2 stealthily infiltrated Nanhai City. Around them lurked numerous demon beasts, hiding in the shadows of buildings or ruins. What are you planning to do? Jiang Ying asked softly. We shall utilize the 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon to eliminate them. Chuyun Xuan replied. Jiang Ying was perplexed. But where are the people? Where have they gone? Li Hai was in a state of frantic anxiety. They must have come to Nanhai town for training, right? There should at least be some signs of battle. It has been half an hour since we lost track of them, yet there has been no indication whatsoever. Initially, they felt indifferent about losing track of them. However, any sign of conflict would likely point to Chuyun Xuan's presence. But there was not a single whisper of movement. At that moment, what was Chuyun Xuan doing? Jiang Ying had subdued a demon beast of the Xintian realm. Chuyun Xuan's flame sun sword rested against the throat of this shadow demon cat. Speak. Where is the 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon in Nanhai town? The shadow demon cat dared not move, merely shaking its head. Refused to speak? Then I shall slay you. Chuyun Xuan pressed the sword forward, piercing its skin. The shadow demon cat could not resist, for Jiang Ying stood nearby, capable of dispatching it in an instant. At the Xintian realm, demon beasts had considerable intelligence, some even comprehending human speech, as they endeavored towards transformation. Soon, the shadow demon cat pointed in a certain direction. Are you certain? Chuyun Xuan inquired. The shadow demon cat nodded. This time, our Divine Alliance must eradicate him. Quickly contact the other 4 teammates to head southwest and eliminate the 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon. Jiang Ying nodded affirmatively, understood. Chuyun Xuan then sheathed his sword. Begone. Whoosh. The demon cat transformed into a streak of black light and sped away. This scene, this half hour, was a recurring event for the 2. They had intentionally let several Xintian realm demon beasts escape. Is this feasible? Jiang Ying asked. Chuyun Xuan replied, there is a possibility. Provided that someone truly knows the location of the 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon and reports it. In that case, we would find the flood dragon while simultaneously ridding ourselves of those 4. Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. On the top floor of a dilapidated apartment building in Nanhai town, a frail figure sat with closed eyes. It resembled a human, yet its skin bore a pattern of green and black. Its head appeared to be a triangular snake's, but it possessed human facial features. Surrounding it were remnants of devoured demon beasts. Whoosh! A shadow rushed in, seeking death. Its eyes narrowed as it reached out and grasped the shadow demon cat. The demon cat struggled desperately, emitting sounds incomprehensible to humans. The 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon frowned. A small squad from the Divine Alliance has received a secret mission to kill me? Its eyes turned crimson. A mere insect dares to threaten this king? With that, it cast aside the shadow demon cat and tossed several high-grade demon crystals in its direction. You have done a great service. Accept your reward. After speaking, it transformed into a mist of blood and vanished. Is there still no movement? Where are they? Are they dead? Li Hai gritted his teeth, growling in frustration. Captain, shall we split up to search? One member suggested. Li Hai nodded. That works. Stay in contact. Wang Ming, you head west. Yes. Zhao Si, you go east. Understood. Li Shan, you take the north. Li Shan, head north. Do you hear me? Li Hai frowned and turned to look. Behind him, Li Shan's eyes were wide, blood gushing from his mouth, while a green-black patterned hand had pierced through his chest. Li Hai's pupils constricted. He saw a figure standing over Li Shan's corpse. Aren't you here to kill this king? Now that I have arrived, why not proceed? The 1,000-venomous blood flood dragon revealed a bloodthirsty smile, its tongue flicking like a serpent. The next moment, a chilling scream echoed from somewhere in Nanhai town. At the same time, Chuyun Xuan and Jiang Ying exchanged glances. There, whoosh. Chuyun Xuan dashed forward. Jiang Ying, her beautiful eyes sparkling, regarded him with admiration. What a genius. Hey, that's the 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon. Are you seeking death? She immediately pursued after him. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Nanhai town, Qin Jinhai, Xiao Chiyue, and others had been quietly searching for the 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon to avoid alarming it. The scream that shattered the silence instantly captured their attention. Look! Their gazes followed the sounds to the sky. A green light appeared, accompanied by the phantom of a massive serpent. The 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon. Go! Whoosh! They sped away. Chapter 47. Who is truly behind my misfortune? On the other side, the 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon licked the blood from its hand with its serpent-like tongue. The scream of Lihai reached its ears. One of its arms had been forcibly torn off by the dragon. The other two, who had been alive moments before, were now utterly shredded by the dragon. It was a gruesome sight. This is a small gift from this king to you so-called guardians of the human race, members of the Divine Alliance. How do you like it? The 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon taunted Lihai before it. A few Shantian realm beings dare to come and kill this king? Just you? Lihai was bewildered. No, you must have misunderstood something. We did not come to kill you. He shook his head vigorously. What? The 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon assumed they had come to assassinate it? Why would it think such a thing? They were indeed here to kill Chuyun Xuan. No. Pitiful insect. Is your Divine Alliance not quite arrogant? You dared to threaten the Shantian realm demon beasts of Nanhai town, inquiring about my whereabouts. Now that I have come, you claim there is no such matter? Lihai was utterly baffled. What is happening? Who has orchestrated this against me? The 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon snorted coldly. You seem quite audacious, having discovered my location and even daring to release someone. I thought you were formidable, yet you are merely this? Lihai was left speechless. No, I did not. The 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon narrowed its eyes. If you dare to confess, I might respect you as a man and merely cripple your arms, sparing your life. But since you are a coward, I shall end your existence. With that, the 1,000 venomous blood flood dragon gathered its power. No, your majesty. The demon king, I swear on everything I hold dear, my intent is not aimed at you. I seek to avenge the life of a human who has slain my son. My vengeance is solely for my child. Lihai stammered, filled with trepidation. Oh, vengeance for your son? Indeed. My quest for retribution is for my son, not because of you. The power of the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon subtly diminished. If that were the case, he could indeed spare this man's life. The reasoning was simple. He sought to allow one to escape, to return and inform the Divine Alliance of the consequences of provoking him. With a tearing sound, in the next moment, Lihai's second arm was wrenched off. You are fortunate. I choose to believe you. Now begone, mere ant. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon scoffed. Despite having 2 arms torn from his body, Lihai at least preserved his life. Trembling, he stood up, desperate to flee the scene. At that moment, several powerful auras surged from the horizon. Multiple beings of the divine realm. Sensing these presences, the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's gaze sharpened. He extended his hand, and the fleeing Lihai was instantly drawn back to him, his neck ensnared. You almost deceived me. Indeed, the Divine Alliance has sent more than just you. I believed you, thinking you were merely a few from the profound sky realm, but there are several from the divine realm as well. Lihai struggled desperately. No, that is not it. Stop. Qin Jinhai bellowed. Several powerful beings from the divine realm landed before the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. Beast, release him. Qin Jinhai shouted, pointing at the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. Who are you? I do not recognize you. Lihai gasped, his throat constricted. How could human powerhouses arrive so suddenly? He lamented, realizing he was on the brink of rescue. Captain Lihai, we will do our utmost to save you, one of the powerful beings proclaimed. Lihai felt his blood pressure surge. They truly recognized him. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed as he asked, Are you here to kill me? Naturally, Qin Jinhai affirmed. With a sudden thrust, the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's other hand pierced through Lihai's chest. Lihai screamed in agony. You have brought this upon yourself, he roared. In the next instant, his insides were crushed by the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's grip. Scoundrel! Qin Jinhai's eyes narrowed. Xiao Chiyue furrowed her brows slightly, questioning, why would he claim we harmed him? We intended to rescue him. Indeed, if they were unable to save him, it could not be said they harmed him, could it? With a thud, Lihai's lifeless body was discarded. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon licked the blood from his hands. You think several from the divine realm can challenge me? To battle, Qin Jinhai commanded. Yes. The numerous beings of the divine realm simultaneously unleashed their powers, seeking death. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's eyes gleamed as a terrifying pressure from the realm of laws erupted. Sealing dust, celestial transformation technique. Xiao Chiyue instantly flashed before him. Boom. The moment their powers collided, the ground within 100 meters was instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying rushed to the scene. It's the dean, Jiang Ying exclaimed. Chu Yunxian gazed at the body on the ground, a grin spreading across his face. Jiang Ying noticed as well. Did he really accomplish it? She then surveyed the unfolding scene. Several beings from the divine realm could contend with the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon from the realm of laws. But to slay him would be a formidable task. Should he choose to flee, none could prevent his escape. Even the fairy mentor with her spatial attributes could not stop him. After saying this, Jiang Ying turned to Chu Yunxian and asked, "Didn't you say you had a plan?" "I do." With that, Chu Yunxian charged forward. "There are still more." The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon distanced himself. His gaze fixed on the approaching Chu Yunxian and Jiang Ying. He smirked disdainfully. "It seems you have prepared quite thoroughly. However," he pointed at Chu Yunxian, "is there truly no one left in your divine alliance? You bring a mere profound body realm here?" "Ha ha." The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon could not help but erupt into laughter. "Chu Yunxian, what brings you here? Step back," Qin Jinhai shouted, pointing at Chu Yunxian. The others furrowed their brows. Chu Yunxian stood firm, declaring, "I have come to slay him." "You? Kill me?" The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon laughed again. Chu Yunxian continued, "Do you recall the woman from the human race you injured yesterday? Indeed, she was quite beautiful, but alas, I did not keep her." "So what?" The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon asked contemptuously. "She is my sister." "Ah, I see. Your so-called human morals are laughable. Ha ha ha. So, you a mere profound body realm, seek vengeance for your sister?" Chu Yunxian pointed at him. "I will slay you, and take your demon crystal." "Ha ha." The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon burst into laughter. Qin Jinhai and the others frowned. What was Chu Yunxian attempting? How interesting, how interesting. Prepare yourself. Flames ignited around Chu Yunxian. Sensing the genuine power of the profound body realm emanating from Chu Yunxian, the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, how absurd. I stand here motionless. What can you do?" "Ha ha." Flames of destruction. Chu Yunxian unleashed the heavenly tier 10 star martial technique, Flames of Destruction. In an instant, flames enveloped the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. Yet he remained unfazed. What can you do, even with your methods? Can a mere profound body realm overturn the heavens? But in the next moment, boom, the flames erupted upon him, blasting off one of his arms. Everyone. Chapter 48, Elemental Body of Fire. All stood in stunned silence, witnessing the bloodied and mangled arm of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon being blown away. What just transpired? This is the 1-star from the realm of laws, the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. Chu Yunxian is only at 6 stars in the profound body realm. What martial technique did you unleash to blast off the arm of the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon? Goodness, Jiang Ying gasped. Her mouth agape as she looked at Chu Yunxian. She had previously questioned why he engaged in such lengthy dialogue with the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon, even revealing his intentions to kill him for Lin Yuer. Now it appeared he had used his identity as Lin Yuer's brother, combined with his 6-star profound body realm cultivation, to lower the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon's guard, enabling his strike to connect. However, the question remained, how did he accomplish this? What is happening? Xiao Qiyue was equally astonished, yet there was no time for them to ponder the reasons. Almost simultaneously, several beings from the divine realm charged forward, denying the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon any respite. Whoosh! The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon flickered to the side. He was not merely missing an arm. His entire body was charred, and his chest was nearly obliterated. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he would likely have perished. Nonetheless, he was now at his wit's end. After all, Flames of Destruction was a heavenly tier 10-star martial technique. Such a high caliber. Though largely attributed to the instantaneous nature of the martial technique, its potency is undeniably formidable. Despicable. Despicable humans. Uft. The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon spewed forth a jet of green blood, its body swaying precariously as it half knelt on the ground. How could it have anticipated this? A mere profound body realm, and yet, such instantaneous martial skills. Why did one of those techniques nearly bring about its demise? Here I come. Chu Yunxian brandished the Sunfire sword and charged forward. Hey, Xiao Qiyue called out. But what followed was a spectacle where she could only watch as Chu Yunxian engaged the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon in a fierce exchange. Despite the flood dragon being gravely injured, it was still at the 1-star law realm. Qin Jinhai gaped in astonishment. This young man is utterly outrageous. He had found it absurd when one strike had defeated Xiantian. Now, a 6-star profound body realm was holding its own against the law realm. There were 2 vast realms separating them, the Xiantian realm and the divine ability realm. Under normal circumstances, a single display of power from a law realm practitioner could obliterate someone from the profound body realm. Are you seeking death? The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon roared, a terrifying green light illuminating half of South Sea Town. Are you still there concocting your grand moves? Chu Yunxian then gathered his focus once more, unleashing another burning heaven. In an instant, the green light vanished. A wail echoed. In its current state, the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon had lost the ability to evade an instantaneous martial technique. It could only endure as burning heaven erupted upon it. As the dust settled, a streak of green light dashed away into the distance. It was evident that, at that moment, the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon sought to flee. But, burning heaven. Another burning heaven ensued, and this time, its body was obliterated. Ding. You have slain a 1-star law realm. Rewards acquired. Elemental body fire. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Was it truly this simple? This was a law realm 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. They had devised an elaborate plan, fearful of alarming the foe, only to see Chuyun Xuan dispatch it with a few inexplicable techniques. It was utterly incomprehensible. Xiao Qiyu shook her head. Who could possibly comprehend this? Qin Jinhai added. They then approached the corpse of the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon, from which Chuyun Xuan had extracted a green demon crystal. He finally exhaled in relief. He had underestimated the overwhelming power of the instantaneous burning heaven. Within the same realm, if the opponent was even slightly inattentive, they would sustain injury. Let us go? Chuyun Xuan said hastily. They then returned to Tianhua City. Though each harbored boundless confusion, none dared to inquire further along the way. Surely, he possessed some top-tier spiritual artifact. Perhaps acquired through fortuitous circumstances? How else could one explain it? Chuyun Xuan hurriedly opened his front door. Linya sat in the living room, her condition visibly deteriorated, her lips beginning to turn purple. Upon seeing Chuyun Xuan, she instinctively attempted to rise. Don't move. Chuyun Xuan rushed over, producing the demon crystal. This is, Linya furrowed her brow. The demon crystal from the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. You must absorb it. A look of surprise mingled with worry crossed her face as she gazed at Chuyun Xuan. What are you staring at? Do you think I could have gone over there to slay it? The dean and the others, Linya nodded slightly. You absorb it. I won't disturb you. With that, Chuyun Xuan retreated to his room. Now he felt completely reassured. Having slain a law realm foe and received a reward, elemental body fire, fire attribute power permanently doubled. How astonishing. Chuyun Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. What a pity it wasn't lightning. Now, my fire attribute power would undoubtedly surpass that of lightning. Unless the latter was the 9 calamities dark thunder. Chuyun Xuan pondered for a moment before entering a state of cultivation. He should soon advance to the 7-star profound body realm. As dawn broke, Chuyun Xuan successfully ascended to the 7-star profound body realm. With half a day remaining, it would be prudent not to act rashly. The system's purpose had been fulfilled. It had saved Linya's life. In the remaining half-day, he would refrain from seeking further rewards and simply await the new system activation at midnight. A surge of power emanated from the living room. Chuyun Xuan stepped outside. Linya appeared radiant, her hair billowing gracefully. After a moment, she sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes meeting Chuyun Xuan's. Have you advanced to the divine ability realm? Chuyun Xuan inquired joyfully. Linya nodded and then rose. If anyone bullies me in the future, you must teach them a lesson. Linya nodded slightly. Of course, I'll go prepare dinner. Chuyun Xuan grasped her arm. You're still injured. Take care of yourself. I'll handle it. Linya watched as he walked into the kitchen, a faint smile gracing her lips. What are you doing, big sister? Still painting? Jiang Ying, holding a lollipop, arrived at Zichixu's home. She gazed at Zichixu, who was engrossed in her artwork, and couldn't help but express her exasperation. Nothing to do. Zichixu replied nonchalantly. You should venture into the monster beast realm for some training. Jiang Ying suggested. Zichixu shook her head slightly, not inclined to go at the moment. Jiang Ying sighed helplessly. A martial fanatic, now refraining from entering the monster beast realm due to that incident. Jiang Ying sat beside her. Recently, a formidable character has emerged in Tianhua City, Chuyun Xuan. Have you heard? Zichixu nodded. Yes, I've heard. 6-star profound body realm, defeated Xiantian in one strike. Don't you want to make his acquaintance? He is quite handsome. I could introduce you. Zichixu replied. No need. Come on, big sister, he is already deceased. You shouldn't dwell in despair. What good does staying at home do? If you want to know who he is, can't you investigate? Once you find out, you could at least express your gratitude to his family. Upon hearing this, Zichixu paused her brush. She stood up, her beautiful eyes locking onto Jiang Ying. Right. Chapter 49, Nonsense. After finishing breakfast with Linya Chuyun Xuan headed to Tianhua University. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt indebted to the dean and the others, who had invested considerable effort for Linya's sake. His visit to Tianhua University lacked a definitive purpose. He merely wished to learn a thing or two about spatial techniques from Xiao Qiyu. Oh, Jiang Ying. Chuyun Xuan spotted a familiar figure on the street. She seemed to be distributing flyers. Jiang Ying, noticing Chuyun Xuan, approached him. Linya the senior, is all right now? Right? Yes, she is fine. Jiang Ying nodded in relief. That is good. Here. Jiang Ying handed Chuyun Xuan a flyer. What is this? Chuyun Xuan glanced at it, muttering. A missing person notice. Exactly, helping Zichixu find someone. Who? Someone she can't let go of, her beloved, Jiang Ying said helplessly. Chuyun Xuan was just about to glance at the missing person notice when she halted upon hearing those words. What the heck? Isn't she an ice queen? Has she developed feelings for someone else? Chuyun Xuan asked in bewilderment. Yes, indeed, Jiang nodded. Chuyun Xuan retorted, what nonsense. She's merely an ice queen in name. With a playful smile, Jiang looked at Chuyun Xuan and said, she's just down the street. Would you like to meet her? Meet her? If it were before, I would have been curious to see her, but now. Chuyun Xuan slapped the notice into Jiang Ying's hands and added, tell her to come over and be my loyal admirer. I might consider it. With that, Chuyun Xuan walked away. Jiang Ying stared after her in confusion and then shook her head helplessly, murmuring, am I the only sane one here? Chuyun Xuan arrived at the ferry convenience store. Oh, you're here. Would you like something to drink? Asked Xiao Qiyue. Chuyun Xuan shook her head. No, I want to learn something from you. Xiao Qiyue replied. The only thing this fairy can teach you right now are some combat skills. I can also teach you swordsmanship. Which would you prefer to start with? Chuyun Xuan expressed. I want to learn about space. Xiao Qiyue stood frozen in place. Space. She regarded Chuyun Xuan with a peculiar look. Chuyun Xuan then concentrated her spatial attribute, disappearing from her original spot and reappearing several meters away. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, wow. Fire, lightning, and space attributes. Her mouth slightly agape. She looked at Chuyun Xuan in astonishment. Can you teach me? Chuyun Xuan inquired with a smile. Xiao Qiyue scrutinized her and said, let us set teaching aside for now. First, you must answer this fairy's question. How did you manage to not get into college? Chuyun Xuan shrugged. Is it possible that I simply didn't want to shine too brightly? Was it intentional? Xiao Qiyue burst into laughter. I can believe many things. But with your flamboyant nature, you expect me to believe you didn't want to stand out when even the selection for a girlfriend at Tianhua University is underway? She crossed her arms and shot a sidelong glance at Chuyun Xuan. All right, space it is. But learning about space is incredibly difficult. After saying this, Xiao Qiyue reached out her hand and summoned a bottle of water from the cabinet. It took me 3 months to master just this. Chuyun Xuan extended her own hand and also conjured a bottle of water. This isn't hard, she stated. Xiao Qiyue challenged, how about this? She then gestured towards a chair nearby, causing it to crumple under an unseen force. This is spatial compression. Then she released a burst of space, leading to an explosion in the external environment. This is spatial explosion. This is spatial collapse. This is space. She demonstrated each technique in turn. Teleportation is the most fundamental application of space attributes, while spatial jumping is an advanced version for long distances. You should know that when a city is under attack by demons and the citizens are in peril, there are often spatial wormholes that lead directly to safety. This is the most efficient way to relocate people over long distances. Chuyun Xuan nodded. That's the gate of space. The principle is essentially to create a tunnel connecting 2 distant points. Let us take it step by step, Chuyun Xuan suggested. All right, Xiao Qiyue agreed. Meanwhile, at Tianhua City First People's Hospital, a nurse entered the ward. You two can be discharged now, so please proceed with the formalities quickly. After the nurse left, both of them sighed in relief. Qinyang turned to the adjacent bed where Tang Xiaosan lay. I heard Li Jin is dead. Tang Xiaosan nodded, yes. I've heard that too. He then gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. I just want to kill Chuyun Xuan to avenge my brother. Qinyang asked. Were you that close to Li Jin? Tang Xiaosan glanced below. I met my brother. Qinyang, through clenched teeth, replied, damn. I need to avenge my brother too. Tang Xiaosan tightened his fists, declaring, I swear I want to live as a human if I don't kill Chuyun Xuan. Qinyang's eyes narrowed. Don't worry. I've already found someone. Tang Xiaosan looked at Qinyang with excitement. To kill Chuyun Xuan? Qinyang nodded. Exactly. Who did you find? The Killing Alliance. Qinyang's eyes hardened. The Killing Alliance? He's doomed. Qinyang affirmed, indeed. I spent a fortune on a contract for Chuyun Xuan's life. Exactly how it will be executed depends on the Killing Alliance's plan. Tang Xiaosan expressed concern, but I heard Chuyun Xuan is quite formidable now. He defeated Lu Shiji, a 1-star practitioner of the Xian body realm, with just 1 move during the Martial University competition. The Killing Alliance can't possibly kill him, right? Nonsense. Tang Xiaosan looked down. No more of that. It's over. Qinyang interjected. What you just said is nonsense. The Killing Alliance can easily eliminate someone in the Xian body realm. I don't care how he achieved it. The Killing Alliance can handle him effortlessly. Just then, the nurse re-entered. A patient is about to arrive, so let's not chat any longer. Hurry and pack up. Okay, they replied as the nurse exited. Another nurse mumbled. What are those two doing in there? They keep chatting, and we still need to change the sheets. The patients are waiting outside. Who cares? I've urged them. They're just having nonsensical conversations, the first nurse dismissed. Chuyun Xuan had spent the entire day learning various spatial techniques from Xiao Qiyue. To her surprise, she had made significant progress. With her godlike comprehension, she had mastered a considerable amount in a short time, leaving Xiao Qiyue astonished. As midnight approached, Chuyun Xuan sat in her room, practicing and awaiting the activation of the new system. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, something in the distance illuminated the sky. Chuyun Xuan hurried to the window. It was far away. It seemed something was happening in the beast realm. What is that? Chuyun Xuan gazed into the distance, where a blue pillar of light appeared to connect heaven and earth. Chapter 50, The European God System. Chuyun Xuan stared at the blue beam that seemed to link heaven and earth. She recalled that such an occurrence had never happened before. The key was that this was from the beast realm, and it was certainly not close by. It couldn't possibly be the doing of the human race, could it? She walked into the living room, where Linyer also stood watching. What is that, Zaire? Chuyun Xuan asked curiously. Linyer shook her head slightly. I'm not sure, but I can confirm that it is a manifestation of some kind of power. It doesn't resemble martial skills or demon techniques. Could it be that the demon race is making a significant move? Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brows. Linyer shook her head slightly. I can't say for certain, but it has indeed been quite unsettled outside Tianhua City lately. It has been 10 years since Tianhai City fell, and logically, the demon race might be planning to take action. Chuyun Xuan looked towards the distance. It's gone. That sudden beam of light lasted only a few seconds. Linyer turned her beautiful eyes to Chuyun Xuan. If you ever venture into the beast realm, make sure to stay safe. Linyer understood that although she was worried about Chuyun Xuan, the trials in the beast realm were essential for any warrior. Don't worry. All right. Let us continue our training. At midnight, the system announced, ding. The system can be activated at any time. Ding. Congratulations on activating the new system, European God System. European God System. During the existence of this system, the host will experience an extraordinary surge of luck. No system tasks. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. No system tasks? Chuyun Xuan pondered for a moment. A stroke of good fortune. What purpose would it serve me here in Tianhua City? Should I buy a lottery ticket? While money does hold its value, for Chuyun Xuan at this moment, it proves to be of little significance. He found himself at a loss regarding the potential benefits of the European God System. A grand wheel of fortune, a lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a rebound card. Rebound card. Upon usage, the next attack received will be reflected back, effective against opponents below the celestial sovereign realm. Usage count, 1. Well, this is a decent item. The following morning, the sounds of cooking wafted through the air as Chuyun Xuan stepped outside. Sister, have you discovered the cause of last night's incident? He inquired. Linyer shook her head. The forums in Tianhua City lack accurate information. However, last night, some individuals from the Celestial Domain and Divine Alliance came to investigate, but what they might uncover remains uncertain. Chuyun Xuan nodded, advising. You should refrain from venturing into the beast domain for the next few days. Indeed, I have already advanced to the divine ability realm. I need to consolidate my strength. After finishing breakfast, Chuyun Xuan departed from home. With the European God System now activated, he certainly could not afford to squander it. A visit to the black market was in order. The black market is a ubiquitous establishment in every city, offering an array of items one might desire. Demon crystals, spiritual weapons, martial techniques, and other indescribable goods. It earns its reputation as a black market due to the prevalence of counterfeit items and the dubious origins of most merchandise, often acquired through nefarious means. Yet, without evidence to substantiate claims of murder and robbery, one finds themselves at a loss. Furthermore, the black market plays a role in facilitating the circulation of treasures among martial artists within a city, leading officials to turn a blind eye to its activities. Typically, transactions in the black market are conducted in 3 forms: currency, refined elemental crystals absorbed by martial artists, or bartering. For martial artists of lesser realms, money remains of paramount importance. Ah, little Xian. A voice called from behind. Xiao Qiyue approached, her smile radiant as she linked her arm through his. Master Xiao, what brings you here? Oh, I stayed at Xiao Chushue's place last night, preparing to head to Tianhua University when I ran into you. Xiao Chushue indeed. Shall I introduce her to you? Chuyun Xuan shrugged. But doesn't she have someone she fancies? What of it? You are Chuyun Xuan, the renowned romantic of Tianhua City. Capturing a woman's heart is child's play for you. Xiao Qiyue had conspired with Jiang Ying overnight. Given that Xiao Chushue harbored feelings for the one who perished saving her, there was but one solution: to introduce another man into her heart. And who better than Chuyun Xuan? Please, she already has someone in her heart. I have no interest. She is the most beautiful woman in Tianhua City, rivaling even your sister. Then I might as well pursue my sister. Xiao Qiyue's mouth fell agape. Wow, how wicked. You've revealed yourself. Chuyun Xuan merely shrugged. Let us head to the academy. Xiao Qiyue maintained her hold on his arm, accustomed to it by now. You go ahead. I have something to attend to. Xiao Qiyue contemplated, then smiled sweetly. Where are you off to? This fairy shall accompany you. I've been dreadfully bored lately. Are you not going to check on your convenience store? Goodness. Without you there, business is non-existent. Xiao Qiyue lamented. Very well then. The black market may not be teeming with powerful figures, but it does harbor its dangers. Bringing her along, I might as well consider her my bodyguard. Thus, Chuyun Xuan entered a scratch-off lottery shop. What are you doing? Xiao Qiyue muttered, following him inside. Boss, I'll take 3 scratch-off tickets. Chuyun Xuan handed over 30 yuan. You're still playing this? Xiao Qiyue scoffed, arms crossed. This is what this fairy left behind. You won't earn anything from it. The owner interjected, that's not entirely accurate. The grand prize is 100,000 yuan. While it's not much, the cost is low, and you can redeem it immediately. He handed 3 tickets from a stack to Chuyun Xuan. Do you want to play? Chuyun Xuan offered one to Xiao Qiyue. She rolled her eyes. I want to play. You can't win anything. Even if you do, It's only 5 or 10 yuan. Xiao Chiyue then addressed the owner. You can fool the inexperienced. But this fairy has played for years and never hit third prize. At that moment, Chuyun Xuan handed over one ticket. Boss, I've got the grand prize. The owner, momentarily stunned, glanced at the ticket. Oh my, it truly is the grand prize. 50,000 yuan. Xiao Chiyue exclaimed, a new player's protective period. It's always like this. I also won a grand prize when I first played, cough cough, fourth prize. Before she could finish, Chuyun Xuan presented the second ticket. Boss, another grand prize. The owner, Xiao Chiyue. 2 tickets, 1 grand prize and 1 first prize. The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. After over a decade in business, he had never seen such a phenomenon. Xiao Chiyue trembled, her gaze fixated on the grand prize ticket. If she recalled correctly, it was this very ticket Chuyun Xuan had offered her when he asked if she wanted to play. 100,000 yuan. Gone. Do you want another? Chuyun Xuan handed the third ticket to Xiao Chiyue. I don't want it. This fairy doesn't believe you can win again. Before she could finish, she watched in astonishment as Chuyun Xuan revealed the first character, which was special. Wait. Xiao Chiyue's mind raced. Is there a special consideration? It's all thank you for your patronage, right? It must be a special consolation prize. Is there one? Or perhaps a special thank you for your patronage? Yes. It must be. It cannot be. Chuyun Xuan interjected. Boss, another grand prize. The owner. Chapter 51. Apologies, my luck is simply too good. Xiao Chiyue couldn't help but swallow hard. 3 scratch-off tickets, 2 grand prizes, and 1 first prize? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? One might not win a grand prize from a stack of hundreds. Even tens of thousands of tickets would not yield a single grand prize. Had the vendor encountered a glitch? With billions of scratch-off tickets, only a handful contained grand prizes, typically dispersed across various stores. Had they inadvertently stacked them all together? The owner swallowed hard. Let us have 3 more. Are we still drawing from this stack? The owner inquired. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Yes, just pick 3 at random. The owner casually handed Chuyun Xuan 3 tickets. Xiao Chiyue's eyes were glued to them. First prize, Chuyun Xuan announced, handing one over. Xiao Chiyue. The second one, another first prize. Xiao Chiyue. As the third scratch card was about to be revealed by Chuyun Xuan, Xiao Chiyue called out, wait. She gazed at Chuyun Xuan with a hint of reverence in her eyes. Brother, let me have a try. This fairy has never scratched out a grand prize in her life. Chuyun Xuan replied, then your wish remains unfulfilled. Why? He handed her the scratch-off ticket. It's the grand prize. Xiao Chiyue. The shopkeeper? Both of them swallowed hard. Shopkeeper, another one. Before Chuyun Xuan could finish his sentence, Xiao Chiyue shouted, wait. Let me do it. I'll do it. She handed over several hundred yuan. No need for change. Just that stack. Yes. Give it all to me. The shopkeeper, somewhat dazed, handed it over. Ha. I'm going to hit it big. Xiao Chiyue's expression was almost maniacal. It must be a mistake from the scratch card company. They must have accidentally mixed a pile of winners in that stack. She was about to become a millionaire. Ha. The first card. Thank you for your patronage. The second card. Thank you for your patronage. The third card. Thank you for your patronage. Xiao Chiyue was sweating profusely. After scratching over 200 cards, she had only 135 yuan. She stood there, utterly bewildered. That's more like it, the shopkeeper remarked. Observing Xiao Chiyue, she then forced a smile at the shopkeeper. Boss, since I said no need for change earlier, perhaps you should give it back to me after all. Chuyun Xuan emerged, delighted, holding a bank card. Xiao Chiyue followed behind, disheartened. 45,000. Is money really that easy to come by? Chuyun Xuan grinned. Brother, is this your first time? Xiao Chiyue asked, bewildered. Yes. You scratched 6 times and got 3 grand prizes and 3 first prizes? Didn't you say there's a novice protection period? Chuyun Xuan chuckled. Xiao Chiyue, what are you going to do next? She inquired. To the black market. You're going to buy something? Chuyun Xuan nodded. 45,000 isn't enough. He pondered for a moment. By the way, do you know any casinos? At this, Xiao Chiyue perked up. Follow this fairy. Inside the casino, a group of gamblers, cigarettes dangling from their lips, appeared to be having a grand time. The simplest game is guessing high or low, Xiao Chiyue explained to Chuyun Xuan. He nodded and handed her the card. Help me exchange the money for chips. Xiao Chiyue scampered off excitedly. Soon, she returned with 45,000 in chips. Hee, little Xin Yuan, if we make money, I'll give you 20%. Chuyun Xuan replied, yay. Xiao Chiyue was overjoyed. With Chuyun Xuan's luck, making money was a certainty. He approached a gambling table. Bet high or low, once you decide, there's no turning back. While others were contemplating bets of a few thousand or 10,000, Chuyun Xuan calmly declared, 45,000. All in on high. The gamblers stared at him in astonishment. The next second, they all unanimously bet on low. Xiao Chiyue was taken aback. Not that, little Xin Yuan. It shouldn't be like this. If you lose, then. Congratulations to this brother. Hi, Xiao Chiyue. Chuyun Xuan glanced at her. Huh? What did you say? Oh, nothing. Xiao Chiyue swallowed hard. 45,000, suddenly becoming over 80,000. Bet low, all in. Bet high, all in. All in. All in. In just 5 minutes, Chuyun Xuan's chips had ballooned to 5 million. Xiao Chiyue was dumbfounded. Huh. Can it really be like this? Then, she revealed a maniacal grin again. 20% of that was hers. That meant, wow. At that very moment, in the casino's surveillance room, a man said, Ma Zi, go and take the 5 million he won. Yes. The man took a drag from his cigarette, going all in, winning several rounds in a row. This luck is unreal. But it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan was preparing to place another bet. Ma Zi approached. Brother, want to play a round? Chuyun Xuan looked at him. 5 million. Right? He asked. Coincidentally, I have exactly 5 million in chips. Let us make it exciting, winner takes all. Chuyun Xuan nodded. All right. They sat across from each other at the gambling table, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Xiao Qiyue eagerly poured a cup of water for Chuyun Xuan. Little Xin Yuan. Drink some tea. Let me give you a shoulder rub. With a cheerful smile, she stood behind him, kneading his shoulders. The beautiful dealer shook the cup, preparing to reveal the outcome. Brother, you go ahead and bet, Ma Zi said, grinning at Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan pushed his chips to the center of the table. 5 million, all in on low. Ma Zi chuckled, 50-50 chance, then I'll bet high. As he spoke, Ma Zi pushed his chips to the center as well. He exchanged a knowing glance with the beautiful dealer. She was aware of whether the 3 dice in the cup would land high or low. She had the ability to shake out the desired number. Indeed, it was low. However, she had a mechanism. The glasses she wore and the cup were specially made. She could see through the cup. Subsequently, the beautiful dealer pressed a remote control hidden in her pocket. Once activated, the dice would quietly roll. In other words, everything was under her control. However, after pressing several times, the dice inside the cup remained still. The beautiful dealer furrowed her brow. Oh no. Is it out of battery, or is the remote broken? Ma Zi was unaware of this. He was full of confidence. Let us go? He said nonchalantly. The beautiful dealer shot him a glance, but Ma Zi ignored her, instead mockingly looking at Chuyun Xuan. Let us go? Ma Zi impatiently commanded the dealer. She had no choice but to slowly open the cup. 111. Low. Gasps erupted from the surrounding gamblers. What? Ma Zi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. He then glared at the beautiful dealer. Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in shock. I'm going to get rich. Chuyun Xuan grinned. Sorry, brother, just too lucky. Chapter 52. Assassination of Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan could only say that this European god system was indeed a bit mindless. It was far more outrageous than he had imagined. He simply couldn't lose. Meanwhile, Ma Zi watched in disbelief as Chuyun Xuan took away the 5 million chips in front of him. He was still somewhat incredulous. It wasn't until he saw the beautiful woman, who was eagerly clinging to Chuyun Xuan's arm, that he snapped back to reality. Damn, Ma Zi cursed angrily. He then shot a glare at the beautiful dealer. Do you want to die? Ma Zi whispered harshly. I think my remote is broken, the woman replied, somewhat terrified. Damn it, you might as well wait to die, Ma Zi threatened, pointing at her. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a man, the boss. Upon spotting him, Ma Zi hurriedly approached. So handsome. Xiao Xinxian, you're simply too dashing. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, intertwining her arm with Chuyun Xuan's as she lavished him with compliments. Chuyun Xuan smiled slightly, about to respond, when a man stood before him with a grin. Brother, shall we place a bet? The man inquired with a smile. Not far off, Ma Zi, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. Since the boss intended to personally get involved, there was no cause for concern. Chuyun Xuan stated. It's best to know when to stop. I won't participate. Chen Jia, unfazed, replied, you have 10 million in chips, right? I propose a wager of 20 million against your 10 million. What do you say? Chuyun Xuan exchanged a glance with Xiao Qiyue. She leaned in and whispered. It's a trap. In a game of chance, why would he wager an additional 10 million against us unless he is confident of winning? But in games of fortune, who can claim certainty of victory? Unless he possesses some means. Chen Jia chuckled lightly. Don't misunderstand. My luck is quite favorable today, hence my confidence. So, what do you say? Are you game? Chuyun Xuan nodded. Then let us proceed. Xiao Qiyue furrowed her brows, sensing trouble. This was clearly a trap. Xiao Xinxian. Perhaps we should reconsider, she urged again. It's fine. Chuyun Xuan shook his head resolutely. Chen Jia adjusted his glasses, which were specially crafted to reveal the numbers in the dice cup. 4, 5, 6. Indeed, it's a high roll. Yet, Chen Jia smiled confidently and pushed forward 2 million in chips, declaring, 2 million then. I shall bet on low. He casually crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and subtly placed his hands in his coat pockets. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He rummaged through his pockets. Where was his remote? He had intended to discreetly press the button to alter the numbers in the dice cup, but his remote was missing. He had just checked moments ago, and it had been there. Chen Jia's demeanor shifted to one of visible panic. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. That woman, the one who had collided with him moments ago, she was a thief. Had she inadvertently stolen his remote? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his hand tightly in his pocket. The dealer showed no hesitation, flipping the cup to reveal the results. 4, 5, 6 high. The beautiful dealer appeared baffled. How could this be high? Shouldn't he, the boss, have altered the numbers to low? Gasps filled the air as gamblers around them widened their eyes, envious of the turn of events. Xiao Qiyue also looked perplexed, glancing at the man across from Chuyun Xuan. Is there really such a fool? He genuinely believes his luck is good enough to wager 20 million against 10? It seemed he had no tricks up his sleeve. Huh. Chuyun Xuan grinned as he gathered the chips before him. Ah, it seems, my friend, your luck is ultimately a shade inferior to mine. Shall we continue? Xinjia asked. No more. I have matters to attend to. Moments later, Chuyun Xuan, with 30 million in hand, exited with Xiao Chiyue, both in high spirits. Boss, what should we do? Ma Zi quietly asked Xinjia. Xinjia's eyes narrowed. Follow him, wait for the right moment, and eliminate him. Bring back the money. Yes. At that moment, a figure approached. Brother, Qinyang called out to Xinjia. Xinjia nodded. What is Chuyun Xuan doing here? Qinyang inquired. You know him? Xinjia looked at his brother. Qinyang gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the lost younger brother. He's the reason I'm in this predicament. Understanding dawned upon Xinjia. Is it him? Perfect. Ma Zi has already followed. Look for an opportunity to take him out. Qinyang's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, I've also enlisted the help of the Killing Alliance to eliminate him, though it cost me a pretty penny. However, there has been no movement for days. They must be looking for the right chance, he explained. Then I'll call Ma Zi back, Xinjia replied. Qinyang shook his head. No need, brother. If Ma Zi can succeed, that would be excellent. Who is that woman by his side? Xinjia asked. I didn't he get a good look? Don't you know? Has he ever been without a woman? Xinjia nodded. True. Although Chuyun Xuan has defeated Xiantian, and Ma Zi is merely at the 9th star of the Xiantian realm, if he seizes the moment for a surprise attack, he could easily dispatch Chuyun Xuan. Exactly. Qinyang eagerly nodded. Wow, Xiao Xianxian, 30 million. 30 million. Xiao Chiyue's eyes sparkled. Do you think that's enough for the black market? Chuyun Xuan inquired. That depends on what you want to buy. Hand it over, dear, she replied playfully, rubbing her hands together. In the shadows, a man wearing a cap sat on a bench, smoking. A member of the human evil organization, the Killing Alliance, he shared the same faction as the notorious Li Weimin. However, 99% of the Killing Alliance's members lived inconspicuously among the populace. The man's gaze fixated on Chuyun Xuan before he spoke into his earpiece. Chuyun Xuan has departed. A voice crackled back. What is the destination? Not yet determined. Continue tracking. The employer wants his life. And it's been dragging on for several days. We must succeed today. The man in the cap murmured. It seems they're headed to the black market. The black market? There aren't many people there. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. The man in the cap pondered aloud. What method shall I employ? His cultivation is below the Xiantian realm. In this state, without defensive spiritual energy, his physical strength is limited. A bullet would suffice. With that, the man in the cap rose and set off. Chapter 53. Is this really possible? Chuyun Xuan and Xiao Chiyue arrived at the black market. Contrary to the conventional notion of a clandestine underground venue, this so-called black market was situated in a prominent area of Tianhua City, openly displayed for all to see. It was an ancient commercial pedestrian street, though the buildings flanking it appeared precarious, as if they were on the brink of demolition. Numerous shops were bustling with patrons, while makeshift vendors lined the sidewalks. However, these stalls were not your typical roadside booths. The items they offered were diverse and intriguing. Though the street was not overly crowded, it was certainly not devoid of activity. Brother, would you care to examine this ancient parchment? I stumbled upon it 3 years ago in the realm of the demonic beasts. According to appraisals, it reveals the location of the legendary Demon Emperor blade, once wielded by our human race's Sword Emperor, hidden for over a century. This martial artist here possesses a Earth-tier 3-star spirit artifact, the Flame Sun Sword. Would you consider acquiring it? I'm on the verge of a breakthrough but lack the necessary Yuan spirit crystals for cultivation. Thus, I'm reluctantly parting with it. Earth-tier spirit artifacts are nearly impossible to find in the market. The vendors eagerly beckoned to passers-by. Xiao Chiyue's enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings. There are indeed many fine items here, though a significant number are counterfeit. Look at that parchment about the Sword Emperor's blade. How ludicrous. Shouldn't he be seeking it himself? And this Flame Sun Sword, isn't it in your possession? It even appears to be engulfed in flames. She chuckled. Chuyun Xuan shrugged. The black market was indeed absurd. But why did these individuals persist in selling such wares? Because this world was never short of fools. Wow. An Earth-tier 3-star spirit artifact, the Flame Sun Sword? It must be genuine. A man interjected. You may give it a try, came the vendor's reply. The man brandished the sword, feeling its robust energy. This could significantly enhance my combat prowess. What is the price? Chuyun Xuan inquired. Can't he tell it's a fake? Xiao Chiyue explained. Through a special method, they infused spiritual energy into the sword beforehand, which indeed gives the illusion of power when wielded. However, once the energy is depleted, it becomes mere scrap metal. Nodding and understanding, the duo continued their stroll. Nearby, a man with pockmarked skin and a mask trailed them, seeking an opportunity for a swift strike. He had received news from Chunjia that this individual was Chuyun Xuan, a 6-star realm martial artist, potentially nearing 7-star. Yet, the pockmarked man felt unfazed. His aim was to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. Even with substantial cultivation, Chuyun Xuan would not have time to react. Not far away, a member of the Killing Alliance, clad in a cap, had reached a dilapidated rooftop of the black market. Leaning against the wall, he assembled a sniper rifle. Such firearms proved highly effective against martial artists of lower realms. Completing this assignment would secure his rightful place within the killing alliance effortlessly. Chewing gum, the cap-wearing man bore a confident smile. It's simple. Aim, pull the trigger, and eliminate the target. The Xian body realm is no match. He quietly focused on Chuyun Xuan, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. What are you looking to buy? Xiao Qiyue asked. Chuyun Xuan replied, I'm hoping for some fortuitous encounter with suitable martial skills or spirit artifacts. If all else fails, I might purchase some yuan spirit crystals to absorb and refine. Indeed, in a place like the black market, one might stumble upon some martial skills that, while not of the highest grade, can be quite effective, Xiao Qiyue affirmed. Would you like to try your hand at ring tossing? A vendor called out to them. Ring tossing? Chuyun Xuan glanced at the stall, recognizing it as the familiar game. A variety of items were displayed: spirit artifacts, restorative potions, martial skills, and yuan spirit crystals. The vendor continued, we even have a Xian tier 10-star martial skill and a book of earth tier martial skills. These items undoubtedly had dubious origins. As for the earth tier martial skills, they were either unusable or already mastered by him. He certainly wouldn't dare to sell them openly. If he had killed someone to acquire treasures, he would be swiftly tracked down. What are the charges? Chuyun Xuan inquired. 200,000 for each ring. If you toss a ring around the steel needle next to each item, it's yours. That small. The ring appeared to be no larger than the mouth of an ordinary glass cup. Brother, have you seen the treasures I have? If you manage to ring an earth tier martial skill, you surely understand its worth. Even a single earth tier martial skill starts at 10 million, and it's scarce on the market. At the very least, there's a mid-level restorative potion valued at 10,000. And if you ring this Xian tier 1-star spirit artifact, it's worth 1 million. Chuyun Xuan nodded, recognizing the value. However, the ring was too small, and one had to ring the tiny steel needles. I'll take 2 million. Will you be paying by card? Chuyun Xuan produced his card and the POS machine. The only stipulation was that he could not release spiritual energy. Nodding, he accepted the 10 rings the vendor handed over. Meanwhile, the pockmarked man lurked nearby, masquerading as a casual visitor to the black market. What a perfect opportunity. His eyes lit up. As Chuyun Xuan focused on the ring tossing, all his attention would be diverted, making it easy for him to approach and strike. On the rooftop, the cap-wearing man had his sniper scope locked onto Chuyun Xuan's head, waiting for him to stand still while tossing rings. He anticipated a swift kill. Too easy. He smirked, leisurely lighting a cigarette. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, he readied his aim. The scope followed Chuyun Xuan's head as he remained stationary. Now, the cap-wearing man squeezed the trigger. Though the sound of the suppressed rifle was audible, it was almost drowned out by the din of the black market. The pockmarked man's eyes glimmered with opportunity. Now, a dagger appeared in his hand, and in the next instant, he leaped forward. The dagger would plunge directly into Chuyun Xuan's skull, delivering a lethal blow. As the cap-wearing man fired, he noticed a figure rushing toward Chuyun Xuan, brandishing a dagger. At that precise moment, he was directly in the bullet's path. Not good. The cap-wearing man's pupils contracted. In the following instant, the bullet pierced through the pockmarked man's back. Ah! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. What the hell? Is this really possible? The cap-wearing man cursed in frustration. Chapter 54. The Power of the European God System. Chuyun Xuan turned to glance back. A man lay prone, blood oozing from his back. A stroke of ill fortune as the wound pierced his heart. Beside him, on the ground, lay a dagger. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness. Yet it scarcely stirred the surrounding crowd. What sort of individuals frequented the black market? Unsavory warriors, to be sure. Those who wandered here were also warriors. How could such a spectacle frighten them? Chuyun Xuan's gaze followed the retreating figure of a high-ranking individual, now vanished from sight. Xiao Qiyue discerned the visage of the fallen man on the ground and furrowed her brows. It is him. Chuyun Xuan nodded. The one from the gambling den. It seems he has come to exact vengeance after winning their money. Xiao Qiyue inquired. And who, pray tell, was responsible for his demise? With that, her eyes turned toward the top floor. The bullet had been fired from behind him. That must have been the vantage point. Do you have any friends who might be secretly safeguarding you? Xiao Qiyue asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Chuyun Xuan shrugged. I doubt it. Your sister? Surely she wouldn't resort to firearms? Xiao Qiyue smiled slightly, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. This man had clearly come to kill Chuyun Xuan, only to be eliminated by another hidden assailant, thus saving Chuyun Xuan's life. It seemed apparent that someone was covertly protecting him. Yet, the more she pondered, the less plausible it appeared. Such oddities. I've already called the tribunal, a girl announced. The surrounding patrons continued their business as if nothing had transpired. The vendor, witnessing a death, appeared rather indifferent. Brother, shall we continue our game? Chuyun Xuan nodded. Indeed, I shall play. Having already wagered my money, I must. He then casually tossed 10 rings into the air. The vendor chuckled. Brother, while I appreciate your eagerness, there was truly no need for such theatrics. Does this render my earnings from your 2 million utterly devoid of satisfaction? Before the vendor could finish his sentence, His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his stall. Xiao Chiyue had intended to chastise Chuyun Xuan for his reckless spending, 2 million for 10 rings. Thrown about so carelessly, but she too was taken aback. All 10 rings had landed perfectly around the steel needle. The Earth-grade martial technique had struck true. The Mystic-grade 10-star spirit weapon ensnared, and a single Earth-grade elemental crystal had been captured, along with a Mystic-grade demon crystal. Almost all the finest treasures from his stall had vanished in an instant. The vendor was left dazed. While these items had indeed been acquired through his nefarious deeds, lingering a moment longer could have attracted more patrons to his stall, thereby increasing his profits. Now, in one fell swoop, they were gone. By heavens! Your luck is truly extraordinary. Xiao Chiyue stared at Chuyun Xuan, bewildered. How many times has this happened today? Is this really possible? If he continues like this, one might as well assume that if he were to visit a mixed-gender water park and fire off a couple of rounds, all the women in the water would surely conceive. The vendor's lips twitched. Goodness! Your luck seems almost fabricated, he exclaimed, staring at Chuyun Xuan in disbelief. Boss, I haven't even released my spiritual energy. Chuyun Xuan nodded. I know. With luck like yours, you should try your hand at the lottery. I did. And I won the grand prize, came the reply. Then to the casino? I went, and won 30 million. The vendor was left speechless. What the heck? Consider me unfortunate. Take your winnings, Chuyun Xuan grinned, gathering his spoils. The item he valued most was undoubtedly the Earth-grade martial technique, the Wind Attribute Earth-grade 1-star skill. Galeblade. Xiao Chiyue remarked. Wind Attribute Earth-grade martial techniques are rare and of little market value. Without wind attributes, they serve you no purpose. You cannot sell them openly. Either you dispose of them discreetly or keep them, for they are hot potatoes. Chuyun Xuan nodded, tucking the technique into his spatial ring. He possessed wind attributes and could thus cultivate it. At that moment, an irate voice pierced the air. What the hell? Is this a counterfeit? Am I not allowed to voice my opinion? Chuyun Xuan and Xiao Chiyue turned to see Qianren. They approached him. The vendor, an elderly man, retorted with indignation. You speak nonsense. This sword was discovered in an ancient cave during my training in the demon beast realm, alongside a skeleton. How can it be a counterfeit? What's wrong? Chuyun Xuan inquired. Goodness, Brother Xian, it's you. This man insists that this sword is a heavenly grade spirit weapon, yet it bears no spiritual energy. I claim it as a counterfeit, and he refuses to accept it. The elder shouted, Nonsense. I have explained numerous times that this sword is sealed. Once the seal is broken, it will undoubtedly be a heavenly grade spirit weapon. It is only due to the seal that I am selling it for a mere million. If you don't want to buy it, then leave me to conduct my business in peace. Yu Qianren, visibly dissatisfied, replied, I believe you are spinning tales. A sealed sword next to a skeleton? Have you read too many fantasy novels? Heavenly grade? I have never even seen one in reality. Xiao Chiyue asked, Is this your first visit to the black market? Yu Qianren nodded. Indeed, my father usually forbids me from coming. But I wanted to try my luck with a spirit weapon. Ah, I see, Xiao Chiyue responded, while Chuyun Xuan's gaze remained fixed upon the sword. He could not discern its authenticity, yet he was aware that he possessed the European deity system. Surely, he could not stumble upon a counterfeit? If it were genuine, it would indeed be a true heavenly grade spirit weapon. 1 million, you say? Chuyun Xuan queried. Indeed. Swipe your card, came the response. What, Brother Xian? Do you truly trust him? Yu Qianren asked, bewildered. Xiao Chiyue too regarded Chuyun Xuan with skepticism. I suppose I might as well indulge this elderly gentleman's business with my unexpectedly acquired funds, Chuyun Xuan replied with a smile. The elder remarked, You, young man, possess quite the sense of humor. In addition, I shall gift you a demon crystal from a spirit realm demon beast. A spirit realm demon crystal? Its market value must be in the millions. Yu Qianren exclaimed, astonished. The elder shot him a glance. Regretful now, are you? But it is too late. I have already sold it. Regret? Surely the demon crystal is a counterfeit as well, Yu Qianren scoffed, rolling his eyes. The elder, unperturbed, turned to Chuyun Xuan. The transaction is complete. Here is your card, along with the sword and the demon crystal. Thank you, Chuyun Xuan replied, accepting the sword, which felt heavier than he had anticipated, almost tenfold. Is it truly this weighty? He mused, then asked the elder, what is needed to unseal this sword? The elder responded, typically, a pure yang celestial crystal can unseal it, but such treasures are nearly extinct. I have seen no possibility of acquiring one, which is why I opted to sell the sword. Chuyun Xuan nodded, then began to swing the sword experimentally. On the same road, a furious shout echoed, Stop, you beast. Don't run. Chase after him. Subsequently, a dozen figures pursued a solitary individual at an astonishing speed. The person being chased appeared to be a petty trader from the black market. His swiftness was remarkable, attributed to his mastery of wind attributes, enabling him to leave behind afterimages as he darted away. The man glanced over his shoulder, a smirk forming on his lips. You think you can catch me? He scoffed, before turning his gaze forward, intent on evading them. However, in that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted. A swift sound sliced through the air. A blade wielded by Chuyun Xuan, who was merely testing his sword, pierced through the man's throat. Chuyun Xuan stood there, momentarily bewildered. What the hell? Beside him, Yu Qianren wore an equally stunned expression, while Xiao Qiyue was taken aback. Huh. Chu Yunxian stared at the figure clutching his neck, blood gushing forth, collapsing onto the ground. Had he killed someone? Holy crap. Will the tribunal take him away for this? I was just testing the sword. A gust of wind rushed past. Was this a suicide? Behind them, the group of pursuers charged forward. He's dead? The middle-aged leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chu Yunxian. Did you do this? Before he could finish. The middle-aged man embraced Chu Yunxian, repeatedly patting his back. Thank you so much. Otherwise, he would have escaped. My gratitude knows no bounds. Chu Yunxian, taken aback, gestured toward the corpse. I hail from Linhai City. This man killed my son in the beast domain, stole his spatial ring, and brought its contents to the black market. I struggled to find him, and if it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to avenge my son. Xiao Qiyue and Yu Qianren exchanged wide-eyed glances. Is this for real? Such a melodramatic turn of events? Thank you. Chu Yunxian coughed awkwardly. Lu Meng, the middle-aged man called out. Give him the items. A man approached and handed Chu Yunxian a spatial ring. Inside, you will find a pure yang celestial crystal, a family heirloom. I promised that whoever avenged my son would inherit it. Now, it belongs to you. Chu Yunxian. Xiao Qiyue. Yu Qianren. The elder. Chu Yunxian swallowed hard. What the heck? Is this the European god system? Can it be this outrageous? Chapter 55. Unsealing, Celestial Phenomena. The group stood in stunned silence. Chu Yunxian stared at the spatial ring, realizing the implications. This was indeed the European god system. Xiao Qiyue's mouth hung agape as she absorbed the scene before her. Is this even possible? Yu Qianren's jaw dropped. Wait, a pure yang celestial crystal? The elder who had just sold Chu Yunxian the sword swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he witnessed the unfolding drama. He had just sold it, but thinking it over, he decided against reclaiming it. After all, he had indeed exaggerated its worth. He believed the sword to be merely a low-tier spirit weapon, at best nearing the celestial tier. But surely not celestial. If he truly believed it was celestial, there was no way he would have sold it, knowing he would never see the pure yang celestial crystal again. What if? Chu Yunxian accepted the spatial ring, stating, I won't be coy about it. Bring that body back to kneel at Yenner's grave. The man commanded, and they hurriedly departed. Brother Xian, the pure yang celestial crystal? Yu Qianren queried. Chu Yunxian nodded. Then you should unseal the sword now, Yu Qianren suggested, glancing at the elder. If it turns out to be fake, he should refund the money on the spot. The elder retorted, that is absolutely impossible. At the very least, it's a low-tier spirit weapon. Even if it's merely that, it's worth $1 million. As for the pure yang celestial crystal, it only utilized a fraction of its power. Wait, didn't you just claim it was at least celestial? Yu Qianren pointed. I have matters to attend to. I won't waste any more time here, the elder declared, making his swift exit. Wow, Brother Xian, isn't he acting guilty? Yu Qianren exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Qiyue toyed with the demon crystal, remarking, but that elder does possess a sliver of integrity. At least this demon crystal is genuine. Chu Yunxian chuckled lightly. It matters not. A low-tier spirit weapon is still worthwhile. In truth, he secretly hoped it was celestial, but the elder could not be certain. Having indeed exaggerated. With the European god system in existence, Chu Yunxian firmly believed he had stumbled upon a treasure. His journey had yielded bountiful rewards. He found himself in a remote, abandoned factory in Tianhua City. A weapon of considerable grade awaited unsealing, its potential formidable. Chu Yunxian retrieved the pure yang celestial crystal and the sword, ready to test his luck. A low-tier weapon wouldn't be a loss, but a celestial one would be a significant gain. The pure yang celestial crystal, at first glance, resembled a red crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. Yet its value was immeasurable. Especially for fire attribute warriors, it was a treasure. Upon refining a pure yang celestial crystal, their control over fire attributes would see a dramatic enhancement. However, for Chu Yunxian, it was of little use, as his fire attribute was already maxed out. This small fragment contained immense power. He released his spiritual energy, channeling it into the pure yang celestial crystal. A surge of red energy gradually flowed into the sword. After 2 seconds, Chu Yunxian was taken aback. Ordinarily, a mere fragment of the pure yang celestial crystal should suffice to unseal the sword. Yet it continued to voraciously absorb the crystal's energy. Was it truly celestial? A grin spread across Chu Yunxuan's face. He had struck gold. Hold on. Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow. It was still absorbing? The sword, influenced by some special force, levitated in midair, while the pure yang celestial crystal diminished in size. Gradually, it seemed nearly depleted. Chu Yunxian frowned. Still not unsealed? As the last remnants of the crystal's energy flowed into the sword, the pure yang celestial crystal vanished entirely. Completely absorbed. Simultaneously, a blue-white beam of light shot up into the sky. Chu Yunxian stood there, the impending aura causing his hair and clothing to dance wildly. Before him, the beam, with a diameter of several meters, loomed large. At that moment, in the void above, the beam caused the clouds overhead to churn. Despite the clear sky, the surroundings dimmed, and even snowflakes began to fall. Chuyun Xuan. What on earth is this celestial phenomenon? Chuyun Xuan was dumbfounded. Unsealing a sword had summoned such an extraordinary spectacle. It wasn't summer, merely early autumn, yet snowflakes were falling? This beam of light bore resemblance to the blue beam that had appeared in the beast domain that night. But no, it was different, unrelated. Meanwhile, the entire city of Tianhua trembled. All eyes were drawn to the blue-white pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky, accompanied by falling snowflakes, creating a scene both beautiful and terrifying. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Has an extraordinary event summoned this celestial spectacle? Is there a prominent figure in our Tianhua city? This appears to be the manifestation of some explosive power. It's snowing. Is this an artificial snowfall? Nonsense. This is undeniably a celestial phenomenon. At Tianhua University, Qin Jinhai gazed from the window on the upper floor at the distant blue-white pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. What is this? Has a rare treasure emerged? This celestial phenomenon has certainly drawn attention. His brow furrowed. What has been happening in Tianhua City lately? Just last night, a pillar of light appeared in the beast realm, and now there's one within Tianhua City itself. All around the city, members of the Divine Alliance, the Celestial Domain, bounty guilds, and numerous martial artists hastened toward the pillar of light with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan was in a state of panic. Hurry up, this is getting ridiculous. Just as he finished speaking, the power dissipated. The sword fell to the ground, and the surface rapidly froze. Clearly, this was a sword imbued with formidable cold energy. At this moment, the sword had transformed remarkably, exuding an enchanting blue-white glow. Watching the ice swiftly spread across the ground, Chuyun Xuan retreated repeatedly, sensing the imminent danger. System. Exchange for ice attributes. Ding. Exchange successful. Immediately, Chuyun Xuan released his cold energy. In that instant, the sword seemed to sense something and flew directly into his hand. It was chillingly cold. He quickly stowed the sword into his spatial ring and departed the scene at lightning speed. Not long after he left, a throng of people had gathered at the site, members of the Divine Alliance, the Celestial Domain, and a multitude of martial artists. They scanned their surroundings. Nothing. Search. On the other side, Chuyun Xuan had blended in as a passerby and made his way to the street, having borrowed a shared bicycle. Upon returning home, he found Lin Yu absent, likely drawn to the captivating light. Chuyun Xuan contemplated taking advantage of the European god system while it was still active, hoping for further unexpected benefits. However, the presence of the sword quelled his thoughts. At that moment, his hand had grown icy, and the spatial ring was coated in frost. How on earth can I conceal this? Chuyun Xuan muttered. There was no doubt. This sword surpassed the celestial tier. Otherwise, its unsealing could not have summoned such a celestial phenomenon. The European god system is utterly outrageous. Chapter 56, Spirit Realm. Chuyun Xuan opened his spatial ring and once again held the sword in his hand. This sword evoked a peculiar sensation within him. With a single swing, the unleashed power would be astonishing. However, generally speaking, no matter how formidable it is, its power should not continuously surge forth. Surely, it can be controlled. Is there a notion of blood acknowledgement for mastery? Chuyun Xuan pondered. He then searched online, asking, can spiritual weapons acknowledge their master through blood? The answer stated, yes. A spiritual weapon must reach the sacred prohibition level and give rise to a weapon soul. It is known that all sacred weapons have been crafted by demon races, dark races, or top-tier experts. Throughout millennia, the human race has known of 5 sacred prohibition weapons, all serving as national protective artifacts. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback. He then inquired, what is a weapon soul? The response explained, in theory, as this world brims with spiritual energy, anything has the potential to develop intelligence. An ordinary tree, nourished by the spiritual power of heaven and earth, might evolve into a tree demon. As for weapon souls, the materials used to forge sacred prohibition-level spiritual weapons are of such high quality that sacrifices must be made for their creation. After the sacrifice, there is a minuscule chance that a fragment of the sacrificer's intelligence merges with the spiritual weapon, resulting in a weapon soul. At that moment, Chuyun Xuan recalled something. The human race possesses a sacred prohibition-level weapon known as the evil soul, a spear. It is said that this weapon was forged from the sacrifice of a malevolent dragon. A millennium ago, a powerful figure of the human race encountered a dark dragon of equal strength and vanquished it. Using its blood and soul to forge the sacred weapon Evil Soul, the spear roars with the voice of dragons when wielded. Good gracious! A sacred weapon. Chuyun Xuan was astonished. Above the celestial tier's spiritual weapon lies the artifact. Above artifacts is the sacred prohibition. The 5 known sacred weapons are all held by the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain, serving as national protective artifacts. Of course, it is not impossible that someone else possesses a sacred weapon, but it remains unknown to others. Chuyun Xuan then searched for known sacred weapons, which included the 5 recognized by the human race, along with 18 from the demon and dark races. None of them exhibited such astounding cold energy. None. Chuyun Xuan meticulously searched for more, finding some spiritual weapons related to ice, but none reached the sacred weapon level. Only sacred weapons can possess weapon souls and require blood acknowledgement. Could it be that I am mistaken and blood acknowledgement is unnecessary? Perhaps it is merely because I am too weak to wield this power? It is indeed perplexing to have stumbled upon a sacred weapon so unexpectedly. Perhaps it is just an artifact. Maybe I should give it a try. After contemplating, Chuyun Xuan bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the sword. A blue-white light connected Chuyun Xuan to the sword. Subsequently, he distinctly sensed a bond forming between himself and the sword. Goodness! It truly can acknowledge its master through blood. It really is a sacred weapon. Chuyun Xuan's face lit up with joy. This is utterly preposterous. After a few minutes, the cold energy vanished. With a mere thought, the sword flew from the ground into his hand. Impressive. He then stored the sword in his spatial ring, with no cold energy leaking out. What shall I name it? This sword surely possesses its own name, but it eludes me. Never mind, I shall consider it later. Chuyun Xuan stood and walked into the living room, gazing outside. A multitude of people had entered the community. Clearly, they had all rushed out to see what that pillar of light was. Seeing nothing, they had returned. After a while, Linear came back. Xiaoyar, Chuyun Xuan called with a smile. Did you see the pillar of light in Tianhua City just now? Linear inquired. I did. Chuyun Xuan replied. I went to take a look. Many from the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain were there too, but no one knows the reason behind it. There was nothing to be found. After speaking, she sat on the sofa, her delicate brows furrowed. Lately, the surroundings of Tianhua City have been increasingly unsettled. By the way, she turned her beautiful gaze to Chuyun Xuan. Have you seen the trending news? The official account of the Divine Alliance just released a statement. Chuyun Xuan shook his head. Lin Yur continued. Last night, that pillar of light was the manifestation of a spirit realm. Cheng Yinxian furrowed his brows. It appears to be quite grand in scale. I have heard it is set to commence in the coming days. Cheng Yinxian inquired. What is the spirit realm? Lin Yur elucidated. It can be likened to a tomb. A certain formidable being, sensing their imminent demise, harnessed potent divine powers alongside spatial energies to create an independent realm. They then entered their spirit realm to attain their final transcendence. Cheng Yinxian asked, an independent realm? Lin Yur nodded. Indeed. One can understand it as such. This realm exists alongside us, yet remains unseen and untouchable. We may even traverse through it, but it only becomes visible and accessible when this space intertwines with our own. Cheng Yinxian acknowledged. I see. Lin Yur continued. As years pass, the power of the spirit realm gradually wanes, and the two realms slowly converge. At that moment, what we refer to as the spirit realm manifests, allowing entry to acquire treasures once possessed by that formidable being. Cheng Yinxian queried. Is this the only circumstance? Lin Yur responded. Essentially, as such occurrences are rare and typically the only motivation for creating a spirit realm. It's uncommon. The last spirit realm appeared 8 years ago, and the one prior to that was 90 years ago. She reflected, reaching such lofty heights is already a monumental challenge. Not to mention possessing the ability and spatial powers to forge a spirit realm. The vast majority of powerful beings simply pass away without the means to create one for themselves. Wouldn't entering such a realm disturb the deceased? Would they spare us? Lin Yur remarked, in 99% of cases, powerful beings create spirit realms in the hope that, years later, someone may enter and fulfill their unfulfilled wishes. Is there a possibility that they merely desire peace for their departed selves? Cheng Yinxian inquired. Yes, Lin Yur replied. This is also known as a death realm. Those who enter find no path to return. 8 years ago, the spirit realm to the south of Tianhua City was a death realm. Cheng Yinxian blinked in surprise. I was unaware of this. Lin Yur explained. This death realm emerged within the territory of the demon clan, specifically within the domain of the second demon god, the closest to Tianhua City. Lin Yur continued. According to the information we have received, countless transformed demon clan experts entered, all perishing. It is said that this event severely wounded the second demon god's vitality, which is why they have not attacked Tianhua City for a decade. Cheng Yinxian suddenly understood. What about this one? Lin Yur stated, based on recent investigations by the Divine Alliance and experts from the Celestial Domain. It appears to be a spirit realm created by a human warrior. For thousands of years, there has never been a death realm created by the human race. Are you going? Cheng Yinxian asked. Lin Yur nodded yes. Then I shall accompany you, he declared. Lin Yur furrowed her brows slightly. It is perilous. I will follow you. Cheng Yinxian replied with a grin. Very well, Lin Yur conceded with a slight nod. We can enter together with the dean and the instructor Shao for mutual support. Cheng Yinxian nodded in agreement. Let us rest and await the opening of the spirit realm. That evening, Cheng Yunshuan's cultivation reached the 8th star of the mysterious body realm. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding! The European god system has been disabled. Cheng Yinxian felt a twinge of regret, pondering how invincible he could have been within the spirit realm had he retained the European god system. Alas, why couldn't it last a few more days? He mused about what new system might emerge, hoping for one that would enhance his combat prowess within the spirit realm. With anticipation, he rubbed his hands together. Ding! Congratulations. You have activated the misfortune system. Cheng Yinxian stood agape. The misfortune system? I was just contemplating the loss of the European god system and hoping for another combat system to assist me in the spirit realm. Yet, fate has delivered a misfortune system instead. Is this a threat to my very existence? Misfortune system. During the system's existence, individuals in the host vicinity will randomly and intermittently suffer from either minor or significant misfortunes. For each person affected by the misfortune system, the host will receive a reward commensurate with the severity of the misfortune. System remaining time: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chuyun Xuan let out a sigh of relief upon reading the system's description. The so-called misfortune system did not imply his own misfortune, but rather that those around him would randomly encounter misfortunes. That was manageable. He could accept that. He then glanced at the duration. To his astonishment, this was the first time he had activated a system that lasted a full 7 days. Why couldn't the European god system have lasted that long? What use was the misfortune system in the spirit realm? It seemed more likely to bring calamity upon those around him. Could he even remain at home? Wouldn't Linear be at risk of misfortune? Chuyun Xuan called out, "Linear, I have some matters to attend to over the next couple of days." With a click, Linear opened the door and gazed at Chuyun Xuan. "Is it dangerous?" Chuyun Xuan smiled. "I'm just going to hang out with a few friends." "All right. Remember to send me a message," she replied. Chuyun Xuan gave an okay sign, anxious to ensure Linear encountered no mishaps, and hurriedly departed. Where to? He pondered as he walked. He was now a harbinger of misfortune. Although the misfortunes were random, it was entirely possible that someone in his vicinity would remain unscathed. But who could guarantee that? Qinyang, Tang Xiao-san, he mused. Those two harbor enmity towards me. I shall unleash misfortune upon them. Hey, Xingu. A voice called from behind. Chuyun Xuan turned to see Yu Qianren approaching. This guy isn't coming to deliver himself as a sacrifice, is he? He thought. Cough. What a coincidence. Chuyun Xuan smiled. Hee, it proves that we are fated, Xingu. Are you aware of the happenings in the spirit realm? Chuyun Xuan nodded. Yes. Are you going? Yu Qianren asked. Of course. I'll go too. For someone like me, with modest talent, it could be a tremendous opportunity, he declared, though he acknowledged the inherent dangers. Indeed, Yu Qianren agreed, but without taking risks, one cannot seize opportunities. If one lives in fear, they will never achieve anything. Chuyun Xuan nodded, surveying the crowd. Indeed, with the spirit realm manifesting, individuals from all major cities are gathering. Suddenly, a motorcycle zoomed past them, and a passenger deftly snatched Chuyun Xuan's wallet from his coat pocket. What the? Yu Qianren exclaimed, his excitement igniting. A motorcycle gang? How dare they steal my Xianji's wallet? Chuyun Xuan was about to speak when Yu Qianren declared, Don't worry, Xingu, leave it to me. With that, Yu Qianren accelerated, charging after them. Chuyun Xuan touched his nose, contemplating the wallet, which contained only a few dozen coins. No cards, no identification. It was the same wallet he had received during his first registration on a discount website. There was no pressing need to retrieve it. Will there be any trouble? Chuyun Xuan wondered briefly. If Yu Qianren were cursed by the misfortune system, he might have previously helped himself to a stolen wallet. Those two bikers could very well be more formidable than him, potentially injuring or even killing him by mistake. This left Chuyun Xuan feeling quite guilty. After a moment, the misfortune system activated, and he received a reward of system points, 30,000. Chuyun Xuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that something had truly happened to Yu Qianren? Just then, Yu Qianren approached with a cheerful smile. Chuyun Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Here you go, Yu Qianren said, slapping the wallet into Chuyun Xuan's hand. You really got it back? Chuyun Xuan grinned as he accepted the wallet. Huh, why is it so bulging? He opened the wallet to find at least 3,000 yuan inside. Wait a minute, I just had a few dozen yuan in pocket money. Yu Qianren beamed with pride. Of course, I rushed over and kicked their bike away. They fell to the ground begging for mercy and quickly returned my wallet. But when I glanced inside, it only had crumpled bills of a few dozen yuan. They were still stubborn, claiming that there was only that much money in the wallet. Puffed. As if the illustrious Xingu could have just a few dozen yuan. Clearly, they had hidden the money beforehand. Chuyun Xuan's lips twitched. And then, he inquired. Yu Qianren chuckled. Then I gave them a good thrashing. They wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. And only then did they hand over several thousand yuan. Chuyun Xuan remarked. What a sin. The first victims of the misfortune system turned out to be members of the biker gang. He grinned and patted Yu Qianren on the shoulder. Thanks, mate. No problem. Are you heading to Tianhua University, Xingu? Let's go? Sure. They chatted as they made their way to Tianhua University. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby office building, a figure lay prone with a sniper rifle, aiming at Chuyun Xuan. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a smoke ring. Yesterday, in the black market, it seemed that Chuyun Xuan had luck on his side when a foolish individual jumped in to take the bullet for him. Otherwise, Chuyun Xuan would have already been shot dead. He had completed his assessment task and joined the Assassin Alliance. But it didn't matter. It was the same now. He gauged the wind direction and speed, aligning his aim on Chuyun Xuan's head. Die, he muttered, pulling the trigger. Bang. The gun exploded. He clutched his right ear, which had been shattered by gunpowder fragments, shrieking in agony. The misfortune system activated, rewarding him with attribute points, 30. Chuyun Xuan scratched his head, looking around to see who was so unfortunate. But he saw no one. At Tianhua University, due to the emergence of the spiritual realm, there were no classes today. The topic everyone discussed the most was whether to venture into the spiritual realm. Students had the freedom to choose whether to enter the realm, with the right to pursue strength, but they also had to bear the risk of dying inside. The academy did not support students below the advanced class from entering the realm, and their parents were against it as well. Normally, they certainly wouldn't dare to go. Hey, Jiang Ying greeted as she approached Chuyun Xuan. Senior Jiang Ying, Yu Qianren called out. Jiang Ying nodded, and then turned to Chuyun Xuan, asking, "Are you going to the spiritual realm?" "Yes," Chuyun Xuan replied, nodding. "It's safer if we go with our dean." "All right." Nearby, Song Shuheng's gaze sharpened slightly. He had just intended to greet Jiang Ying, only to watch her approach Chuyun Xuan. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. A shy girl walked over. "Senior Song, may I have your contact information?" Song Shuheng turned to her, his expression instantly transforming into his classic smile. "Sure." He nodded slightly. "Thank you. You're really handsome and such a nice person. I think you truly deserve to be known as the #1 heartthrob under Chuyun Xuan. Honestly, I think Shinxianjun isn't as handsome as you," the girl said earnestly. Song Shuheng was taken aback. What the hell? Nevertheless, he smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Then, glancing at Chuyun Xuan in the distance, he walked over. Chapter 58. That girl is still smoking. Chuyun Xuan was chatting with Yu Qianren and Jiang Ying when the notification of the misfortune system did not sound. Does that mean these two are lucky enough not to trigger the misfortune system? Chuyun Xuan was uncertain. Jiang Ying, Chuyun Xuan, Song Shuheng approached with a smile. "Senior." Yu Qianren greeted. Song Shuheng nodded. "Hello, Senior," Chuyun Xuan added. Song Shuheng smiled. "Are you going to the spiritual realm?" "Yes. Let's go together. We'll look out for each other." "All right," Song Shuheng chuckled. Since it wasn't so easy to succeed here, there would surely be ways to deal with Chuyun Xuan in the unknown spiritual realm. The misfortune system activated. Chuyun Xuan wondered who. Was it Yu Qianren, Jiang Ying, or Song Shuheng? Bang! A basketball flew over, striking Song Shuheng squarely in the face, knocking his glasses off. The notification sounded. System points. 10,000. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback as several people rushed over, displaying panic. "Sorry, Senior Song, we're really sorry." Song Shuheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When he looked up, he wore the Song smile. He picked up the basketball and tossed it back to the group. "Be more careful next time." "Thank you, Senior Song. I'm really sorry. You're such a nice person." Song Shuheng replied with a smile. After all, it wasn't intentional. "Go ahead and play." "All right." A somewhat disheveled Song Shuheng picked up his broken glasses. Hee what bad luck. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Ying, feeling slightly embarrassed in front of her. Indeed, it was a bit embarrassing, but Senior Song was genuinely nice. "If it were me, I would have taught them a lesson," Yu Qianren remarked. "Well, it wasn't deliberate," Song Shuheng replied. The group continued walking ahead. Around them, many female students gazed at Chuyun Xuan, starry-eyed. "Wow, so handsome. He truly looks great with Jiang Ying. Who cares? He has a girlfriend, but I wouldn't mind being the other woman. I can't take it anymore. I need to get his contact information. I want to go too." At that moment, Song Shuheng suddenly frowned, feeling a pressure in his lower abdomen. It hurt. He needed to pass gas. But Jiang Ying was nearby. However, he slowly pushed it out. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, they were outside, and they surely wouldn't smell it. As he walked, Song Shuheng cautiously tried to let it out. Nothing came. "Wait, I can feel it now. This pressure is quite strong. It should be silent." Uffed. Song Shuheng's body suddenly stiffened. Oh no. The bed exploded. The misfortune system was triggered, granting him a reward. System value 100000. Chuyun Xuan was taken aback. Huh, what happened? He glanced over. Nothing seems amiss. Chuyun Xuan, could you share your contact information? Chuyun Xuan, you're so handsome. Ah, a throng of girls rushed over. Then, almost simultaneously, they recoiled, covering their mouths. What a foul stench. What a disgusting odor. Where did it come from? Huh, what? Stink. Yu Qianren scratched his head. Song Shuheng stood there, paralyzed with embarrassment. Oh, Senior Song, why is your backside wet? Did you sit in water? One girl exclaimed in astonishment. Song Shuheng's mouth twitched, overwhelmed with anxiety. Ugh. The girl behind him began to gag uncontrollably. Senior Song, you're going to. Chuyun Xuan, this can't be his fault, can it? How could the misfortune system cause such a thing? Meanwhile, Song Shuheng felt utterly humiliated to the core. How could this happen? And Jiang Ying was right beside him. Damn. Cough cough. The girls had all identified the source of the foul odor and understood the situation. They cleared their throats, hesitating to voice it. Perhaps someone played a prank and secretly got foul water on my pants, Song Shuheng explained with great difficulty. I'll go take care of it. He attempted to walk normally as he hurriedly left. What a ridiculous situation, Yu Qianren awkwardly commented. Indeed, it's utterly absurd. How could this happen? How could this happen? In the restroom, Song Shuheng's face was ashen. He had, in front of Jiang Ying, made a mess, and it had been discovered. He wanted to flee Tianhua City. He felt it was impossible to pursue Jiang Ying now. Chuyun Xuan. Crack crack crack. Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed. He didn't care. He just blamed Chuyun Xuan. It was all his fault. Ever since his appearance, nothing had gone right for him. In the spiritual realm, I must eliminate you. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Chuyun Xuan remained low-key. That night, he stayed in a hotel. Where else could he go? He had considered staying at Jiang Ying's, having spent quite some time with her, as she had not been affected by the system. However, she had declined. Chuyun Xuan had no choice but to cultivate in the hotel, awaiting the opening of the spiritual realm. As dawn broke, there was a knock at the door. Here it comes. Chuyun Xuan opened the door to find Lin Yuter standing there, radiantly. The spiritual realm is about to open. Let us go? Chuyun Xuan donned his coat and exited the room. Outside the neighboring door, a girl was crouched there, weeping. Lin Yuter had noticed her crying upon arrival. She instinctively thought that this girl had spent the night with Chuyun Xuan and that something had happened. Are you all right? Lin Yuter asked with concern. Her tone surprisingly flat due to her character. The girl looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yuter handed her 2 tissues. Here. Thank you. The girl wiped her tears and stood up. Lin Yuter glanced at Chuyun Xuan, who shrugged, indicating it was unrelated to him. Lin Yuter sighed in relief. What happened? She softly inquired. The girl couldn't suppress her sobs again. Woe is me, I'm feeling down. My brother is very good at comforting girls. If you share, he could console you and perhaps offer some advice. Chuyun Xuan. The girl gazed at Chuyun Xuan. Thank you, you are so kind. The girl sniffled a couple of times and explained. It's like this, my boyfriend and I have only been dating for a short while. Yesterday, while we were out having fun, when we stayed at the hotel, he insisted on booking 2 rooms, claiming we aren't children anymore and that he wouldn't joke with my reputation. Chuyun Xuan scratched his head. Isn't that a good thing? The girl replied, looking pitiful. But last night, in the middle of the night, he was taken away by the police from the neighboring room. Chuyun Xuan. No wonder the system suddenly went off last night. Lin Yuter understood the reason immediately. This guy's girlfriend had rejected him. Yet he had a woman in the adjacent room. It's all right. Thankfully, you weren't harmed. Find a better boyfriend afterward, Lin Yuter comforted. But the girl shook her head. No, after crying just now, I've come to terms with it. I'm determined to be with him. Lin Yuter and Chuyun Xuan exchanged puzzled glances. Women can be so foolish, Chuyun Xuan thought. Why? Don't you realize what kind of person he is? Lin Yuter frowned and asked. The girl said, when he was taken away, I secretly peeked in, and my boyfriend had finished his cigarettes, but that woman was still smoking in bed. So I'm set on him. Chuyun Xuan. Lin Yuter. Chapter 59. Truly a tragic situation. Chuyun Xuan pulled Lin Yuter out of the hotel. In this day and age, there are all sorts of characters. Lin Yuter is still the best. Chuyun Xuan smiled widely at Lin Yuter. Lin Yuter blinked and asked, what did she mean by that? Don't you understand? Chuyun Xuan chuckled. The man is smoking, and the woman is convulsing. Lin Yuter still wore a puzzled expression. But why would she convulse? Because they were doing that kind of thing. Lin Yuter, why would she convulse while doing that? Chuyun Xuan. Cough cough, never mind. Let us just head out for now. All right. The two arrived at Qingshu County on the outskirts of Tianhua City. It was a small county, and beyond it lay the domain of monstrous beasts. This place was the closest to the spiritual realm. Thus, despite being a small, sparsely populated county, it was now teeming with people. These individuals came from Tianhua City, from nearby towns, and even from cities thousands of kilometers away. The shopping malls in Qingshu County were overflowing, with lines at every store exceeding 100 tables. Hotels and inns were fully booked, with prices skyrocketing several times. Internet cafes and all accommodations were completely full. Countless people were unable to find a place to stay today. So many people. Chuyun Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yet they had to be here today, because the spiritual realm might open at any moment. Only those on the front lines could be among the first to enter when it opened. If they arrived late, with so many already inside, they might miss out entirely. After all, every spiritual realm was unique, and no one knew what to expect inside. Chuyun Xuan glanced at his phone and said to Lin Yuter, Xiao Chu, and managed to secure a small inn with 2 beds. She and Jiang Ying are there. She asked if you wanted to squeeze in with them. Lin Yuter, what about you? They strictly forbade me from going. Chuyun Xuan shrugged. Then I won't go either. Lin Yuter shook her head. I don't mind. Do you believe if I went to a crowded place and shouted, girls would be eager to take me in? Chuyun Xuan wore a confident expression. Lin Yuter remarked. Then you go ahead. I shall seek them out. Lin Yuter held unwavering faith in Chuyun Xuan's abilities. Subsequently, she departed. Oh dear. I suppose I shall seek refuge with a lady for the night. Chuyun Xuan stretched leisurely. Not far away, a man was embracing a girl around her waist. Darling, how about we indulge in something thrilling tonight? I have even procured a collar, the young man said with a grin. Oh, stop it. There are so many people in Qingmu County today, we will surely be seen. No way. The girl replied with a playful pout. Oh, it'll be exhilarating. It's just that, no? Suddenly, the girl's gaze fell upon Chuyun Xuan, not far ahead. Instantly, she turned away. Ran Xiuxue frowned. What brings Chuyun Xuan here again? In truth, Ran Xiuxue felt a pang of regret. At the time when Chuyun Xuan failed to gain admission to university, she had taken the initiative to end their relationship, never anticipating that he would suddenly flourish. She felt a deep-seated resentment. What's wrong? Zhao Shiji inquired. I've encountered an enemy, Ran Xiaoxue replied through gritted teeth. An enemy? Zhao Shiji narrowed his eyes and took a drag from his cigarette. Yes, Chuyun Xuan. Upon hearing that name, Zhao Shiji's expression hardened. Chuyun Xuan. He is also my nemesis. Zhao Shiji seethed. He was the sole cultivator of the Xiantian realm in the intermediate class of Tianyang University. Hailed as one of the strongest talents after Shi Chuxue, Song Shuheng, and Shun Xianjun. Yet, he had been defeated in a single move by Chuyun Xuan. During this time, he had endured relentless ridicule. Do you know him? Ran Xiaoxue nodded. We dated briefly in high school when we were young and foolish, but rest assured, I did nothing. He was still a novice. Oh, I certainly know. After all, your first was given to me. Zhao Shiji chuckled, unaware that during her transfer to Tianyang University, Ran Xiaoxue had undergone a reconstructive surgery. You must teach him a lesson, Ran Xiaoxue implored, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Zhao Shiji reassured her, do not worry. While I prefer not to resort to violence, I will certainly find a way to deal with him. You should step aside, the rest is up to me. With that, Zhao Shiji approached Chuyun Xuan. What a coincidence, Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan looked towards Zhao Shiji. Ah, it's you. Zhao Shiji extended his hand with a smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Zhao Shiji. Chuyun Xuan nodded. I know. I lost to you last time, and initially, I was quite unwilling to accept it. However, during this time, I reflected deeply and sought an opportunity to reclaim my victory over you. So, you've come to challenge me? Chuyun Xuan chuckled. Zhao Shiji laughed heartily, continuing, we are all adults now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. To be honest, I have great admiration for you and consider you a formidable opponent. Chuyun Xuan was uncertain of Zhao Shiji's true intentions. Thank you. No need for pleasantries. What is the matter? Haven't you found accommodation? Zhao Shiji inquired. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Come, my family is from Qingwu County. My father runs a hotel here, and I can arrange a room for you. No need. Chuyun Xuan shook his head. What is the big deal? Do you look down on me? Rest assured, I am not one to harbor grudges. Chuyun Xuan remained skeptical. After that incident, Zhao Shiji had been the subject of derision. If he brushed it off without caring, he would have to be remarkably magnanimous. He suspected there was a hidden agenda. What if the system failed to activate in his presence? That could lead to trouble. Perhaps it was best to decline. I'll pass, Chuyun Xuan decided, opting for caution. After all, the system was unstable. Don't be like that. Is it so difficult to get to know you? Zhao Shiji asked with a smile. Chuyun Xuan chuckled softly, saying, I am cursed with misfortune. Being around me tends to bring about calamity. Your exuberance may inadvertently cause you harm. Ha ha. Zhao Shiji laughed heartily, though inwardly he held disdain. Did he think he was a fool? Today, he would certainly bring Chuyun Xuan to his family's hotel, on his home turf. He had ample means to deal with Chuyun Xuan. Zhao Shiji declared, since you are cursed with misfortune, it just so happens that I possess an indomitable fate. I have endured numerous life and death experiences since childhood and emerged unscathed. Do you think I fear your ill fortune? Let us go. Oh, indomitable fate? Then let us see. Who is truly unyielding? Chuyun Xuan nodded. All right. They both laughed heartily as they made their way to a hotel. The establishment was quite large, seemingly at least a 3-star venue. What do you think? Zhao Shiji asked. A wealthy establishment, Chuyun Xuan replied. Zhao Shiji chuckled. I wouldn't call us wealthy. Our assets aren't vast, but I've managed to live comfortably for the past 20-some years. Zhao Shiji then glanced at the busy figure at the front desk. Dad. Xiaojia. Zhao Shiji patted Chuyun Xuan's shoulder, saying, this is my good brother, Chuyun Xuan. Do we have any vacant rooms? Indeed, I have specifically kept 2 aside. Zhao Shiji said, please arrange one for my brother. However, he claims to be cursed with misfortune. Is that all right, Dad? Ha ha. Zhao Shiji's father laughed. No problem at all. Our family is resilient. Come on, let us check your ID. While wearing a smile, he inwardly cursed his son for befriending such a fool. Cursed with misfortune? How naive. Chuyun Xuan approached to present his ID. Zhao Shiji concealed a smirk. Just as Chuyun Xuan swiped his ID, the misfortune system activated. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from above, followed by the sound of shattering glass and debris. What is happening? Zhao Shiji's father's pupils dilated. Run. Many people rushed out from the upper floors in a panic. What on earth? Zhao Shiji exclaimed, alarmed. 2 individuals with enmity are fighting upstairs. One shouted before fleeing. Please don't fight in my family's hotel. Zhao Shiji's father lamented. 5 minutes later, a thunderous roar echoed as the grand hotel collapsed, reduced to ruins. System reward, 500. 000 points. Zhao Shiji stood beside Chuyun Xuan, utterly stunned. His family's hotel, in operation for over a decade, was gone just like that? It had been their primary source of income. My hotel. My hotel. Zhao Shiji's father, distraught, clutched the judge's arm. You must capture those 2 who destroyed my hotel. Rest assured, we will do our utmost. Ahem. Chuyun Xuan feigned sorrow, patting his shoulder. My apologies. It's not your fault. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, continuing. No one could have anticipated that 2 beings of immense power, who are bitter enemies, would happen to reside in my family's hotel. This has nothing to do with you. Cursed with misfortune? He did not believe it. Nonsense. How could that be possible? What a peculiar twist of fate. Why, after so many years of tranquility, did calamity strike precisely when Chuyun Xuan arrived? Could it possibly be true? Zhao Shiji found himself lost in contemplation. Please accept my condolences. I shall seek new accommodations, Chuyun Xuan remarked, patting his shoulder before walking away. Zhao Shiji did not stop him, for he felt an inexplicable trepidation. Chuyun Xuan meandered aimlessly for a couple of hours until hunger beckoned him to find a place to dine. The mealtime had just passed, and the establishment would likely be less crowded. He arrived at the Grand Wine House and pushed open the door with a soft click. Shaojia, serve the dishes to table 8. Coming. Zhao Shiji, assisting in the kitchen, carried the food toward the entrance. Brother, come for a meal? There are still seats available upstairs. You should go first. Suddenly, Zhao Shiji's voice faltered as he caught sight of Chuyun Xuan entering. In that instant, his expression froze. Crash. The dishes he held fell to the floor. Chuyun Xuan, momentarily taken aback, thought, what a coincidence. I certainly did not intend to bring misfortune to Zhao Shiji. Truly, what a calamity this was. Chapter 60. The awakening of the spiritual realm. Zhao Shiji's gaze remained fixed on Chuyun Xuan, momentarily forgetting the food scattered at his feet. He could not suppress a gulp, feeling an inexplicable shiver along his spine. Chuyun Xuan touched the tip of his nose. Should I leave? With that, he turned to depart. Wait. Zhao Shiji called out to him. Are you here to eat? He inquired. Yes, I'm hungry, Chuyun Xuan replied. Come then, Zhao Shiji urged. He still refused to believe that Chuyun Xuan was a harbinger of doom. Nonsense. Such things do not exist. The restaurant's collapse was merely coincidental. Since fate had brought Chuyun Xuan to his doorstep, Zhao Shiji decided not to hold a grudge. I'll just slip something into your meal later. Just wait. Chuyun Xuan chuckled inwardly but feigned concern, but I'm worried that something might go awry. Nonsense about being a harbinger of doom. Zhao Shiji shouted. I'm not foolish. It was just a coincidence. How could I possibly blame you? Guests are always welcome. You came to dine. How could I ask you to leave? What would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. This is my family's establishment, so please, don't be shy. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Well then. I was worried you might think this was my fault. How could that be possible? Zhao Shiji remarked as Chuyun Xuan moved toward an empty table. Ding. The misfortune system activated. Chuyun Xuan thought, what a calamity. Zhao Shiji has indeed brought misfortune upon himself. In that very moment, a man at a nearby table clutched his stomach in agony. My stomach. It hurts so much. What's wrong? Are you okay? Zhao Shiji hurriedly inquired. Simultaneously, several patrons began to clutch their abdomens. My stomach hurts terribly. Waiter, is there something wrong with your food? It hurts so badly. I need to go to the hospital. Zhao Shiji stood in stunned disbelief. Half an hour later, Zhao Shiji and his father stood at the entrance, witnessing the establishment being sealed with a notice. Are you the owner of this establishment? An official from the relevant department directed his gaze at Zhao Shiji's father, Zhao Dashan. Yes, I am, he replied. The staff member continued. Your food is indeed toxic. Even practitioners of the Xianti realm have suffered food poisoning. No, there must be a misunderstanding, Zhao Dashan responded, flustered. How can there be a misunderstanding when everyone who dined here has been poisoned? Your establishment is implicated in multiple violations concerning food safety and hygiene, leading to 32 individuals being hospitalized due to food poisoning. Your restaurant is now permanently closed, and you will face maximum fines and other penalties. Await the formal decree. With that, the official turned and left. What a calamity. All my years of hard work in this restaurant, gone in a single day. Chuyun Xuan gently patted the stunned Zhao Shiji on the shoulder before walking away. I refuse to believe it. My fate is too resilient for this to be true. Zhao Shiji was utterly dazed. It appeared that those who bore ill will toward him were highly likely to trigger the misfortune system. Chuyun Xuan seemed to have discerned this pattern but was hesitant to voice it. Did Song Shuheng harbor malice against him as well? Perhaps it was merely that those who bore ill will would increase the probability of triggering misfortune, while unfamiliar individuals held no probability of goodwill toward him. This seemed reasonable enough. Thus, it became apparent that Zhao Shiji truly harbored a deep-seated animosity toward him. Embracing this notion, Chuyun Xuan walked for several hours. Triggering misfortune effects multiple times, all involving passersby. Yet, the severity of the misfortune varied, further corroborating Chuyun Xuan's hypothesis. As night fell, he felt no inclination to seek out a companion for the night. His eyes landed upon a small establishment named Any Place, Good Foot Massage. Why not indulge in a massage and simply spend the night there? He mused, making his way over. Shaojia, Zhao Shiji's father, Zhao Dashan, appeared to have aged a decade overnight. How could this happen? Surely, you've saved a fair amount over the years, Zhao Shiji inquired, frowning. Zhao Dashan lamented. The loss from the closure of the hotel is immense. The maximum penalty for the restaurant should amount to several 100,000 yuan. With 32 people hospitalized, the various costs will easily exceed 1 million. If I do not end up incarcerated, at the very least, I will need several million for bail. By that calculation, we are left with little. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhao Shiji exclaimed, why did this happen? Tell me about that Chuyun Xuan. Is he truly cursed? I do not know, Zhao Dashan replied, looking down. Alas, All the hard work of over a decade has been reduced to nothing in a single day, he sighed, gazing at the remnants of their establishment. This is our only remaining business. Though it may not thrive, it still brings in some income. Perhaps I can find a new batch of attractive girls to revitalize it. We will surely bounce back, Zhao Shiji responded, taking a deep breath. How had he suddenly transitioned from a wealthy heir to a penniless one? Just then, the door swung open, and Chuyun Xuan entered, asking, "Boss, are there any therapists available for a massage?" Yes, we do, Zhao Dashan replied. Zhao Shiji turned, and in that moment, his pupils constricted violently, his heart racing. Chuyun Xuan, equally stunned, asked, you all came here for a massage to relax? This is my family's establishment, Zhao Shiji stammered. Cough, cough, your business seems quite expansive. Perhaps I will choose another place, Chuyun Xuan suggested. What a calamity indeed. He truly did not intend to follow Zhao Shiji. How was it that he had unwittingly entered his family's establishment? Chuyun Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for this unfortunate fellow. He almost felt remorseful, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. Halt! Zhao Shiji called out to Chuyun Xuan, who promptly came to a stop. You're looking for a massage, right? I'll arrange it for you. I'll find the most beautiful technician, Zhao Shiji declared. Damn it, you cursed Lone Star. He cursed vehemently, unable to believe it. You, Chuyun Xuan, have encountered this misfortune for the third time. Don't blame Zhao Shiji anymore. Once or twice could be chalked up to luck, but the third time, how will you evade it? What about the payment? Am I supposed to charge you? Let us head upstairs, Chuyun Xuan replied. Fair is fair, it hasn't been easy for you either. So I'll pay. At that moment, the misfortune system activated. Suddenly, a man rushed down from the upper floor in a panic. It's toxic. It's toxic. He shouted angrily as he descended. What? Brother, what is toxic? Zhao Shiji asked, bewildered. The man pointed to his swollen lips, exclaiming, look at my lips. That woman is toxic. She poisoned me like this. Zhao Shiji was at a loss for words. You guys, you black-hearted establishment. I'll smash your place to bits. The man roared, unleashing his fury. A minute later, Chuyun Xuan stood at the entrance of the foot massage shop, now reduced to ruins. My shop. My last remaining establishment. Zhao Dashan knelt there, his face a portrait of despair. Zhao Shiji trembled all over, now a believer in the calamity that was Chuyun Xuan. You are indeed a harbinger of misfortune, Chuyun Xuan mused, touching his nose. You can leave. Zhao Shiji pointed furiously at Chuyun Xuan in the distance. Don't take it too far, Chuyun Xuan replied. I'm leaving. He then departed from the scene. What a calamity. What have I, Zhao Shiji, done to deserve this? He lamented, looking skyward. At that moment, outside Qingmu County, in the realm of demonic beasts, a familiar blue light shot into the sky. Concurrently, everyone turned their gaze. The spirit realm has opened. Quickly, the spirit realm has opened. Chuyun Xuan raised an eyebrow. It has finally begun. Chapter 61. Entering the spirit realm, surrounded by a throng of people rushing towards the realm of demonic beasts, Chuyun Xuan's phone rang. Lin Yu's voice came through. The spirit realm has opened. Where shall we meet? Chuyun Xuan replied. At the stone tablet in Qingmu County. All right. After hanging up, Chuyun Xuan made his way towards the realm of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiji stared at what was left of his family's last business, now a mere ruin. He clenched his fists. Chuyun Xuan, you truly are a harbinger of misfortune. This is absolutely a curse of fate, even if it were mere coincidence. It shouldn't be this way. It's terrifying. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Dad, he said, I'm going. If I can seize any opportunity this time, I'll at least reach the celestial sovereign realm in the future. Zhao Dashan nodded. Go, but be sure to stay safe. Zhao Shiji then turned to leave. Son. Zhao Dashan couldn't help but call after him. Dad, is there something else? Zhao Dashan cautioned. Once you enter the spirit realm, make sure to stay far away from that Chuyun Xuan. That man is a plague. Being too close to him is a matter of life and death. A chill crept down Zhao Shiji's spine. I understand. I want to be near him. The spirit realm is inherently fraught with peril. I cannot gamble with my life. Zhao Dashan nodded in relief. In that case, I'm reassured. Go, and do take care. Understood. Meanwhile, Chuyun Xuan awaited by the stone tablet in Qingmu County. Surrounding him were those departing from Qingmu County, heading towards the spirit realm. After a while, Lin Yu, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue approached. Jiang Ying looked at Chuyun Xuan and cheerfully remarked, the opening of the spirit realm couldn't have come at a better time. Otherwise you could have shared a bed with the lovely lady tonight. Chuyun Xuan rolled his eyes. You talk too much. Xiao Qiyue stretched lazily and said, let us go find the dean over at the spirit realm. Indeed, the four of them made their way towards the realm of demonic beasts. Before long, they arrived at a bustling location, surrounded by flickering blue and white lights. A dense crowd had gathered, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. So many people. At least over 100,000, Jiang Ying whispered in astonishment. Not just that, many are still on the way. It's normal for the spirit realm to attract hundreds of thousands of martial artists. After all, there are billions of people on Blue Star, all seeking opportunities and treasures. Even gathering a few 100,000 is considered few. Is the spirit realm truly that vast? Can it accommodate hundreds of thousands? Chu Yunxian questioned skeptically. The odds of us securing some unknown treasure among that multitude are slim, he added with a touch of sarcasm. You seem rather uninformed about the spirit realm. Jiang Ying observed with a knowing smile. Lin Yue explained. Typically, those who possess the power to create a spirit realm craft it as a small world. It may appear small, but it could be larger than Tianhua City. What lies within depends on what the creator has fashioned. I see. Chu Yunxian nodded thoughtfully. His gaze shifted to the spirit realm, which appeared yet to open, illuminated solely by that gathering light. Many skilled individuals have arrived. That one must be the dean of Tianlin University in Linen, right? A master of the law realm, Jiang Ying noted. Not just him. Both the Light God Alliance and the Celestial Domain have sent numerous masters of the law realm, and there might even be those from the domain realm, Xiao Qiyue added. What about the Celestial Sovereign realm? Chu Yunxian inquired. Xiao Qiyue clarified. It's highly unlikely there are any celestial sovereigns, or if there are, they would be few. Even if they came, it would likely be to protect their juniors from powerful families, as the spirit realm doesn't attract celestial sovereigns. They have no need for such places at their level. Qin Jinhai and some others approached them, while Song Shuheng stood a distance away, not daring to come closer after that incident. At that moment, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. It's opening. The entrance to the spirit realm is opening. Quickly, quickly. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cubs? This time, I shall defy the heavens. Don't jostle, don't jostle. Are you rushing to your deaths? The light coalesced into a massive portal. The crowd surged forward, eager to enter, fearing that the entrance would close at any moment. Follow me once we're inside, Lin Yue instructed Chu Yunxian. All right, he replied, nodding. Following the throng, they too entered the colossal portal. The moment they touched it, the portal rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Upon entry, everything went white, and Chu Yunxian instinctively closed his eyes. The atmosphere transformed, becoming refreshingly clean, devoid of the faint bloodstains that lingered in the realm of demonic beasts. Chu Yunxian opened his eyes. Surrounding him were a multitude of individuals, each casting bewildered glances at the unfamiliar surroundings. Xiaoyit? Chu Yunxian called out. No response. Lin Yue was not by his side. Jiang Ying, Xiao Qiyue, and the dean were all absent. Instead, he found himself amidst a throng of strangers. They had clearly entered together. Why had they been separated? Brother. Where are you? Didn't you come? Zhang Wei, Li Fei, where is everyone? The air was filled with the frantic calls of many. It was evident that numerous individuals had arrived in pairs. Yet, like Chu Yunxian, they had entered together but found themselves in disparate locations. It appeared that each person entering the spiritual realm was randomly assigned to different places, a method devised by the realm's master. Chu Yunxian pondered this. The spiritual realm was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Encircled by towering mountains, the peaks soared high, obscured from view. They were all surrounded. This space, however, was still quite expansive. Chu Yunxian took a cursory glance. No new arrivals were forthcoming. This indicated that from this moment onward, the journey would be undertaken by the individuals present. There were approximately 500 of them, out of hundreds of thousands. Only around 500 had been allocated to this location. Many felt an immediate sense of insecurity. They murmured anxiously, "Oh no, why are there only these few hundred together? If danger arises, our combat strength will be insufficient. I'm just at the 5th level of the Mingxiao realm. I was hoping to blend in with the larger troop of hundreds of thousands, scavenging for scraps. Just a few hundred people? This is the end. I'm going to die. Is there a handsome guy to protect me? As long as you can keep me safe, I will do anything after we get out. Miss, could I inspect the goods first? After I verify them, I will protect you." Due to the small number of people, only a few hundred, and mainly those lacking considerable strength, many regretted their decision to enter. Chu Yunxian was scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Killing Alliance, Huang Qianli. A furious shout shattered Chu Yunxuan's observations. What? Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance. Oh no, how did we end up in such a dire situation? Huang Qianli, a master at the domain level, has killed countless individuals and has been wanted by the Divine Alliance, Celestial Domain, and the Tribunal for 15 years without capture. How could he be here with us? The crowd gasped in horror. How could they be in the presence of such a villain? Were they doomed? Chapter 62 Zhao Shiji exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chu Yunxian. The crowd looked on in terror at the figure before them. Among the more than 500 individuals, a significant portion comprised ordinary martial artists who were unafraid of death and had come to try their luck, their realms not particularly high. Huang Qianli's name had graced television screens multiple times. To them, he was the very embodiment of evil. Were they not courting death by associating with Huang Qianli? Chu Yunxian turned his gaze. A short middle-aged man slowly removed his cap. Ha. Team Leader Wang, you truly have not forgotten me. In a crowd this large, you recognized me at a glance. Huang Qianli sneered. A man was enveloped in crackling thunder. In an instant, more than a dozen figures approached, surrounding Huang Qianli. What is this? The Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain are so eager to attack me? Huang Qianli mocked with a smile. Humph. Team Leader Wang Huaguang dispersed the thunder. His gaze sharp. You better behave, or I will ensure you do not harm the innocent. It was clear that Wang Huaguang understood the strength of Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance, domain level. If a conflict erupted, he feared many present would perish at Huang Qianli's hands. Thus, he was cautious in his actions. Ha ha ha. Everyone comes to the spiritual realm for opportunities. I have no time to harm innocents, right, Team Leader Wang? Huang Qianli retorted coldly. It's best to keep it that way. The crowd collectively exhaled, relieved to have some powerful figures from the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain present to counter Huang Qianli. Otherwise, they would all become mere fodder. Wang Huaguang scanned the crowd and proclaimed, Everyone, I am Wang Huaguang, team leader of the Divine Alliance in Tianjin City, at the domain level 1 star. The current situation in the spiritual realm has caught us all off guard. We did not expect to be separated. This is now a foregone conclusion, so from here on, we must travel together. Whether for opportunities or to enhance our chances of survival, please be cautious and follow orders. Another man nodded. Team Leader Wang is right. I am Zhou Fan, team leader of the Celestial Domain's 3rd group in Bohai City, also at the domain level 1 star. We need to proceed together. Before we do, I need to assess your overall strength, so I ask all martial artists at the Xintian realm and above to step forward. Among the more than 500 individuals, over 200 stood together. Zhou Fan nodded. Our overall strength is decent. There are over 200 martial artists at the Xintian realm and above, as well as more than a dozen experts at the law realm whom I recognize. Zhou Fan continued. Now, members of the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain, please step forward. More than 20 individuals emerged. Although they were unfamiliar faces, the duty of the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain was to protect humanity, and that remained unchanged here. I hope everyone will cooperate actively. Zhou Fan urged. Yes, Wang Huaguang echoed. Next, I hope you all will heed the arrangements of myself and Team Leader Zhou. The spiritual realm is fraught with danger, and only by doing so can we enhance each of our chances of survival and seize opportunities. Understood? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. Chuyun Xuan murmured to himself, 2 domain-level experts and over a dozen law realm experts. Although that totals just over 500 individuals, the lineup is still formidable. Chuyun Xuan was at the 8th star of the Xintian realm. He certainly intended to stick with them. At that moment, from the back of the crowd, Zhao Shiji spotted a familiar figure. Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng turned his gaze towards him. You know me? It really is Song Shuheng. Of course, I know you. You're quite famous from Tianhua University. I'm Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University. Zhao Shiji exclaimed excitedly. Song Shuheng chuckled. Haha, Zhao Shiji. Now I know you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What a stroke of luck to encounter someone I know, Zhao Shiji said, shaking his hand repeatedly. Song Shuheng smiled. Brother Song, please look out for me. I'm also at the Xintian realm, but only at 1 star, Zhao Shiji said. In such a predicament, finding someone familiar to team up with felt inherently safer. Moreover, Song Shuheng was known for his amiable nature. Being with him provided a great sense of security. No problem. But don't overestimate my abilities. I haven't advanced to the divine realm yet, Song Shuheng replied with a smile. You are still Brother Song, haha? Song Shuheng chuckled and said, see if you can find anyone you know. It's safer to band together with familiar faces. Zhao Shiji scanned the crowd. In the next moment, he spotted a figure. What the hell? Zhao Shiji's eyes widened, and a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp and down his back. Noticing Zhao Shiji's reaction, Song Shuheng inquired, what is the matter? Zhao Shiji swallowed hard, pointing at Chuyun Xuan, exclaiming, it's him. Oh my goodness. It's Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan? Song Shuheng frowned and turned to look. Indeed, it was Chuyun Xuan. It seemed that fate was presenting Song Shuheng an opportunity to eliminate Chuyun Xuan. However, why did Zhao Shiji appear so petrified as if he had seen a ghost? After all, he had merely been defeated by Chuyun Xuan in a single move. Was it enough to provoke such fear? It's over. Brother Song, we're doomed. If he's with us, we'll all perish. Not a single one of us will survive, Zhao Shiji said, his face a mask of terror. Clearly, he had developed a phobia of Chuyun Xuan. I must avoid this harbinger of doom at all costs. Upon entering, everyone had come in randomly. Fine, that was acceptable. With over 10,000 people, why did Chuyun Xuan have to be among the 500 in their group? Was fate truly conspiring against him? Why are you so afraid of him? He only won 1 match. He's quite a decent person, Song Shuheng reassured Zhao Shiji with a pat on the shoulder. Zhao Shiji hastily replied, Brother Song, you don't understand. Chuyun Xuan is a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who gets close to him will encounter calamity. If he travels with us, we're finished. We'll all die. A harbinger of misfortune? Song Shuheng could not help but chuckle at this. Come on, what era are we in? You actually believe in such nonsense? Really, Brother Song, you must believe me. I've suffered greatly because of him. Zhao Shiji lamented. No. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard again. I need to get out. Where's the exit? I must leave. Otherwise I'll die. He cried in panic, frantically searching for an escape route. I want to leave. I want to leave. His outburst shattered the once tranquil atmosphere, drawing the attention of everyone around. Chuyun Xuan, too, turned to look in the direction of the commotion and spotted Zhao Shiji. Chuyun Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily. What the heck? It's him again? He thought, bewildered. Among the tens of thousands, how did Zhao Shiji end up in the same group as him? This guy was indeed unfortunate. Chapter 63, The Highest Difficulty of the Spiritual Realm. Zhao Shiji's panic rekindled the fear that had begun to dissipate among the crowd. Wang Huaiguang frowned at the scene. You. He pointed at Zhao Shiji and admonished, be quiet. Do not disturb others. Yet Zhao Shiji seemed almost deranged, muttering incessantly, I must leave. I'll die here otherwise. Shut up. Wang Huaiguang bellowed, and the force of his voice snapped Zhao Shiji back to reality. Since you're so frightened, why did you come here? Wang Huaiguang asked. Zhao Shiji, with a look of despair, pointed at Chuyun Xuan, saying, Leader Wang, you don't understand. This person is a harbinger of misfortune. If we stay close to him, we'll all be doomed. The crowd fell silent, turning their gazes towards Chuyun Xuan. Ha ha. In the next moment, laughter erupted. This guy's been scared silly? A harbinger of misfortune? I'm the invincible dual pupil, and I possess the supreme bone. He must have read too many fantasy novels. What a fool. This is hilarious. Seeing the disbelief in everyone's eyes, Zhao Shiji quickly insisted, no, it's true. It really happened today. He then recounted the events of the day. That's enough. Wang Huaiguang scolded again. There's no such thing as a harbinger of misfortune. Your claims are mere coincidences. It just so happened that misfortune clustered on the same day. Stop adding unnecessary burdens to everyone. Be quiet. Zhao Shiji lowered his head, silenced. Song Shuheng approached and patted his shoulder, saying, don't overthink it. I'll protect you. Thank you, Brother Song, Zhao Shiji replied, sneaking a glance at Chuyun Xuan. Chuyun Xuan then interjected, I was just joking with Zhao Shiji. He took it seriously. I apologize for any unnecessary trouble caused. Truly laughable. Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chuyun Xuan. Is this what you so-called martial arts university students produce? Just this? Leader Wang, Leader Zhou. If this is the caliber of your divine alliance and celestial domain, how will you defend humanity? He laughed mockingly. Wang Huaiguang's brow furrowed. Huang Qianli, you would do well to hold your tongue. Indeed, indeed. I shall heed Leader Wang's words, Huang Qianli sneered. Song Shuheng stepped in front of Chuyun Xuan, saying, I apologize. Zhao Shiji is like a younger brother to me. There might be a misunderstanding between you two. Please do not take it to heart. It's quite all right. I'm fortunate to be in the company of Senior Song, Chuyun Xuan replied with a smile. Song Shuheng smiled back, since we've met. Let us walk together from here on out. We can look out for one another. His true intention was to gain Chuyun Xuan's trust, seeking a future opportunity to eliminate him. Chuyun Xuan nodded. Ding. The system was triggered, granting a reward. System value 10,000. Chuyun Xuan remarked. The next moment, Song Shuheng's brow furrowed. Darn it. Why is my stomach hurting again? That same sensation. Should I let it out? Gamble? Forget it. I'll hold it in. No more gambling. Chuyun Xuan found it curious. Based on his deductions, the system was more likely to trigger against those with malicious intent. Song Shuheng had triggered it several times. Perhaps he was a hypocrite? This thought made Chuyun Xuan wary. Song Shuheng then smiled. Zhao Jia, come over and greet Chuyun Xuan. Zhao Shiji shook his head vigorously. I want to go. I truly cannot. Song Shuheng chuckled helplessly, turning to Chuyun Xuan. It seems this misunderstanding runs deep. Indeed, came the reply. At that moment, someone observing their surroundings called out, everyone, there is something over here. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurried over. There lay a stone table with 10 cards resting atop it, accompanied by a line of text. The individual began to read aloud. On the table are 10 cards, corresponding to numbers 1 through 10. Please send someone to draw one. The card drawn will determine the difficulty of your first challenge in the spiritual realm, 1 being the easiest and 10 the most difficult. How intriguing, Chuyun Xuan noted. Raising an eyebrow, Song Shuheng remarked, this is my first time in the spiritual realm as well. The contents here are crafted by the realm's master. Thus, whatever he desires can manifest, as long as he possesses the ability. Should I draw? A girl asked softly, looking at the crowd. Wait a moment, Wang Huaiguang. The leader of the Divine Alliance called out, then pointed to Chuyun Xuan, saying, let this young man go. His reasoning was simple, due to Zhao Shiji's incident. A sense of fear had once again enveloped the group. This situation was undesirable. He must do something. Is he not the harbinger of calamity? Then let him come forth. As long as he does not draw a 10, the pervasive, subtle dread that has ensnared us should dissipate entirely, should it not? Huh, me? Chuyun Xuan pointed to himself. Zhao Shiji's pupils constricted. No, absolutely not. Team leader Wang, he must not be allowed to participate. Zhao Shiji exclaimed vehemently. Zhou Fan, the leader of the Tianyu team, remarked, brother, enough. Team leader Wang's intention is quite clear. You have been proclaiming him to be the harbinger of calamity, haven't you? Terrified beyond measure. Your fears are significantly affecting us all. So let him draw. As long as it is not a 10, your worries should vanish, yes? He will undoubtedly draw the maximum difficulty of 10. He is indeed the harbinger of calamity. Zhao Shiji shouted. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Ha ha, a harbinger of calamity, indeed? Let him try. Ha ha ha, I concur. If he possesses the capability, let him draw a 10 for us. Haha, come on. Chuyun Xuan, is it? We are in agreement. Go ahead. The crowd clamored enthusiastically. Chuyun Xuan replied, please, I am under immense pressure. Manhwaedit chuckled as he patted Chuyun Xuan on the shoulder, saying, fear not. Regardless of what you draw, we will not blame you. Indeed. The crowd echoed. Very well, then I shall give it a shot. Chuyun Xuan approached. Gulp. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Manhwaedit remained somewhat confident. What harbinger of calamity is there? A 1 in 10 chance. Surely he cannot truly draw a 10? Chuyun Xuan stood before the cards. With his insight, he activated his spiritual gaze, hoping to see through the 10 cards. However, it yielded no effect. It appears it must be a matter of luck. The misfortune system only pertains to others. It is ineffective against oneself. Surely, he cannot draw a 10? Subsequently, Chuyun Xuan casually placed his hand on one card. This one will do. Suddenly, the remaining 9 cards ignited in flames, turning to ash. Ding. The system was triggered. Chuyun Xuan. Huh. The system triggered? Why would it trigger? He chose it himself. Wait. This choice pertains to everyone. This implies that, despite being his selection, others must have triggered the effect. Chuyun Xuan was merely swept along with it. But surely, the system must be on his side, right? Even if it is a 10. He should be in no real danger, should he? Let us take a look. Manhwaedit urged. Chuyun Xuan then revealed the card. The number displayed was 10. Chuyun Xuan. The crowd. Zhao Shiji. Chapter 64. I, a mere Xiantian realm, have stumbled? Gulp. Upon witnessing Chuyun Xuan draw the highest difficulty of 10, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Then, a wave of agitation swept through the crowd. How nonchalant they had sounded earlier, and now, at this moment, they were utterly devastated. Huh, a 10? He truly drew the highest difficulty? Goodness. The spirit realm is inherently unknown. Who knows how perilous it may be? And he has drawn the most challenging level for us. He cannot truly be fated to calamity, can he? Goodness. This is it. Am I truly going to meet my end here? This is the end. This is it. Zhao Shiji, in a frenzy, clutched his hair, shouting. I told you so. I warned you he was a harbinger of calamity. You did not believe me. Do you believe me now? The corner of Manhwaedit's mouth twitched. Of course. He did not believe in any harbinger of calamity. He did not believe it now either. It was simply a 1 in 10 chance. Goodness. You actually drew it. Damn. Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed. You bastard. I'll kill you. With that, a surge of energy emanated from Huang Qianli. In an instant, Manhwaedit, Zhou Fan, and several other masters stepped forward. Manhwaedit pointed at Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, do you dare? Huang Qianli, with a murderous intent, fixed his gaze upon Chuyun Xuan. Scoundrel. As Huang Qianli retracted his energy, Manhwaedit called out. Enough. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. The crowd gradually settled. Manhwaedit continued. There is no such thing as a harbinger of calamity. It is merely coincidence. What era are we in? Do you fear being ridiculed for believing in such nonsense? A 1 in 10 chance is still considerable. It is quite normal. Zhou Fan nodded in agreement. Yes. When he drew the card, your gazes were likely fixed on the 10 cards on the table, right? Many of you may have intended to choose the same card he did. It is quite a normal occurrence. Do not overthink it. Song Shuheng added. What the 2 leaders say is correct. I too had intended to choose his card when I looked over. A 1 in 10 chance is still substantial. Moreover, I attended university with Chuyun Xuan. He has a sister, friends, and a loved one. If he were truly a harbinger of calamity, would that not imply that all those around him must perish? Yet, as far as I know, his sister is quite renowned in the entire Tianhua city. Thus, there is no such thing as a harbinger of calamity. It is all mere coincidence. The crowd nodded in agreement. Thank you, Senior Song, Chuyun Xuan said. Song Shuheng smiled. No need for thanks. I merely stated a fact. At that moment, a portal materialized before them. It appears this is the place where we shall face trials and dangers, everyone. Manhwaedit, being the steadfast heart of the group, continued. A difficulty of 10 merely signifies the utmost challenge. It does not denote a death trap. Everyone, be more vigilant. Let us proceed. Subsequently, the crowd stepped into the portal. Upon entry, they found themselves in a completely new landscape. Before them lay a small grove, the ground covered with what appeared to be slick vines. At first glance, it seemed quite unremarkable. However, in the next moment, everyone suddenly sensed something was amiss. The trees within the grove wait. Do they have eyes? Red eyes, staring intently at them. Then, countless vines began to writhe, rushing towards them, reminiscent of entangling wooden tendrils. Goodness, are those tree demons? Huh, tree demons truly exist in this world? While it is said that all things may possess a spirit, I have never witnessed a tree evolving into a beast. They do exist in reality, but they are exceedingly rare. They cannot be too powerful, can they? Wait. We are facing a difficulty of 10. They must not be weak. Domain level tree demons. Sensing the aura, Manhwaedit's pupils shrank. He had never encountered tree demons before and lacked combat experience. There were several hundred of these tree demons, some at the domain level, with a dozen or so at the law level, and mostly in the Xiantian realm, with a few at the Xiantian body level, but in smaller numbers. Manhwaedit commanded, everyone, Choose your combat targets independently. Safety is the utmost priority. Team leader Zhou Fan. Our target is the domain-level tree demons. Zhou Fan nodded. Huang Qianli. You cannot possibly refrain from exerting effort, can you? Wang Huaiguang glanced at Huang Qianli at the domain level. Humph. Huang Qianli snorted coldly, engulfed in flames, and charged forward. The overwhelming vines rushing toward them were instantly incinerated. Charge. Swish. Swish. As the crowd unleashed their spiritual energy and attributes, they prepared to engage in battle. Huang Qianli sprang into action, soaring above a tree demon at the domain realm. With a commanding roar akin to a dragon's cry, he launched a powerful strike from his elevated position. 5 terrifying fire dragons surged forth towards the tree demon, prompting gasps of awe from the onlookers who felt the overwhelming power of the domain realm. Incredible. This doesn't seem too difficult, they murmured. The domain realm tree demon swiftly conjured a dense mass of vines in the air. Is this effective? Huang Qianli sneered. The flames consumed the vines entirely. Mediocre, he scoffed, charging forward enveloped in fire. Yet, astonishingly, the burnt vines rapidly regrew, ensnaring Huang Qianli in a tight embrace. Lightning flickered upon the vines. Ah, he screamed, trapped within a ball of vegetation. Soon, the flames broke free from their confines, and a charred Huang Qianli hastily distanced himself. It appeared that the challenge was far from trivial. Chuyun Xuan activated his spirit eye, revealing the tree demon's attributes. Bloodthirsty, tree demon, realm, Shantian realm, 3 stars, attributes, wood. Lightning, weakness, fire. Chuyun Xuan was unfamiliar with this beast, suspecting it to be undocumented in the outside world, possibly cultivated by the master of the spirit realm many years prior. Yet it was undeniably a demon beast, possessing the lightning attribute. Let us test this, he resolved. Gathering flames. With his mastery of fire and the elemental body of fire, he was confident in inflicting considerable damage upon the tree demon. With the flame sun sword in hand, flames surged as Chuyun Xuan charged forward, effortlessly slicing through the vines. Despite the demon's strength, its movement was hindered, making it vulnerable. As Chuyun Xuan's combat prowess was remarkably formidable, his speed, physique, and strength bolstered by numerous rewards, he swiftly overcame the obstructing vines and confronted the tree demon directly. With a swift motion, he cleaved downwards, bisecting the tree demon, which ignited in flames. However, in an instant, countless vines converged around Chuyun Xuan, attempting to ensnare him. Be cautious. Do not get caught by the vines. If ensnared without rescue, the tree demon's lightning will prove fatal. Zhou Fan exclaimed. Chuyun Xuan promptly evaded. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng observed with disbelief as Chuyun Xuan, at the 8-star Shantian realm, effortlessly dispatched a tree demon of the Shantian realm. His ambitions must surely lie within the divine ability realm, he thought, glancing at Zhao Shiji. Are you still afraid? Brother Song, you have no idea, Zhao Shiji replied, his expression tinged with concern. All right, I shall join the fray, Song Shuheng declared, unleashing his wind attribute and propelling himself towards a tree demon of the divine ability realm with incredible speed, slicing through the approaching vines with his wind blades. Beasts are simply beasts, he exclaimed, maintaining his momentum as he continued his assault. Suddenly, the system triggered. Thud. In the next moment, Song Shuheng stumbled, tripped by an unseen obstacle, and careened 20 meters forward, landing directly before the tree demon. What the? He gasped, bewildered. Zhao Shiji was equally astonished. How could a distinguished warrior of the Shantian realm, on the verge of advancing to the divine ability realm, fall during combat? Right before the tree demon. It's practically an invitation for demise. Brother Song, Zhao Shiji shouted. As Song Shuheng fell, he instinctively attempted to rise and distance himself. Yet, the tree demon could hardly ignore the opportunity presented by the fallen warrior. Dozens of vines swiftly ensnared him. Damn it, he cursed, struggling futilely against his bindings. To his horror, one vine pierced through his trousers, attempting to invade his very being. Zhao Chuyun observed the scene, but chose not to intervene, suspecting that Song Shuheng's misfortunes were of his own making. Suddenly, a powerful figure from the realm of laws dashed forth, swiftly dispatching the tree demon. Only then did Song Shuheng manage to free himself. Are you all right? The strong man inquired. Thank you for your timely assistance. Song Shuheng expressed his gratitude. Be more cautious. I witnessed your fall. How could a near-divine ability warrior make such a rudimentary mistake? With that, he sped away, grinding his teeth. Song Shuheng extracted the vine from his rear, blood staining its surface. Ouch! Damn it! He seethed with indignation, incensed by his humiliation. This is intolerable. With a surge of rage, he charged towards another tree demon of the Shantian realm. Everything is fine, Zhao Shiji sighed in relief from a distance. However, the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the furious Song Shuheng, once again sprinting towards the tree demon, only to trip anew, his head striking the ground with a thud. From above, a black object soared and landed beside Zhao Shiji. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Song Shuheng's shoe, minus its sole. Realization dawned upon him as he understood the cause of Song Shuheng's second fall. His shoe sole slipped off, causing him to lose his footing at such high speed. How could this happen? Ah! Song Shu Heng's anguished roar echoed through the air. My shoe sole came off. For the first time in over 20 years, during a battle, he had stumbled. It was a calamity he could hardly fathom. Brother Song, are you alright? Zhao Shiji inquired. Curse it. My shoe sole came off and tripped me. Song Shu Heng clenched his fists in frustration. Brother Song, have you not noticed the pattern? Tripping and losing your shoe sole, doesn't it seem uncanny? It's Chuyun Xuan. He is cursed with misfortune. Zhao Shiji exclaimed, his emotions heightened. Do not indulge in superstitions. Such things do not exist, Song Shuheng remarked, his nerves heightened as it was his inaugural visit to the spiritual realm. Though he harbored intentions to eliminate Chuyun Xuan, it did not imply that he believed in such phenomena. Shiji, do you have any spare shoes in your spatial ring? Song Shuheng inquired. Zhao Shiji shook his head. None. Not wearing shoes has a considerable impact on me as a wind attribute warrior. You should refrain from battling for the time being, right? Could you lend me your shoes? Zhao Shiji lifted his right foot. Song Gu, do you still want shoes without soles? Zhao Shiji asked. Song Shuheng replied in disbelief. You mean to say your soles are gone? You weren't engaged in combat just now, were you? Zhao Shiji sighed. They just came off while I was walking. Ding. The system is triggered. Ding. The system is triggered. After a prolonged silence, the system began to emit continuous notifications. Chu Yinxian approached Song Shuheng, prompting Zhao Shiji to discreetly step away. Are you alright, Song Shuazhang? Chu Yinxian inquired. Song Shuheng shook his head. It's rather embarrassing. Tripped, lost my soles, accomplished nothing, and nearly lost my life. It's your first time in the spiritual realm. Understandably, you must be anxious? Song Shuheng nodded. Indeed. At that moment, ding. The system is triggered. Reward acquired. Realm upgrade 2 stars. Strength value 500. Spiritual power 50,000. Control over spatial attributes 10. Chu Yinxian was momentarily taken aback. This reward is rather impressive. What transpired? His gaze shifted to the void above. Wang Huaiguang, wielding a sword, was channeling terrifying thunder. With this strike, I refuse to believe you can survive. Wang Huaiguang bellowed, lightning flashing around him. Subsequently, a dreadful sword aura imbued with thunder surged towards the domain-level tree demon. However, out of nowhere, the figure of Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance soared through the air, precisely along the trajectory of Wang Huaiguang's strike. Wang Huaiguang's pupils constricted. Damn it. Dodge. He roared. This sword was aimed at the life of the tree demon. What the hell? Huang Qianli unexpectedly entered the path of this sword aura. Wang Huaiguang indeed wished to vanquish Huang Qianli. Yet, at present, Huang Qianli was a domain-level warrior, a rare powerhouse among them. Eliminating the domain-level tree demon was of utmost priority. While soaring through the air, Huang Qianli heard the shout. Turning his head, he beheld the oncoming, terrifying thunder sword aura. He too desired to evade. However, he had just been blasted away by a strike from the domain-level tree demon's thunder. He was still caught in the momentum of being propelled forward. To stabilize himself would take at least a second. There was no way to dodge. Huang Qianli watched helplessly as he flew into the path of the thunder sword aura, his lips moving. From the shape of his mouth, it was evident he was exclaiming. What the hell? The next moment, Huang Qianli let out a harrowing scream as he was directly struck by Wang Huaiguang's thunder sword aura. PFF. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, and he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Chu Yinxian witnessed Wang Huaiguang unleash a powerful strike, simultaneously observing Huang Qianli being struck by the tree demon's thunder and then colliding with the thunder sword aura. What a calamity, Chu Yinxian mused inwardly. Wang Huaiguang rubbed his forehead, utterly bewildered. I swear, I did not intend for this to happen.